Chapter 1 He must be sent away regardless of what anyone says. City of Sin, Death Prison. As the name suggests, the size of place rife with wickedness, and ditis elsa the misthivili guarded prison ninth world there are no exceptions. Within its walls one can find powerful politicians, immensely wealthy kutikuns, and valiant warriorsal held captive. Each of these individual shas committed in screams, yet due to their unique statuses, the governments of various nations shave refrain from executing them, opting instead for indefinite incarceration. The boss, the old block dude brought into a women from Sakura country, both extraordinarily beautiful and in pristine condition. Should he have a thematin toyathis evening, spoke a diminutive man, his demeanor some waddlecherous. Seated before Himewaseum Manuf Asian descent in his ear-like 20s, talent possessing sharply defined, striking features. Or hetoba placed in the entertainment industry outside, who would undoubtedly drive countless women to madness. Le June Thune disputed march off death prison. Hailing from the illustrious La Familia nation, he was well known as an notorious playboy and the scandalous protagonistic of a national incident that transpired 3 years ago in the imperial capital. On that fateful night, under the urging of a group of reckless friends, Li Junya for solidified the capital's most beautiful woman, Yi Qingcheng. Had Yi Qingcheng been the daughter of an ordinary family, the ubiquitous influence of La family would surely have as muthied things over. Alas, Yi Qingcheng was also a son of a prominent family, the Yeklin. Ita said that if not for the fire's protection from the patriarch of La family, this kundrol would not have survived to this day. Reportedly, at the time the patriarch of the family store Medentov la residence, a Kani Anoni handanded its old Moser pistol and theer, proclaiming he would execute Li Juni on the spot. Filderoth La family to that if the patriarch dared to lay a finger on his great-grandson, who would drag them along to meet their forebear. Ultimately, with the persuasion of the younger generations from both families, that wielders gradually quelled their fury. Due to their moral culpability, the La family offered substantial compensation to the family and publicly apologized, leading to a compromise wherein the family accepted the restitution and agreed to let them arrest. However, Theodoroth the family felt his dignity had been affronted by the patriarch, insisting in teaching Li Juni a lesson. Thus, he was dispatched to death prison. Ha! Le Junioros, stretching glazily a remarked, women from land of rising sun, ill-reluctantly accept their company tonight. Yes, indeed, responded the lecherous man with his smirk. At that moment, a white prison ward hurried in boss, 3 esteemed gentlemen requested our presence. Le Juni was speaking of death prison, and the inly individuals granted the honor of being called esteemed gentlemen here were his 3 masters. What mischief erithos the old codgers up to now, surely they don't intend to spring me from this place again. Ash spoke, Harosi and exited. The diminutive a man and Thagward watched his retreating figure, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. While Thesaurus striving Tajadout, Thebosis being sought after and still refuses to leave. How could wathadam thethoughts of Simeon like a Thebos? Thetwole lamented with genuine admiration. Minutes later, Li Juni arrived at the most opulent building within the prison. Today, no matter what, they mustn't that brought Eves. Indeed, Eifelinger Sanalonger, he may very well send the 3 fuse away. The voice soft wol Derman reach these ears. Now don't beto hasty. Juni's dragon warding skillis a prochinjitsnith level of completeness, surely he wishes to brain I through before he departs. A third voice, that of an elderly woman, chimed in. Our combined strength may not be enough to fethebrat hell be invincibiansa steps outside, where he breaks rough hard limb matters, retorted the first elder. Standing outside the door, Li Juni smirked wickedly before pressing the hand in entering. Inside sat 3 elders as ida beside women and a woman. O'Neilder was baldandoned a monk's robe, albeit with the cassock awkward lady to thighs waist. Another elder sported long-haired de lengthy, white beard wielding go escada not being puffing on a large cigar, hekud havias a been mistaken for a venerable sage. Thellest elder, a woman, appeared more ordinary, though her snow white hair and wrinkled visage could not conceal the elegancy of Feriath, suggesting she had once been a breathtaking beauty. Midi our disciple, oh no, Imian, my precious pupil. The Taoist Thastilai corrected himself, behaved as Zernet the celestial signs and concluded that a day is the most auspicious day for your lease, Thera may not be bitter day for a centurithus. You shall levitote. Irrefuse togo, absolutely refuse. Li Junian Uredim, decisively taking Gassiatani near Bewoodenker, asserting, if a leave, how'll honor the 3 masters, midder teachers? Smack. Theming slap a bald head, his face contorted with frustration, is that our way of honoringus, as I wish for us to depart this world post haste. Masteresian, you ought not to say such things. Le Junior lit up his sleeves, warming to his monologue. Without me here, would you have your daily and meat? Who do you think provide the other our mountain JD under your pillow? And wajifta dal they complete a collection of teacher Kang's films? You de ruder those words, and door conscience do wesentach? By thand, Li Jun affected a tragic demeanor. Master Yujin was reddened with embarrassment, wishin fornothin more athento vanish into kraken thayground. How old have a thought among could be like these? Indeed. The Taoist and fielderly woman exchanged incredulous glances, their disdain unmasked. Ahem. The Taoist wavi diswistorga composure and clearidis throat, midi our disciple were recognizi our filialpity but. Athos, histinatukan an urgent way tas the saying goes, a Truman shoots a kiss fortuneianth world, how can youngman confine a himself to thistselate, pestilential place, you must venture forth, showcase in your talents and forge in your own path. Master Wuchen, I am Buterichskin generation living off my family's wealth, devoid of grand aspirations. Li Junia declared nonchalantly hissed this an unreadable mask. Master Wuchen's lips twitched, clearly vexed by the audacious word sophist defiant disciple. Junie, how can you underestimate yourself, warre martial arts prodigio familinium, mastering your collective etiakings in just 3 years even surpassingus. Fielderly woman interjected, her expression intentional eastern as admonished, given heaven's favor upon you, you ought to possess asins of chivalry, to campion justice ain't world, vanquishing villainy and becoming the figure of reverence. Lady Yuling speaks with such truth. Quitiso, quitiso. Yuling's impassioned word sextoled righteousness, almost prompting supportive applause from Themen Kanth Taoist. However, Li Junyammer Lanaka Don Heezer, squeezing out response. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chapter 2 Riches and Honor, do not forget each other, I have no interest. Gazing at the flippant Li Jun, the temperature in the room plummeted in an instant, the monk Yijing's eyes glazed over, nearly reaching a state of enlightenment. The usually placid Wuchen Taoist's beard bristled with indignation, even the typically mild-mannered Yu Linglong trembled with fury. Clearly, all three were suffering from varying degrees of internal injuries inflicted by their anger. Li Jin appeared utterly unfazed, chuckling to himself, compared to the treacherous world outside, this place is undoubtedly a paradise, thus, I have resolved to accompany my 3 esteemed masters for the rest of my life, never to part. Ah! I can hardly endure this. Do not stop me, I, the old Taoist, vow to cleanse my sect. Calm down, what do you mean calm down, you lot are going to be beaten, the 3 elders erupted in unison. Since soft measures were ineffective, they could only resort to force. Hey, gentlemen resolve disputes with words, not fists. Before Li Jun could finish his sentence, the 3 elders launched their assault simultaneously. Bang bang, the sound of fists and palms colliding resonated throughout the room. Crash, the furnishings were shattered into countless pieces. Li Jun darted about, evading their strikes. In truth, with his skills, he could easily defend himself, but how could he possibly lay a hand on his 3 masters, after a considerable time passed? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 elders, panting heavily, had chased him for so long that not even a corner of Li Jun's garment had been touched. Are we still fighting? If not, I shall take my leave. Li Jun inquired with a grin, his expression increasingly provoking. Wait. Just as Li Jun turned to depart, Yu Linglong suddenly spoke. He halted as instructed and turned back to persuade, Master Yu, you truly cannot touch me. Do not waste your energy. Who said I intended to strike you? Yu Linglong rolled her eyes. What else is there? Li Jun asked, perplexed. Why Yu Linglong exchanged glances with Wuchen Taoist and Yijing, nodding to one another. Finally, Yu Linglong stepped forward and said solemnly, are you aware that the girl from the Yi family is to be wed? The girl from the Yi family? It took Li Jun a moment to comprehend who Yu Linglong referred to, and his brow furrowed instantly. You little rascal, as the saying goes, a night as husband and wife brings 100 nights of affection. Do not become a heartless scoundrel. Wuchen Taoist advised gently. TSK. Li Jun shrugged, unconcerned. If she is getting married, that is good news, why should I interfere? Amit ba. Yijing clasped his hands together and said, my dear disciple, every cause has its effect. Years ago, you ruined her purity and should rightfully rescue her from her plight, for that is your debt to her. These words darkened Li Jun's expression. Coming from a prominent family, he understood better than anyone that the offspring of wealthy families knew not of happiness. Marriage was merely a means for families to exchange benefits. Disciple, Yu Linglong began gravely. Your father was renowned as the war god of the Summer Kingdom but perished from poison on the southern battlefield. And your mother, with her cheerful and open-hearted nature, though devoted to your father, could never bear to abandon you, still in infancy, to follow him in death. At this point, she could no longer bear to continue. Wuchen Taoist sighed and said, now that you possess the means, do you not wish to uncover the truth of those events? Li Jun's expression grew exceedingly grave as he clenched his fists tightly. Father, mother, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Masters, take care. I shall return to visit when time permits. With those parting words, Li Jun turned and strode away with nonchalance. Half an hour later, the imposing prison gate swung open. A white man with a scraggly beard, bound by chains on both hands and feet, was escorted into the prison by armed soldiers. At that moment, a loud chorus erupted. Welcome back, esteemed leader. Welcome back, esteemed leader, thousands of inmates echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the air. Which scoundrel dares to flaunt their power before me? Are you seeking death? The shackled white man spat, visibly displeased amid the throng. Li Jun, now clad in a Zhongshan suit, strolled toward the prison entrance. As he passed the white man, he halted and turned to a dark-skinned fellow nearby. Saiban, make sure this fellow picks up soap 3 times a day. If he misses even once, I shall break your legs. In the Summer Kingdom, at the international airport of the imperial city, Li Jun adeptly evaded several women attempting to take advantage of him and leisurely emerged through the special passenger channel. Moments later, a golden Bentley with all 8s as its license plate approached. Clang, clang. Young master. Young master. 2 men in their 20s jumped out of the car and sprinted toward him as if in a 100-meter dash. Damn it! Li Jun reacted swiftly, slightly shifting his body to evade the 2 men's enthusiastic tackle. Bang bang, ow, the 2 men fell unceremoniously to the ground. Li Jun grimaced, exclaiming, I have no interest in men, please, show some self-respect. One was named Gofu Gue, the other was Xiang Wang. Their names sounded somewhat peculiar, but they were indeed their true names, bestowed upon them by none other than our esteemed Li Jun. Young master, these past years without you have left me unable to eat or sleep. I thank the heavens for finally bringing you back, Wowo, Gofu Gue concluded, his voice breaking into tears. Wu Xiang Wang silently marveled at the absurdity of such flattery, his eyes reddening as he choked out, Young master, my longing for you flows like an endless river. Every day, I bow before your picture 3 times, praying for your safe return. Li Jun, seemingly unfazed by the antics of his 2 followers, directly slid into the back seat of the Bentley. Gofu Gue and Wu Xiang Wang stood momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. What happened to the young master? He used to relish our flattery. Wu Xiang Wang exclaimed, utterly baffled. Gofu Gue shot him a glare, rebuking, it must be that your flattery lacked finesse. What nonsense about bowing 3 times before his picture? Are you conducting a ritual? You're full of it. Wu Xiang Wang retorted angrily, clearly, your flattery was both nauseating and ridiculous, and yet you dare to blame me. Damn it, it's all your fault. No, it's your fault. Gofu Gue and Wu Xiang Wang rolled up their sleeves, ready for a showdown. Li Jun pressed the car window and, irritated, warned, if you don't get in the car in 3 seconds, you'll be walking home. Just as his words fell, whoosh whoosh. Clang clang, Gofu Gue and Wu Xiang Wang scrambled into the car with the speed of a 100-meter dash. They dared not question Li Jun's words, this fellow was known for following through on his threats, he truly would make them walk home. Chapter 3 of the Return by Air. The golden Bentley glided smoothly along the road, coming to a halt outside an imposing mansion covering over 1,000 square meters. Li family. The plaque above the grand entrance was intricately carved with 2 vivid characters, unmistakably crafted by a master artisan. As Li Jun stepped out of the car and surveyed his surroundings, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. After 3 years away, everything here seemed transformed, and yet, paradoxically, nothing had changed at all. Bark! Bark, bark! The sound of barking jolted Li Jun from his reverie. Upon focusing, he spotted a Scottish terrier barking ferociously at him. In his swift motion, Li Jun dashed forward and seized the dog, delivering 2 sharp slaps to its snout. Ow! The Scottish terrier's eyes sparkled with stars from the impact. With a casual toss, he directed his attendant, Wu Xiangwang, dispose of it, we'll use it for hot pot tonight. Ah! Wu Xiangwang stood frozen in shock, hastily reminding him, young master, this was your beloved lassie. Damn it! A foreign dog is still a foreign dog, after just a few years, it doesn't even recognize me, what good is such a creature? With that, Li Jun strode purposefully toward the mansion, only to pause and turn back after a few steps. Both Go Fuchi and Wu Xiangwang thought he had reconsidered, but instead, he quipped, make sure to add plenty of goji berries. What the hell? Both Go Fuchi and Wu Xiangwang staggered in disbelief. At that moment, as Li Jun crossed the threshold of the Li family home, a sharply dressed man in his 30s was approaching. Cousin. The man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Li Jun, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. It's been a long time, cousin. Li Jun remarked, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 years might not seem long, but it provided ample time to discern the true nature of those around him. Take Li Xiu, for instance, who had taken meticulous care of him throughout his childhood and had always been obedient. Yet, it was this very cousin who had urged him to commit an indiscretion against Yi Qingqing 3 years ago. Li Junyi saw through it all. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, he knew Li Xiu was merely a collateral relative. Should anything happen to him, Li Xiu would be the prime candidate to inherit the family estate. It was no surprise that interests could turn brothers into foes. When did you return, cousin? Li Xiu's face was painted with astonishment. Although he had heard rumors of the family working to extricate Li Junyi from that dreadful place, the family had not yet initiated the process. Even if they had, surely it would take at least a year or more. How could it happen so swiftly? It's a long story, Li Junyi chuckled, patting Li Xiu on the shoulder. When I have a moment, I'll fill you in. For reasons unknown, the broader Li Junyi's smile grew, the more Li Xiu felt a creeping chill. It was as though he were being stalked by a primordial beast, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Junyi. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Li Junyi looked up to see an elderly man in military attire, his hair streaked with gray, striding towards him with vigor. Grandfather. Li Xiu lowered his head slightly, addressing him respectfully. The newcomer was Li Dinghua, the current head of the Li family and a commander of the Tiger Howl army, as well as Li Junyi's grandfather. Old Li. Li Junyi scratched his head, grinning broadly. It's been years, yet your charisma remains undiminished. At the sight of his grandson, Li Dinghua, a seasoned general, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. With his son and daughter-in-law having passed away at a young age, the only person he truly cared for was his grandson, Li Junyi. In his moment of elation, Li Dinghua suddenly appeared to remember something, his expression shifting to one of alarm. How did you get back? Naturally, I flew back. I certainly didn't T-walk. Li Junyi replied with a chuckle. Don't give me that nonsense. I mean, how did you escape from that place? Li Dinghua's tone grew stern. Li Junyi straightened his face, defiantly responding, Old Li, don't be fierce with me. If you keep it up, I'll have old Li give you a beating. You insolent brat. Li Dinghua's face flushed with indignation. You dare threaten me? As he spoke, he instinctively unbuckled his belt, poised to strike. Seeing this, Li Junyi took off running deeper into the mansion. You little rascal, if you have the guts, don't run. Li Dinghua chased after him. In front of the main residence lay a vegetable garden, lush with seasonal produce. An elderly man with a white beard and a face lined with wrinkles was diligently tending to the weeds with a sickle. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him, resembling a divine presence. Li Yuanshan, the venerable patriarch of the Li family, was one of the last surviving heroes of the Summer Nation. His mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout the entire country, and even the contemporary Dragon Lord would treat him with utmost respect. Old Li. Your ungrateful son is about to strike me, and you still have the leisure to play in the dirt here. Upon hearing the term Old Li, Li Yuanshan's body trembled. In his memory, only one person dared to address him in such a manner. As expected, when Li Yuanshan turned to face the familiar figure, tears of joy streamed down his face. Ah, you little rascal, you've truly returned. Li Junyi grinned. Are you happy? Are you excited? Li Yuanshan stepped onto the ridge of the field and began pacing around Li Junyi in sheer delight. You've grown. After all these years, you've become even more handsome and robust, Li Junyi chuckled, about to speak, when suddenly, you little brat, stand still. Li Dinghua approached at a brisk pace. Seeing his father storming over, clutching a belt and radiating anger, Li Yuanshan's expression darkened. For heaven's sake, are you going to hit my precious great-grandson again? Not at all, Dad, just hear me out. Li Dinghua instantly resembled a child caught misbehaving, not daring to make a sound. Li Yuanshan waved his hand, his voice stern. I will not listen to any explanations. If you dare to lay a finger on my great-grandson, I swear I'll skin you alive. Yes. Li Dinghua nodded vigorously. In this world, the only one capable of making the formidable commander bow and scrape was undoubtedly his own father. Standing before him, watching the great-grandfather reprimand the grandfather, Li Junyi nearly burst into laughter. Li Dinghua shot him a glare, as if to say, you little rascal, just wait. By the way. Li Yuanshan suddenly frowned, turning to Li Junyi. How did you come back from that dreadful place? I just told Old Li. Why are you asking again? Li Junyi pouted, exuding impatience. Aside from flying back, do you expect me to believe you walked? Really? Chapter 4, I will not consent to this marriage. What nonsense! Have you arranged a marriage for me? Li Junyi exclaimed in disbelief, running his fingers over his handsome visage. With my looks and family circumstances, are you really worried that I might end up alone? You insolent brat! Li Dingwei intended to scold him but was met with a fierce, threatening glare from his father, prompting him to swallow his words. Li Yuanshan patted Li Junyi on the shoulder, offering a faint smile. I've seen a photo of that young lady. She possesses a face that is said to bring fortune to her husband. To marry her would indeed be a blessing you earned in your past life. Li Junyi's lips twitched as he retorted, Oldly, when did you become a fortune teller? A refined lady is indeed the object of a gentleman's affection. If she were an exquisite beauty, he might even gladly accept, yet, what if she turns out to be a less desirable choice? Furthermore, the fortune-bringing face often described by the older generation tends to be a round visage. Li Junyi dared not dwell on such thoughts and resolutely decided that he would never accept the abhorrent custom of arranged marriages. This union must be annulled. I tell you, this marriage was promised by your great-grandfather himself. Whether you like it or not, you shall marry. Li Dingwei commanded sternly. Bang! Ow! Li Yuanshan smacked Li Dingwei on the head and admonished, Have you forgotten your place? Do you think I won't dare lay a hand on you? Of course not. Li Dingwei recoiled, a bitter smile crossing his weathered face, before turning to Li Junyi with a suddenly amiable tone. My dear grandson, your great-grandfather has always been a man of his word, and since he has personally— All right. Li Junyi interrupted impatiently, I will handle this matter myself. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. As they watched Li Junyi's retreating figure, Li Yuanshan exchanged glances with Li Dingwei. Father, it is rather peculiar for Junyi to return at such a critical juncture. Li Dingwei's face was etched with worry, his words trailing off. The impending union between the Yi family and the Jianghu family in Jin City, coupled with Li Junyi's unexpected appearance, inevitably conjured memories of the scandal that had rocked the imperial city 3 years prior. This would lead many to believe that the Li family was deliberately seeking to embarrass the Yi family. Li Yuanshan shot his son a sharp look, asserting, My great-grandson has merely returned to his own home. Who dares utter a word against it? 3 years ago, when he had sent Li Junyi to that dreadful place, the old man had been heartbroken had it not been for Li Dingwei's repeated assurances that he was merely sending Li Junyi for a transformation, with a promise to return him safely after 3 years. He would never have consented, even at the cost of severing ties with the Yi family. More than that, I am curious as to how that rascal managed to return from that dreadful place. Li Yuanshan narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Dingwei frowned slightly and admitted, I had planned to wait until after the Yi family's festivities to discreetly bring him back, yet here he is, having returned on his own. But how he accomplished that remains a mystery. Why not investigate? How could I have given birth to such a fool? Li Yuanshan scolded, his expression stern. Li Dingwei swallowed hard, his face a mask of bitterness. Yes, I shall look into it at once. Nightfall. The aroma of dog meat hot pot wafted through the air as Li Junyi savored the meal, grease glistening on his lips. Young master, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Guofuchi hesitated. Oh? After all these years, you've learned to play coy. Li Junyi cracked his knuckles menacingly, the threat implicit. Seeing this, Guofuchi quickly forced a smile. Young master, please don't be upset, I misspoke. What I meant to say is, you may have been deceived 3 years ago. Indeed. Wu Shangwang chimed in after wiping his mouth, adding, Fuchi is correct, I have pondered this for countless nights, and with my intellect that rivals Einstein, I have deduced that someone deliberately set you up. You're talking nonsense. I was the one who figured it out first. Guofuchi shot back, anger flaring as he glared at Wu Shangwang unfazed. Wu Shangwang continued, Young master, don't listen to Fuchi's bluster. I am convinced that the person behind your misfortune was none other than Li Xiu. Right, that duplicitous scoundrel. Guofuchi reluctantly concurred, setting aside his grievances. Li Junyi's lips curled into a smirk as he praised, You two truly are my most capable confidants. I knew I had chosen wisely. Of course, for you, young master, we would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. Wu Shangwang continued, eager to pledge his loyalty, only to be interrupted by Li Junyi's dismissive wave. Enough with the flattery. We are going out now. Young master, you mean to head to Shanglan Fang? I hear they've had a few Western beauties arrive recently, their faces and figures are simply exquisite. Half an hour later, a flight departed from the imperial city bound for Xian City. Guofuchi and Wu Shangwang sat side by side, exchanging glances of confusion. Young master, what is the meaning of this? Why are we heading to Xian City at this hour instead of Shanglan Fang? How should I know? Did you not claim that your intellect could rival Einstein's? Guofuchi scoffed. Wu Shangwan huffed, is boasting a crime, which law forbids it?
Meanwhile, Li Junyi perused a magazine, appearing engrossed, yet in the span of just 2 minutes, his gaze had discreetly wandered to the woman beside him no less than 10 times. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, her features exquisitely sculpted as if by divine hands, her lips were a rosy hue, her teeth pearly white, and her complexion fair and radiant. Her figure was voluptuous and graceful, exuding an enchanting yet ethereal quality. She was breathtaking. Li Junyi, having encountered numerous stunning women, found that even the one who had once shared a fleeting night with him, Yi Qingcheng, paled in comparison to the woman beside him. Chen Xingyao sensed a gaze upon her, yet each time she glanced around, all the passengers were seated properly, and even the strikingly handsome young man beside her showed no sign of impropriety. Yet, she trusted her instincts.
Hey, handsome, have you been stealing glances at me?
Chen Xingyao asked with a smile. Li Junyi lowered the magazine and pointed to himself in feigned surprise.
Are you speaking to me? Chen Xingyao nodded gently.
Oh, I have indeed been looking at you, Li Junyi admitted candidly. This response caught Chen Xingyao off guard. She had anticipated a denial, never expecting such an open confession.
Do you not mind that I was watching you? Li Junyi grinned. Then how about this?
I shall look at you openly. Chapter 5, Twins. To audaciously disguise the act of eavesdropping is something virtuous, and to wear an expression of entitlement, what does it mean to be shameless? This man before me epitomizes that. Hello, Chen Xingyao was just about to call the flight attendant to request a seat change when her words were abruptly halted. A man, donning a cap and bearing a long scar across one side of his face, leaned in and whispered, Miss Chen, I advise you not to act rashly before disembarking. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xingyao realized that a dark gun barrel was being pressed against her back.
People from Xingyi Pavilion?
Chen Xingyao remained remarkably calm in the face of danger.
The man sneered, it is said that Miss Chen is exceptionally astute. Indeed, the rumors hold true. How much has Lin Jianghu offered you? I can double it.
Chen Xingyao replied, her composure unshaken. While I do have a fondness for money, I lack the courage to betray our leader, so Miss Chen, do not entertain such fanciful notions.
Wait a moment, I feel you two are ignoring me. Suddenly, Li Junyi interjected.
The man's menacing gaze shifted to Li Junyi, and he coldly warned, young man, I strongly advise you to mind your own business, otherwise, you shall reap dire consequences.
What if I insist on meddling?
As soon as he spoke, both Chen Xingyao and the man turned to look at Li Junyi in unison. Chen Xingyao's beautiful eyes narrowed, clearly taken aback by Li Junyi's audacity, especially considering his position allowed him a clear view of the gun's muzzle. Was this fellow truly willing to risk his life for a damsel in distress?
Het, the man scoffed dismissively and warned, it would be wise for you, young man, to temper your bravado. Otherwise, you may not even know how you met your demise. If one isn't bold, can they still be called young?
As soon as Li Junyi's words left his mouth, the man felt a blur before his eyes, and the handgun he had been holding vanished. How could this be? The man was aghast, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief.
Guns are not toys.
The weapon had materialized in Li Junyi's hand.
Crack!
Chen Xingyao's eyes widened as, within mere moments, Li Junyi had disassembled the firearm into a jumbled heap.
Now, tell me, what consequences shall ensue?
Li Junyi teased, fixing his gaze on the man.
Which faction do you belong to, brother? I'm with Xingyi Pavilion.
The man's face paled with fear, cognizant that he had bitten off more than he could chew tonight, and thus invoked his affiliation in hopes of intimidating his opponent.
However, smack.
Li Junyi delivered a resounding slap, reiterating, you still haven't informed me what the outcome will be. The commotion quickly drew the attention of other passengers. Several flight attendants rushed over upon hearing the ruckus.
Help! This man is attacking me.
The man felt stars exploding in his head as he pointed at Li Junyi, his words incoherent.
Bang, bang.
Gofu Gue immediately threw a few punches at the man, exclaiming, our young master is sparing you by not hitting harder.
How dare you still whine? Cough, spit.
Wu Xiangwang spat a glob of saliva onto the man's face, threatening, what a nuisance, keep yapping, and I'll toss you off this plane. At this moment, the duo epitomized the essence of arrogant and overbearing of the flight attendants, who initially considered intervening, quickly abandoned the thought, while the other passengers dared not utter a word. She's lying. Just then, Chen Xingyao stood up and spoke, this man intended to harm me, but at a crucial moment, she gestured towards Li Junyi, adding, it was this gentleman who rescued me.
A hero saving a beauty, oh no.
Li Junyi smiled gently, feigning modesty as he remarked, upholding justice is merely the duty of a son of the Summer Kingdom. Dear lady, there is no need for concern. Of course, if you wish to express your gratitude with a dinner invitation or perhaps a movie, I would not refuse.
Put. Chen Xinyao couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh.
Half an hour later, the airplane landed smoothly at Xian City International Airport. Li Jun was followed closely by Gofu Gui and Wu Xiang Wang as the three exited the terminal.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hey, wait for me.
Chen Xinyao rushed after them in her high heels. Young master, it seems a beauty is keen to shower you with affection tonight.
Truly, the young master is impressive.
He encounters good fortune wherever he goes.
Gofu Gui and Wu Xiang Wang gazed at him enviously. Be quiet.
Li Jun snapped, then turned to Chen Xinyao with a smile. Is there anything else, my lady? That scoundrel has already been taken away by the legal authorities.
Thank you so much.
Chen Xinyao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Li Jun's timely intervention on the plane, she could hardly fathom the dire consequences. Li Jun shrugged, dismissing her thanks. It was merely a trivial matter.
No need to dwell on it.
Chen Xinyao retrieved a gold-edged card from her bag and handed it to Li Jun, saying, My name is Chen Xinyao, here is my number, please contact me when you're free.
I'd love to treat you to a meal. I have a bit of an urgent matter to attend to, I must be off.
She then hurriedly boarded a luxurious business vehicle, clearly in a rush.
Why did the young master let the beauty slip away?
Wu Xiang Wang inquired, puzzled. Gofu Gui shook his head, speculating, perhaps the young master has changed his ways. The following morning, at Yunyang Group. Li Jun strolled into the building, followed closely by Gofu Gui and Wu Xiang Wang. Where there are beauties, there are always admirers, and handsome men are no exception.
Who is that guy? Is he a newly debuted star?
Oh my goodness, I doubt I'll sleep tonight. That handsome face is all I can think of. Li Jun's looks were undeniably striking, exuding an aura of masculinity that captivated the attention of many, particularly among the women. Approaching the reception desk, Li Jun was about to speak when the receptionist, visibly excited, exclaimed, Handsome, are you here to apply for the security position? With such a dashing security guard, the office atmosphere would surely improve. Not only women can be described as eye candy. Li Jun was taken aback. It was understandable for Gofu Gui and Wu Xiang Wang, who appeared rather unremarkable, to be mistaken for job applicants.
But did he really resemble a security guard?
You misunderstand, I am here to Qin Xingxue. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer this instant, do you believe I won't make you regret it? Before Li Jun could finish his sentence, a brash voice interrupted from behind. Turning to look, he was momentarily stunned. A well-dressed young man with striking white hair and a somewhat fierce demeanor stood out remarkably. However, Li Jun's gaze was fixated on the woman closely following him.
Young master, is that not the beauty from last night's flight? Gofu Gui chuckled.
Li Jun shook his head, immediately refuting the notion. The woman before him exuded an icy aloofness, akin to an insurmountable iceberg, while she bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xinyao from the previous night, even down to their similar figures. He was certain they were not the same person. Could they be twins? With this thought in mind, Li Jun felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 6 In fact, I am quite strong as the esteemed young master of the Xingyi Pavilion. Lin Dongqian wielded considerable influence throughout Xuanqing, commanding both the wind and the rain at will. Any woman who caught his eye invariably fell under his spell. He was resolute in his belief that the icy CEO before him would not be an exception. In a moment of awareness, Lin Dongqian sensed a pair of eyes fixated on Chen Xingxue, prompting him to survey his surroundings.
Crow, tear out that pretty boy's eyes for me.
Lin Dongqian seethed with rage. In his subconscious, he had already claimed Chen Xingxue as his own, and he deemed it disrespectful for any other man to gaze upon her.
Yes.
A burly man with a slanted fringe strode purposefully towards Li Jun. Witnessing this scene, many employees cast sympathetic glances at Li Jun, particularly the female staff members. They contemplated rushing to his side in solidarity, hoping to win his favor, but the thought of Lin Dongqian's powerful connections swiftly quelled their intentions. After all, while a handsome man was certainly appealing, one's life was far more precious. We've seen plenty of reckless fools, but not many who seek their own demise. Indeed, Go Fuqi and Wu Xiangwan countered, their expressions filled with sympathy as they regarded Lin Dongqian.
Lin Dongqian, this is my company.
If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will immediately notify the legal department.
Chen Xingxue boldly stepped in front of Li Jun, resolutely blocking Crow's advance.
Is this pretty boy your pet? Lin Dongqian's face darkened, his expression akin to that of a cuckold. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Chen Xingxue replied coldly, her tone laced with an unspoken chill.
With a disdainful snort, Lin Dongxiang retorted, "This may still be your company, but it won't be for long. You may protect this pretty boy for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime?" With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Let us go." Yet, before departing, he cast a mocking glance at Li Jun, as if to say, "Kid, await your demise." "Did I grant you permission to leave?" A commanding voice reverberated through the hall. Lin Dongxiang halted and turned, glaring fiercely, "What did you just say, boy? Go, shall you take the lead or shall I?" As Li Jun's confidant, Wu Xianwan was well aware of his superior's intentions. Go Fuqi shrugged dismissively, "This insignificant fool isn't worth my effort, handle him as you see fit." Wu Xianwan shot him a reproachful glare, retorting, "Do you find joy in acting foolish?" With that, he lunged towards Lin Dongxiang. Seeking death. Crow reacted swiftly, maneuvering around Chen Xingxue to intercept Wu Xianwan, throwing a punch. Wu Xianwan met him with equal ferocity. Bang, bang. Crack. The two fists collided. Ah! Crow, towering at 6 feet tall, was sent reeling, clutching his arm in agony on the ground. Astonishment filled the room. "I spit, how disgraceful." Wu Xianwan dusted himself off and accurately spat onto Crow's face. Lin Dongxiang stood frozen, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of Crow's capabilities. Taking on a dozen average opponents was child's play for him, yet here he lay, incapacitated by a single blow. Hiss, ha, Li Jun lit a cigarette, casually stating, "Break his legs and toss him out." Understood. Wu Xianwan chuckled coldly, advancing step by step towards Lin Dongxiang. "Don't come any closer. I am the young master of the Xingyi Pavilion. Should you dare to harm me, your entire family will pay the price." Lin Dongxiang's bravado faltered, panic setting in as he revealed his identity. "Oh dear, what a magnificent title. I am utterly terrified." Bang, crack. Wu Xianwan struck with astonishing speed. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a sharp cracking sound echoed, and Lin Dongxiang collapsed, unable to rise. "My leg! Ah, my leg!" The once proud young master of the Xingyi Pavilion now lay on the ground, howling in despair like a beaten dog. Wu Xianwan complied with Li Jun's command, hoisting both Crow and Lin Dongxiang by their collars and unceremoniously tossing them out the front door. This entire sequence, though it appeared to unfold at a leisurely pace, transpired in less than 2 minutes. Even Chen Xingxue, who had witnessed her fair share of dramatic events, was left astounded by the scene she had just witnessed. Her gaze scrutinized Li Jun. He exuded an air of elegance and charm. Such a man was impossible to forget, leading her to conclude that she had never encountered him before. "Who are you?" Chen Xingxue inquired with vigilant curiosity. "Ahem, listen closely, our young master is maintain a low profile." Go Fuqi, eager to reveal Li Jun's identity, was halted by a sharp rebuke from the latter. Li Jun approached Chen Xingxue with a suave stride, stating earnestly, "Allow me to introduce myself, I am Li Jun. If you are indeed Chen Xingxue, then I must be your fiancé." Fiancé, the mere utterance of those 3 syllables detonated like a bomb in the depths of the ocean, causing an uproar. The CEO has a fiancé. While I hold a fondness for that handsome gentleman, I cannot deny that the CEO is a better match for him. Indeed, they are a pair of true talents, the onlookers whispered amongst themselves. "You have driven away an annoying fly. While I am grateful, I must ask you to show some respect and refrain from spouting nonsense." Chen Xingxue's cheeks flushed with rare color, setting aside that she was entirely unaware of her engagement. How could she not recognize her own fiancé? In that moment, she concluded that this was merely his ploy to court her, and her tone unconsciously reverted to its usual haughty demeanor. "Are you unaware that I am your fiancé?" Li Jun observed her genuine confusion, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The address was correct, the name was accurate, Oldly and Oldly would never deceive him. Chen Xingxue chose not to pursue the topic further, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "I can see you are not an ordinary individual, but I must caution you, Lin Dongxiang is no trifling opponent." As she spoke, she pulled a check from her bag, swiftly inscribing a series of numbers before extending it to Li Jun. "Take this money and leave Xuancheng immediately." Li Jun did not accept the check, instead waving for Go Fuqi and Wu Xianwan to depart. He needed to ascertain whether he had mistaken his target. Witnessing this, Chen Xingxue's expression grew complex. Moments later, as Li Jun and his companions exited the office building, they were immediately surrounded by more than 20 sharply dressed men, each exuding an air of menace. "Brat, tell me how you wish to die." Lin Dongxiang, supported by 2 aides, had summoned a legion of subordinates within mere minutes, resolutely enduring his pain without seeking medical attention, intent on exacting revenge himself. "Young master, fear not."
We can handle this rabble with ease, Wu Shangwang reassured. Thumping his chest, Go Fuchi nodded in agreement. 10 minutes will suffice.
Li Jun shot them a sidelong glance, scoffing, when have I ever been afraid? I am quite formidable, you know. Do you believe I cannot dispatch this lot with a single punch?
Upon hearing this, Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang exchanged glances, their expressions seemingly conveying, it appears our young master has honed his boasting skills. Chapter 7 When you cry clearly, Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang did not take Li Jun's words to heart. In the next moment, the two leapt forward like two ferocious tigers descending the mountain, plunging into a flock of sheep.
Ah!
Ouch! With each strike from Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang, a man clad in black would fall, and the air was soon filled with the sounds of wailing. Lin Dongxiang's expression grew grave, gradually revealing a hint of terror. Meanwhile, Li Jun found a stone stump by the roadside, perched himself nonchalantly with crossed legs, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of indifference. In just a few minutes, over a dozen members of Xingyi Pavilion lay sprawled on the ground, and the remaining 7 or 8 retreated in unison, none daring to step forward.
Young master, these two might be martial artists.
Perhaps we should leave, a worried yellow-haired man advised. Lin Dongxiang nodded vigorously. Let's get out of here. Just then, a series of Wio sirens blared. 4 or 5 vehicles from the Department of Justice arrived in succession, and over a dozen officers disembarked.
Everyone, freeze!
Get on the ground and cover your heads, the leading captain barked. At the same time, Chen Xingxue rushed out, visibly relieved upon seeing the officers from the Department of Justice arrive. Clearly, she had summoned them out of concern for the safety of Li Jun and the others.
Are you all right? Chen Xingxue approached Li Jun, her face etched with concern. Li Jun shrugged, dismissively stating, what could possibly happen to me? Captain Feng, your timing is impeccable. They broke my leg. Hurry, arrest them.
Lin Dongxiang exclaimed, noting with relief that the officers posed no threat to him. Fengsong, upon seeing the incapacitated Lin Dongxiang, was momentarily incredulous. How could anyone in Xuanqing dare to lay hands on the young master of Xingyi Pavilion? Captain Feng, that's not how things transpired, Chen Xingxue interjected, pointing at Lin Dongxiang, and defended, he gathered dozens of henchmen to harm my friend.
My friend was merely acting in self-defense. Fengsong waved his hand, saying, you need not say more, I will investigate this matter thoroughly.
As he approached Li Jun, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, did you break Mr.
Lin's leg?
You have no right to speak to our young master. Wu Shangwang interjected, cracking his knuckles with an imposing demeanor, go summon your director.
A collective gasp echoed among those present. Although Fengsong was merely a small captain in the Department of Justice, he was still a government official, and even Lin Dongxiang, the young master of Xingyi Pavilion, would not dare to offend him lightly.
Li Jun rose from the stone stump, looking at Fengsong with a mocking smile. Are you going to defend that group of societal miscreants? Please watch your words, Fengsong replied, furrowing his brow, then patted his uniform with conviction. We will not stand up for anyone.
We only enforce the law impartially.
Very well, Li Jun responded with a faint smile. In that case, why don't you go apprehend that group of societal miscreants?
We will determine how to handle this matter. We do not require instructions from others.
Fengsong retorted, then leaned closer to whisper to Li Jun, personally, I believe you did well, that scoundrel deserves to be taught a lesson. Xingyi Pavilion had a notorious reputation in Xuanqing, and had there been sufficient evidence, the officers would have acted against them long ago.
Learning that someone had broken Lin Dongxiang's leg, Fengsong almost applauded, were it not for his unique position. Indeed, you are worthy of the uniform you wear, Li Jun commended, satisfied.
Lin Dongxiang, growing agitated, shouted, Captain Feng, he is the one who broke my leg, are you going to protect the perpetrator? I have stated that we will clarify this matter, it is not up to you to dictate the course of action, Fengsong replied coolly. You Lin Dongxiang's face flushed with rage.
Fengsong waved his hand, commanding, take them all back.
Try to lay a hand on our young master if you dare.
Go Fuchi blocked Fengsong's path. Li Jun gestured for him to step aside, stating, is there no decorum left? Stand down. Yes.
Go Fuchi sheepishly retreated to the side. Li Jun turned to Fengsong, saying, Captain Feng, is it, I want to make it difficult for you, but may I place a phone call?
I want to make a call too. Lin Dongxiang countered defiantly.
At this moment, he needed to seek help from his father. After a moment's contemplation, Fengsong frowned and said, you have 1 minute. Lin Dongxiang quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number, chattering away before hanging up with a smirk curling his lips.
You bastard, soon it will be your turn to cry.
Let us see who will be the one crying, Li Jun remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Dongxiang scoffed. Though he was a spoiled brat, he was not a fool. He could tell that Li Junyi was no ordinary individual, but what of it? This was Xuanqing, the territory of Xingyi Pavilion. Even a raging dragon from elsewhere must bow down here. Before the assembled crowd, Li Junyi took out his phone and simply stated, "The officers from the Xuanqing Department of Justice intend to take me away.
You can handle it as you see fit."
As both men finished their calls, Feng Song waved his hand, commanding, "Take them all away." However, just as he finished speaking, his own phone began to ring. It was a call from the director himself. Lin Dongxiang, with a smug expression, chuckled, "Captain Feng, perhaps you should finish your call before making any decisions. Those who are arrogant will eventually face consequences. I advise you not to be too overbearing." Feng Song clenched his fists, then pressed the button to answer the call. Lin Dongxiang shot a glance at Li Junyi before turning his gaze to Chen Xingxue, taunting, "If you want me to spare your pretty boy, come to my private villa tonight. If you serve me well, perhaps I will show mercy."
Chen Xingxue's eyes flashed with anger, ready to retort. "A dog bites you, but you cannot bite back. After all, humans and beasts are not the same." Li Junyi interjected swiftly.
Chen Xingxue nodded slightly, reassuring, "Do not worry, I will ensure you are safe." Though she was a stranger to Li Junyi, she could not stand by idly, for he had entangled himself with Lin Dongxiang for her sake.
"I appreciate your kindness, but I still wish to know, do you truly not know that I am your fiancé?" Li Junyi asked earnestly. "I have no fiancé, and I do not even know you."
Chen Xingxue rolled her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation. What a time for such nonsense. Before long, Feng Song hung up the phone.
"Captain Feng, what is the verdict? Do I still need to accompany you back to the Department of Justice?"
Lin Dongxiang inquired with a smirk. Feng Song ignored him and instead shot a meaningful glance at Li Junyi, then turned back to Lin Dongxiang, commanding, "Just take them back."
"What on earth?" Lin Dongxiang was left utterly bewildered.
Chapter 8. Fear not, we can afford the loss. It was not until Lin Dongxiang was taken away by Feng Sang that Chen Xingxue finally regained her senses after a considerable amount of time. Her mouth slightly agape and her eyes wide open, she seemed unable to fathom the reality before her.
"Who exactly are you?"
Chen Xingxue fixed her gaze upon Li Junyi. "He, revealing our young master's identity might frighten you," Hua Fugue interjected with an air of arrogance.
Chen Xingxue's expression grew more complex, for in her heart, she had inadvertently begun to regard Li Junyi as a suitor. To be frank, one Lin Dongxiang was already enough of a headache for her. Now, another with an even more formidable background had appeared. She truly wondered if she could escape from the clutches of this new adversary. However, compared to the scoundrel Lin Dongxiang, this fellow seemed somewhat more palatable. As her thoughts raced, Chen Xingxue managed to compose herself and said earnestly, "Mr. Li, I am aware of your significance, but I must inform you that I, Chen Xingxue, will not be swayed by any man, even if you were a prince." With that, she turned to leave. Yet, Li Junyi stepped forward, blocking her path. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Xingxue raised an eyebrow without answering. Li Junyi posed a question in return. "What is your relationship to the esteemed elder Chen Xingen?" "Whom?" Chen Xingxue's gaze turned frosty as she replied cautiously, "He is my grandfather. Why do you ask?" "Then it is as I thought."
Li Junyi nodded with a smile. He was confident that old Li would not deceive him, and then he shifted the conversation, saying, "Take me to see your grandfather, and then you will understand everything."
Confused, Chen Xingxue was about to respond when her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts.
She quickly pressed the answer button, and as she did so, her expression darkened instantly.
"You wished to see my grandfather, did you not? Come with me."
With a single command, Chen Xingxue sidestepped Li Junyi and hurried towards the parking lot, where she entered a royal blue Maserati.
"Let us go."
Li Junyi wasted no time, beckoning Hua Fugue and Wu Xiangwang to follow. Once the three of them were in the car, Chen Xingxue slammed the accelerator to the floor. They sped through 6 traffic lights, and after about 10 minutes, the Maserati arrived at Xuanqing First Hospital. The four entered a luxurious ward. An elderly man lay in the hospital bed, a breathing apparatus over his face, his eyes tightly shut. The frequency of the heart monitor revealed that the old man's condition was extremely critical.
"Sister, you finally made it. How is Grandpa?" Chen Xingxue asked anxiously. "It's you."
Chen Xingyao had intended to speak but inadvertently noticed Li Junyi and the others following her sister.
"What a coincidence." Li Junyi nodded with a smile, showing no surprise.
After all, he had anticipated the outcome of encountering the twins.
"Do you know each other?"
Chen Xingxue asked, somewhat taken aback. Chen Xingyao nodded and explained, "Last night, when I was transferring flights in the Imperial City, this gentleman saved me."
This revelation left Chen Xingxue bewildered, yet she had no time to dwell on it. She urgently pressed, "Please tell me about Grandpa's condition." "There has been no sign of improvement. The doctors say we can only take the final step and attempt a liver transplant," Chen Xingyao said, her worry palpable. The hospital had previously suggested this surgery, but given elder Chen's age and health, the risks were exceedingly high, with a significant chance he might not survive the operation. Hence, they had opted for conservative treatment in recent days. Gazing at the frail old man, Chen Xingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Having lost their parents at an early age, their grandfather had raised the sisters, and their bond was profound beyond words. "Step aside." At that moment, a doctor in a white coat entered and inquired, "Have the patient's family made a decision?" Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao exchanged hesitant glances. Witnessing their indecision, the doctor continued to urge, "The patient has only the surgical option left. Every minute of delay increases the risk to his life." Instantly, the atmosphere in the ward grew even heavier. "If the transplant is performed, it may indeed push the patient closer to death," Li Juni suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. His words immediately drew the attention of several individuals, including the doctor. "Young man, one can eat recklessly, but one should not speak carelessly," the doctor scoffed. Li Juni shot him a disdainful glance, too disinterested to engage in further debate. Instead, he approached the elderly man and produced a small needle pack from his pocket. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Xingxue instinctively reached out to stop him. Li Juni replied calmly, "If you wish to prevent your grandfather from meeting Yama, then step aside immediately." You can heal him?" Chen Xingyao inquired, joining her sister. "I possess a modicum of knowledge," Li Juni stated nonchalantly. Beside them, Wu Fugue and Wu Xiangwang exchanged glances. "Fugue, the young master is boasting again. What should we do?" "Let him boast." Wu Xiangwang replied, unfazed. Wu Fugue shook his head, saying, "But it seems the young master genuinely intends to treat him. What if something goes wrong? Even if he were to inadvertently cause harm, our master can afford the consequences. No need to panic." Wu Xiangwang answered calmly. Wu Fugue nodded in agreement, appearing convinced. "This gentleman, are you questioning the diagnostic results of our hospital?" the doctor asked, visibly displeased. "Please, do not misunderstand me," Li Juni replied, shrugging. "I am not questioning. I am refuting." The doctor's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Our hospital possesses the most advanced medical equipment. The diagnostic results cannot be dismissed by mere words." He then turned to Chen Xingxue and her sister, warning them, "Let me make it clear. If anything happens to the patient after he is treated by someone else, our hospital will not be held responsible." His words made both Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao's hearts race with anxiety. "I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry," Li Juni declared with an air of authority. In any sane scenario, a normal person would choose to trust the hospital over Li Juni. However, "Can you truly save my grandfather?" Chen Xingyao seemed somewhat irrational. Seeing her sister's expression, Chen Xingxue widened her eyes in disbelief. Yao, are you serious?" "Sister, let him try, please." Chen Xingyao appeared resolute. The doctor grew increasingly anxious, reiterating, "If anything happens, our hospital will not take responsibility. Enough of this noise. Remove him from the room. No one is to enter within 10 minutes. Li Junj commanded decisively. "Doctor, would you prefer to leave voluntarily, or shall we forcibly escort you out?" Wu Fugue confronted the doctor menacingly. The doctor's face twitched in frustration as he muttered, "You'll regret this." Chen Xingxue herself was at a loss, yet she inexplicably found herself following her sister out of the ward. Yao, how do you know that man? And why do you believe he can heal Grandpa? Chapter 9. A future brother-in-law, if Li Juni were to assess himself, he would modestly grant himself a score of 99. He feared that an additional point might breed arrogance. Aside from his inability to father children, he seemed to possess no shortcomings. As for his medical skills, they were exceedingly rudimentary for him. As the saying goes, the golden needle saves souls, while the silver needle saves lives. Chen Qingyan was teetering on the brink of death. With his 3 souls and 7 spirits in disarray, ordinary silver needles were of no use, only the golden needle would suffice. With a swift motion, 6 golden needles materialized in Li Juni's hand as he lifted Chen Qingyan's shirt, expertly inserting the needles into various acupoints. His movements were remarkably quick, executed in one seamless flow. At that moment, Chen Xingxue, unable to quell her anxiety, disregarded her sister's pleas and forcefully burst into the room. What she witnessed was Li Juni's almost ethereal technique. Rather than being impressed, she found it utterly terrifying. She had witnessed acupuncture before, but never had she seen such reckless stabbing. It was as if he were playing with lives. "Stop it!"
Had she not been tightly held back by her sister, Chen Xingxue would have charged at Li Junyi in a fit of rage. In stark contrast to the anxious sisters, Go Fuqi and Wu Xiangwang stood in dumbfounded silence. Just as the golden needle was about to pierce Chen Xingyan's body, Li Junyi's hand moved gently, a clear indication of his vast experience. Furthermore, with each golden needle inserted, an intangible energy emanated from Li Junyi's palm, quietly seeping into Chen Xingyan's body.
Go Fuqi, are we seeing things? Wu Xiangwang swallowed hard, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight.
Go Fuqi shook his head in a daze. The technique of using energy to guide the needle was something they had witnessed a few years prior when a renowned physician examined the Li family patriarch. They could hardly fathom that their own young master had mastered such an extraordinary skill. The shock they felt was beyond words.
Sister, please remain calm.
Chen Xingyao, equally uncertain, trusted Li Junyi solely on instinct. Fortunately, Li Junyi did not disappoint her. In the next moment, a plume of white vapor rose from Chen Xingyan's body, appearing remarkably miraculous. His lips moved, and his eyes flickered, indicating signs of awakening. Li Junyi gently removed the oxygen mask from his face and helped him sit up. Thump thump, with 2 fingers poised, he suddenly jabbed several times at Chen Xingyan's back.
Put!
A large mouthful of black blood erupted from Chen Xingyan's lips.
Grandfather! Grandfather! Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao rushed forward, guarding Chen Xingyan on either side. If anything happens to my grandfather, I will hold you accountable. Chen Xingxue's teeth were nearly ground to powder as she glared fiercely at Li Junyi. I find you to be exceedingly verbose.
Li Junyi shot her a sidelong glance before turning to exit the room, his figure swiftly vanishing into the corridor. This scene led Chen Xingxue to suspect that he might be fleeing out of guilt. With that thought, she was about to chase after him when suddenly, "Sister!" Chen Xingyao called out sharply. Chen Xingxue halted and turned, only to see Chen Xingyan gradually opening his eyes. Although he appeared weak, his complexion was noticeably better than before.
Grandfather, are you all right? Chen Xingxue cried, tears of joy. After 3 long days, Chen Xingyan had finally awakened. Leaning against the headboard, he forced a faint smile and reassured them. Xingxue, Xingyao, you needn't worry, grandfather is fine.
That's good to hear, Chen Xingyao said, her eyes glistening. That reckless youth has left, and the patient has been cured. The doctor, having witnessed Li Junyi's departure, prepared to enter and mock the situation, but as he began to speak, he stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Gazing at the now conscious Chen Xingyan, the doctor's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a dying man could revive in mere minutes. Could that young man truly be a miraculous healer? Quack, get out! Chen Xingyan bellowed, his voice laced with authority. The doctor felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and could only awkwardly retreat from the room.
Xingxue, where is that young man? Quickly, go fetch him.
Chen Xingyan instructed softly. Though previously in a coma, his hearing had not diminished, and he had heard every word of their conversation. His return from the brink of death was entirely due to Li Junyi. Chen Xingxue realized she had misjudged Li Junyi, but her pride made it difficult for her to seek him out. Observing the situation, the perceptive Chen Xingyao volunteered, "Sister, you stay here to care for grandfather.
I will go find him." All right.
Chen Xingxue acquiesced softly. Chen Xingyao nearly sprinted from the hospital room, pursuing him down to the first floor, finally spotting Li Junyi's figure on the lawn.
Your grandfather should be awake now, right?
Li Junyi, smoking a cigarette, appeared nonchalant.
Yes, thank you so much.
Chen Xingyao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Li Junyi's timely intervention the previous night, her grandfather's fate would have been dire. Today, he had saved her grandfather once more. Such kindness was beyond measure.
As long as he is awake, let him rest well. He should be able to be discharged in a couple of days, Li Junyi replied with indifference. Chen Xingyao nodded, then curiously asked, "By the way, how did you end up with my sister?" That's a long story. One of my purposes for coming to Xuancheng was to find your sister. Find my sister? Yes, if an unforeseen circumstance arises, then I would become your brother-in-law. What? Chen Xingyao was left speechless, utterly perplexed.
What did it mean to become her brother-in-law due to an unforeseen circumstance? What if there were no such circumstances? Li Junyi responded lightly, "There is a marriage agreement between me and your sister. I came to find her to withdraw from the engagement. Therefore, unless an unforeseen circumstance occurs, I will be withdrawing from this marriage."
Chen Xingxue was far too proud, and he feared he might freeze to death.
Moreover, he could not accept a marriage devoid of affection. However, contrary to his expectations, unforeseen circumstances were destined to arrive. No sooner had Li Junyi finished speaking than his phone buzzed in his pocket.
It was a call from Li Dinghua.
You little rascal, have you gone looking for the Chun family's girl? Have you seen her? Is she beautiful? Do you feel any attraction? As soon as the call connected, Li Dinghua bombarded him with questions. Li Junyi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, finally managing to say nonchalantly, she is passably attractive, barely meeting my standards, but, no buts. She is a fine young lady yet if you dare to mistreat her, just wait until you return, and I will deal with you. Old Li, don't push your luck. Li Junyi retorted, his face flushed with Li Dinghua scoffed, suddenly raising his voice. This marriage was personally promised by your great-grandfather. If you dare go against my wishes, I will throw you out of the house. Chapter 10. To marry or not to marry, the union between the Yi family and the Jiang family is still some time away, and Li Junyi initially intended to resolve the arranged marriage orchestrated by the elderly Li. However, things did not unfold as he had hoped. Li Dinghua's stance was exceptionally resolute, even threatening to cast him out. What the hell? Li Junyi felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Wait, he couldn't retreat, instead, he could compel the other party to withdraw voluntarily. Goodness, what a clever little fox I am. Li Junyi mentally applauded his own ingenuity. Ahem, Xingyao, the more I look at you. His words were startling upon hearing Li Junyi's teasing. Chen Xingyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Future brother-in-law, please do not jest at my expense. The term future brother-in-law sent shivers down Li Junyi's spine, and he mused that this little lady was far more entertaining than her sister. I am not jesting, I swear that my words are heartfelt. Li Junyi declared earnestly, although internally he added, if there is a shred of falsehood in my words, may the heavens punish me with 10 sons. Chen Xingyao felt her heart racing uncontrollably with her beauty. She was never short of admirers. In fact, the men vying for her affection could form several football teams, yet she had never experienced such feelings before. Was she falling for him? No way, he is her sister's fiancé. Chen Xingyao hurriedly banished her absurd thoughts and forced herself to regain her composure. Brother-in-law, my grandfather wishes to see you. With that, she fled as if escaping. Witnessing this scene, Li Junyi felt a sense of emptiness. He had intended to flirt with Chen Xingyao to make Chen Xingxue perceive him as a fickle suitor, thereby prompting her to call off the engagement. However, he neglected a crucial question: what if Chen Xingyao fell in love with him? After all, a man as exceptional as he was surely irresistible to any woman. The twins, with the elder sister as proud as snow and the younger as passionate as fire, what a contrast. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Upon returning to the hallway outside the ward, Li Junyi found Go Fuqi and Wu Shangwang smoking. Hey Shangwang, who do you think the young master learned his medical skills from? I still can't figure it out. I suspect the young master accidentally fell off a cliff and serendipitously stumbled upon an ancient medical tome, thus mastering unparalleled medical skills. Are you reading a novel? Go Fuqi scoffed. Wu Shangwang retorted, can't you appreciate creativity? I have a vivid imagination. Ahem, what are you two whispering about? Li Junyi suddenly interjected. Startled, Go Fuqi and Wu Shangwang dropped their cigarettes in shock. Master, when did you arrive? Wu Shangwang exclaimed in astonishment. Given their skills, they had failed to notice Li Junyi's approach. How peculiar, stop making a fuss and get out of the way. Li Junyi pushed the two aside and entered the ward alone. Go Fuqi and Wu Shangwang exchanged glances. Could it be that the young master is truly an extraordinary master? Go Fuqi asked, trembling. Wu Shangwang nodded in agreement. The young master fell off a cliff. Aside from discovering an ancient medical book, he must have also acquired a supreme martial arts manual. Bang! Go Fuqi gave him a light smack on the head, exasperated. Yuri still daydreaming. He didn't believe that Wu Shangwang was merely rambling. It was likely that he had been distracted during their earlier conversation, which was why he hadn't noticed Li Junyi's approach. Yes, that must be it. Inside the ward, as Li Junyi returned, Chen Xingxue felt somewhat awkward, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. Chen Xingyan smiled warmly and said, young man, thank you for saving this old man's life. You're too kind, Grandpa Chen, Li Junyi replied with a chuckle. Chen Xingyan was an old subordinate of Li Yuanshan, having spent his life in service to the country. For both public and private reasons, this elder was deserving of Li Junyi's assistance. Call me Grandpa Chen. I don't know who you are. Chen Xingyan was unaware of his identity. My name is Li Junyi. Li Yuanshan is my great-grandfather. Li Junyi revealed his lineage. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyan was so thrilled that he nearly attempted to rise, but he lacked the strength. Grandpa, please don't move around. Chen Xingxue observed Li Junyi with curiosity. She was unaware of the significance of the name Li Yuanshan, which left her puzzled as to why her grandfather was so agitated. Very well, Chen Xingyan exclaimed thrice in excitement. Truly, you are the descendant of the old commander, a veritable dragon among men. Hearing the term old commander, Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao exchanged. The sisters knew that their grandfather had served in the military in his youth, but he had never spoken of his experiences after returning home. Grandpa Chen, you flatter me, Li Junyi replied modestly. Chen Xingyan's satisfaction only grew recently. He had felt his health declining and wished to see the old commander one last time before he passed. Thus, he had traveled to the imperial city alone. Unexpectedly, upon learning that Li Yuanshan had a granddaughter, he insisted on forming a familial alliance. Chen Cheng and S. heart was clear. With the Li family's current influence, the old commander's great-grandson could marry any woman he desired. The reason for insisting on a union was merely to ensure that his two granddaughters would not be left helpless after his departure. With this thought, Chen Cheng and S. eyes brimmed with tears. He pointed to Chen Xingxue and introduced, "This is my eldest granddaughter, you must know her." Li Juni nodded gently, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Chen Xing then pointed to Li Juni and declared, "This is your future husband. Once I am discharged, we shall select an auspicious date to arrange your marriage." Chen Xingxue stood there, stunned initially. When she heard Li Juni refer to himself as her fiancé, she thought it was a new strategy to pursue her. It turned out he had not been lying. "Grandpa, I don't want to marry," Chen Xingxue protested. At her words, Chen Cheng and S. expression hardened, and he admonished, "Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents. Your parents are no longer here. Does that mean you will disregard your grandfather's wishes?" "Grandpa, Chen Xingxue did not wish to upset him, but she simply could not accept this outcome at that moment. "I cannot marry. I absolutely cannot marry," Li Juni also urged passionately. "Grandpa Chen, we young people value love based on personal choice. Arranged marriages are an outdated custom. Furthermore, I am but a good-for-nothing, living off my family's fortune, the #1 scion of the spoiled rich kids in Xia country. Such a talented granddaughter of yours, a fine cabbage, must not be wasted on me." Instead of feeling any shame for belittling himself, Li Juni took a certain pride in his words. Chen Cheng and S. expression turned stern, and he declared resolutely, "Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. How could the old commander's descendant be a piece of worthless mud?" As he spoke, he turned to Chen Xingxue, asserting with conviction, "You will marry, whether you like it or not. Unless you choose to disown me as your grandfather." Good grief, I have even resorted to self-deprecation, and yet he remains unwilling to change his mind. Li Juni felt a sense of despair wash over him. Chapter 11. I will strike my wife. The luxurious Huadu Mingyuan, a renowned affluent district in Xuanqing, houses the most opulent private villa. Lin Jianghu, the leader of Xingyage, wore a grim expression, his silence palpable. A tall, burly man with a buzz cut stood beside him, not daring to breathe. After a lengthy pause, Lin Jianghu's deep voice broke the silence, laced with barely concealed fury. "Has the legal affairs department not returned the young master yet?" His son had suffered broken legs at the hands of others and was taken away by the legal affairs department. This was not merely a provocation but a brazen humiliation. When had the name Xingyage lost its standing in Xuanqing? Was the world turning upside down? "My lord, the legal affairs department is adamant about not releasing him," the buzzcut man replied cautiously. Lin Jianghu's expression grew graver. Regardless of the circumstances, he was one of the top 10 entrepreneurs in Xuanqing. Theoretically, the legal affairs department would not dare to tear apart the facade without concrete evidence against him. "Get me in touch with Vice Mayor Song." A sense of impending danger lingered in Lin Jianghu's mind. The buzzcut man promptly retrieved his phone, locating the desired contact in his address book and handed it to Lin Jianghu. "If you expect me to assist in rescuing your son, I advise you to abandon that thought." A deep warning echoed through the line once connected. Lin Jianghu narrowed his eyes and pondered. "Vice Mayor Song, I am a well-known entrepreneur in Xuanqing, having contributed significantly. Are you truly going to betray me like this?" "Ha!" Song Ming scoffed coldly and replied, "Is my meaning not clear enough? Your son has offended a significant figure. Moreover, do not flaunt your business accomplishments before me. If you find Xuanqing unsatisfactory, you are welcome to relocate your factory. Do not pretend to be a big shot in front of me." After his remarks, Song Ming abruptly ended the call. Lin Jianghu felt no anger. Instead, he was consumed by curiosity about the formidable figure that could compel Song Ming to refer to them as such. Could it be someone from the imperial city? Contemplating this, Lin Jianghu broke into a cold sweat. Surely, this young wretch could not be that unfortunate. "Eagle, did you mention that the young master was taken away because he offended a young man?" "Indeed. Have you investigated the background of this individual?" "And no, I have not," Eagle stammered. Lin Jianghu's demeanor darkened, and he bellowed, "Then for heaven's sake, hurry and find out." Understood. Eagle rushed to comply, yet had barely taken a few steps when Lin Jianghu called out, "No need to investigate further. Take me to meet this fellow." Having concluded that this person was not to be trifled with, further investigation seemed pointless. Meanwhile, at Yunyang Technology, seasoned employees knew that the 32nd floor was the exclusive domain of the president. Chen Xingxue typically occupied this space for both work and leisure, and apart from the elderly Chen Xing'an, no other man was permitted entry. However, today, this rule was broken. Li Juni lounged on the sofa, his legs crossed, appearing utterly at ease. "Would you care for something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Chen Qingxue, rarely courteous, offered, acknowledging that he had cured her grandfather's serious illness.
I'd prefer nothing to drink. Why not have a seat so we can converse? Li Junyi gestured invitingly. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingxue took a seat across from him, her tone measured. What do you wish to discuss?
Let's talk about our engagement, Li Junyi stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxue's heart raced, though her facade remained composed. You see, I believe one should adhere to their own convictions, especially regarding significant matters like marriage.
Wouldn't you agree?
Li Junyi said earnestly. Chen Qingxue frowned. Spare me the roundabout talk, just be direct. Very well, I appreciate straightforwardness, Li Junyi grinned. I can tell you're not fond of arranged marriages, but regrettably, our elders are rather antiquated, so we must devise a plan to change their minds.
You don't wish to marry me? Chen Qingxue asked, an impulse compelling her to voice the question.
This caught Li Junyi off guard, prompting him to retort, Do you desire that I marry you? Do not forget, I am famously known as a debauched scion. Ask around the imperial city, and you'll see I'm not deceiving you.
You would surely regret marrying me.
Women often exhibit this tendency. The more they are valued, the colder they become, yet when overlooked, their dissatisfaction surges. Chen Qingxue was no exception. Since her university days, she had basked in the adoration of admirers, with suitors flocking to her like fish in a river. Now, sensing a hint of disdain from Li Junyi, she found it difficult to accept.
What if I insist on marrying you? Chen Qingxue declared defiantly. Li Junyi was momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand. Calm down.
I previously mentioned my character.
Now I must inform you that my temper is rather poor. Moreover, I am quite capable of striking my wife. So, do not act impulsively.
The more he insisted, the more agitated Chen Qingxue became. Managing a substantial company like Yunyang Technology proved her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, she could discern that Li Junyi was deliberately portraying himself as a nefarious character to dissuade her from marrying him. Scoundrel, does he truly consider himself a prize? I have no desire to wed him. These sentiments remained unspoken, as she maintained a stern demeanor. I cannot go against my grandfather's wishes.
What nonsense is this? Li Junyi exclaimed impatiently. After all I've said, you still cling to hope?
As for your grandfather's wishes, I believe that if you resolutely oppose or threaten to take drastic measures, he will surely change his mind.
Why don't you threaten him instead? Chen Qingxue countered. I am rather afraid of death.
Li Junyi shamelessly replied.
Humph. Is there anything else? If not, please leave.
Chen Qingxue issued her dismissal. With a sigh, Li Junyi stood up and approached the door, only to pause and turn back. Actually, I am fond of your sister, so you truly cannot marry me.
Then go tell my grandfather.
Have him betroth my sister to you. Chen Qingxue glared fiercely. Li Junyi was momentarily speechless. He lacked the courage to approach Chen Qingyan with such a proposal, as he could predict that the latter would most likely not refuse.
Scoundrel!
Seeing Li Junyi take the elevator away, Chen Qingxue stomped her foot in frustration. This was the first time she had ever been disdained by a man. Meanwhile, as Li Junyi exited the Yunyang Technology building, he had just lit a cigarette when several luxury vehicles pulled up outside, and among them was Lin Jianghu. Curse it, I am in a foul mood, and you dare to provoke me.
Li Junyi recognized them as members of Xinyiage, and his anger flared immediately.
Please, young brother, do not misunderstand. I am here to offer my apologies. Lin Jianghu hastily reassured him. If apologies held any value, why would we need the law?
I never accept apologies. Li Junyi waved his hand dismissively. Riches, forgetfulness, eliminate them. Chapter 12.
He is my brother. In the morning, the young master of Xiag Pavilion had his legs broken, and by afternoon, the helmsman was beaten to a pulp. This was undoubtedly the headline news of Xuancheng. In an instant, all the dignitaries of Xuancheng were inquiring about the identity of the person capable of such a remarkable feat. That night, in an underground boxing arena on the outskirts of Xuancheng, a man as robust as an ox stepped onto the stage amidst the eager gaze of the crowd, waving to the spectators surrounding him.
I've wagered 3 million on Iron Bull's victory tonight. If he loses, I'll have to rush to the rooftop. Rest assured, I've placed 5 million on his win. He absolutely cannot lose tonight.
Indeed, Iron Bull boasts a record of 32 consecutive victories, while his opponent is merely an unknown upstart. The audience exchanged hushed whispers.
Soon after, the challenger of the night ascended to the ring. In his 30s, with slightly dark skin, he stood at 6 feet tall, yet appeared diminutive next to the towering Iron Bull, who measured 6'3". He seemed unremarkable at first glance, but a closer look revealed a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. Let us welcome tonight's challenger, Black Wolf. The referee announced. I in the last row of the audience sat Li Junyi and his companions. Xiang Wang, place a bet of 100 million on Black Wolf to win. Li Junyi spoke nonchalantly. Understood. Xiang Wang rose from his seat. Although he held little faith in the challenger named Black Wolf, he would unconditionally obey Li Junyi's command. After all, the young master was notorious for his extravagant spending. A mere 100 million was trivial. If he lost, so be it. In contrast to Xiang Wang, Go Fuqian pondered more deeply and curiously inquired, "Young master, do you know that fellow?" "He is my brother," Li Junyi replied with a smile. "I in the ring." The referee glanced at the time. The betting had concluded, and at the audience's behest, he blew the whistle to commence the match. "Unfortunately for you, tonight you have encountered me." Iron Bull swaggered forward, disdain dripping from his words. "If you kneel and bow to me 3 times now, I might spare your life." "Enough of your prattle." Black Wolf's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and in an instant, he left only an afterimage in his wake. Such remarkable speed, Iron Bull instantly realized he was up against a formidable opponent and dared not underestimate him. In the blink of an eye, Black Wolf, who had been 5 paces away, was now right in front of Iron Bull. Die! Iron Bull lifted his leg to strike at Black Wolf's head. Without flinching, Black Wolf retaliated with a straight punch, landing squarely on Iron Bull's knee. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. Bang! Black Wolf delivered another powerful punch to Iron Bull's crown, and before the latter could utter a cry of anguish, he collapsed to the ground. From start to finish, a mere 10 seconds had elapsed. The arena erupted in uproar. Even the referee was momentarily stunned, only to finally announce, the victor, Black Wolf. Those who had wagered on Iron Bull turned ashen, while a small fraction of those who had bet on Black Wolf erupted in jubilant cheers. Fuqian, the young master, actually won money. It's a miracle. Xiang Wang exclaimed incredulously. Go Fuqian wore a similarly bewildered expression. The young master was known for his reckless spending. When had he ever made money? Minutes later, Black Wolf returned backstage. Well done. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a face full of excess appeared behind him. Black Wolf did not turn around, his voice as cold as ice. How many fights must I endure before you release my daughter? The boss just informed me that you are to kill someone. Once you complete the task, your daughter will be returned to you. The middle-aged man sneered. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf spun around. Who must I kill? This man. The middle-aged man produced a photograph from his pocket and held it before Black Wolf. No need for such trouble. I am already here. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. The middle-aged man turned to find 3 young men standing behind him. Wait, he glanced at the photograph before scrutinizing the leading young man. It's him. Kill him, and your task is complete. The middle-aged man commanded excitedly. However, the typically obedient Black Wolf remained unmoved, frozen in place. Boss, the iron-willed Black Wolf's eyes turned red, his voice trembling. Li Junyi grinned. Someone wants you to kill me. Bang! Black Wolf's gaze turned icy, and before the middle-aged man could comprehend the situation, his head was blown apart, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Dead beyond revival. What on earth happened? How did you find yourself in such dire straits? Li Junyi inquired, frowning. Alas, Black Wolf sighed deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. 3 years ago, a powerful noble sought to claim his fiancée, and in a fit of rage for love, he slaughtered the entire family of his adversary overnight. A significant figure recognized his prowess and sought to recruit him, devising various schemes to preserve his life, yet ultimately, he was exiled to the penal city of Hell. 6 months ago, upon returning to Xia country, he discovered that his fiancée had longed for him to the point of illness and had tragically passed away, leaving behind a daughter, yet his daughter had fallen under the control of that powerful figure. To save her, he became a mere puppet. Who was the adversary? Li Junyi's tone turned frosty. Whoever dared to threaten his brother would surely face his wrath. Heaven itself would show no mercy. I do not know. Black Wolf clenched his fists tightly. Throughout this ordeal, apart from the photograph, he had never truly seen his daughter. Fuqian, have Feng Wei investigate. Li Junyi commanded resolutely. Go Fuqian nodded in acquiescence and promptly departed the backstage area. Rest assured. Li Junyi patted Black Wolf's shoulder, assuring him, I guarantee your daughter will be unharmed, and I will ensure you take the head of your enemy. The intelligence capabilities of the Feng family S-guards were quite exceptional, rivaling even the dragon team of the government. As long as the adversary remained in Xia country, they would not escape his grasp. Boss, thank you. Black Wolf's eyes brimmed with tears. Enough. A grown man shouldn't be so sentimental. Come, let us drink. Li Junyi wrapped an arm around Black Wolf's shoulders as they exited minutes later. In a bustling eatery, Li Junyi and Black Wolf clinked glasses. Boss, when did you return? I recall you once mentioned staying there until you turned 30? Black Wolf asked curiously. Li Junyi set down his glass, a wistful expression crossing his face. Life rarely unfolds as one wishes. Even if I desire it, what use is it? Black Wolf wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. By the way, boss, you must have another matter in mind for seeking me out? Black Wolf inquired, his rugged exterior belying a meticulous mind. After a brief pause, Li Junyi smiled broadly. Indeed, I need you to assist me with something. Black Wolf frowned. Boss, if you truly regard me as a brother, there's no need to be so formal. Very well, I shall forego pretense. I need you to abduct someone on my behalf. Li Junyi chuckled. Since Li Xiu, this cousin, had severed ties with family, he should not blame him for taking such decisive action against kin. Chapter 13. Daydream. The night had deepened. Li Xiu, having indulged in drink, returned home only to find a middle-aged man waiting for him. Dad. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Xiu's inebriation dissipated significantly. Li Zongping wrapped his fingers on the coffee table and uttered a single word, sit. Li Xiu, feeling as if walking on thin ice, took his seat with an air of formality beside him. Are you becoming increasingly self-indulgent? Li Zongping began, a hint of discontent lacing his tone. In the face of this reproach, Li Xiu dared not exhale, trembling as he replied, Dad, maintaining relationships sometimes requires a performance, as you have taught me. I indeed imparted such wisdom, but it must be contingent upon the circumstances, Li Zongping asserted, his tone suddenly rising. Do you not realize your esteemed cousin has returned? I am aware. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Li Xiu's forehead. At times, he felt more pressure confronting his father than he did facing Li Dinghua. Dad, I truly believe that both the second master and the elder master have treated us well. Our current situation is quite satisfactory. Bang. Before Li Xiu could finish his sentence, Li Zongping slammed his palm on the table, reprimanding him. Nonsense, people strive for greater heights while water flows downward. How can you be so lacking in ambition? Li Xiu lowered his head gently, not daring to respond. Casting a glance at his son, Li Zongping mused, Sure, had it not been for your great uncle risking his life to save you, that old fool Li Yuanshan would not have achieved his current standing. Hearing this, Li Xiu felt a surge of indignation. In the past, Li Yuanshan had fought alongside his great uncle on the battlefield, contributing significantly to the establishment of the new Xia kingdom. Regrettably, during the final campaign to pacify the realm, his great uncle sacrificed himself to shield Li Yuanshan. Had it not been for this, how could they have been relegated to a collateral branch today? Everything belonging to the Li family is rightfully ours, do not carry any psychological burden. Li Zongping spoke earnestly. Yes. Li Xiu clenched his fists, defiantly declaring, What is ours, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Seeing this, Li Zongping nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the return of that young man may not be entirely unfavorable. Dad, what do you mean? Li Xiu inquired, puzzled. Li Zongping lit a cigarette, taking several deep puffs before stating, Currently, the Yi and Jiang families are on the verge of an alliance, and that young man reappearing at this juncture is he couldn't help but chuckle ominously. Li Xiu, astonished, exclaimed, The Yi family once benefited immensely from our Li family, could they really go back on their word? I'm not referring to the Yi family, but rather the Jiang family. Li Zongping scoffed, That old coot from the Jiang family is willing to let his grandson marry that worthless Yi, but the return of Li Junyi at this moment is akin to pouring salt on the Jiang family's wounds. While they may not dare act openly, their actions behind the scenes may differ. Li Xiu wore a now I understand expression, but suddenly felt perplexed again, asking, The Jiang family wouldn't dare to lay a heavy hand on my cousin. After all, they cannot bear the wrath of that old Li Yuanshan. That is where we must add fuel to the fire. Li Zongping's eyes glinted with malice. If they could eliminate Li Junyi at a critical moment, they could easily pin the blame on the Jiang family, ensuring his son seamlessly ascended as the heir. A twofold achievement. You understand what needs to be done, correct? Li Zongping squinted his eyes. Li Xiu tightened his expression, nodding, understood. Before departing, Li Zongping patted his son's shoulder, saying, Trust your father, you will one day be the head of the foremost family in the Xia kingdom. The head of the foremost family. Li Xiu's drunkenness evaporated instantly, replaced by an unmistakable excitement. He lit a cigarette, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, dreaming of a glorious future, power, wealth, women, standing atop the world.
Vaguely, Li Xiu sensed someone was watching him. Something felt amiss. His father had left, and the servants had long since retired. Li Xiu abruptly lifted his head to look back, and under the bright light stood a man.
Who are you? Bang!
Before Li Xiu could finish his question, the man lunged forward, swiftly delivering a knife-hand strike. Meanwhile, in Xian City, at the headquarters of the Xingyi Pavilion, Lin Jianghu's head was wrapped like a large dumpling, his dark gaze radiating an overwhelming fury. He never imagined he would one day be reduced to a state resembling a pig's head. Not only that, but his son's legs, having failed to receive timely medical attention, would leave him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life.
Eagle, contact the 10 Absolute sect.
I will offer a bounty of 100 million as long as they can eliminate that little brat. Lin Jianghu commanded with a fierce glint in his eyes. The 10 Absolute sect, the premier assassination organization in the Xia Kingdom, housed numerous elite assassins. Once targeted by this organization, even master martial artists would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Most importantly, the 10 Absolute sect would never divulge their clients' information. Hence, Lin Jianghu had no need to worry that after Li Jing's demise, any forces behind him would trace the blame back to him.
Dad, I must have Chen Qingxue, and I cannot overlook her sister either.
Lin Dongqiang howled hysterically. Lin Jianghu nodded in reassurance, saying, "Rest assured, if nothing unforeseen occurs, your grandfather's Qingyang Group has already targeted Chen's Yunyang technology on the stock market." Qingyang Group, valued at over 100 billion, was the foremost consortium in the Jiangdong region.
Although Yunyang Technology ranked among the top 10 enterprises in Xian City, it paled in comparison to Qingyang Group. Lin Dongqiang was convinced that within 3 days at most, Yunyang Technology would be completely undermined, becoming the possession of him and his father. Why is it that some people in this world are perpetually lost in daydreams? Daydreams are simply more comfortable. 2 voices resounded in succession. Who goes there? Eagle's body tensed.
The 3 turned simultaneously at the sound, only to find 2 unfamiliar youths had appeared within the villa without their notice.
Wu Xiang shrugged. I took action during the day, now it's your turn. Very well.
Go Fugue teased, fixing his gaze on Eagle. This eagle is slightly better than the crow from earlier.
It's worth my effort.
Eagle sensed a wave of danger and immediately became alert. Lin Jianghu was no fool. He promptly called for his men outside to come in for protection. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as at least 60 to 70 members of the Xingyi Pavilion arrived in succession. Wu Xiang stood alone at the doorway, exuding an aura that suggested he could hold back an army. On the other side, Eagle readied himself, his instincts warning him not to underestimate the individual before him. The truth was indeed as his instincts suggested. Go Fugue swung his fist mockingly, saying, "This punch carries 20 years of power, I wonder if you can withstand it." As his words fell, he launched himself like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishingly swift. Chapter 14. Brother-in-law, are you alright? The following morning, a sensational piece of news swiftly swept through the entire Xuanqing. The Xingyi Pavilion has fallen. With irrefutable evidence at hand, the legal department mobilized over 100 personnel to apprehend more than 20 core members of the Xingyi Pavilion. Lin Jianghu and his son have already been incarcerated, awaiting the judgment of the law, at Xuanqing First Hospital. Upon receiving this news, Chen Xingyao could not contain her joy. Recently, her sister had been in competition with the publicly known enterprises of Xingyi Pavilion, thus incurring their ire. Consequently, Lin Jianghu had boasted that Yunyang Technology would have to relinquish 60% of its shares, otherwise, the Chen family would face dire consequences. Now that Xingyi Pavilion has collapsed, it signifies that they no longer need to worry. Child, why don't you take a guess as to why those despicable scoundrels have met their downfall? Chen Qingyan suddenly interjected. After a night of rest, his complexion had noticeably improved, and it was estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, he could be discharged from the hospital. Chen Qingyao paused, perplexed. Grandfather, what do you mean? You are so astute. Surely you can discern my implication. Are you suggesting that the reason for Xingyi Pavilion's demise is due to my future brother-in-law's intervention? Chen Qingyan chuckled without elaborating. Xingyi Pavilion had been entrenched in Xuanqing for over a decade, while Li Jing had only just arrived a day ago. Gasp! At this realization, Chen Qingyao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Her curiosity piqued. Grandfather, my future brother-in-law is your esteemed commander's great-grandson. What exactly is his background?
The Imperial City. The Li family.
Chen Qingyan stated with solemnity. Gasp! Chen Xingyao was taken aback once more. She had never anticipated that Li Juni hailed from the foremost illustrious family of the Xia nation.
Wait, with such an impressive brother-in-law, does that mean she could traverse the entire Xia nation with ease in the future? Grandfather, I will have a caregiver attend to you. I must first visit the company. Chen Xinyao's excitement was palpable as she prepared to share this news with her sister.
Chen Xingyan smiled. Go ahead, do not worry about me. If anything arises, I shall call. Half an hour later, upon arriving at Yunyan Technology, Chen Xingyan was immediately enveloped in a tense atmosphere.
All the employees were in a frenzy, as if embroiled in a commercial battle. Secretary Su, what has happened?
Entering the elevator, Chen Xingyan encountered her sister's secretary.
Vice President Chen, for reasons unknown, Xingyang Group is ruthlessly targeting our company in the stock market.
Those retail investors, sensing the unfavorable trend, have begun to frantically offload our stocks. Ding. The elevator doors opened as Secretary Su hurriedly rushed out with a stack of documents. Chen Xingyan quickened her pace to the CEO's office. At that moment, Chen Xingxue was frowning deeply, her phone ringing incessantly. Chen Xingyan dared not interrupt, choosing instead to sit quietly and wait. Finally, after several minutes, Chen Xingxue put down her phone and slumped into the armchair, looking somewhat defeated.
Sister, I recall that Xingyang Group is associated with Lin Dongyang, yes. Chen Xingxue interjected, no need to speculate. It is undoubtedly that scoundrel's doing. What should we do now?
Chen Xingyan felt increasingly lost. Just moments ago, Secretary Su informed her that within a single night, Yunyan Technology's market value had plummeted by 1/5. If Xingyang Group continued with such momentum, Yunyan Technology would surely plummet into despair within 3 days.
Sister, we must protect the company, it is the legacy our parents left us. Chen Xingyan asserted resolutely.
Chen Xingxue glanced at her sister, hesitating to speak. Although Yunyan Technology had grown rapidly, it stood no chance against a behemoth like Xingyang Group. Sister, let us seek assistance from my brother-in-law.
Chen Xingyan suddenly had a bright idea. What?
Chen Xingxue took a moment to comprehend who her sister referred to as brother-in-law, and scolded, do not speak nonsense.
I am already quite troubled.
I am not speaking nonsense. At this moment, there is no one else who can assist us. Chen Xingyan insisted firmly. Chen Xingxue's expression turned grave, setting aside whether he is willing to help. Even if he is, he may not possess the means to do so.
Though it was evident that Li Junyi was not an ordinary person, could he truly contend with the formidable Xingyang Group?
My brother-in-law is quite formidable.
I believe that as long as you ask, he will certainly not refuse.
Chen Xingyan asserted with unwavering confidence.
Achoo!
At that moment, the office door swung open. Li Junyi sauntered in lazily, remarking, Miss Xingxue, I believe you must steadfastly adhere to your own views. Under no circumstances should you take this marriage proposal seriously. Oh, Xingyan is here too. Li Jun's demeanor shifted instantly, a smile gracing his features. Have you eaten yet? I made a reservation at Yunjin Restaurant for lunch.
Would you do me the honor of joining?
Yunjin Restaurant is a renowned couple's dining establishment in Xuanqing, and upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Chen Xingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. Meanwhile, Chen Xingxue's countenance hardened. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Junyi was ostensibly her fiancé, yet here he was, flirting with her sister right in front of her. How utterly disgraceful.
Brother-in-law, your timing is impeccable. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Xingyan emphasized the words brother-in-law. Could you possibly assist us? Sensing the young lady's fluster, Li Junyi inquired, what has transpired?
The Xingyang Group is targeting our company. Chen Xingyan promptly recounted the entire situation.
What the hell? Those ruffians dare to bully you?
They are utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Li Junyi's expression transformed, exuding an air of fierce protectiveness as he declared, rest assured, I shall handle this matter.
Will you truly assist us? Chen Xingxue suddenly asked.
Li Junyi had already taken out his phone, but upon hearing her voice, he recalled something, grinning, of course I will help, but you must agree to one condition.
What condition?
Chen Xingxue queried instinctively.
Our marriage proposal. Under no circumstances should you acquiesce. Li Junyi stated earnestly.
Swish, Chen Xingxue's expression changed once more, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, ready to spill over with the slightest blink.
You scoundrel! Chen Xingxue exclaimed, rising to exit the office. Li Junyi scratched his head, bewildered by the situation. Brother-in-law, you have gone too far.
My sister is renowned as the beauty of Xuanqing. Which man would not be captivated upon seeing her, unless he is quite abnormal? As Chen Xingyan spoke, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze upon Li Junyi.
Could it be that brother-in-law, you are not normal? Chapter 15.
A taste of family discipline. 32nd floor. Chen Xingxue stood before the restroom, her face still marked by tears despite having washed it. She had never anticipated being so thoroughly despised by another, especially by a man. Her self-esteem had suffered a profound blow. You despicable scoundrel, men vying for my affection could line up from Xuanqing to the imperial city. Do you really think so highly of yourself?
If you do not wish to marry, then I have no intention of marrying either. No.
Since you do not desire to wed, I shall insist on marrying. At that moment, a phrase echoed in Chen Qingshue's mind: if one harbors hatred towards a man, then let them bear many sons. Exhaust him. A woman can indeed be terrifying when she is resolute. Even Chen Qingxue was startled by her own frenzied thoughts.
Are you all right? A concerned voice suddenly broke the silence.
Chen Qingxue shuddered, turning to find Li Juni standing behind her, appearing as if he had materialized from thin air.
I do not want to see you, leave. Chen Qingxue snapped through gritted teeth.
Li Juni scratched his head and replied, I believe you owe me an opportunity to explain. I refuse to listen, please leave immediately, or I shall call security.
Chen Qingxue's demeanor was unwavering. Security, Li Jun thought of saying, go ahead, shout until your throat is raw. It won't matter.
But upon reflection, he realized that such words were ill-suited for the moment. With a slight grimace, he feigned seriousness and said, the truth is, I acknowledge that you are an exceptionally perfect woman. You are beautiful, gracious, understanding, and extraordinarily capable. Here, 3,000 words have been omitted.
As he lavished her with exaggerated praise, Chen Qingxue's mood gradually improved, and she even found herself stifling a laugh at Li Juni's hyperbole. Not angry anymore?
Li Juni observed, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Who said I was angry?
I am no one to you, Li Juni faltered at her response, quickly redirecting the conversation. Your excellence is evident to all, yet what about me, a debauched scion? How could a wretched frog like me ever be
Spare me the jest, I am no Lu Xiaohui.
Alas, we've digressed. Let me be frank, I do not wish to marry you because I am a wayward son, destined never to settle. Once married, I would be unable to indulge in a life of revelry, entirely forsaking the pleasures of excess.
Better to end my life than to be bound. Thus, I refuse to abandon. However, Chen Qingxue merely replied with a nonchalant "Oh. Will you kindly express to Grandfather Chen your unwavering refusal to marry me?" Li Jun asked plaintively. Why must it be me? Why do you not speak to your own family? Chen Qingxue retorted.
Li Jun scratched his head again, stating, I dare not. If I do not marry you, my great-grandfather would surely beat me to a pulp. Though Li Yuanshan had showered him with affection since childhood, cradling him as if he were a fragile treasure, his temperament was resolute. Decisions once made could not be reversed. No matter how many oxen were employed, who would dare to defy him, even his great-grandson would not be spared.
Are you begging me?
Chen Qingxue resumed her icy demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Juni furrowed his brow, but he had never begged anyone, let alone a woman. Ahem, this is not begging, I am merely proposing a collaboration. If you agree to my terms, I can assure you that not only will Qingyang Group flourish, but your Yunyang technology could rise to become the foremost conglomerate in Xia country.
Li Juni grinned widely. The foremost conglomerate in Xia country?
Chen Qingxue scoffed dismissively, clearly perceiving Li Juni's words as mere bluster.
Sister, brother-in-law is not exaggerating.
Chen Qinyao suddenly appeared, having already discovered Li Juni's true identity as the heir of the first aristocratic family, thus confident that he was not speaking idly.
I care not whether you are boasting. I simply wish to know if you were indeed begging me just now?
Chen Qingxue maintained her haughty demeanor, akin to a proud peacock. Li Juni's expression darkened, irritation evident as he retorted, What nonsense! Why would I beg you? If you dare to marry me, I shall bind you and thrash you at every opportunity.
You dare? Try me. Challenge accepted. Chen Qingxue widened her beautiful eyes, adopting a defiant stance. Damn it, since you are resolutely determined to marry me, I shall let you experience the discipline of the Li family. Ugh, phew.
Li Jun swiftly seized Chen Qingxue's arms, twisting her back against the wall.
Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed.
Chen Qinyao gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she covered her mouth.
Smack, smack. Li Jun continued to strike Chen Qingxue's pert backside, one slap followed by another.
Wu, a scoundrel, Wu! Chen Qingxue was simultaneously humiliated and furious, tears streaming forth like a torrential flood.
Brother-in-law, you cannot treat my sister this way.
Chen Qinyao regained her composure and rushed forward to intervene.
I am your brother-in-law. If you do not assist me, how dare you help an outsider?
Li Jun, seemingly enraged, disregarded all familial ties, hooking Chen Qingyao's arms with one leg while landing another blow.
Smack!
The restroom was filled with the sounds of slaps, accompanied by the cries of two women. Fortunately, no one on the 32nd floor dared to approach, lest they suspect something scandalous was occurring within. After a while, "You scoundrel of a brother-in-law, Wu Li Jun, I despise you, Wu." Chen Xingyao and Chen Xingxue clung to each other, weeping incessantly.
"Humph, this is the consequence of disobedience. From now on, you must obey. Do you hear me?"
Once Li Jun regained his composure, he displayed no hint of remorse, though a twinge of guilt stirred within him. After all, both sisters were delicate young women, and his actions had indeed been rather cruel, particularly towards the innocent Chen Xingyao. In a conflict between sister and brother-in-law, any reasonable person would instinctively side with the sister.
Ding dong.
Perhaps due to his guilt, Li Jun pressed the elevator button for a hasty retreat.
"Sister, are you all right?"
Chen Xingyao, rubbing her sore backside, helped Chen Xingxue to her feet.
"This scoundrel shall not escape my wrath."
Chen Xingxue seethed, her teeth clenched. Never had anyone dared to treat the sisters in such a manner. In that moment, she found herself contemplating a path of mutual destruction with Li Jun. Meanwhile, Li Jun rode the elevator back to the CEO's office, first lighting a cigarette before deftly dialing a number on his phone.
"Death Prison in Sin City, who am I speaking with?"
A cold voice answered on the other end.
"It is I, Li Jun," he replied tersely. "Ah. It is the esteemed leader. What instructions do you have?"
"Isn't Michel claiming to be the god of finance? Tell him to arrive in Xia country within a day to meet me." Chapter 16. The negation of negatives can yield positives. In the afternoon, a torrential downpour enveloped Xuanqing. Within the underground boxing arena on the outskirts, Li Shou found himself blindfolded with a black cloth, his hands and feet bound by hemp ropes.
"I am a member of the Li family."
"Who the hell gave you the audacity to bind me?" he exclaimed, his heart racing with trepidation. "Once I free myself, not only will you perish, but everyone associated with you shall accompany you to your grave." Despite the turmoil within, Li Shou feigned composure, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him, Black Wolf remained silent, evidently dismissing Li Shou's bravado. As time passed without a response, Li Shou's facade began to crumble. "If you release me now, I promise to let..." The thought of losing his tongue rendered him uneasy. Without it, not only would he lose the joy of tasting food, but kissing a woman would also lose its allure.
"Brother, if you release me, I can grant you unparalleled power. How about becoming the lord of a city?" "I am a member of the Li family. I possess that capability." Li Shou forced himself to regain his composure. Given that his captor was aware of his identity yet dared to abduct him, it was clear that he was no ordinary adversary. Trivial offerings would likely not satiate his desires, only power could entice him. Once one has savored its fruits, relinquishing it becomes an arduous task. "What grand aspirations you have!" Just then, a raspy voice broke the tension.
Li Jun entered, accompanied by Go Fugue and Wu Shangwan. Black Wolf immediately rose in deference. Li Jun waved his hand dismissively and continued, feigning a hoarse voice, "Even the head of the Li family might not secure the position of a city lord, let alone you, a mere distant relative. What makes you think you possess such capability?"
"I do. I absolutely do,"
Li Shou declared with conviction. "It won't be long before I ascend to the position of head of the Li family, and at that time, I will spare no effort in supporting you to rise to prominence."
"Is that so?"
A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Jun's eyes. Li Shou felt the temperature around him plummet and shuddered involuntarily. "Words alone hold no weight. What proof do you have that you can become the head of the Li family?" Li Jun's rasp was laced with disdain. A moment of contemplation caused beads of cold sweat to bead on Li Shou's forehead. He suddenly realized he had misspoken. In a moment of desperation to save his life, he had divulged secrets he had long concealed. Should this revelation be recorded, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. "It won't be long before I become the head of the Li family, and I will spare no effort to support you in your ascent." As fate would have it, the very words he feared echoed in his ears, a clandestine recording playing back ominously. "Who are you? What do you truly want?" he stammered. "And what I just said was utter nonsense, merely a ploy to gain your trust." "Do you think this will intimidate me?" Li Shou's complexion turned ashen as he desperately attempted to obscure his inner turmoil. Suddenly, swish! The cloth covering his eyes was yanked away. In an instant, he beheld the faces of those before him with stark clarity. Upon seeing the wicked smile gracing Li Jun's lips, he knew. Li Jun maintained his mirthful demeanor. "My dear cousin, are you pleased to see me? Surprised, perhaps?" "Pleased? Heavens no, I nearly met my maker," Li Shou cursed inwardly, yet forced a smile onto his face, replying, "Cousin, your surprise indeed startled me." "Ah, I knew you must have been bored, so you came to toy with me, right?" "You've seen through me," Li Jun replied with a dismissive pout. Alas, cousin, you've always been cleverer than I, making things rather dull. As he spoke, he took it upon himself to untie the ropes binding Li Xiu.
Phew, that Li Xiu exhaled in relief, ready to speak. Bang!
A powerful punch struck his abdomen, causing the remnants of his last meal to resurface.
Though you are clever, you mustn't take me for a fool. Li Jun scoffed. Enduring the discomfort, Li Xiu protested, Cousin, do not misunderstand, I was merely jesting with you, you must believe me, I am unwaveringly loyal to you and my esteemed uncle. Spare me the nonsense, from now on, I will ask, and you will answer. Dare to deceive me, and Li Jun grinned maliciously. Li Xiu raised 3 fingers, swearing, You may ask, and I shall respond with utmost honesty, there will be no falsehoods. Very well, allow me to inquire. Who instigated you to incite me to misbehave with Yi Qingqing 3 years ago? Li Jun asked in earnest. Though Li Xiu harbored ambitions, he lacked the intellect to match them. Clearly, someone else orchestrated the plot using the Yi family as a weapon against him. No one else instigated me. I was merely drunk and confused, leading to your grave error. Li Xiu had anticipated that Li Jun would question him about that incident upon his return, thus he had prepared his answer in advance. Young master, this fellow is not being truthful. Perhaps we should Xiang Wang. Go Fuguei shot a glance at Wu Xiangwang. After all, Li Xiu was a member of the Li family. Even if he had erred, it was not their place to take action. Such was the rule. Li Jun understood this well, which is why he deliberately bypassed them and instructed Black Wolf to bring Li Xiu here. Chief, should I let him experience the taste of bone extraction? Black Wolf volunteered eagerly. Absolutely not. The mere mention of bone extraction sent shivers down Li Xiu's spine, and he hastily protested, Cousin, you must believe me. I truly did not deceive you. Believe you? Li Jun chuckled lightly before pointing at Go Fuguei and his companions. Select one of them for a duel, that if you win, I shall believe you. Ah! Li Xiu's mouth fell agape, utterly bewildered. Oh, I remember now. You were injured from the punch I dealt you earlier, yet, to his astonishment, Li Jun retorted, bang, and delivered another punch to his abdomen. What on earth do you intend to accomplish? Li Xiu trembled with rage. Li Jun grinned, Cousin, you are so astute, surely you've heard of the concept that the negation of negatives yields positives. I have struck you twice, thus your injuries can be disregarded. What the devil? This rationale was perplexing not only to Li Xiu but also to Go Fuguei and Wu Xiangwang. Li Xiu glared at Li Jun, itching to inquire if his math teacher had been a chemistry instructor. If one could apply the principle of negation in such a manner, then all doctors would be out of work, and disease would cease to exist. Cousin, do hurry and choose. Li Jun adopted an expression that conveyed, my patience is finite. Chapter 17. The young master has changed. After 3 years of absence, Li Xiu discovered that the cousin before him had become even more insidious, despicable, and shameless than before. If glances could kill, he would have ensured this scoundrel's eternal demise countless times over. I will count to 3, if you do not make your choice by then, it will signify your cowardice, and everything you just said was nothing but a deception. Li Jun feigned an expression of unbearable indignation. Li Xiu trembled with rage, his entire body shaking. Go Fuguei and Wu Xiangwang had been taken in by the Li family since childhood, following the martial arts master to acquire their formidable skills. Ostensibly, they were Li Jun's lackeys, but in reality, they served as bodyguards. Being a member of the Li family, this was no secret to Li Xiu. As for the Black Wolf, there was no need to elaborate. His ability to infiltrate the Li family undetected and bring him here was ample proof of his exceptional skills. The conclusion was clear, regardless of whom he faced in a duel, he would not emerge unscathed. Cousin, you cannot treat me this way. I am your elder brother, slap. Before Li Xiu could continue to appeal to reason and emotion, he received another resounding slap. Do you truly believe I would refrain from striking you? Li Jun's gaze turned icy, his tone chilling as he declared, 3, 2, 1. Li Xiu felt dizzy from the blows, unable to discern up from down. Since you refuse to choose, I shall make the choice for you. Li Jun surveyed Go Fuguei, Wu Xiangwang, and the Black Wolf, asserting with righteous fervor, my cousin intends to challenge all 3 of you, which implies he does not regard you as worthy opponents. Therefore, I urge you to give it your all. Understood. Understood, the 3 responded in unison, their gazes toward Li Xiu filled with pity. What is this nonsense? Li Xiu snapped back to reality, his lips twitching in disbelief. One opponent was already beyond his capabilities, and now he was to face 3. Was there truly any difference between this and a death sentence? Li Jun, do not go too far. Li Xiu seethed with fury.
If circumstances permitted, he genuinely wished to challenge Li Junyi directly. Although he lacked the courage to confront Go Fuguei and the others, he was confident in his ability to handle a Li Junyi who was weakened by indulgence. If those ruthless thugs in the underworld were to hear this thought, they would undoubtedly commend him, saying, "Young one, you are truly brave." Slap, slap, slap. I shall bully you as I please, what of it? If you are dissatisfied, come at me. Li Junyi raised his hand and delivered several more slaps, rendering Li Xiu's face nearly unrecognizable. Ah, a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. I shall fight you. Li Xiu, unable to endure any longer, narrowed his eyes and prepared. Wu Shangwang shook his head, replying, "I do not believe so. After all, this scoundrel has kept the young master trapped in that wretched place for 3 years." Upon hearing this, Go Fuguei could not help but agree, calling out, "Black Wolf, you may be even more ruthless." Do not strike any further, someone may die. Cousin, I beg you to spare me. I shall confess. Is that not enough? Li Xiu's resolve faltered, as he lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Li Junyi leaped from the platform and crouched before the battered Li Xiu, asking, "Speak, who instructed you?" "It was my father." Upon uttering this, Li Xiu felt all strength drained from his body, collapsing like a lifeless creature. Li Zongping, hearing this, Li Junyi was not particularly surprised, and he was certain that besides Li Zongping, there were others involved. Though this father-son duo held considerable power within the Li family, they would never dare to act against him in front of his grandfather and great-grandfather. Unless someone was backing them. Is there anyone else involved besides your father, perhaps Qin Haoren? Li Junyi narrowed his eyes. Li Xiu froze for a moment, then almost reflexively retorted, "How do you know this?" He. Li Junyi's lips curled into a sly smile. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. Although the Qin family did not rival the illustrious Li family, they were nonetheless one of the 6 great families of the imperial city. Qin Haoren had a grudge against him and would naturally seek to scheme against him. Furthermore, he could surmise that this plan was likely supported by the elders of the Qin family. After all, if the Li family went to war with the Yi family, the Qin family and the other 3 great families would stand to gain significantly. "Cousin, may I be released now?" "I swear I will personally go before the second great-grandfather to apologize, and I will accept any punishment or rebuke." Gazing at the unkind expression on Li Junyi's face, Li Xiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He truly wished to avoid facing Li Junyi, even if it meant returning to the Li family to confess his sins. After all, the older generation was quite sentimental. No matter what, Li Yuanshan would likely spare their lives. Go before my great-grandfather to confess? You two are worthy of that? Li Jun sneered, then bellowed, "Bring me a knife." If Li Xiu had merely plotted against him, he might have spared him, considering they had grown up together and shared the bloodline of the Li family. However, this scoundrel had committed the gravest sin of betraying his own kin, therefore, both he and his father must perish. Swish! The Black Wolf soon returned with a 3-foot-long blade, asking, "Boss, shall I take care of this? To kill such a beast would be beneath your dignity." Li Jun shook his head, stating, "When a Li family member commits a crime, only a Li family member can enact justice." With that, the Black Wolf ceased further objections and handed the blade over with both hands. "Cousin, what do you intend to do?" "You cannot kill me, we are bound by blood." Swish. Li Junyi did not grant Li Xiu another moment to speak, swiftly bringing the blade down, that a bloodied head fell to the ground. Not long before, Li Xiu had been fantasizing about the glorious prospect of becoming the family head, never imagining that he would meet his demise at this very moment. Even in death, his eyes remained unclosed. "I shall soon send your father to accompany you. Go in peace." Li Junyi personally retrieved the head, using his hands to gently close Li Xiu's eyes. This scene was somewhat chilling. Go Fuguei's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, whispering, "Xiangwang, after 3 years, the young master has completely transformed." Is that not a redundant statement? Wu Shangwang shot him a glare. The former Li Junyi had been unable to even harm a chicken, let alone bear the sight of blood. Now, however, he was bold enough to take a life himself. What had the young master experienced during these 3 years? This question lingered in the minds of Go Fuguei and Wu Shangwang, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 18I. But the aggressive maneuvers launched by Qingyang Group against Yunyang Technology not only showed no signs of abating but rather intensified. In the conference room of Yunyang Technology, a dozen senior executives and board members gathered, their faces etched with panic. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, in a matter of days, their company would either fall into the clutches of Qingyang Group or declare bankruptcy. There were only these 2 outcomes. "President, how is the chairman's health?" inquired a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. His name was Lu Feng, the largest shareholder in Yunyang Technology aside from the Chun family. Chen Xingxue remained composed as she replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your concern. My grandfather will soon be discharged from the hospital." Lu Feng nodded gently before swiftly shifting the topic. "Since the chairman is not present, I believe it is my prerogative to step forward and lead us." At this pronouncement, an air of conspiracy seemed to waft through the room. "Uncle Lu, my grandfather has stated that during his absence, all matters, big and small, are to be handled by my sister. Your actions here may be somewhat inappropriate," Chen Qingyao retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. In this moment, she felt compelled to support her sister. Lu Feng smirked. The president's capabilities are well acknowledged, yet one cannot help but question why Qingyang Group has chosen to target Yunyang technology without provocation.
Surely, those present can surmise some underlying motives.
As he spoke, his gaze turned pointedly towards the Chen sisters. "Therefore, I propose we conduct a board vote to elect a new leader."
Chen Xingxue, no fool, but pray tell, what are your true intentions?
In the face of her barrage, Lu Feng remained unruffled. "It is common knowledge that Qingyang Group has reasons for their aggression towards us. I believe if the president relinquishes control of the company, Qingyang Group would certainly reconsider their approach."
Ha! After a prolonged silence, Chen Xingxue chuckled softly. "What gives you such certainty, Uncle Lu? Did someone from Qingyang Group confide in you?"
At this, a fleeting glimmer of panic flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. "Qingyang Group has already invested billions into the stock market. If they were to withdraw now, they would incur substantial losses." Chen Xingxue's pierced. It was evident that Qingyang Group was on the offensive, clearly intent on consuming Yunyang technology whole, or at the very least, taking a substantial bite out of it.
"Moreover, a board vote?"
"Ha," Chen Xingxue smiled confidently, "vote if you wish. However, it has been stipulated since the company's inception that my grandfather possesses the ultimate veto."
With that, she rose to leave. "Wait."
Lu Feng stood as well, and all eyes turned towards him.
"President, I assure you my intentions are solely for the good of the company. If you refuse to cooperate, then I shall divest my shares, and surely you have no objection to that." A cunning glint crossed Lu Feng's face as he spoke. Given that Yunyang technology was already in dire straits, Lu Feng's decision to divest would only exacerbate the situation. Many in the room regarded him with expressions of anger and discontent. "President, I believe Director Lu's assertions hold merit. If you transfer decision-making power, we can negotiate with Qingyang Group. Indeed, I feel it would be more appropriate." "Very well, go ahead," a bemused voice interjected. With a creak, the conference room door swung open, admitting a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit, followed closely by an elderly Caucasian gentleman. "Sister, brother-in-law." Chen Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting the incident from the previous day.
Chen Xingxue was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Juni to arrive at such a critical moment. Li Juni surveyed the assembly before settling his gaze on Lu Feng. "If my information is correct, you hold a 10% stake in Yunyang Technology, which, based on current market valuation, is approximately worth 12 billion. Although Lu Feng was unfamiliar with the young man before him, he nodded and chuckled. "Your information is quite accurate, young man." Li Juni nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention to the other three. "Collectively, you should possess about 15% of the shares." The two men and one woman exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Li Juni glanced back at the elderly man, who understood the cue and placed a black bag on the conference table, retrieving a document he had prepared in advance.
"Sign here. I am purchasing your shares."
A stunned silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared incredulously at Li Juni, disbelief painting their expressions. Chen Xingxue widened her eyes, tugging at Li Juni's sleeve. "Do you even realize what you are doing?"
"I'm not a child."
"I certainly know what I'm doing." Li Juni shrugged nonchalantly. Chen Xingxue was about to utter another protest when her sister, Chen Xingyao, interjected. "Sister, don't worry about it. Let brother-in-law handle everything," Chen Xingyao confidently urged, her gaze toward. The other three shared his scornful mirth, their eyes reflecting disdain.
"Young man, do you really think you can muster billions?"
Lu Feng chuckled dismissively. In his eyes, Li Juni's entire outfit probably amounted to no more than 1,000 yuan. How could such a lowly individual dare to claim he could purchase shares worth billions? Was society truly this deranged? "Billions, it seems it might be possible," Li Juni replied, feigning uncertainty. Witnessing this, Lu Feng and his companions laughed even harder. "President, this wouldn't be some elaborate ruse of yours to mock me, would it?" one of the female shareholders asked, her tone laced with skepticism. Li Juni expressed his disdain with a dismissive smirk. "You're no courtesan, who would bother to mock you." Chapter 19 The might of the brother-in-law. In response to Li Juni's humiliation, the female shareholder was instantly engulfed in fury. However, before she could utter a word, swish! A golden card materialized in Li Junyi's hand, adorned with two vividly depicted totems, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. "The Golden Dragon card," exclaimed a senior staff member involuntarily.
"This is impossible."
The previously composed female shareholder lost her composure. The Golden Dragon card, issued by the Dexia Bank, was the most coveted bank card in the Xia Kingdom, unparalleled by any other. The cardholder could withdraw up to 10 billion from any bank in Xia.
"It must be fake. That card is undoubtedly counterfeit." Lu Feng also found it hard to believe. Li Junyi, with an expression of impatience, remarked, "You insignificant minions are wasting my time. Sign here and collect your money." "Alright, as long as the money is in place, I will sign immediately," Lu Feng declared. The other three shareholders nodded in agreement, their attitudes mirroring one another. Li Junyi handed the bank card to the elderly Caucasian behind him. "Mikhail, can you handle this in 5 minutes? Mikhail gestured an OK sign, and then retrieved a notebook from his bag. A flurry of swift actions ensued. 2 minutes later. "Boss, everything is settled."
Mikhail returned the Golden Dragon card to Li Junyi with both hands. At that moment, apart from Chen Xingyao, who was aware of Li Junyi's true identity, everyone else stood in stunned silence. Chen Xingshua's mouth hung open in disbelief, as if her jaw might detach. 20 billion, not merely 20 coins, was given with such ease. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon card, that at this instant, Li Junyi became shrouded in an air of mystique in her heart.
The conference room fell into a profound silence. Hiss. Ha. Li Junyi lit a cigarette, stating, "Can we proceed with the signatures now?"
Hearing this, Lu Feng and the others finally regained their senses, their gazes towards Li Junyi filled with trepidation.
"Young brother, I will return the money to you. We will not be selling the shares." Lu Feng reneged, for if they ignited a fire in the backyard of Yunyang Technology, the Qingyang Group would bestow upon them tremendous benefits. Selling the shares at this juncture would render them of no utility to the Qingyang Group. "Try not selling them." Li Junyi's gaze turned frosty, his threatening tone unmistakable. "I won't sell them. Do you dare to strike me?" the female shareholder boasted, proud as a peacock.
Li Junyi scoffed coldly. He was not averse to showing mercy, but it depended on who the opponent was. If it were a woman who repulsed him, then apologies. Smack. Li Junyi delivered a resounding slap, then seized the female shareholder's wrist, delivering a powerful punch.
Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. "Ah, my hand, ah!" The female shareholder fell to the ground like a lifeless dog, wailing incessantly. This violent scene horrified everyone in the conference room, especially Lu Feng and the others. "You, how dare you strike someone?" Lu Feng stammered, trembling. Li Junyi took a drag from his cigarette, nonchalantly stating, "You have seen the consequences of provoking me. Either sign the documents obediently, or do not expect to leave this room." While he yearned for the benefits from the Qingyang Group, in the face of his own life, everything else was trivial. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and affixed his signature to the agreement. The other two exchanged glances, sighed, and subsequently followed suit. Li Junyi inspected the agreement, nodded in satisfaction, and then approached the female shareholder, crouching down. "Can you sign with your left hand?" I can. The female shareholder, disheveled and terror-stricken, hurriedly scribbled her name with her uninjured left hand. Witnessing this, Chen Xingxue let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Brother-in-law is mighty." Chen Xingyao clapped in applause. Li Junyi flashed her a grin, his face brimming with pride. Lu Feng's countenance turned ashen, his fists clenched in secret, and he turned to leave. "Hold on!" Li Junyi suddenly barked. Lu Feng halted and turned back, saying, "The shares have already been sold to you, what more do you want?" "That was merely a transaction for the shares, now we must settle accounts properly." Li Junyi teased, "As far as I know, you have been lining your pockets during your tenure as director at Yunyang Technology. Before you leave, shouldn't you resolve these matters first? Don't slander me." Lu Feng's brows furrowed, visibly agitated. "If you dare to defame me further, I'll sue you for defamation." "Oh, you want to sue me? How frightening." Li Junyi maintained his playful demeanor, then leisurely produced a USB drive from his person and handed it to Chen Xingyao. "You know what to do, right?" Chen Xingyao appeared somewhat bewildered, but Chen Xingxue swiftly snatched the USB drive and immediately connected it to a projector. In an instant, Lu Feng's expression changed dramatically, a wave of foreboding washing over him. "Director Lu, I have transferred the 2 properties in Sakura Country to your name, and please remember to stamp the documents for last month's orders. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Director Lu, we can no longer continue this affair. My husband has started to suspect me. Furthermore, you promised to make me the head of the administrative department." "All right, darling,
I'll take care of Lu Zhenghong shortly, and tomorrow you will be the new head of the administrative department.
Now, take off your clothes and let me enjoy. Although the images on the projection were pixelated, the voices of those speaking were crystal clear. At this moment, Lu Feng's face turned ashen, powerless as he sank back into his chair. The consequences of these pieces of evidence reaching the legal department were too dreadful for him to contemplate.
Lu Feng, what further explanations do you have now? Chen Xingxue chastised angrily, my grandfather trusted you so much, yet you repay him in this manner.
President, I was wrong.
Lu Feng exclaimed in a panic, given my many years of service to the chairman, even without merit, I deserve at least some leniency. Chen Xingxue hesitated, her heart wavering.
However, Li Junyi interjected, if admitting fault were effective, what need would there be for the law?
No sooner had he finished speaking than, swish, 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 5 or 6 uniformed legal department personnel filed in. The leader, Feng San, nodded politely to Li Junyi, then shifted his gaze to Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, please accompany me for a moment. I want to report, this man just maliciously injured me and threatened us. Lu Feng's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixated on Li Junyi. It was all his doing. If not for him, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? In that case, let us take them down together. Feng San glanced back at Li Junyi, then coolly stated, our legal department has been monitoring the situation inside and saw no evidence of Mr.
Li striking anyone.
He then surveyed the crowd. Did any of you witness it? You can accompany me to the legal department to assist in the investigation. Chapter 20. Avoiding 40 years of detours. Feng Song's stance had become unmistakably clear. He was aligned with Li Junyi. In the conference room, not a single individual dared to step forward and take the lead, even those shareholders who were associated with Lu Feng remained silent. Captain Feng, I just accidentally twisted my wrist, no one harmed me. A female shareholder timidly spoke up upon hearing this. Lu Feng incredulously shouted at her, Jolie, have you lost your mind? Mr. Lu, please mind your language. I injured myself, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Jolie shot him a disdainful glance. It was apparent to any discerning observer that the legal department was favoring Li Junyi, and the latter's ability to produce the Golden Dragon card, a symbol of noble status, was indicative of his significant connections. Do not drag me down with you if you wish to self-destruct. In full view of everyone, the exceedingly reluctant Lu Feng was escorted away by members of the legal department. Jolie and the other 2 shareholders left in a dejected manner. Compared to Lu Feng, at least they were not dependent on state resources, and selling their shares to Li Junyi could very well turn out to be a fortuitous move. After all, the outcome for Yunyang Technology was all too predictable. Divesting shares at this juncture was akin to a timely mitigation of losses. In the president's office, Chen Xingxue regarded Li Junyi with a complex expression. Had it not been for his intervention, the turmoil brewing in the background might have spiraled out of control, yet the thought of Li Junyi striking her rear filled her with a desire for revenge.
Sister, please remain calm. We cannot contend with brother-in-law, Chen Xingya whispered in a low tone. Silence. Chen Xingxue glared at her with barely contained resentment. This insolent girl had no backbone. Yesterday, while being struck, she had called him a bastard repeatedly, and today she was sweetly referring to him as brother-in-law. Sister. Step outside, I need to speak with him privately. Chen Xingxue interrupted. The here referred to was, of course, Li Junyi, who was lounging on the sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke. Chen Xingya exchanged glances with both of them before awkwardly exiting the office. Bang! The door closed. Having a lone man and woman in a room can easily lead to misunderstandings, Li Junyi remarked without lifting his head. However, upon reflection, having one man and 2 women in the same space could evoke similar associations. I warn you, do not harbor intentions towards my sister. Chen Xingxue's voice was icy as she cautioned, if you dare harm Qingyao again, I will not spare you. TSK. Li Jin shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, the way you phrase it, one might think I've done something scandalous to both of you. Come on, do I seem like that kind of person? Not merely seeming, he entirely was. Chen Xingxue rolled her eyes, the image of the sisters being slapped lingering vividly in her mind, stirring feelings of both humiliation and anger. Ahem. Li Junyi seemed to recall his beastly behavior and deftly shifted the topic. So, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Humph. Chen Xingxue pursed her lips, stating, I am someone who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grievance. Thank you for your assistance with the company. Unnecessary. Li Junyi waved his hand dismissively. I simply see potential in Yunyang Technology, and given that someone was eager to sell their shares, why wouldn't I take the opportunity to invest? Chen Xingxue was taken aback by his words. Did Yunyang Technology even have a future? Bankruptcy was merely a matter of time. Other shareholders were clamoring to liquidate their assets, and only those utterly clueless, as commonly referred to as fools, would invest in Yunyang Technology at this juncture.
Speaking of which, I almost forgot, I am now a major shareholder in Yunyang Technology. Is there a suitable position available for me? Li Junyi inquired calmly. Chen Qingxue was momentarily stunned. You wish to come aboard? Li Junyi scratched his head, questioning in return, is that a problem? Chen Qingxue was not about to fall for his ruse, so she replied nonchalantly, the security department is in need of a director. If you're interested, I can personally handle your onboarding process. The security department. Upon hearing this, Li Junyi's lips twitched, pointing at his own nose. What did you say? You want me to be a security guard? Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Chen Qingxue felt a twinge of unease. Regardless, Li Junyi was the major shareholder of the company, while the director of security held a position of authority. Ultimately, it was still a security role. Contemplating this, Chen Qingxue intended to amend her words, but then, being a security guard is splendid, Li Junyi exclaimed with enthusiasm, the job is light and simple, and at merely 21 years of age, I am circumventing 40 years of detours. Chen Qingxue's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as she reiterated, you genuinely wish to take up a position in the security department? Li Junyi chuckled, indeed, my mind is made up. No one should try to persuade me otherwise. Seeing that he appeared to be serious, Chen Qingxue was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond to is there anything else? If not, I can introduce someone to you, Li Junyi suggested, his playful demeanor subdued. Who? Chen Qingxue asked, her expression filled with skepticism. Just wait a moment, Li Junyi replied as he stepped out of the office. Moments later, Michelle returned respectfully behind him. Do you know him? Li Junyi gestured towards Michelle. Michelle promptly adjusted his suit, standing tall and proud. Although Chen Qingxue was slightly taken aback, she scrutinized Michelle for a few moments before slowly shaking her head. I do not recognize him. Bang! Just as the words left her lips, Li Junyi delivered a light smack to Michelle's head, exclaiming in frustration, didn't you claim to be famous? Is there anyone in the global financial sector who does not know you? How dare you deceive me? He had intended to impress Chen Qingxue, but unexpectedly faltered at a critical moment. Li Junyi was so infuriated that he nearly hurled Michelle out of the window. Calm down, Chief, Michelle said, shivering internally as he frowned at Chen Qingxue, speaking in fluent summer language. President Chen, please check your computer for information on the financial deity. Then you will understand my identity. Financial deity. Chen Qingxue's expression shifted instantly. Are you Mr. Michelle? Absolutely. Michelle's confidence returned. Within the global financial realm, there were two titans. One was the renowned Lafitte, known on Wall Street as the Golden Finger, and the other was the financial deity, Michelle. Chen Qingxue still found it hard to believe and promptly pulled out her computer to search for information related to the financial deity. As she viewed the photographs on her screen, comparing them to the elderly white gentleman before her, she could only conclude that they were identical. Chen Qingxue shed her usual aloofness, apologizing, Mr. Michelle, I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Michelle waved his hand, smiling lightly. President Chen, you are too kind to him. Meanwhile, Li Junyi felt ignored and cleared his throat. Michelle, I am now the major shareholder of this company. If you cause me to incur losses, I won't hesitate to throw you into a cesspit for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 21. An unexpected turn of events. With the infusion of over 10 billion in funds by Li Junyi, coupled with the personal intervention of the financial mogul Michelle, Yunyang Technology experienced a miraculous revival in less than half a day. This remarkable achievement sent shockwaves through the business community of Xia country. In the afternoon, the fierce battle in the stock market continued. As of now, Jianghu Group had already incurred losses exceeding 100 billion, failing to acquire Yunyang Technology, while suffering a significant setback themselves. In Jilin City, at Xingyang Tower, Chairman He Shuhua sat in his office. Despite being in his 70s, the traces of time on his face were hardly noticeable, making him appear no different from a man in his 50s. Father, who do you think is assisting the Chen family? He Yunfei questioned, his face a mask of suspicion, tinged with barely concealed anger. How dare anyone oppose Xingyang Group? It was akin to courting death. He Shuhua's gaze was vacant as he pondered, if we do not know, then why not investigate? Sensing his father's dissatisfaction, He Yunfei quickly nodded in agreement. I shall do so at once. He made to rise. Wait, He Shuhua's voice cut through the air. He Yunfei halted, respectfully inquiring, does father have further instructions? Cease your actions. He Shuhua sighed deeply after uttering these words. Making this decision was tantamount to declaring Xingyang Group's defeated by a seemingly insignificant Yunyang Technology. The previous losses could not be recouped, and they would further become a laughingstock in the business world. He Yunfei urged, Father, I believe we cannot let this go. If we increase our investment, we will eventually be able to take down Yunyang Technology. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct business? He Shuhua's eyes narrowed in coldness. I wouldn't dare. He Yunfei lowered his head, silenced. He Shuhua sighed once more. There are individuals backing Yunyang Technology. Until we ascertain their true identities, we should refrain from any rash actions. Understood. Additionally, make another trip to Xuancheng. No matter the cost, rescue your brother-in-law and nephew. Your sister is no longer with us. We cannot allow her to worry from beyond. Rest assured, father, I will see to this matter. Furthermore, Yunfei's tone shifted to one of fierce determination. I will not spare the one who harmed Dongyang. He Shuhua nodded, cautioning, those below have reported that the young man has martial protectors by his side. He is likely not an ordinary person. It is best to first clarify his identity. Understood, Yunfei respectfully exited. He Shuhua gazed out at the setting sun through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. His rise from humble beginnings to the establishment of Qingyang Group as the foremost consortium in Jiangdong was not solely due to his exceptional intellect but also his prudent nature. Subtly, he sensed an indescribable and ominous threat looming. Buddha, may you continue to bless the He family. He Shuhua silently prayed that night, at the Moonset Villa in Xuanqing. Chen Qingxue soaked in the bathtub, her fair skin fully exposed. Her enviable 36D figure would drive any man to madness as she lifted her long, white legs, gently caressing them with her delicate fingers. This woman was utterly flawless, simply perfection incarnate. Chen Qingxue's eyes glazed over as she fell into deep thought. Through her sister Chen Qingyao, she had learned of Li Junyi's true identity, the heir to the foremost aristocratic family. Not only that, but she had also uncovered the sensational scandal that rocked the imperial city 3 years ago, with Li Junyi as its male protagonist. Yet, she was left wondering where Li Junyi had vanished to for those 3 years. One particular aspect piqued her curiosity. Why did the financial genius Michel behave like a servant in Li Junyi's presence? Even if he was the heir to the first aristocratic family, it should not be so. If Michel wished, even the world's foremost family, the Rothschilds, would treat him as an esteemed guest. What was it that Li Junyi possessed? Hey, suddenly, a voice filled with excitement rang out. As Chen Qingxue snapped back to reality, a scream echoed throughout the villa. Li Junyi hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand, threatening, if you scream again, don't blame me for being rude. Tears filled Chen Qingxue's eyes, her gaze seething with fury. I didn't mean to spy on you. It was truly a coincidence, Li Junyi awkwardly explained. If I let you go, will you promise not to scream? Chen Qingxue forced herself to calm down and nodded in agreement. Only then did Li Junyi slowly release his grip. Get out, Chen Qingxue shouted, her voice piercing. Li Junyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, promptly opened the bathroom door and fled. Moments later, Chen Qingxue emerged, now dressed, fuming as she scanned the surroundings until she spotted Li Junyi on the sofa. Bastard, I'll make you pay, Chen Qingxue exclaimed, grabbing a mop and swinging it towards Li Junyi. Let me explain. Li Junyi deftly tugged the mop from her grip, and to avoid any further misunderstandings, he chose to take the initiative, pinning Chen Qingxue on the sofa. Chen Qingxue arched her back, while Li Junyi crouched behind her. This position could easily be misinterpreted. Let me go, you bastard, Chen Qingxue shouted angrily. Li Junyi sighed. Listen to my explanation. I knocked on the door for a long time without a response, worried you might be in danger, which is why I climbed through the window. I truly did not expect to coincidentally encounter you in the bathroom, bastard. You dare say? Chen Qingxue trembled with rage, yet seeing the sincerity in Li Junyi's expression, she found herself believing him to some extent. You are my fiancée. What is wrong with me looking at you? Is that illegal? Don't just say looking at you. Believe it or not, if I decided to take you right here, no one would dare utter a word. Li Junyi's demeanor shifted to one of impatience and dominance. You wouldn't care to test me? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxue promptly fell silent. Just yesterday, she had wanted to test him, only to suffer the consequences of his ruthless touch. A wise woman does not suffer losses in front of her eyes. Chen Qingxue reminded herself that this debt could be settled later. After a lengthy pause, both gradually calmed down. Li Junyi reluctantly released Chen Qingxue, unable to deny that her alluring fragrance stirred something within him. As a seasoned man in the realm of romance, he could discern that she was still inexperienced. What do you want from me? Chen Qingxue asked, forcing her anger down and adopting a stern expression. Li Junyi scratched his head. I just visited grandfather Chen in the hospital. He learned that I had no place to stay in Xuanqing, so he asked me to come and live with you. Are you dreaming? Chen Qingxue interjected without hesitation. Li Junyi chuckled. That is not for you to decide, whether it was taking a position at Yunyang Technology or agreeing to grandfather Chen's proposal to cohabitate with Chen Qingxue, he had ulterior motives. Since this woman had yet to express her rejection of the marriage, he intended to get closer, but not to win her affection. Rather, he aimed to make her detest him. Chapter 22. I am more impressive than Jesus and Ministerly. Would you care for a smoke? A new batch of skilled technicians has recently arrived at Huayula, and they are truly exceptional in both appearance and physique. After work, I would be honored if Ministerly could join me. A middle-aged man fawned eagerly. Li Junyi felt an unsettling wave wash over him, reminiscent of his time in a dismal prison, where the underlings were equally obsequious. What is your name? I am Wang Dakai. Li Junyi patted his shoulder. You possess a keen sense of diplomacy. Henceforth, you shall serve as the deputy minister of the security department. Ah! Wang Dakai stood frozen for a moment, before eagerly showering Li Junyi with further compliments. Thank you for your recognition, Minister Li. I will devote myself entirely to your service, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Leave me be, do not disturb my afternoon rest.
Li Jun urged impatiently.
Yes, yes, Wang Dakai bowed and retreated, resembling a eunuch in the presence of an emperor. However, as soon as he closed the door to the security department, someone covered his mouth and forcefully pulled him into a corner.
Well, well, how dare you vie for our favor, you little sycophant? Who the hell dares to strike me? I am about to become the deputy minister of the security department. Smack. Bang, bang. Alas, I was wrong, please spare me, noble sirs.
Wang Dakai, sporting a pair of panda eyes, clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. Remember, when we are near the young master, do not attempt to curry favor.
Did you hear that? Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang threatened menacingly.
Wang Dakai quickly grasped their identities and hastily promised he would never dare to compete for their favor again. If he must flatter anyone, it would only be these two.
Xianwang, this fellow has some sense. Let's spare him this time. Thank you, brother Go, thank you, brother Wu.
As he watched the two heroes depart, Wang Dakai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Moments later, the door of the security department swung open.
Li Jin awoke with displeasure. You two have disturbed my nap.
If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, Wu Shangwang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Young master, forgive us, there is indeed a matter of great importance to report.
Go Fuqian nodded in agreement. Just now, news from Fengwei revealed that they have uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind the Black Wolf. Is that so? Who is this figure? Li Jun inquired with curiosity. Qingyang Group. Go Fuqian uttered the four words with difficulty. Qingyang Group, what an unexpected twist. It seems we have crossed paths with them once more. Wu Shangwang added, according to the information from Fengwei, the Qingyang Group is the father-in-law of Lin Jianghu, the helmsman of Xingyage.
A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Jun's mouth. No wonder the Qingyang Group had suddenly targeted Yunyang technology in the stock market. It was indeed due to that oblivious father and son duo. Wait, Li Jun's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings, frowning. Where is the Black Wolf? He suddenly had a foreboding feeling. As expected, the Black Wolf, in his desperation to rescue his daughter, went straight to confront them. Wu Shangwang replied awkwardly.
Bang, bang.
Li Junyi delivered a couple of sharp knocks on their heads, scolding, Are you two fools?
Could you not have stopped him? Go Fuqian lamented, he is the young master's brother. Though the Black Wolf was no slouch in combat, he was still no match for the two of them.
However, given his relationship with their young master, they dared not act against him and could only hastily return to report.
I swear, you two imbeciles will be the death of me. Li Jun shot them a glare, irritable, wait here for me.
With that, he strode out. 2 minutes later, in the president's office. Li Jun, familiar with the surroundings, pushed the door open without hesitation. Inside the office, a well-dressed young man sat on the sofa, appearing to be in his 20s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement. Chen Qingxue sat beside him, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Li Jun's sudden entrance, Chen Qingxue's expression changed drastically. A careful observer would notice a flicker of panic in her eyes.
Noticing this, Li Jun's brows knitted slightly. Is there something you need?
Chen Qingxue asked, composing herself. Li Jun cast a glance at the young man, then got straight to the point. May I borrow your car? Chen Qingxue rose to retrieve a set of keys from her drawer. The car is in the underground garage.
The license plate is 98105.
Upon hearing this number, Li Jun's heart raced.
98105, that was the date of his parents' passing. What is wrong?
Chen Qingxue asked, noticing his sudden change in demeanor.
Nothing.
Taking the keys, Li Jun turned to leave without another word.
However, just as he reached the elevator, the sound of high heels echoed behind him. Hey!
Chen Qingxue called breathlessly, hesitating as she approached. Li Jun frowned. If you have something to say, just speak.
That individual was
Manager Luo from the marketing department of the Luo Group. We were merely discussing a potential collaboration.
Chen Qingxue's face flushed slightly as she finished speaking. Oh.
Li Junyi replied tersely, then stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed, Chen Qingxue felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Even she was unsure why she felt anxious about Li Junyi misunderstanding her. Back in the office, Luo Changqing, noticing her distracted demeanor, inquired with concern, Ms.
Chen, are you all right?
I'm fine. Chen Qingxue snapped back to reality, then added, Manager Luo, I suddenly feel unwell, let's discuss the collaboration another time.
Miss Chun, would you like to visit a hospital? I can take you. No need, I'm merely a bit tired.
A short rest will suffice. Chen Qingxue politely declined. Hearing this, Luo Changqing responded graciously, then I shall not intrude any longer, and I will come to see you again next time. Upon leaving the Yunyang Technology Building, Luo Changqing squinted slightly. Earlier, he had been conversing pleasantly with Chen Qingxue, but in an instant, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Could it be because of that security guard? As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. In Jinling City, within a prestigious clubhouse, He Yunfei was engrossed in teaching a young, alluring model how to write the character Kun.
Bang!
The door to the room was
He Yunfei, furious as bellowed, who the hell is the blind fool interrupting me?
At that crucial moment, any man would be enraged at such an intrusion.
Where is my daughter? The silhouette of the black wolf appeared suddenly. It's you! He Yunfei's pupils constricted as recognition dawned. He had identified the intruder. The black wolf looked down at him, his voice icy, hand over my daughter, or I will end you. Rather than feeling fear, He Yunfei took his time putting on his clothes, unperturbed. If you dare take another step forward, your daughter is as good as dead. Even Jesus couldn't save her. I don't believe you. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Fujian, Xiangwan, I believe I am more impressive than Jesus. What do you think?
Chapter 23. Settling accounts in an opulent chamber. He Yunfei's expression. You may take your leave, Li Junyi remarked nonchalantly, casting his gaze toward the canary. However, the woman hesitated, glancing at He Yunfei, who offered a slight nod, prompting her to hurriedly gather her garments and flee.
Who are you? He Yunfei fixed his stare upon Li Junyi.
Through the aura and demeanor of the four individuals, he discerned that Li Junyi was their leader. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Li Junyi.
Li Junyi? What? In that instant, He Yunfei's pupils constricted sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow.
Ah, so it is young Master Li, my apologies. The average person could scarcely comprehend the weight of the phrase Li family of the imperial city. The He family, while a prominent clan in Jiangdong, barely held its ground within the broader context of the Xia kingdom. In contrast to the resplendent first-tier aristocracy, the He family was left in the dust. Simply put, even if they had tenfold the audacity, they would not dare provoke the Li family.
Do not feign familiarity.
We are not acquainted. Li Junyi disdainfully scrutinized him, then turned to pat the shoulder of the black wolf.
This is my brother. I have heard that his daughter is in your custody? A look of observing this, the black wolf suddenly erupted with fury. What have you done to my daughter?
Nothing of consequence. He Yunfei wiped the perspiration from his brow and continued, Brother, listen to me.
In truth, you do not have a daughter.
What? The revelation left the black wolf momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Li Junyi's eyes glinted with understanding, and he could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. The black wolf was not particularly dim-witted, rather, he lacked guile and possessed an abundance of sentiment. This trait could be viewed as both a strength and a weakness, rendering him susceptible to manipulation by those with nefarious intentions, such as the He family. Years prior, the Yi family had sought to recruit the Black Wolf, recognizing his formidable prowess, and had expended considerable resources to preserve his life. However, they had not anticipated his subsequent exile to a foreign prison, one from which he was indefinitely barred from escape. Initially believing their efforts to be in vain, they were astonished when the Black Wolf emerged from incarceration. Clearly, the Yi family was unwilling to let their prior investment go to waste. They sought to compel the Black Wolf to serve them, yet, the Black Wolf, being a man of integrity, scorned any actions that would betray his conscience. In desperation, the Yi family fabricated a tale, claiming that the Black Wolf's fiancée had left behind a daughter before her tragic demise. This deception set into motion the events that followed. As He Yunfei recounted the tale, the Black Wolf's demeanor gradually shifted to one of despondency. How he wished that He Yunfei was lying, longing for the notion that his fiancée had indeed left him a daughter, at least that would provide him with a semblance of hope. But in this moment, that hope shattered. Ah! The Black Wolf let out a pained cry, tilting his head back in anguish. Li Junyi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "One must look for. I believe your fiancée would not wish to see you in such despair." The Black Wolf nodded numbly, murmuring a soft mm.
Young Master Li, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, may I take my leave? He Yunfei inquired awkwardly.
Li Jun shot him a sidelong glance, his expression one of incredulity, and coldly retorted, I have heard your father, he Shu Hua, is a clever man, how could he have sired a fool such as you? Faced with such insult, He Yunfei could only suppress his anger, forcing a smile as he replied, I beseech young Master Li for guidance. You have deceived my brother, and we must settle this account, Li Jun stated bluntly. Let us agree that a compensation of 1 to 2 billion will suffice to put this matter to rest.
W.H.
What? He Yunfei's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the illustrious young Master Li would resort to extortion. Rest assured, when it comes to collecting debts, oh no, I mean settling accounts, I am
demanding 1 to 2 billion is, in reality, a generous offer.
He Yunfei's lips twitched involuntarily. While it was true that the Yi family had exploited the Black Wolf, if it had not been for their intervention, the Black Wolf might have met a far grimmer fate. One must adhere to reason in dealings. So, the question is, will you pay or not? If not, I shall retrieve what is owed by my own means.
Humph.
Li Jun scoffed, and I am rather ambitious. Should I personally intervene, the sum of 1 to 2 billion would scarcely resolve the issue. A blatant threat, He Yunfei found himself in a quandary. Although the Yi family was affluent, 1 to 2 billion was far from a trivial amount for them.
I shall count to 3. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. 3, 1.
In the blink of an eye, Li Jun completed his countdown. He Yunfei stood there, utterly bewildered. Very well, let us now calculate another account, Li Jun stated coldly.
Young Master Li, you jest, do you not? He Yunfei exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. For heaven's sake, we have settled the Black Wolf's account. What further matters could we possibly discuss? Feigning ignorance, are we? Li Jun affected a mock anger.
Your Qingyang group has been speculating in the stock market and attempting to undermine my fiancée's company.
Do you intend to deny it? Your fiancée, He Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly redirected the inquiry, is it the Chen family?
Wow, I had thought you were beyond redemption, yet you possess some semblance of intelligence, Li Jun chuckled.
You are correct. Chen Qingshui of the Chen family is indeed my fiancée.
He Yunfei was genuinely unaware of this detail, otherwise, how could he have dared to target Yunyang Technology? Damn it, all of this was due to his foolish brother-in-law and nephew. At that moment, he yearned to personally dismember Lin Jianghu and his son, to utter incompetence. Young Master Li, while we may not have acted with integrity, there is a saying, ignorance is no crime.
What do you suggest? Shut your mouth. Li Jun interrupted with authority.
I do not know who your wife is, perhaps I shall pay her a visit, for ignorance is no crime, after all. This remark prompted both Go Fugui and Wu Xianwang to silently give a thumbs up. They thought to themselves, when did the young master become so eloquent, truly a role model for our kind? I do not wish for much, simply compensate me with 1 billion, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Li Jun stated casually. He Yunfei's face turned ashen, his fury rendering him speechless. If they were indeed to swallow Yunyang Technology, he could begrudgingly accept the financial loss, but alas, their Qingyang group not only failed to acquire it but also incurred a loss of over 1 billion. Now they were being asked to pay an additional billion.
Where was the justice in that? Now, let us proceed to account for the attempted assassination against me. Chapter 24. If you wish to die, I shall accommodate you. Are there still scores to settle?
He Yunfei's complexion darkened to an inky hue. He genuinely contemplated charging at Li Jun in a fit of fury. However, such thoughts remained merely thoughts. Setting aside the Li family's formidable influence, he was outnumbered 4 to 1.
He was utterly no match for them.
Young Master Li, I am but an ignorant fool. He Yunfei's words faltered midway, as fear gripped him that Li Jun might once again bring up his wife. He quickly shifted his approach, saying, Our He family has numerous collaborations with the Qin family of the imperial city, and Master Qin Haoren has a connection with my daughter. Slap. The sharp sound of a palm striking flesh echoed through the air. Li Jun, without warning, delivered a resounding slap to Li Yunfei's face, looking down upon him with disdain.
What do you mean by that? Do you intend to use the Qin family as leverage against me?
I'll grant you a moment to make a call, summon everyone from the Qin family and see if they can protect you. With that, he coolly lit a cigarette, gesturing with a flourish as if to say please. Arrogance and dominance radiated from him, as if he had mastered the very essence of those words. The Black Wolf's gaze burned with admiration for Li Jun, his reverence for the man deepening. The chief's ability to command respect within the confines of the prison mirrored that of a proud dragon in the outside world. He Yangfei, suppressing his fury, longed to grasp his phone, yet a voice within cautioned him against such a move. Hoof. Young Master Li, I concede this round.
Speak, how much does the Yi family owe you?
However, He Yangfei's tone suddenly turned frigid. There is plenty of time ahead, we shall see how this unfolds.
Good grief.
Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang stared at He Yangfei in disbelief, pondering who had bestowed such audacity upon him to dare threaten their young master.
Bang! Bang!
Crack! The two did not require Li Jun's command. They immediately began to pummel He Yangfei, yet this time, He Yangfei refrained from begging for mercy, gritting his teeth in silence, refusing to utter a sound. Boom, boom! Go Fuqi, sensing the need for greater force, increased his strength, unconvinced that this scoundrel's bones could be so resilient.
Go ahead and kill me if you dare.
He Yangfei erupted, bellowing, if I perish, you shall never escape from Jianghu.
Stop!
Li Jun raised his hand to halt the onslaught. Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang complied instantly, and He Yangfei lay there, battered and bruised, his eyes glinting with malice.
What's the matter, are you afraid?
He Yangfei sneered. He recalled his father's teachings. The ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those willing to take risks. Li Jun's status towered over his, and such individuals naturally harbored a greater fear of death. Thus, by adopting an even more ruthless demeanor, he believed the other would surely be intimidated.
And indeed, he was correct.
Ha! As this realization dawned on him, He Yangfei laughed triumphantly, but in the next moment, his laughter ceased abruptly. Li Jun waved his hand, instructing, Black Wolf, you may leave. But Chief of the Black Wolf hesitated, wanting to protest, but upon meeting Li Jun's resolute gaze, he understood immediately. He was acutely aware of Li Jun's murderous intent, yet the Yi family had once aided him. Li Jun's command to leave was an effort to spare him from discomfort.
Bang!
The door to the room slammed shut. Li Jun approached He Yangfei, placing his foot upon the man's neck, looking down coldly. Since you are so eager to die, if I do not fulfill your wish, others might think I am afraid. At that moment, He Yangfei felt the temperature in the room plummet, a bone-chilling cold seeping into his very being. Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang exchanged alarmed glances, sensing a terrifying aura of death emanating from Li Jun. They looked at each other and saw fear and confusion reflected in one another's eyes. The aura of death was a nebulous and inexplicable force, often possessed only by those who had clawed their way out from a heap of corpses. Hadn't the young master been imprisoned for the past 3 years? Please, spare me, I shall accommodate you. Crack! The moment Li Jun's words fell, he exerted force with his foot, snapping He Yangfei's neck, extinguishing his life on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. Of the precision with which Li Jun had executed the blow indicated a masterful control of his strength. Could it be that the young master truly was a formidable expert? Both Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang shook their heads in disbelief. How could this be possible? Damn it, I acted hastily, Li Jun muttered to himself. Young master, what's wrong? Wu Xiang inquired, puzzled. I forgot to have this dog pay me first, 300 billion. Li Jun lamented, his expression one of anguish. Go Fuqi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reminding him, young master, we can directly demand the funds from the He family. Right, I can go ask He Shuhua for it. Li Jun chuckled, how clever of me. Of course, it was my idea, thought Go Fuqi, looking at him with disdain, nearly raising his middle finger. You two take this scoundrel's corpse to the He family and demand payment. Tell them if they dare to shortchange me, I shall raise the He family to the ground tomorrow. Li Jun declared, brimming with confidence. He understood that such actions would irrevocably sever ties with the Yi family, but so what? They had never been part of his camp to begin with. If they dared to retaliate, let them come. Thus, Go Fuqi and Wu Xiang went to collect the debt from the Yi family, while Li Jun and the Black Wolf returned to Xuancheng. 2 hours later, upon his return to the security department of Yunyan Technology, the closing bell rang. The profits from yesterday have yet to be spent, and today another 100 has rolled in. Truly, the rich grow ever richer, Li Jun mused. The Black Wolf stared blankly, his lips twitching slightly. He never imagined that the king of the death prison would end up working as a mere security guard in such a small company. If the unruly fellows from the death prison were to learn of this, they would surely laugh their teeth out. Well then, would you like to join me in my work? Li Jun extended a warm invitation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Wolf replied, wherever the chief goes, I shall follow. He had resolved that as long as Li Junyi did not mind, he would remain by his side for life.
Good brother.
Li Junyi patted his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, following me guarantees you a life of indulgence.
Tonight, I'll treat you to a feast at the Shaxian International Hotel." Good grief, the Black Wolf nearly collapsed to the ground.
Sis. At that moment, Chen Xingyao's voice preceded her arrival. Hearing her, Li Junyi went to meet her and saw Chen Xingyao running towards him gracefully. Men are inherently drawn to beauty. To deny it is to deny one's very nature. As he gazed upon Chen Xingyao's alluring figure, Li Junyi couldn't help but let his imagination wander.
Brother-in-law, don't stare. Chen Xingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
Li Junyi scratched his head, chuckling, "I can't help it, this is beyond my control. Tonight, my sister will be representing my grandfather at a business exchange dinner, and there will be many insufferable pests present.
You should accompany her." Chapter 25. We marry you together. Jinling, He family manner. A dozen members of the He family gathered, with He Shuhua at the forefront, his countenance dark and his eyes a tumultuous blend of sorrow and fury.
Who did this? He Shuhua trembled as he gazed upon his son's lifeless body. He never imagined that he would one day endure the agony of burying his own child. He Yunlong, the second son of the He family, responded with trepidation. It was the Li family from the imperial city.
What?
At these words, He Shua's eyelids twitched violently, his expression becoming increasingly grave. "Father, my elder brother fell victim to Li Junyi's hand, and that scoundrel even said," He Yunfei hesitated, his words caught in his throat.
He Shua's gaze darkened further. What else did he say? He said, "If we do not repay the debt of 300 billion today, he will annihilate our He family by tomorrow."
He Yunlong braced himself as he recounted the entire ordeal. The members of the He family ground their teeth in indignation, their hearts aflame with righteous anger.
Such brazen tyranny, such outrageous oppression. He Shua's fury twisted into a deranged laugh, echoing with madness. "Father!"
He Yunlong glanced at his elder brother's corpse before returning his focus to his father, urging him in a solemn tone, "The Li family, we cannot afford to provoke them." He Shuhua was acutely aware that confronting the Li family was a perilous endeavor, yet how could he allow his son to die in vain?
"Yunlong, stay behind. The rest of you, leave."
With He Shua's command, the He family members filed out of the room. Only one elegantly dressed matron fell to her knees, sobbing, "Father, Yunfei cannot have died in vain.
You must avenge him.
Big sister-in-law, please step outside. A father will not allow my brother's death to go unpunished." He Yunlong helped the matron to her feet, discreetly caressing her curves. Fortunately, He Shuhua remained oblivious, his attention fixated on Yunfei, contemplating, "Little Yun, rest assured, this matter will not be overlooked."
"Yes, thank you, father."
Feng Shuyun shot a scornful glance at her brother-in-law, then wiped her tears as she exited.
"Father, how do you intend to handle this matter?" He Yunfei inquired cautiously.
He Shua's gaze hardened. "You will discreetly contact the members of the 10 Absolute sect. If they can eliminate that little scoundrel, I shall reward them with 100 billion. Father, I understand your desire for vengeance, but those in the 10 Absolute sect are not to be trifled with."
He Yunfei expressed his concerns anxiously.
The 10 Absolute sect, while ostensibly a mere assassination organization, wielded connections that were truly fearsome. For instance, if the Yi family were to enlist the 10 Absolute sect to assassinate Li Junyi, they would inevitably find themselves at the mercy of the sect afterward. Should the 10 Absolute sect threaten to divulge this to the Li family, the Yi family would be faced with utter annihilation. They possess too many secrets of the powerful, allowing them to remain unscathed despite their numerous transgressions.
Even the government dared not act against them lightly. Alas!
He Shuhua sighed deeply, his resolve unwavering. "Follow my orders, you need not concern yourself with the rest." He understood well that aligning with the 10 Absolute sect would place the Yi family in a precarious position, yet he could not swallow this humiliation. Seeing his father's determination, He Yunlong had no choice but to comply. As night fell, Li Junyi served as the driver, transporting the two sisters back to the Moonset Manor.
"I have arranged a separate room for you. The address has been sent to your phone."
Chen Xingxue gazed out the window at the bustling traffic. Speaking to herself, however, Li Junyi merely tapped his ear, feigning ignorance. Chen Xingyao chuckled, "Sister, I think it's a wonderful idea for brother-in-law to move in."
Chen Xingxue shot her sister a disapproving glance, muttering under her breath, "Can you not bend your elbow outward?" He. Chen Xingyao stuck out her tongue, "Sister, think about it.
It's quite unsafe with only us girls at home. Having brother-in-law move in would make a difference."
She then turned to Li Junyi in the driver's seat, asking, "Brother-in-law, am I right? What a load of nonsense."
Li Junyi thought to himself, though he outwardly praised, "Indeed, Xingyao has a keen mind and thinks things through, I am growing increasingly fond of you."
Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyao's cheeks flushed.
Meanwhile, Chen Qingxue scoffed, "Since you like Qingyao, why not go tell my grandfather and ask him to marry her to you?" This left Li Jun at a loss. His desire to thwart this marriage was not born from dislike for Chen Qingxue's affection for Chen Qingyao, but rather an aversion to arranged marriages. Furthermore, there was another reason. Although he had been manipulated in the past, he ultimately harmed that woman. Upon his return, he sought to make amends. Calculating the time, it seemed that the union between the Yi family and the Jiang family was less than a fortnight away.
"Sister, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Qingyao pouted. "We agreed long ago that you would marry before me. What does the order of marriage matter?"
"You two are clearly in love. I shall simply inform grandfather about this matter." Chen Qingxue's tone was laced with an unacknowledged bitterness. Li Jun, one hand on the steering wheel, scratched his head and said, "Do not misunderstand.
I have no intentions towards Qingyao." "Misunderstand?" Chen Qingxue floated a dismissive huff. "Who was it that told me they actually favored my sister? What, are you too afraid to admit it now?"
Li Jun found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had hoped for Chen Qingxue to take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement, hence his teasing remarks. He never anticipated she would now use this against him.
"Sister, please stop. Brother-in-law was only joking."
Chen Qingyao wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. How embarrassing. With her arms crossed, Chen Qingxue glared at Li Jun ominously. "Out of retorts, or are you just a fickle man, wanting both of us sisters for yourself?"
This is rather inappropriate." Li Jun gulped, adopting a posture of reluctant acceptance. "Inappropriate?"
"We are both beautiful women. Marrying us would surely enhance your stature."
Chen Qingxue's lips curled into a teasing smile. Li Jun, engrossed in driving, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, chuckling, "Well, I shall think about it." "You scoundrel."
Chen Qingxue's mood flipped in an instant, her voice rising in anger. "Look, your true colors are finally showing.
There are no good men among you."
Only then did Li Jun realize he had been played, his irritation mounting. "You have been leading me on all along, and yet you dare turn the tables. Since that's the case, I shall lay my cards on the table.
I do wish to marry both of you sisters. What of it? Is that unacceptable?"
"If you are unwilling, then just go tell your grandfather to annul the engagement." Chapter 26, The Destruction of the Yi Family at the Moonlit Mountain Villa. Upon returning home, Chen Qingxue promptly locked herself in her room, ignoring her sister's persistent knocking. It seemed she was genuinely upset. However, Li Jun paid no mind to it. He merely grabbed a can of beer from the refrigerator and strolled into the courtyard to admire the night sky. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and he knew without a doubt who it was. "Brother-in-law, why don't you go and comfort my sister?" Chen Qingyao sat on a nearby wooden bench, her expression fraught with concern. "I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I comfort her?" Li Jun scoffed. Chen Qingyao glanced at Chen Qingxue's room, then turned back to Li Jun, saying, "Honestly, I can sense that my sister doesn't dislike you." Li Jun shrugged, boasting, "Any normal woman wouldn't dislike a handsome man." Chen Qingyao couldn't suppress a giggle. "What are you laughing at? Would you dare to claim that I'm not handsome?" Li Jun replied with unwavering confidence. This left Chen Qingyao non-committal. She had to admit that among the men she had encountered, none were as remarkable as Li Jun. With his striking appearance, an aura of masculinity, and a roguish charm, such a man was bound to make any woman's heart race. Li Jun intended to tease the girl further when suddenly, a figure darted toward him. It was Wu Shangwang. "Master, come with me at once," Wu Shangwang panted, a look of worry etched on his face. Li Jun frowned and asked, "What is going on?" "A few skilled individuals have infiltrated this place. We suspect they intend to harm you. Fuguei has detained them, and I've come to escort you away first," Wu Shangwang reported earnestly. Skilled individuals. Instead of feeling fear, Li Jun's excitement surged. What kind of international joke is this? Li Jun, need to flee. He thought to himself that this was finally his chance to showcase his prowess in front of his two underlings. They would be utterly astonished. "Master," Wu Shangwang paused, then tactfully added, "We're not fleeing, we're just temporarily leaving." Although only a few had arrived, he and Fuguei could handle them, but he feared they might be overwhelmed by waves of attackers. "No need," Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Let Fuguei bring them in. Today, I shall demonstrate my abilities to you all. Master, now is not the time for bravado. Oh no, it's not the time to show off," Wu Shangwang said, breaking into a cold sweat. Since the adversaries dared to send people to threaten Li Jun, they were surely not to be underestimated. "Show off," Li Jun snorted, then pointed at Chen Qingyao, declaring assertively, "You and Fuguei protect the sisters. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Seeing his determination, Wu Shangwang refrained from further protest and quietly stepped aside to send a text message. Moments later, a bloodied Fuguei strode into the villa, dragging a barely conscious man behind him.
You re-injured, Wu Shangwang exclaimed in surprise. Ifugui did not respond but retorted, why haven't you taken the master away? It was I who insisted on staying. Li Junia's tone turned icy. His expression was cold, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Having grown up with Fugui and Wu Shangwang, he regarded them as brothers. Anyone who harmed his brothers would face death. Master Fugui wanted to say more but caught Wu Shangwang's subtle glance, instantly understanding. He tossed the man onto the ground and coldly inquired, are you from the 10 Absolute sect? Your eyes are sharp. Since you know I am from the 10 Absolute sect, why not let me go? The man replied with calm defiance, bang, do you think you can negotiate with me? Wu Shangwang slapped him, pressing, speak, who sent you? No comment, the man replied, his arrogance evident. Bang, this time it was Li Junia's turn. He kicked the man in the face, saying, daring to act tough in front of me? Shangwang, take him out and feed him to the dogs. The man was momentarily stunned, horrified as he asked, normally, shouldn't you at least attempt to extract a confession? I can tell you're not the type to fear for your life. Torture won't work on you, Li Juni stated firmly. The man swallowed hard and said, I think you might want to try. What if I can't endure the torment and spill everything? There is no need. I trust your character, and besides, you're injured like this. I fear you won't last long under torture, so why waste time? Li Juni waved his hand, appearing quite impatient. Wu Shangwang stepped forward, ready to take action. The man's face paled as he pleaded, no, spare my life. Though those in the assassination business had long disregarded life and death, facing death made it impossible for anyone to remain composed. Then tell me, who sent you? Li Juni asked mockingly. The man hesitated, saying, I don't know. We in the 10 Absolute sect have a rule that we absolutely cannot divulge our employer's information. Useless trash, take him out and feed him to the dogs, Li Juni scoffed. Brother, spare me, the man cried in terror as Wu Shangwang dragged him away. Li Juni turned to Fugui, how is your injury? Just a superficial wound, nothing to worry about, Fugui dismissed it nonchalantly. Is there any bandage at home? Li Juni inquired of Chen Qingyao. Yes, I'll get it right now. Chen Qingyao immediately rushed back inside, returning shortly with a first aid kit. Fugui bandaged himself with skilled hands, indicating he had likely been injured many times before. Just then, several figures leaped over the villa's walls. Chen Qingyao gasped in shock. Li Juni gently comforted her by wrapping an arm around her shoulder, saying, don't worry, they are my family as phone guards. Greetings, Master, 10 phone guards, all women clad in black stealth attire, lined up before Li Juni. The leader, a woman in her 40s, clasped her fists and said, we apologize for our late arrival, Master. Li Juni appeared spirited and waved his hand, saying, it's fine, those miscreants couldn't possibly harm me. Fugui, who attempted to assassinate the master. The woman inquired of Feng Sa. Those individuals were from the 10 Absolute sect. Fugui explained. Feng Sa immediately turned to one of her subordinates, instructing, investigate at once. No need, Li Juni interjected. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Fugui, Shangwang, you both remain here to protect Qingshui and Qingyao, Li Juni commanded, then surveyed the 10 phone guards, instructing, Feng Sa, you will accompany me to Jinling. Master, what is your purpose in going to Jinling? To eradicate the Yi family. Li Juni's voice was not loud, yet it exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Chapter 27. A root out the weeds beneath the... Under the flickering lights, 10 valiant members of the Phoenix Guard, led by Sister Feng, exuded an air of formidable prowess. Kill! Sister Feng uttered a single word, swish, swish, swish. The remaining 9 members of the Phoenix Guard, cries of anguish echoed throughout the estate. By the time He Shu Hua donned his outer garments and arrived in the courtyard, the ground was already awash in blood. He Yunlong closely followed behind him. Stop! Everyone, cease this madness. How dare you wreak havoc in my He family? Who gave you the audacity? He Yunlong bellowed in fury. And who has emboldened you to provoke me? Was it Liang Jinru? Li Jun. He Yunlong narrowed his eyes and turned to Yi Shuhua, whispering, Father, they are from the Li family. He then pointed at Li Jun, introducing him, he is the one who murdered my elder brother. In an instant, He Shuhua's expression turned vacant, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. In mere minutes, the 30 or so Yi family guards lay defeated, some dead, others wounded, leaving not a single one capable of standing. Sister Feng refrained from further bloodshed, retreating to stand behind Li Jun. Li Jun, you possess an audacious spirit. I have yet to settle the score for my son's death, and now you dare to come to my He family and cause trouble. Do you truly believe that my He family would not retaliate? He Shuhua seethed with rage. Li Jun scoffed dismissively, saying, Indeed, I regard your He family as a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by me. What can you do about it? His words nearly drove He Shuhua and his son to the brink of apoplexy. Young Master Li, I would like to know if our He family has ever wronged you? He Shuhua inquired, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Do you dare claim otherwise? Li Jun's voice rose suddenly. I do not bully others with my power, but not seeking trouble does not mean fearing it.
Your He family has repeatedly crossed me, and if I do not teach you a lesson today, others might think I am a coward.
He Shuhua found himself perplexed. Was it not your own hand that first took my son's life, and now you seek to extort 300 billion?
You dare turn the tables on us. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Li Junyi resolved to clarify matters.
First, you bullied my brother.
Second, as he elaborated, he Shu.
At that moment, he truly wished he could smite those two wretched creatures himself.
Young Master Li, my He family is willing to compensate you 300 billion, I implore you to show mercy and spare us. He Shuhua pleaded, attempting to lower his stance. Though a cornered rabbit may bite, and a dog may leap over a wall when desperate, he truly did not wish to engage in conflict with the Li family unless absolutely necessary.
It is too late. Since you dared to attempt to assassinate me, you must be prepared to face the consequences.
Li Jun shrugged, his demeanor indicating he was not open to negotiate. That should not be the case. After all, the 10 absolute sect's reputation was well established. Contemplating this, he Shuhua feigned ignorance, saying, I do not understand what young Master Li is implying.
Damn it, it seems you will not. They would never betray us.
Upon hearing this, he Shua's face turned ashen, nearly unable to restrain himself from throttling his foolish son.
Ha ha, what do you have to say now? Li Junyi wore a triumphant expression.
Previously, he had hesitated to fully conclude that the Yi family had colluded with the 10 absolute sect. After all, in such a vast nation as Xia, many desired his demise, such as the Jianghu family and the Qin family. Yet, with this feint, the Yi family had unwittingly revealed their own hand.
Smack! He Shuhua slapped He Yunlong across the face, exclaiming, Fool!
He Yunlong understood he had been manipulated.
They bear no relation to the rest of the Yi family. I shall hand him over to you for your judgment.
He Shuhua implored with clasped hands. He Yunlong, bewildered, never expected his father would cast him aside as a scapegoat, and he anxiously protested, Father, you cannot do this.
It was you who. Silence. He Shuhua's furious reprimand interrupted his son, and he leaned in to whisper in He Yunlong's ear, Yunlong, do you wish for our He family to be eradicated? That simple phrase instantly quelled He Yunlong's agitation.
It was better for one to perish than for the entire family to be wiped out. Though filled with resentment and fear, he found himself powerless, kneeling before Li Junyi, begging for mercy. Young master, you possess great magnanimity.
I was in the wrong. I implore you to spare my life.
Young master, look, my son has admitted his fault. I hope you will show mercy and spare my He family this once.
He Shuhua pleaded once more.
Li Junyi's gaze remained frigid, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he pronounced, Kill. This decree sent a wave of terror through He Shuhua, who indignantly shouted, Li Junyi, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. I have already surrendered my son for your judgment, how can you seek to annihilate us all? Li Junyi snorted coldly, offering no response. He Shuhua was truly too heartless, too cruel. To ensure his own survival, he disregarded the life of his own son. Such a man, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly become a future threat. With Li Junyi's command, Sister Feng was the first to spring into action, darting before He Yunlong in the blink of an eye. Swish, in the next moment, He Yunlong's head tumbled to the ground, his eyes fixed in eternal horror. He Shuhua's face turned pale with fright as he hastily attempted to flee.
Clang, clang.
A long sword pierced through his back. He Shuhua slowly turned around, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Li Junyi, ultimately collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a text message arrived on Li Junyi's phone.
It contained a detailed record of the heinous deeds committed by the Yi family in Jianghu over the years, a true affront to both humanity and divinity. Execute everyone on this list. Li Junyi tossed his phone to Sister Feng. He recalled the teachings of his masters to eradicate the roots of evil, lest the weeds spring anew. This lesson remained etched in his heart. Chapter 28. Indeed, you would feel anxious.
The news of the downfall of the Yi family in Jiangdong spread rapidly throughout the Xia kingdom, shocking all corners. Various factions began to investigate the identity of the mysterious assailant.
In the Xuanqing Legal Affairs Office. Son, how could they have let us go?
Lin Jianghu, shouldering his son Lin Dongyang, slowly emerged, still unable to believe this reality. Out of more than 20 core members of Xinyiage, only the 2 of them had miraculously been pardoned, a truly bizarre occurrence.
Dad, it's only been a few days, have you lost your wits? Lin Dongyang gazed at his father as if he were a fool. Was there even a need to guess? Surely, it was his maternal grandfather who intervened. Lin Jianghu paused, suddenly enlightened. How foolish of me, we must go to Jiling and seek vengeance from your grandfather. Dad, please take me to the hospital first. My leg, Lin Dongyang pleaded urgently. It is too late for your leg, vengeance is our priority. The thought of their recent tribulations ignited Lin Jianghu's fury. He had silently vowed that once he was free, he would ensure that young brats suffered 1,000 cuts.
A taxi pulled up smoothly before them. Without a second thought, Lin Jianghu flung open the back door, unceremoniously tossing Lin Dongyang inside before eagerly taking a seat in the front passenger seat. Virun before Lin Jianghu could even utter their destination, the driver slammed the accelerator to the floor. Are you trying to kill us? Drive any faster and you'll be sending us to the afterlife. Lin Dongyang fumed from the back seat. The driver, wearing a baseball cap, chuckled to himself. Indeed, I am hurrying to the afterlife, but I'm merely escorting you there. At this revelation, both father and son's expressions changed dramatically. It is you, Lin Jianghu recognized the driver. Indeed, your old friend, Master Go Fugui grinned coldly. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Jianghu's forehead as he threatened, what do you intend to do? I warn you, my father-in-law is the chairman of the Qingyang group. If you value your life, you best release us. Are you referring to Ishu Hua? Apologies, but his entire family has already preceded you both to the afterlife. Go Fugui mocked. Having been imprisoned in the legal affairs office for days, Lin Jianghu and Lin Dongyang were completely unaware of the He family's demise. Thus, they found it hard to believe Go Fugui's words. However, no matter their belief, it could not alter the final outcome. Our young master instructed me to convey a message: live well in your next life. Upon finishing, Go Fugui produced a silenced handgun from his coat. No, don't, spare us, Bayu. The father and son collapsed, their lives extinguished on the spot. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private club in Jinling City. Li Jun lay bare-chested on the bed, cradling a glass of romanticoni, savoring a sip. Ah, this wine is delightful. Would you care for a taste? The spacious room revealed no one else, as he seemed to be conversing with the air. Yet, in the next moment, a man in his 40s emerged from the adjoining wall, his features rugged and his gaze sharp, radiating an aura of righteousness. How did you discover my presence? The man inquired with keen interest. Li Jun chuckled, countering, if I were to say that even the sound of falling leaves within a 10 radius cannot escape my ears, would you believe me? At this, the man's pupils constricted sharply. The senses of a martial artist are indeed more acute than those of ordinary folk. This was no secret, however. To detect the sound of leaves falling from such a distance was an ability that even a master-level practitioner might struggle to achieve. Perhaps only a legendary martial sage could accomplish such a feat. But how could that be possible? For an ordinary martial artist to reach the minor achievement stage by their 20s is already considered extraordinary. Those who attain the major achievement stage before 30 are deemed prodigies. As for the master stage, even the most gifted talents would require a lifetime to break through, and the martial sage realm is a threshold many martial artists spend their entire lives striving to surpass. Achieving such a level is exceedingly rare. It is rumored that only the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple, the leader of the Taoist sect, and the master of the Xiaoyao Palace, dominators of the three supreme factions of martial arts, have successfully entered this realm after reaching a century of age. Yet this young man before him, even if he had begun training in the womb, could not possibly have amassed more than 2 decades of experience. Young man, while boasting incurs no tax, do at least keep your claims somewhat plausible. After his initial shock, the man's eyes sparkled with derision. Setting down his glass, Li Jun casually lit a cigarette, replying nonchalantly, let us set the boasting aside for now. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragon King has personally come to see me regarding the Yi family matter, correct? Long Qianjun narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly taken aback that the other party knew his identity. Though the Dragon Group is the Xia Kingdom's most classified organization, your reputation as the Dragon King resonates both domestically and internationally. It's not surprising that I would recognize you, so there is no need for you to be overly anxious. Li Jinni explained, both intentionally and unintentionally. Long Qianjun couldn't help but laugh. You think I would feel anxious? Indeed, I can sense your anxiety. Li Jinni stated with utmost seriousness. Long Qianjun laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Young man, while I don't know how you discovered my presence, since you are aware of my identity as the Dragon King, how dare you assert that I would feel anxious? Are you truly not anxious? Long Qianjun scoffed dismissively, and now, as Li Jun spoke, his gaze sharpened, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. In an instant, a murderous intent enveloped the entire room. Long Qianjun felt as though he had been locked in by an invisible force, a voice within warning him not to act rashly, lest lives be lost. Within just a few breaths, Long Qianjun's complexion paled. Are you anxious now? Li Jun smirked coldly. Long Qianjun clenched his fists tightly, yet he dared not move, his gaze towards Li Jun filled with trepidation. Since his inception into the Dragon Group, he had executed countless high-level missions and slain innumerable powerful figures from both home and abroad. He could hardly believe that merely a glance from the other party could instill such fear in him. Who on earth are you? Long Qianjun finally stammered. Li Jun shot him a sidelong glance, stating coolly, you dare seek me out without even discerning my identity? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate a small dragon like you? Long Qianjun's massive frame trembled involuntarily, cold sweat soaking through his back. The heir of the Li family in the Imperial City, the #1 scion on the list of debauched young masters, 3 years ago. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Li Juni's profile, it was firmly etched in his memory. However, anyone who dared to label this fellow as a debauched young master would surely receive a resounding slap from Long Qianjun. Chapter 29: The Young Master's Extraordinary Development. The Dragon King of the Xia Kingdom, a formidable figure who traverses both domestic and international realms, found himself paralyzed by a mere glance from his adversary. Were it not for the undeniable evidence before them, none would dare to believe such a reality. "Please, take a seat," Li Juni commanded, his imposing aura gradually dissipating as he gestured with an air of courtesy. Sweat poured down Long Qianjun's brow as he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Let us return to the matter at hand. You have come to discuss the He family, correct?" Li Juni reiterated with a pointed inquiry. This time, Long Qianjun dared not act overly confident, solemnly nodding in affirmation. "You slaughtered 16 members of the He family, and the evidence is irrefutable." "I have come to," he faltered, struggling to continue. "To arrest me and return me to the Dragon team, is that not so?" Li Juni inquired nonchalantly. "Yes." Long Qianjun's countenance betrayed a sense of shame. Given Li Juni's unique status, even the most audacious members of the Dragon team hesitated to act against him. After all, the temper of the Li family as patriarch was notoriously fierce, instilling a sense of caution even within such an elite organization. Thus, only the Dragon King himself could be dispatched, yet, in this moment, Long Qianjun felt like a mere jest before Li Juni. With a swift motion, Li Juni tossed a USB drive onto the table, casually stating, "This contains irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed by the He family. I trust that upon reviewing it, you will find their demise wholly justified." Long Qianjun furrowed his brow at this. The He family wielded control over the Qingyang group and had engaged in numerous clandestine dealings over the years. While they may have evaded the scrutiny of others, they could not escape the watchful eyes of the Dragon team. Thus, despite not having viewed the contents of the USB, Long Qianjun believed in the truth of Li Juni's assertions. However, the He family had committed transgressions, and it was the duty of the law enforcement agencies to address them. It was never within the purview of others to take matters into their own hands. "If you wish to take action against the He family, then allow our Dragon team to handle it. You must not act on your own." Long Qianjun pondered solemnly. He acknowledged Li Juni's strength, which surpassed all expectations, yet in the face of governmental authority, what did one man's might truly signify? National laws govern the nation, and familial rules govern the family. This truth has been instilled in me since childhood by my grandfather, he continued. "Then why my actions do not require explanation to anyone?" Li Juni interjected assertively, raising 3 fingers, he declared, "Grant me 3 days." Long Qianjun was taken aback, confusion etched upon his face. "In 3 days, I shall completely eradicate the 10 Absolute sect. Does this not constitute a service to the nation? Consider it an act of atonement," Li Juni elaborated with an air of nonchalance. Long Qianjun's eyes widened, shock painted across his features. As the head of the Dragon team, he understood better than anyone the menace posed by the 10 Absolute sect. It was not a matter of inability to act, but rather a profound fear of the consequences. Too many powerful figures were aligned with the 10 Absolute sect. To engage them without thorough preparation could jeopardize the very foundation of the state. Thus, hearing Li Juni's words left him utterly flabbergasted. "I can assure you, the downfall of the 10 Absolute sect will not impact the nation in the slightest." Li Juni's voice was low yet brimming with unwavering confidence. "And how do you propose to guarantee that?" Long Qianjun pressed, his resolve faltering. With a sly grin, Li Juni replied, "If I fail, I shall personally present myself to the Dragon team to accept my punishment. How does that sound?" Minutes later, Long Qianjun exited the room, bewildered by his own decision to trust Li Juni. It felt as though some unseen force compelled him. "Dragon King, what brings you here?" Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang exclaimed, their expressions a mixture of confusion. The 2 brothers had been stationed outside, completely unaware of when Long Qianjun had entered, yet, upon reflection, it was only natural that Long Qianjun, whose power eclipsed theirs, could evade their notice. Without a word, Long Qianjun stepped into the elevator and departed. Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang exchanged glances, then promptly burst through the door. "Damn it, I was in the middle of getting dressed." "What are you 2 doing barging in?" Li Juni shouted, his voice rising in irritation. Go Fugui scratched his head, replying, "Young master, there is no need to be shy. We're all men here, what is there to fear?" "Exactly," Wu Shangwang chimed in, laughter in his voice. "We were all naked together as kids, what is the big deal? Damn, the young master has developed remarkably, he has grown so much more than us." "Get out!" Li Juni nearly lost his temper, wanting to swat these 2 fools into silence. Whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, they were quick on their feet. A moment later, as Li Juni emerged, he found Go Fugui fiddling with his fingers while Wu Shangwang gazed up at the ceiling, whistling. "If you dare enter my room without knocking again, I'll break your legs," Li Juni admonished irritably. "Understood, there will definitely not be a next time." Both Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang replied in unison. "By the way, young master," Wu Shangwang shifted the conversation, "how did the Dragon King end up in your room? You 2 didn't?" His tone suggested a suspicion of something unspeakable occurring between them. Bang! Li Jinyi delivered a sharp whack to his head, growling in warning. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Fine. Wu Shangwang winced in pain. Go Fugui then inquired, young master, did the Dragon King come to see you because of the Yi family? Indeed, Li Jinyi responded casually, he came to arrest me. He dares. Wu Shangwang's eyes widened. The old patriarch could easily dispose of Long Qianjun. Enough, you two need to calm down. I'm standing here perfectly fine. Li Jinyi sighed, resigned to the antics of these two. Right, young master, you mentioned that the Dragon King came to apprehend you. How come he didn't take you away? Go Fugui asked. Perplexed. Li Jinyi adopted a mysteriously profound expression, feigning seriousness, because he is no match for me. A mere glance was enough to leave him paralyzed with fear. Xiangwang, you're over 20 and still a virgin. How about I find you a girl to lose it to tonight? Get lost. My first time is reserved for my future wife. Go Fugui. And Wu Shangwang completely ignored Li Jinyi's words, striding into the elevator. I am truly a master of my craft. The feeling of being doubted was deeply unpleasant, and Li Jinyi almost wanted to shake the elevator apart, sending those two fools plummeting. Thankfully, he managed to suppress his emotions. In Jin City, at the Jiang family estate, Jiang Ruffing, the eldest son, was playing golf, clad only in a tank top despite the biting winter chill. Whether it was an act of bravado or simply a testament to his robust physique remained unclear. Master, at that moment, an elderly hunchbacked man in his 60s or 70s hurried over with surprising agility. Jiang Ruffing set down his club, excitement brimming as he approached the old man. Uncle Fu, have you gathered the information? Indeed, I have. It truly is that boy. Uncle Fu lowered his head slightly, presenting a neatly organized stack of documents with both hands driven by love. It appears he cares deeply for that Chen Xingxue. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ruffing's lips as he perused the material. Since he has placed a green hat upon my head, I shall return the favor. That seems only fair. Chapter 30 of the Li family, acting with a clear conscience with the demise of the Yi family in Jiangdong. The news of Li Jun's return spread like wildfire across the land. A wave of excitement swept through the imperial city. In the Yi family, Yi Zhengping, the current head of the family and commander of the Xuanwu army, sat in the main hall, his expression tinged with gravity. Father, that obnoxious brat from the Li family returning at this juncture. One wonders what the Jiang family will think about it, mused a middle-aged man, who was none other than Yian, the eldest son of the Yi family and governor of the Northwestern Territories. In a few years, he stood poised to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Moreover, he was also the father of the imperial city's most beautiful maiden, Yi Qingcheng. It would be odd if the Jiang family did not speculate, but I believe that old fox Jiang Shangda still possesses a measure of restraint, Yi Zhengping remarked, his brow furrowing as he continued. What I am more curious about is the true intent behind the Li family's actions. Are they attempting to thwart the union between the Yi and Jiang families? That seems implausible, given his understanding of Li Dinghua. He knew the man would not engage in such futile endeavors. Indeed, Li Junyi's return would inevitably evoke memories of that scandalous incident 3 years prior, rendering both the Yi and Jiang families somewhat embarrassed. However, in the face of interests, what significance does reputation hold? Yian paused, contemplating. The Li family has been rather quiet of late, leading me to suspect that this is merely the calm before the storm. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhengping scoffed lightly. I suspect it is not that they have been inactive, but rather that they lack a valid reason to act. Upon hearing this, Yian's eyes sparkled with realization. Father, do you mean that the Li family wishes to prevent our union with the Jiang family but cannot find a suitable pretext to intervene? Precisely, Yi Zhengping interjected. Convey this down the line. All members of the Yi family should exercise caution and avoid any conflict with the Li family. Understood. Yian nodded in agreement. Yi Zhengping paused before inquiring, how is that girl Qingqing faring these days? She remains unchanged, as usual, Yian replied. Side Yi Zhengping exhaled heavily. She must harbor resentment towards me for being such a grandfather or father. Qingcheng will come to understand your intentions, Yian comforted, though he himself felt at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, despite the gentle drizzle falling from the sky, Li Yuanshan remained unfazed, diligently attending to the fields. Old sir, it's raining, you ought to take a break, a guard advised with concern. Li Yuanshan scoffed dismissively. In my youth, our troops were often cornered by the enemy in dire situations, whether it be in snow-capped mountains or treacherous swamps. What environment have I not endured? This mere drizzle is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the guard stood in awe, for without the sacrifices of those predecessors, how could the new Xia kingdom enjoy its current prosperity? Even in old age, one cannot afford to be idle. Li Yuanshan reminisced about his youth, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. The guard promptly stepped forward to light it for him. Cough. Hot. Father, why are you still in the fields in this rain? Li Dinghua appeared from a distance, hastening his steps upon seeing his father drenched. What brings you here in such a hurry? Li Yuanshan continued to tend to the crops, seemingly unperturbed. Li Dinghua took the umbrella from the guard and held it over his father, saying, "Father, I have something to discuss with you." Noticing the weight in his tone, Li Dingwa set down his sickle and sat down in the field. "Go ahead, what is it? It seems that Brat Juni has undergone quite a transformation."
Li Dingwa promptly recounted the demise of the Yi family in Jianghu. Though the lad is playful by nature, he has never instigated trouble. If he has taken down the Yi family, there must be a compelling reason behind it.
Li Yuanshan, known for his fierce protectiveness, would undoubtedly side with Li Jun, regardless of the outcome. Li Dingwa couldn't help but smile wryly. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. You mentioned that the lad has changed."
Li Yuanshan inquired further. Li Dingwa shook his head. "Do you remember Long Qingfeng, the fellow in charge of the dragon team?" "Yes, I have some recollection." "What about him?" "I have a good rapport with Long Qingfeng. He confided in me." Li Dingwa leaned in, whispering into Li Yuanshan's ear. Gradually, Li Yuanshan's eyes sharpened with intensity. "Thus, the situation unfolds, and Juni boldly declared he would eradicate the 10 absolute sect within 3 days, Li Dingwa added. "Truly worthy of being a member of the Li family," Li Yuanshan exclaimed with vigor. "He is ridding the nation of a malignant tumor. I shall offer him my utmost support." "Father, you've misunderstood my point," Li Dingwa lamented. Li Yuanshan, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "No, I grasp your implication. Are you aware?" Li Dingwa was taken aback. "Ha, you mean that the 10 absolute sect is entangled in a web of complex relations? If the lad recklessly confronts them, it would be akin to pitting our Li family against numerous powerful figures at once." As he spoke, Li Yuanshan took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Throughout the 5 millennia of our Xia kingdom, has there ever been a significant event that did not require someone to take the lead? Take, for instance, a century ago, had not those noble heroes risen to stand for the nation and the people, how could the feudal Qing dynasty have been toppled? The very reason the 10 absolute sect has grown increasingly formidable is precisely due to the timidity displayed by people like you. To return to the crux, the lad is performing a noble deed for the country and its people. To act with a clear conscience is the hallmark of a true member of the Li family. Even should our family face utter ruin, what is there to fear?" Li Yuanshan exuded a righteous aura, his words resonating with an undeniable sense of justice. Hearing this, Li Dingwa felt a twinge of shame. To occupy your position and fulfill your duties, you must recognize that all you possess is granted by the state and the people. Therefore, all your actions must prioritize the nation and its citizens above yourself. Li Yuanshan placed a hand on his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Only with a nation can one have a family." "Father, I understand." Li Dingwa inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just awakened from a dream. Seeing this, Li Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction. "Not be by the way, Father, the news of Juni's return can hardly be kept under wraps any longer." Li Dingwa changed the subject. "Are you concerned someone may pose a threat to the lad?" Li Yuanshan inquired calmly. Li Dingwa shook his head. "Juni is well protected by 2 disciples of Elder Shao, and I have dispatched a unit of Phoenix Guards to ensure his safety. There is no need for concern on that front." "Then are you worried about the Yi family?" Li Yuanshan teased. This time, Li Dingwa nodded. "You are indeed astute. The Yi family has likely begun to be wary of us, and the Jiang family, I fear." "Do not fret." Li Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, then grinned. "Old Ji Zhongtan would do well to be prudent. If I could thrash him in my youth, I can surely do the same now that I am older." Chapter 31. They are my cellmates. At Xuanqing International Airport, 2 burly men emerged, each carrying a backpack, one clad in black and the other in white. This striking duo captured the attention of numerous travelers. Soon, a luxurious business vehicle came to a halt before them. "Get in," a voice called as the window rolled down, revealing the driver to be none other than Black Wolf. "Oh my God, it's you, Black Wolf!" exclaimed the white man in surprise. The black man, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, "Black Wolf, did the boss send you to pick us up?" "Of course," Black Wolf replied, waving them on impatiently. "Hurry up and get in." The 2 men climbed into the vehicle one after the other. A mere 15 minutes later, they arrived at Yunyang Technology. Upon entering the security department, Black Wolf found Li Juni dozing off. "Good heavens, boss, what are you doing here? Please don't tell me you're working as a security guard," the white man exclaimed, startled. Awakened from his nap, Li Jun was somewhat irritable. "Jenny, if you have a problem with your skin, just say so. And what's wrong with being a security guard? Do you look down on it?" No, boss, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way." Jenny quickly retreated a few steps, shrinking back. Li Juni then turned his gaze to the black man. "George, did you bring what I asked for?" "Rest assured, boss," George replied, glancing at his watch. "That item is heavily regulated in Xia country, so I could only send someone to transport it by sea. It should arrive by nightfall at the latest." Li Juni nodded in satisfaction. "Boss, you summoned us from afar. Are you planning something big in Xia country?" Jenny asked, his face alight with excitement.
Li Jinyi chuckled softly. Not exactly a grand scheme, let us just say it's a small operation. Jenny and George were not convinced by this casual remark. They recalled a past incident where a comrade had been exiled to a grim prison due to a politician's machinations. Li Jun had swiftly led them to obliterate that small nation, meting out a gruesome fate to those politicians. In the end, Li Jun had merely downplayed it, saying, "It's just a small operation." In Jenny's eyes, perhaps capturing the leader of Sakura country to serve as a male escort or bombarding the beautiful nation of Platinum country would truly qualify as a significant undertaking. Black Wolf, share the main details of this operation with them. Understood. Jenny, you claim to be the world's greatest hacker, correct? Absolutely. If I, Jenny, claim second place, who would dare claim the first? With his response, Li Jun smiled in satisfaction. This operation is quite important to me. Exercise utmost caution and ensure that all the information I require is thoroughly extracted. Jenny signaled an okay with his hand. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Jun initially thought it was Chen Xingyao, but a closer look revealed the woman to be Chen Xingxue, who exuded a more aloof demeanor. The resemblance between the sisters was uncanny, making it difficult to distinguish between them at times. They are, Chen Xingxue said, her face etched with confusion as she observed Jenny and the others. Good heavens, is there truly such a breathtakingly beautiful woman in the world? Boss, is she your woman? Indeed, only such a celestial being is worthy of your status, Jenny exclaimed, giving Li Jun a thumbs up. Though he spoke in an international language, Chen Xingxue understood perfectly, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment as she lowered her head. Can't you keep your mouth shut for a moment? Li Jinyi reprimanded, slapping Jenny on the head, causing him to wince in pain. Turning back to Chen Xingxue, he found himself at a loss for words on how to introduce her, so he simply stated, "They are my cellmates." Cellmates? Chen Xingxue paused, not particularly surprised. After all, she was aware that Li Jun had served time in prison, and she knew the reasons behind it all too well. Did you need something from me? Li Jun shifted the conversation. Chen Xingxue hesitated, her lips pursed as if she had something to say but was reluctant, understanding her shyness, which contrasted with her sister's boldness. Li Jun instructed his three companions, Black Wolf, take them to get settled. Understood. Black Wolf gestured for Jenny and George to follow him. As they passed by Chen Xingxue, Jenny suddenly halted. "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Jenny." I once heard a very classic saying in Xia country. "Birds of a feather flock together. With a woman as beautiful as you, I'm sure your friends are equally impressive. Could you possibly introduce me to a female companion, considering the boss's standing?" Chen Xingxue struggled to suppress a laugh at his clumsy Xia dialect. Li Junius' expression darkened. "Do you want me to personally escort you out?" No, Jenny replied, startled, quickly resuming pace with Black Wolf and George. The office was left with just the two of them. "Now you can speak," Li Jun said, crossing his legs and casually lighting a cigarette. Chen Xingxue bit her lip, finally stating, "There's a business gala tonight. Would you accompany me?" As she finished speaking, her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Li Jun was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. "You want me to be your date?" Chen Xingxue's voice trembled, filled with emotion. Li Jun was further perplexed. Why was she on the verge of tears? He hadn't done anything to her. "You can choose to refuse." As Chen Xingxue raised her head, she instantly regained her icy demeanor, yet a closer look would reveal her eyes were slightly reddened. Deep down, she hadn't truly wanted to invite Li Jun, as he had always maintained his distance, yet, she found herself in a predicament. At business galas, she often encountered unsavory characters. Previously, she had her grandfather to rely on, so she had no worries, but this time, with her grandfather still recovering, she had reluctantly followed her sister's suggestion to invite Li Jun. Not interested, Li Jun shrugged, outright refusing her. Chen Xingxue furrowed her brow. She had anticipated that he might decline, but she hadn't expected such a blunt rejection, and her eyes grew even redder. Hey. Li Jun noticed her tearful expression and felt a pang of urgency. "What do you mean by this?" Chen Xingxue stared at him intently, silent, as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Don't cry." "Alright, I'll agree to it." Li Jun sighed inwardly. He was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see a woman cry in front of him. However, even upon his agreement, Chen Xingxue continued to weep. "I've already agreed. Why are you still crying?" Li Jun said in exasperation. Chen Xingxue wiped her tears with her sleeve and fled the security department without looking back. Hey. Li Jun was left utterly speechless. Indeed, women were the most inscrutable creatures in the world. Chapter 32. Qi Xianer. As the night gradually descended, a helicopter landed on the helipad of the Yunyang Technology Building. Gofu Gue and Wu Xiangwang followed closely behind Li Junyi, their faces etched with confusion, unaware of their young master's intended destination. The three of them boarded the helicopter in succession, and Li Junyi inquired, "Are you all ready?" "George has already gone ahead to scout the terrain, and Jenny has commenced action as per your instructions," responded Black Wolf from the cockpit. "Then let us depart." At Li Junyi's command, Black Wolf restarted the helicopter.
Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Xiangwang asked, "Young master, where are we headed?"
"We are going to dismantle the stronghold of the 10 Absolute Sect," Li Junyi replied nonchalantly.
Ah! Wu Xiangwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Gofu Gui's lips twitched in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Young master, are you certain you are not jesting? Are we truly going to confront the 10 Absolute Sect with just the three of us?" Li Junyi shot him a sidelong glance, unfazed, and retorted, "Is there a problem?" Gofu Gui desperately wanted to respond with a resounding yes. Although the 10 Absolute Sect had few members, each one was an elite among elites. To brazenly confront them with such a small group was tantamount to courting death. It was utterly reckless.
"Young master, I shall immediately summon Sister Phone to bring reinforcements to rendezvous with us,"
Wu Xiangwang said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Regardless of whether they could dismantle the 10 Absolute Sect stronghold, they had to ensure Li Junyi's safety first.
"There is no need. If you are afraid, I can have you disembark the helicopter," Li Junyi grinned. Gofu Gui and Wu Xiangwang exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss as to where this audacity stemmed from. Half an hour later, the helicopter entered the territory of Qiannan, ultimately landing at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain. Gazing up at the summit, they saw it ablaze with lights. There stood a private villa spanning over 10,000 square meters. This was the stronghold of the 10 Absolute Sect. With swift movements, Li Junyi and Black Wolf donned combat gear.
Witnessing this, Wu Xiangwang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Young master, what are you planning to do? Are you blind?" Li Junyi shot back. Gofu Gui scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Young master, when did you learn to use firearms?" Staring at the array of weapons, both men felt as if they were trapped in a dream. "I have many skills, far beyond your imagination. Tonight, I shall let you witness but a fraction of my prowess," Li Junyi declared with pride. Minutes later, the four figures stealthily ascended the mountain under the cover of darkness, soon successfully rendezvousing with the long-hidden George in the dense forest halfway up the hill. "Boss, I have gathered all the necessary intelligence." Initially, they thought Li Junyi was merely jesting, but now, faced with the reality of the situation, they realized he was indeed serious. "Young master, the members of the 10 Absolute Sect are proficient in assassination and possess formidable strength. Moreover, there are masters stationed here, correct?" Li Junyi interrupted dismissively. Wu Xiangwang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, since you are aware, we should withdraw." Gofu Gui chimed in, "Indeed, young master. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to drink the finest wines, court the most beautiful maidens, and live such a life? Why seek death?" Before he could finish, Li Junyi sharply interjected, "Silence. You two stay here and witness my splendid performance." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Black Wolf, notify Jenny to take action, while you remain here for cover. Once I and George infiltrate the villa, divert their attention with a rocket launcher to facilitate our slaughter." "Understood." Black Wolf gestured an OK sign. Whoosh out in an instant, Li Junyi and Jenny darted out from the thicket, disappearing into the night. Gofu Gui rubbed his eyes, as though witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. "Xiangwang, where did the young master go? How did he vanish?" I didn't see anything either." Wu Xiangwang replied, bewildered. Moments later, as Black Wolf received a signal from the communicator, he promptly hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and aimed it accurately at the villa's entrance. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the night silence. Simultaneously, within the villa, several individuals concealed in the shadows turned pale, clearly not anticipating an assault on their stronghold. Alert! Bang! A man had barely shouted when his head exploded in an instant. The others reacted swiftly, rolling to change their hiding spots. At that moment, the rest of the villa's occupants became aware of the situation. Who dares to have such audacity? Within one of the villas, a woman with a devilish figure lounged on the sofa, a faint, wicked smile gracing her lips. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, particularly her beguiling peach blossom eyes that could mesmerize any man with a single glance. Who would believe that this enchanting young woman was the leader of the 10 Absolute Sect, feared by many powerful figures? What a beautiful little lady! Suddenly, a voice emerged beside her, causing her expression to shift drastically. Who goes there? The woman scanned her surroundings, discovering a man on the loft who had appeared there unbeknownst to her. He exuded charm and charisma, a striking contrast to any man she had encountered before. Are you Qi Xianer? Li Junyi inquired from his elevated position. Qi Xianer frowned slightly. Who exactly are you? Me? Li Junyi smirked coldly, tauntingly remarking, a few days ago, the He family sought your assistance to assassinate me. Surely you recall that? I thought it was someone important. Turns out it is merely the notorious playboy of our great Xia.
Qi Xianer chuckled derisively, her tone seductive. Are you not satisfied after indulging in the beauty of the... However, he chuckled, though I may be a man of many affairs, I am certainly not lewd. If I choose to kill you, I would not indulge in such frivolities. It is said that young Master Li is merely a wastrel. It seems rumors can be deceiving, Qi Xianer replied, her eyes glinting with malice, but to think you can kill me, young Master Li must have lost his mind in his pursuits of women. Given that Li Junyi had managed to infiltrate this place, it was evident that he was well prepared, yet she remained unafraid. After all, this was her domain. You don't believe me? Only a fool would believe. If you do not believe, I shall compel you to do so. With that, Li Junyi leaped down from the loft, landing gracefully before Qi Xianer. Beautiful one, if you do not make your move soon, you may find you have lost your opportunity. Chapter 33. I have demands, you should not refuse. In the shadowy underworld of the West, there exist 4 emperors, 8 kings, and 12 generals, each a superlative sovereign reigning over their dominions. George, the god of assassins, he is the most feared figure, aside from the aforementioned rulers, without exception. He has successfully completed the SSS-level beheading mission 9 times, with countless other tasks of varying degrees under his belt, and throughout his career, he has suffered only 1 defeat. That loss was at the hands of Li Junyi. However, this secret is known to but a few, thus he remains the flawless god of assassins on the leaderboard. Members of the 10 deadly gates are all first-rate assassins, yet this evening they have encountered the patriarch of their craft. How could you possibly discern my concealed position? One member of the 10 deadly gates exclaimed, his gaze filled with dread as he beheld the fallen forms of 6 or 7 companions nearby. Bang! A cold bullet was the only response. George did not linger, his figure flickering as he vanished once more into the night. The game of cat and mouse was not yet concluded, he needed to continue his pursuit of prey. Meanwhile, within the villa, Qi Xianer wore an expression of utter disbelief. To achieve the minor attainment of martial arts before the age of 20 is a sign of extraordinary talent. To reach the major attainment before 30 is the mark of a true prodigy. She had recently ascended to the major attainment, and yet she was nearly 28 this year. Yet now, standing before Li Junyi, she found herself devoid of the courage to even confront him. Could it be that his powers surpassed her own? This is impossible. A master-level expert in their 20s is virtually unheard of throughout history. For instance, the founder of Chan Buddhism, Bodhidharma, and the progenitor of the Taoist school, Zhang Zhenren, both supreme martial geniuses, only entered the master realm around the age of 40. How could this notorious wastrel possibly be a master-level expert? It must be an illusion, surely. If you do not make a move, then I shall, Li Junyi jested with a smirk. Qi Xianer's brows knitted into a frown, and suddenly, she sprang into action, launching an assault on Li Junyi. Her speed was akin to a thunderclap, the distance between them was 10 paces, yet in the blink of an eye, Qi Xianer appeared before Li Junyi. Swish! With her sleeve billowing, her slender fingers transformed into a lethal handblade, striking fiercely toward Li Junyi's throat. A lethal move right from the outset. Indeed, merely an illusion. Qi Xianer's anxieties dissipated, however, the next moment. Whoosh! A piercing gust of wind arose, and the Li Junyi who had just been before her suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Qi Xianer's eyes widened, feeling as if she were trapped in a dream. Such a fierce girl, in this situation, most opponents would have shifted to your rear, a familiar voice echoed. Swish, swish. Qi Xianer, a master of major attainment, demonstrated remarkable reflexes, sweeping her lethal handblade in the direction behind her without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! Once again, her strike met only empty air. As Qi Xianer turned around, she still could not catch sight of Li Junyi. Am I seeing ghosts? Qi Xianer was dumbfounded. She could assert with complete certainty that, with her abilities, even encountering a master-level expert would afford her a fighting chance. Yet now not only was she unable to brush against the hem of Li Junyi's garment, she couldn't even glimpse his shadow. Could it be that he is at the martial saint level? That is even more inconceivable. As she grappled with this crushing realization, Qi Xianer found her thoughts utterly absurd. She would sooner believe that tomorrow heralds the end of the world than accept that someone in their 20s could break through to the martial saint level. It is simply too ludicrous. Slow down, you are far too slow. The mocking voice rang out once more. Qi Xianer looked up to find Li Junyi had inexplicably returned to the loft. No, this cannot be real, I must be dreaming. Who are you? You cannot possibly be that wastrel. Have you cast some spell upon me? Qi Xianer bombarded him with questions, her existential doubts beginning to surface. Smack! A sharp sound echoed. Qi Xianer felt a sudden, fiery sensation on her backside, unable to resist the urge to rub it. Wait, who struck me? Qi Xianer regained her senses, only to see that Li Junyi had vanished from the loft, and the one who had just struck her was that scoundrel. Ah! I shall fight you to the end! Qi Xianer cried out in frustration. Although she appeared enchanting on the outside, within, she was a rather conservative woman. For over 20 years, her body had never been touched by a man. Li Jun was the first.
How could she not be furious? Bang!
This time, Li Jun ceased to toy with Qi Xianer, firmly grasping both of her wrists.
Damn it, you fierce girl is stunning, fiery, and quite captivating.
As Li Jun recalled his earlier boastful claims, swearing he would not engage in such behavior before killing her. If you kill me, you will be opposing countless influential figures, and you shan't expect to live.
From now on, the 10 deadly gates shall be your most loyal allies.
Consider it carefully. Seeing that Li Jun was momentarily stunned, Qi Xianer seized the opportunity to threaten and entice him.
Most loyal allies? Then, if I have demands, you certainly won't refuse, will you?
Li Jun's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Noticing he seemed swayed by her words, Qi Xianer intensified her persuasion. Indeed, once we become friends, I can utilize my leverage to further solidify your Li family's standing.
No, you have misconstrued my meaning.
A devilish grin spread across Li Jun's face as he replied, what I mean is, since we have become friends, we ought to be forthright with each other.
You know my strengths, I know your weaknesses, only then can we become the most loyal of friends, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, I can divulge all the secrets of the 10 deadly gates to you, including which influential figures we collaborate with. As she spoke, Qi Xianer suddenly fell silent, a realization dawning upon her.
Forthrightness, you know me. I know you, but what a lecherous scoundrel. If she were not immobilized, Qi Xianer would have certainly wished to unleash the Nining Bone Claw upon this shameless man before her.
Think it over. If you agree to my terms, I shall let you go, and we shall henceforth be friends. Li Jun chuckled. He suddenly found the prospect of teasing the leader of the 10 deadly gates to be an exceedingly amusing endeavor. A woman can be wild, a little training will suffice. Chapter 34 Mastery, a mere trifle. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Qi Xianer glared fiercely at Li Jun, exuding an air that suggested she would rather die than endure.
I have not. Shall I insult you now?
Seeing the playful banter reach its peak, Li Jun nodded with a smile and remarked, I had intended to spare your life, but since you are so resolute in seeking death, I shall reluctantly grant your wish. At his words, Qi Xianer rolled her eyes. She was at a loss for words when it came to this lecher before her. As Li Jun's footsteps drew closer, her breath quickened, her pupils dilating, revealing an inexplicable fear of death.
How dare you show such disrespect to the holy maiden? Young man, how do you wish to die? Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated through the air. Old Chen.
Qi Xianer, whose face had previously drained of color, now felt a surge of joy, as if she had been granted a second chance at life.
Creak.
The villa's door swung open, and sporadic gunfire echoed from outside. Qi Xianer was oblivious to the events unfolding beyond, her entire focus fixated on the frail figure that staggered into the room. This old fool has arrived late to the rescue.
I hope the holy maiden can forgive me, the elder said, bowing slightly. Qi Xianer exhaled deeply, stating, Old Chen, your timing is impeccable, but had you arrived even a moment late. Instead, he leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and declared, I have always detested those who put on airs before me, so even if the Buddha himself were to descend today, do not expect to see the sunrise tomorrow. Utterly audacious.
Qi Xianer cast a look at.
Soon enough, you shall regret it.
Turning back to the elder, she added, Old Chen, I implore you to spare that scoundrel's life for now. I must first vent my frustrations.
Whatever the holy maiden commands, this old man dares not disobey. As the words fell, the elder left behind a fleeting shadow.
In the next moment, Qi Xianer looked up to see the elder already in the loft, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Li Jun. A gust of wind arose, indicating the immense force behind the blow.
Bang boom, the tremendous energy.
As the wood shaving settled, Qi Xianer stood in stunned silence at the sight before her.
Old man, I warned you not to put on airs. Bang bang, do you still wish to pretend?
The one sent flying was not Li Jun, but rather the elder, who had barely made an appearance. Respect for the elderly, such a notion was non-existent. For Li Jun, anyone daring to oppose him, regardless of age or gender, would find themselves utterly defeated. Stop it, Qi Xianer. Only then did Li Jun cease his onslaught, sneering, Come now, I shall grant you time to summon your allies, call forth everyone you believe can contend with me, and today I shall teach you what true invincibility entails. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with overwhelming authority. Qi Xianer sensed the terrifying battle intent emanating from him, and a wave of admiration surged within her.
Thud.
Young man, how can you possibly be so strong? Before the elder could finish his sentence, his pupils dilated, and then, there was silence.
Old Chen. Panic filled Qi Xianer's eyes.
Until now, she had presumed that Li Junyi merely possessed a peculiar technique, his strength at most that of a major realm, yet now, although the elder was only at the initial stage of mastery, he was undeniably a genuine powerhouse. Yet with a single strike, he had been slain by Li Junyi. Was this truly not an illusion? Hunyo, are you certain you do not wish to summon more people? Li Junyi, cigarette in mouth, continued to jest. Boss. At that moment, though somewhat unsettling, the blood was solely from the members of the Ten Absolute sect. He himself had merely exerted considerable effort, emerging unscathed. The god of assassins truly lived up to his name. Have you dealt with everything? George shrugged, replying, 58 individuals, not a single one left breathing. Shi Xian'er was no fool. She was exceptionally astute. From the exchange between Li Junyi and George, combined with the sporadic gunfire she had heard earlier, she instantly deduced that the shock within her was beyond words to describe. In days, she realized that the number of times she had been astonished tonight surpassed all the moments of her more than 20 years of life combined.
Numb, utterly numb.
Swish. As Shi Xian'er was still in shock, she suddenly felt a grip around her neck. Li Junyi lifted her effortlessly as one would a chick, stating, I do not relish the idea of killing women. Little beauty, remember in your next life to not. Before he could finish, he abruptly froze. As Shi Xian'er struggled, her collarbones became partially visible, revealing a faint plum blossom mark on her left side. Li Junyi immediately set her down and, towering over her, demanded, How do you possess a plum blossom mark? Tell me quickly. He was certain that this mark was not congenital but rather tattooed onto her. His agitation stemmed from the fact that her mother bore an identical plum blossom mark on her left shoulder.
Ha ha, Shi Xian'er gasped for air. Quickly tell me.
Li Junyi's gaze turned icy as he shouted sternly. Startled, Shi Xian'er slowly raised her head, stammering, This is a unique mark of our, which cult? Which cult? What kind of power was that? Li Junyi had never heard of it and was about to inquire further.
Ah!
Suddenly, Shi Xian'er clutched her chest, appearing to be in immense pain. Li Junyi quickly assessed that she was not feigning, and he knelt to check her pulse.
You have a parasite within you?
Old Chen came to deliver the antidote. He must have it on him. Please help me retrieve it. Shi Xian'er's face was etched with agony, her words labored. Li Junyi immediately searched the elder's person, discovering a small jade vial, yet just as he had struck the elder down, the vial had shattered in the process. Upon witnessing this, Shi Xian'er's face turned ashen. Without the antidote, she would undoubtedly perish within 3 hours.
Boss, should we take her to the hospital?
George asked hesitantly. Li Junyi resolutely shook his head in refusal, for even the most advanced medical equipment. Meanwhile, Shi Xian'er was now writhing on the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Li Junyi cradled her in his arms and smiled down at her. Remember, from now on, your life belongs to me. Chapter 35. Laozi, the virtuous gentleman. The moonlit mountain villa. The villa lay in desolation, devoid of life, as Chen Xingyao had gone to the hospital to tend to Chen Xingyan. As for Chen Xingxue, it dawned on Li Junyi that he had promised that woman to accompany her to a business gala. Without delay, he cradled Shi Xian'er and carried her into his room, gently laying her on the bed before retrieving a needle kit from the cabinet. Whoosh, 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 with deft movements, he extracted 6 silver needles and 6 golden needles, 3 from each hand. Swish, swish, swish.
The 12 needles were deftly inserted into various acupoints on her body.
Shi Xian'er let out a soft whimper, drenched in fragrant sweat, clearly still in agony. I am aware you can hear me, so listen closely. Li Junyi cleared his throat and continued, I will now remove your garments, for I must use my energy to expel the cursed insects from within you. I assure you, my intentions are far from taking advantage of your vulnerable state.
After a brief pause, he chuckled, and even if you were capable of resisting, should I desire to act upon you, you would find it impossible to fend me off.
Shi Xian'er lingered in a state between swish, swish, swish. With an expert touch born of experience, Li Junyi swiftly divested Shi Xian'er of her clothing, leaving her utterly bare. Her immaculate body, with perfect contours, showcased a harmonious balance of curves and dips. Though Li Junyi possessed remarkable composure, he was not immune to temptation, and his thoughts began to wander. Shi Xian'er's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, reaching her ears that if she were to regain her senses, she might well wish for a fissure in the earth to swallow her whole. Regaining his focus, Li Junyi pressed his right palm against Shi Xian'er's back, while his left hand rested over her heart. In an instant, she felt a warm current coursing through the 2 points of contact, providing a tingling sensation that alleviated her suffering slightly. It is imperative that you do not resist the energy within you, lest I inadvertently shatter your meridians and render you incapacitated.
Li Junyi kindly cautioned.
Unable to articulate a response, Qi Xianer could only will her body to remain still. Before long, a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. Qi Xianer's previously pallid visage began to regain its color, and the pain gradually subsided. Whoosh, whoosh, sensing the moment was ripe, Li Junyi swiftly withdrew the 12 silver needles, then grasped Qi Xianer's right hand, pricking it with a needle, causing dark blood to ooze forth. Without hesitation, he seized her wrist with one hand while the other summoned energy once more to press against her spine.
Bang! A grotesque insect resembling human skin crawled out from her fingertip. Quick as a flash, Li Junyi skillfully pierced the insect with a silver needle and yanked it out. Mission accomplished. At the Kaya Hotel, on the 12th floor, the business gala in Xuanqing was in full swing.
Guests engaged in hushed conversations, most discussing the intricacies of commerce while subtly probing for potential collaborations. Some, however, had brought their children in hopes of finding suitable marital matches. Desiring to avoid the limelight, Chen Xingxue quietly sat in a corner. Yet, contrary to her intentions, a woman of exceptional beauty, coupled with the recent triumph of Yunyang Technology over the Jiangdong First Financial Group in the stock market, doubling its market value, rendered her the center of attention, even in her secluded nook.
President Chen.
A young man approached, holding a glass of champagne. Chen Xingxue merely nodded politely. Although the young man sensed her disinterest, he remained undeterred. Just then, the hall filled with the melodious strains of a violin, and the soft lighting illuminated the space. "President Chen, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" he inquired, feigning gentlemanly courtesy. Chen Xingxue gently shook her head, declining with grace. "I apologize, but I am feeling unwell."
The young man's expression shifted slightly, as he prepared to respond.
"Lu, since President Chen is unwell, it would be prudent not to disturb her," interjected Luo Changqing, who had suddenly appeared.
Though reluctant, the young man turned to leave. Luo Changqing naturally took a seat beside Chen Xingxue and asked, "Xingxue, how is your grandfather's health?"
Chen Xingxue nodded politely. "My grandfather is recovering well and should be discharged in a few days."
"That is wonderful to hear," Luo Changqing replied with a warm smile. "Mayor Qin is over there. Shall we go greet him together?"
With the sudden passing of the Xuanqing mayor due to illness, the position had been vacant for more than half a month, with Deputy Mayor Song Minggao managing affairs in the interim.
It was widely understood that Song Minggao was highly regarded and likely to officially assume the role. Thus, upon hearing Mayor Qin, Chen Xingxue was momentarily taken aback.
"Indeed, Mayor Qin has just been appointed as the acting mayor today." Luo Changqing lowered his voice conspiratorially, adding, "Let me share a little insider information. Mayor Qin hails from the royal Qin family and his ascension to the mayoral position is all but guaranteed. It is essential for us businesses in Xuanqing to foster good relations." Chen Xingxue nodded slightly before rising to accompany Luo Changqing toward a man surrounded by prominent figures in the business community.
In his 30s, he was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refinement. This was Qin Haoren, a distinguished third-generation scion of the royal Qin family and a dazzling new star in the political arena, poised to become the youngest mayor in the history of the new Xia Kingdom. "Greetings, Mayor Qin, I am Luo Changqing of Huaye Group." "Mr.
Luo, you are quite accomplished for your age." Qin Haoren offered a casual compliment, yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on Chen Xingxue. Luo Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. As a man, he couldn't help but feel concerned about Qin Haoren's intentions toward Chen Xingxue.
"This must be President Chen of Yunyang Technology," Qin Haoren initiated, raising his champagne glass. "Before coming to Xuanqing, I had heard that President Chen is the epitome of beauty in Jiangdong. Upon meeting you today, I find the rumors to be entirely true. I raise this glass in your honor." With that, he drained his glass of champagne in one gulp. To receive a toast from the future mayor would leave most in awe. However, Chen Xingxue remained composed, taking a delicate sip from her glass. "Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Qin, but I must admit I am not one for strong spirits." "I hope you understand."
Seeing this, Qin Haoren's expression darkened instantly. He had personally toasted her, and yet she merely took a tentative sip. This was clearly a slight to his honor. "President Chen, since the mayor has finished his drink, it would be remiss of you to only take a sip," remarked Qin Haoren's secretary, adept at reading the room.
Indeed, President Chen, please finish your drink."
A mere glass of champagne is hardly a challenge. Several business magnates chimed in, eager to curry favor with Qin Haoren. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from afar, "If she does not wish to drink, I would like to see who dares to force her." Chapter 36. Don't cry. Later, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, a domineering young man strode forward, immediately becoming the focal point of the event. "Since she refuses to drink, I shall see who dares to force her." Such a succinct declaration, how utterly imposing. Chen Xingxue, initially apprehensive, felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over her upon recognizing the newcomer. The guest's expressions ranged from shock to admiration, yet predominantly, they were laced with mockery. Who was Qin Haoran, the most dazzling rising star in the political arena of the Summer Nation and the future heir of the illustrious Qin family? This young man had the audacity to speak so brazenly in front of others, utterly oblivious to the peril he courted.
Young Master Li. Young Master Li.
Yet, some dignitaries recognized the identity of the speaker. Li Jun, the scion of the foremost aristocratic family, he possessed the confidence to utter such words and the power to challenge Qin Haoran. However, tonight's banquet was Qin Haoran's territory, for he was the future lord of Xuanqing. Thus, many were skeptical about Li Jun managing to gain the upper hand. Luo Changqing appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly taken aback by the commanding aura emanating from a figure he regarded merely as a guard.
Just as he was about to speak, "Get out of the way, or I'll break your legs," Wu Shangwang shouted arrogantly. Luo Changqing's expression darkened, his voice rising in intensity. "What did you say?" Bang! Go Fugui acted first, seizing Luo Changqing and flinging him several meters away with a violent throw. Clang!
Luo Changqing crashed heavily onto a banquet table, instantly losing consciousness.
With a snap, Li Jun lit a cigarette, and Wu Shangwang understood the cue to ignite it for him. The once spirited Qin Haoran now wore a tight-lipped expression. Both were heirs of the top aristocratic families in the imperial city, yet their paths diverged sharply. Li Jun reveled in a life of indulgence and debauchery, a notorious playboy. In contrast, Qin Haoran followed a righteous path, standing as a distinguished member among the third generation of the Qin family, the most likely candidate to inherit the family legacy. These two would typically have no intersection, yet they found themselves entwined due to one woman, Yi Qingsheng. This woman was the dream goddess of all the elite youths in the imperial city, and Qin Haoran was no exception. From the very first glance, he was hopelessly captivated by her. Regrettably, for the sake of his family's ambitions, he had to relinquish the woman he adored. Li Jun, you are not welcome here. I ask that you leave immediately.
Qin Haoran's voice was as frigid as ice. No matter how deep his composure or how capable of forbearance he was, when confronted by Li Jun, who had sullied the reputation of the woman he cherished, he found himself utterly unable to maintain his calm.
What the hell did you just say?
Go Fugui glared at Qin Haoran, seemingly ready to strike the esteemed scion of the Qin family at Li Jun's command without hesitation. Li Jun smirked coldly. I am standing right here, who dares to make me leave? This gentleman, I am Lu Jiaqing, the president of the Xuanqing Chamber of Commerce. The Lord's wishes are my commands.
I ask you to leave immediately.
A sharply dressed middle-aged man stepped forward.
Hold on.
At that moment, Song Minggao, the deputy lord of Xuanqing, also emerged, stating, President Lu, Mr.Li is my esteemed guest.
Are you certain you wish to expel him?
What? Lu Jiaqing was momentarily taken aback, evidently not anticipating that Li Jun would be associated with Song Minggao, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed, glancing anxiously at Qin Haoran.
Qin Haoran, with a profound gaze, remarked, Tonight is a networking banquet for the business community of Xuanqing. An outsider's presence here is clearly inappropriate. Do I not possess the authority as the Lord of Xuanqing to make such a decision?
This statement unequivocally reminded Lu Jiaqing that Qin Haoran was the true lord, while Song Minggao was merely a deputy, implying that he need not instruct him on whom to appease.
Lu Jiaqing instantly grasped the implication, casting an apologetic glance at Song Minggao before reiterating, Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize, but I must insist that you leave at once.
At this juncture, Chen Xingxue, who had remained silent, took the initiative to tug at Li Jun's sleeve and softly urged, Forget it, let us go.
This banquet was never that meaningful.
Li Jun flashed her a reassuring smile, Do not worry, I will handle this. He then turned to Qin Haoran and said, If I recall correctly, you, Qin Haoran, are merely the acting lord of Xuanqing, correct? That acting title will soon be removed from Lord Qin.
It will not take more than 3 days.
Qin Haoran's secretary interjected triumphantly.
Ha ha ha! Li Jun chuckled meaningfully. You are confident in your guarantee to persuade the Pinot family to invest in Xuanqing, hence your assurance regarding the lordship, am I correct?
At this, Qin Haoran narrowed his eyes. His elevation to acting lord of Xuanqing was undoubtedly facilitated by the Qin family's support, but more crucially, he had secured the promise of investment from the Pinot family, one of the world's top 10 financial conglomerates. Such a significant achievement would undoubtedly secure his position as the lord of Xuanqing. However, this secret was known only to the Qin family. How did this fellow come to know? Forgive me, but I just heard that the Pinot family will not be investing in Xuanqing. However, they clearly stated that Lord Song Minggao possesses exceptional capabilities and leadership. Were he to assume the position of lord, they might reconsider. Li Jun spoke nonchalantly. Song Minggao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha ha ha, Qin Haoran laughed, his tone dripping with disdain. If the Pinot family truly intended to withdraw their investment, he would undoubtedly be the first to know. Moreover, such a scenario was utterly implausible. He had already assured the Pinot family that should he ascend to power,
a white-haired elder stepped inside, followed by a cadre of assistants. That is the patriarch of the Pinot family, Che Erfu. The business tycoons present instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer, their expressions transforming to one of disbelief.
Qin Haoran was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Che Erfu to personally arrive in Xuancheng. Mr. Che Erfu, welcome to your arrival. Regaining his composure, Qin Haoran rushed forward with his aides to greet him. However, Che Erfu paid him no heed, quickening his pace to stand before Li Jun, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Boss, upon receiving your instructions, I rushed here at the earliest opportunity.
I hope I have not delayed your important matters.
This is impossible. Am I seeing things? The jaws of the guests nearly dropped in astonishment. Chen Xingxue, too, covered her mouth, staring at Li Jun in disbelief.
At that moment, her mind went blank. She simply could not comprehend why Che Erfu would show such reverence to this man. Chapter 37 Playing with Fire. Even though Li Jun is the heir of the foremost aristocratic family, his influence is confined to the Xia kingdom. The Pinot family, however, is one of the top 10 financial magnates in the world, wielding considerable sway in any nation. Yet here stands Che Erfu, the revered patriarch, deigning to converse with a debauched young master, almost as if he were a servant. Such a scene left the guests in attendance questioning their own sanity. Among them, the most astounded was undoubtedly Qin Haoran. His lips twitched violently, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself to confirm the reality of what he was witnessing. Alas, reality proved to be as it seemed.
Young Master Qin, our collaboration ends here, and the Pinot family will never again entertain any possibility of partnership with your Qin family. Che Erfu's declaration struck Qin Haoran like a thunderbolt. This signified that the position of the city lord of Xian City was utterly beyond his grasp, and the title of youngest city lord in the history of the new Xia kingdom had been reduced to a mere jest.
Why?
Qin Haoran questioned, his eyes reddening with indignation. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Prior to this moment, discussions had been progressing smoothly. Why had the other party suddenly reversed their stance? In that instant, all present understood that the someone he referred to was none other than Li Jun. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible slap had landed across Qin Haoran's face, silent yet excruciatingly painful.
Ha ha, this time you have triumphed.
Qin Haoran laughed bitterly, his gaze toward Li Jun brimming with animosity, and with a grand gesture, he signaled his assistant to leave.
He could no longer bear to remain in this place. Young master, shall we detain him?
Wu Shangwang inquired, rubbing his hands together, completely disregarding Qin Haoran's status. Li Jun gently shook his head. For some individuals, tormenting their body pales in comparison to shattering their spirit. Clearly, Qin Haoran belonged to the latter category.
Young master, what do you intend?
Go Fuqian sensed that his master would not let Qin Haoran off so easily and was surely harboring further intentions. Li Jun remained silent, instead beckoning Song Minggao over.
Li Xiao. Song Minggao hurriedly approached. Li Jun gestured toward Che Erfu, saying, there is no need for me to elaborate on who he is.
As for the investments required for Xian City, you may discuss them thoroughly. Che Erfu will fulfill all your needs.
Thank you, Li Xiao.
Song Minggao exclaimed with delight.
He felt a genuine gratitude toward Li Jun.
Let us depart, Li Jun said, glancing at Chen Xingxue. The latter, still lost in thought, suddenly felt an arm encircle her waist, jolting her back to reality.
However, she had no time to react before Li Jun took her away amidst the gaze of the crowd. Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang exhibited discretion, refraining from following the pair.
Inside the elevator, Li Jun lit a cigarette for himself. Chen Xingxue cast a sidelong glance at him, uttering two words, thank you. Had it not been for Li Jun's intervention that evening, it was precisely because of her that Li Jun had become irreversibly antagonistic toward Qin Haoran, leaving her with a twinge of unease. Li Jun seemed to sense her worry and, feigning nonchalance, chuckled, that scoundrel Qin Haoran. Observing this, Li Jun chose not to speak further. Moments later, as the Azure Maserati emerged from the hotel, two Passats promptly followed suit.
SKRRT.
Li Jun immediately pulled the car over to the roadside.
What's wrong? Chen Xingxue's expression shifted, fearing that Qin Haoran had sent someone to seek revenge. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a friend of mine. Li Jun reassured her. Wait for me in the car.
With that, he exited the vehicle alone. At that moment, one of the Passats also disgorged a man, Long Qianjun, the Dragon King.
The two walked aside in tacit understanding. Has the stronghold of the 10 Absolute sect been compromised? Did you truly orchestrate this?
Long Qianyuan's face was taut. Li Jun unabashedly admitted, "Indeed, it was I." Hiss. Upon hearing his candid confession, Long Qianjun inhaled deeply. "You are truly a fearless newcomer, the 10 Absolute Sect." All right, Li Jun interrupted, slightly irritated, and then produced a USB drive and a stack of documents from his pocket, handing them over. "You may decide how to handle this." With that, he turned to leave. Long Qianjun immediately opened one of the envelopes, revealing transaction information between a certain dignitary and the 10 Absolute Sect. He hurried back to the car, instructing his subordinates to fetch a laptop. Plugging in the USB, a series of recordings appeared on the screen. "Dragon King, these are one of the Dragon Group members," exclaimed. Wide-eyed Long Qianjun did not respond to his subordinate but instead gazed in astonishment at the direction the Maserati had vanished. He could hardly believe that the very trump card sustaining the 10 Absolute Sect had been effortlessly acquired by Li Jun. Several minutes later, upon returning to the Moonlight Villa with Chen Xingxue, Li Jun found the villa's entrance ajar, while Black Wolf and George lay sprawled on the ground. "Damn!" Li Jun immediately checked their condition, relieved to find they were merely unconscious and had not sustained serious injuries. He then dashed into his room, discovering that the siren was indeed absent. "Damn it, that was careless." Li Jun muttered a curse under his breath. Moments later, under Li Jun's care, Black Wolf and George gradually regained consciousness. "Boss, that woman's strength is formidable. We were no match for her," Black Wolf admitted with some shame. George, however, retorted, "That was because we were afraid of hurting her, so we refrained from using guns, otherwise, she might not have been able to handle us. Do not worry, as long as that woman remains in the Xia Kingdom, she will not escape my grasp." Li Jun waved his hand dismissively, reassuring them, "You may return for now." Black Wolf and George nodded in agreement and departed together. Li Jun settled onto the sofa and lit a cigarette. As his thoughts raced, he reached for his phone, only to keenly sense someone approaching. The footsteps were chaotic. He quickly deduced that there were numerous individuals, all of whom appeared to be ordinary folk. Seeking death, his mood, already foul, had found an outlet for his frustration. Swish swish. Chen Xingxue emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, only to find Li Jun gazing at her. "We were wrong." A chorus of pleas followed. Li Jun stood amidst the biting cold winds, a sly smile playing on his lips. Zhang Ruffing, that scoundrel, is truly playing with fire. Chapter 38. At most, I'll spend another 3 years in prison. The following morning, a series of momentous events swept across the entire Summer Kingdom. First and foremost, the dreaded 10 Absolute Sect was annihilated. However, the identity of the assailants remained a mystery, ultimately leading to speculation that the government was behind it. After all, aside from the authorities, no individual or faction possessed the capability to silently eradicate such a notorious assassin organization. The second significant occurrence concerned the recently returned heir of the foremost noble family. At the commercial exchange banquet in Xuanqing, the patriarch of the Pinot family was subserviently obedient to the extravagant scion, akin to a mere servant. Not only that, but this flamboyant heir, in a fit of anger over a beautiful woman, clashed head-on with a distinguished member of the Qin family's third generation, shattering the latter's dreams of becoming a city lord. Many began to speculate whether this was an indication of impending conflict between the Li and Qin families. To everyone's astonishment, however, the head of the Qin family, Commander Qin Jin of the Heavenly Dragon Army, extended an invitation for a joint military exercise with Li Dinghua's Tiger Roar Army during the conference. The two families not only exhibited no signs of discord but appeared to coexist harmoniously. Thus, rumors of an imminent war between the two factions were quashed. As noon approached, Li Jun returned to the imperial city from Xuancheng. The witch cult, although he had not heard of this faction before, he was confident that the Dragon Group would be well aware of it. Just as he emerged from a secure passageway with Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang, a military-registered off-road vehicle appeared before the trio. Wu Shangwang murmured, "Could it be that the master knew the young master was back and specially sent someone to fetch us?" Bang! Go Fuchi knocked him on the head, retorting, "Are you blind?" Wu Shangwang winced in pain but soon realized that the vehicle's license plate did not belong to the Tiger Roar Army, but rather to the Xuanwu Army. In an instant, both Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang's expressions changed dramatically. This was because the Xuanwu Army was under the command of the Yi family. Clang, the driver's door swung open. A woman clad in military attire, donning a cap and sunglasses, stepped out. She possessed an enviable figure that all women would envy, with long, elegant legs clad in knee-high military boots, exuding an air of confidence. Her delicate features, sun-kissed skin, and a ponytail at the back of her head suggested that she was just over 30, yet she emanated a sense of maturity and composure. This woman was not only beautiful but also strikingly alluring. Any man who laid eyes on her might feel an overwhelming desire to conquer her. However, upon seeing her stern expression, Li Jun instantly sensed that her intentions were not benevolent, prompting him to speak up. "Who are you?"
Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside, young master. Wu Shangwang quickly grabbed Li Junyi and whispered a few words in his ear. What nonsense? Li Junyi's expression shifted abruptly. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at the woman and asked, "Are you Yi Qingcheng's aunt, the renowned female warrior of the Xuanwu army, Yi Qingru?" He had heard of the Yi family's patriarch having a daughter in his later years but had never encountered her, and he was astonished by her youthful appearance. Tsk, Li Junyi couldn't help but chuckle. Old Master Yi truly is aging like fine wine. Yi Qingru's face instantly turned frosty as she coldly remarked, "A lecher is simply a lecher. Nothing serious ever occupies your mind. What does it matter to you whether I'm serious?" Li Junyi retorted indignantly. "Am I eating your family's rice or sleeping in your bed? Who are you to meddle?" "Ahem," Go Fuchi interjected. "Young master, you've slept with her niece." Bang! Before Go Fuchi could finish, Li Junyi delivered a light smack to his head, admonishing, "So what? I spent 3 years in prison for her. What more do you want?" He then turned to Yi Qingru with a mischievous grin. "But let me say this, if one isn't willing to serve time for a woman, what right do they have to profess their love?" "Aunt, am I right?" The term sent shivers down Yi Qingru's spine as she frowned and snapped, "A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." Li Junyi shrugged, replying, "Am I wrong? I willingly serve time in prison for your niece. Does that not entitle me to call you aunt? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Get in the car." Yi Qingru huffed before leading the way back into the vehicle. Li Junyi glanced at Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang in confusion, asking, "Do you two know why this woman is looking for me?" Both Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang shook their heads, feigning ignorance. Such ungratefulness. Li Junyi glared at them before preparing to enter the vehicle. Wu Shangwang immediately grabbed him, urging, "Young master, you mustn't go with her. It could be dangerous." As danger, nonsense, Li Junyi scoffed inwardly. If this woman provoked him, he would not hesitate to spend another 3 years in prison. It's fine, after all, there are hundreds of eyes here witnessing the young master entering her vehicle. If she dares to harm the young master, our family as patriarch won't let her off easily, Go Fuchi declared boldly. Li Junyi patted his shoulder and then reprimanded Wu Shangwang. "It's still Go Fuchi who has the foresight. You should learn from him." With that, he opened the passenger door and climbed in. As the off-road vehicle drove further away, Wu Shangwang shot a glare at the self-satisfied Go Fuchi. "What else with your arrogance? You got me scolded by the young master. That's what you get for your short-sightedness. You've become increasingly arrogant lately. How about we find a place to train?" Who is afraid of whom? Minutes later, the off-road vehicle appeared on a secluded mountain path. Yi Qingru turned her head to Li Junyi and, in a tone that brooked no refusal, commanded, "Get out of the car. What are you planning? Speak honestly. Bringing me to a desolate place, is it not for some nefarious deed?" Li Junyi feigned fear. Yi Qingru furrowed her brows, angrily retorting, "If you don't get out now, I will throw you out. I warn you, even if you gain my body, you will never possess my heart," Li Junyi declared earnestly. Yi Qingru clenched her fists, forcing herself to suppress her emotions, determined not to derail the purpose of this visit. She softened her tone, stating, "I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Rest assured, I will not harm you." Noticing her change in demeanor, Li Junyi deduced that she likely sought something from him. He chuckled, "If you have something to say, just speak. Why the insistence on getting out of the car?" Hearing this, Yi Qingru considered that she might have been mistaken. Discussing matters inside the vehicle would suffice. "I ask you, do you acknowledge that you owe a debt to Qinshan?" "I owe her nothing." Though Li Junyi indeed felt remorse towards that woman, he did not wish to place himself in a position of disadvantage given Yi Qingru's assertive stance. "You." Yi Qingru locked her gaze onto him, momentarily at a loss for words. 3 years, Li Junyi raised 3 fingers, feigning despair. "Because of her, I spent a full 3 years in prison. Do you have any idea what those 3 years were like for me?" Chapter 39. Once is enough, twice is too much. Gazing at Li Junyi's weary expression and melancholic eyes, Yi Qingru found herself momentarily at a loss for words. A privileged young man, accustomed to a life of ease and comfort, had been confined in a prison notorious for housing the most heinous criminals across the globe. For a full 3 years, she could hardly bear to contemplate the extent of his torment. "What do you believe I owe your niece?" Li Junyi seemed to be deeply immersed in the role, his performance growing increasingly tragic. By the end, Yi Qingru lacked the courage to meet his gaze, a hint of guilt surfacing on her face. "Initially, our Li family had compensated your Yi family, yet your family's old relic, oh no, your grandfather stubbornly clung to me." "Alas," Li Junyi sighed heavily, stating, "Not only do I not owe your niece anything, but in fact, she owes me." Yi Qingru couldn't help but nod in agreement, only to immediately shake her head. "Regardless, you ultimately caused harm to Qinshan. Do you think she has fared well these past 3 years? Are you aware of the vile slanders directed at her? If it weren't for you, how could Qinshan bear the stigma of being labeled a withered flower? You scoundrel!" As she reached the end of her outburst, Yi Qingru could no longer contain her wrath. Li Junyi fell silent. It was no surprise that a woman had lost her innocence. After all,
The world had become increasingly permissive, however. Yi Qingcheng was not the daughter of an ordinary family, she hailed from the prestigious Yi clan. After the incident 3 years ago, he had distanced himself from this realm of turmoil, yet Yi Qingcheng was unable to escape. He could only imagine the scorn she had endured over the years, and the injustices she had faced. With a flick, Li Junyi lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before pondering. Speak, what do you wish to achieve by seeking me? As the faint scent of tobacco wafted through the air, Yi Qingru furrowed her brow tightly and replied solemnly, if you are still a man, then go rescue Qingcheng from her suffering.
What do you mean?
Li Junyi raised an eyebrow. I trust you have heard that my father has betrothed Qingcheng to Jiang Ruffing of the Jiang family. Yi Qingru added, casting a meaningful glance at Li Junyi. She continued, if Qingcheng truly marries that waste, she will never find happiness. Hey, Li Junyi interrupted, displeased. You may disparage that waste, but what do you imply by looking at me like that? Humph. Yi Qingru scoffed, that wastrel spends his days in the brothels, contributing nothing but ruin, akin to the character of certain individuals.
Hearing her veiled insults, Li Junyi's irritation grew. Which self-important, empty-headed woman dares to seek the infamous playboy? Who are you calling empty-headed? Whoever insults me, I shall retaliate. You, courting death. Yi Qingru, enraged and embarrassed, hurled a punch at Li Junyi's abdomen. This blow was not aimed at a critical point, it was evident she merely intended to teach him a lesson. However, in the next moment, bang! Li Junyi reacted like lightning, his fingers expertly capturing Yi Qingru's fist. Yi Qingru was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fact that this scoundrel could catch her punch. TSK. Aunt, I never imagined that after years in the military, your little hands could still remain so delicately smooth. Li Junyi teased. Yi Qingru swiftly withdrew her fist, only to deliver another chop towards Li Junyi's shoulder and neck. Bang! As expected, her hand had barely approached Li Junyi's sleeve when her wrist was firmly grasped. This time, Yi Qingru could not retract her hand. She felt as though her wrist were caught in a vice, utterly immobilized. How is this possible? Yi Qingru's complexion drained of color, her face a mask of disbelief. This fellow was merely a frivolous playboy, how could he possibly withstand her full-force strike? Once is enough, twice is too much. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness, Li Junyi coldly warned. Yet Yi Qingru remained undeterred. With a sudden movement, she seized the opportunity while Li Junyi flicked the ash from his cigarette, launching a punch towards his cheek while simultaneously kicking towards his abdomen. A dual assault. Damn it! Li Junyi swiftly sidestepped her punch, using his elbow to block her thigh. Yi Qingru attempted to change tactics, but it was too late. Li Junyi's hand shot forward, gripping her throat with astonishing speed. Yi Qingru had no time to evade, instantly rendered motionless by his hold. With a swift motion, Li Junyi reached for her calf, gently flipping her seated position. Smack! A sharp sting radiated from her backside, and only then did Yi Qingru realize she had been struck, and in such a sensitive area, she felt a rush of both humiliation and anger. You scoundrel, let go of me! Smack! Her protest was met with relentless slaps. A flush of crimson crept onto Yi Qingru's cheeks, akin to a monkey's rear. Is this the military's female warrior? Smack! I warned you that once is enough, twice is too much. Do you treat my words as mere whispers? Smack! Yi Qingru gritted her teeth, attempting to resist, yet Li Junyi was quicker, pinning her firmly beneath him. Still wish to resist? Poof! Li Junyi pressed down even harder. You scoundrel, let me go! Yi Qingru felt a murderous rage brewing within her. Do you dare threaten me? Smack! Li Junyi remained unfazed by her threats, delivering slaps as if they cost nothing. Yi Qingru's backside swelled visibly, and though separated by fabric, one could easily guess that the skin beneath had turned a vivid shade of red. Time passed slowly. Yi Qingru abandoned her resistance, neglecting the pain in her rear, and turned to glare at Li Junyi. Let go of me. Beg me, and I might consider it. Li Junyi grinned. Yi Qingru drew a deep breath, suppressing her fury as she spoke. I beg you. Li Junyi, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, this is your final warning. Should you strike me again, the consequences will not be so lenient. With that, he shifted his body back to the passenger seat. Yi Qingru immediately straightened, but the moment her backside touched the seat, pain shot through her, causing her to leap up. Witnessing this, Li Junyi stifled a laugh. Bang! Yi Qingru hastily flung open the car door and jumped out, turning to glare at Li Junyi. If looks could kill, she would have executed him 100 times over. Not satisfied? Do you wish to practice a little more with me?
Li Junyi chuckled mischievously, leaping out of the car as well. Having learned from the previous encounter, Yi Qingru was noticeably more subdued, though her gaze towards Li Junyi was filled with complexity, predominantly confusion and disbelief. Had she not personally witnessed it, she would never have believed this scoundrel could possess such strength. Chapter 40 I slaughtered him. Li Junyi, if you are still a man, you cannot refuse me. Yi Qingru declared, only to suddenly realize the weight of her words, prompting her to hastily add, go rescue Qingcheng from her suffering.
Apart from the illustrious Li family, she could hardly conceive of anyone bold enough to offend both the Yi and Jiang families simultaneously.
Li Junyi was her sole candidate.
What if I refuse? Li Junyi inquired, his tone tinged with meaning. Yi Qingru furrowed her brows and replied, if you dare to refuse, I swear, the harm you inflict upon Qingcheng will be repaid to you in double. Do you possess that capability?
Li Junyi scoffed. I acknowledge your strength, but what if I were to summon my second brother?
Yi Qingru threatened coldly. The second son of the Yi family, Yi Chang, was reputed to be the foremost expert of the Xuanwu army. Li Junyi had heard of this figure, and while he might have feared him in the past, now since you were so confident, why not take some time to call your second brother? I, too, wish to test the prowess of the top expert of the Tianlong army. Li Junyi's laughter was rife with disdain. Yi Qingru observed an endless confidence emanating from him, momentarily taken aback.
This fellow was indeed audacious.
Do not push me.
Yi Qingru admonished coldly. Li Junyi chuckled, I shall push you, hurry up and summon your brother, whoever flees is a coward. You. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Qingru inhaled deeply and ultimately refrained from contacting her second brother. It was not that she doubted Yi Chang's ability to handle Li Junyi, but rather that she was wary of the latter's identity. After all, if the Li family's elder were to erupt in fury, even her father would retreat in trepidation.
Let us consider it a plea from me, shall we?
If only you would agree to rescue Qingcheng from her plight, you may propose any condition within my means, including allowing me to share your bed.
Upon uttering those words, Yi Qingru couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh.
Even she could not comprehend how she had spoken such audacious words.
Are you serious?
Li Junyi rubbed his hands together, an expression of uncontainable delight on his face. Yi Qingru's gaze gradually lost its color as she steeled herself and stated, yes, as long as you agree, I am yours. That is your promise. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Junyi swiftly moved beside Yi Qingru and pulled her into an embrace. Their eyes met, and they could feel each other's breaths. Yi Qingru's heart raced wildly, her body trembling slightly. Li Junyi flashed a grin and teased, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, you are Qingcheng's aunt. The term aunt sent a jolt through Yi Qingru, rendering her too bashful to lift her head. Seizing the opportunity, Li Junyi placed a hand on her exquisite figure and asked, do you truly not regret it? Yi Qingru felt as though she had been electrocuted, forcefully pushing him away and asserting, you have yet to rescue Qingcheng from her plight, so you cannot touch me for now. Ha, I was merely jesting. Li Junyi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said, rest assured, when it comes to Yi Qingcheng's marriage, no one but her may decide. Yi Qingru felt a tremor of surprise. Although Li Junyi's voice was low, she detected an undeniable air of dominance within it. An hour later, an off-road vehicle arrived outside the Li residence. Li Junyi alighted from the vehicle, while Yi Qingru immediately pressed the accelerator and sped away.
Young master! Are you all right? Upon seeing the two with bruised faces, Li Junyi frowned and asked, what the hell, did you two have another duel?
Wu Shangwang shot a glare at Go Fuchi and retorted, this guy is a bit too self-righteous, so I taught him a lesson on behalf of the young master.
Go to hell, it was clearly me teaching you a lesson. Go Fuchi protested. Both of you, shut up. Li Junyi interrupted irately. How many times have I told you? Brothers should not harm one another. If you dare to fight again, I will toss you into a cesspit for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this, both Go Fuchi and Wu Shangwang twitched at the corners of their mouths. The thought of soaking in a cesspit for 3 days and nights was too grotesque for them to contemplate, but it was simply too horrifying. Young master, that woman did not do anything to you, did she? Go Fuchi quickly changed the subject.
Li Junyi puffed with pride, and replied, what could she possibly do to me? In fact, I nearly devoured her.
Young master, you have already had your way with her niece, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pursue her too? Go Fuchi remarked disdainfully. Wu Shangwang disagreed, saying, the young master acted on his own merit, so how can that be inappropriate? That does seem to make sense, Go Fuchi conceded, realizing the logic behind it. Alright, enough of this. You two take me to the dragon group.
Li Jun had no desire to waste time.
Young master.
Wu Shangwang pouted, hesitating to speak. Li Jun raised an eyebrow and said, "Speak your mind."
It's like this.
Wu Shangwang leaned close.
He seemed to be visiting the elder. Is that so?
Li Junyi narrowed his eyes. Go Fuchi expressed concern. That guy is likely growing suspicious. After several days of being unable to contact Li Xiu, Li Zongping had probably deduced that his son was in peril. Anyone would harbor doubts.
Just wait here, I will go speak with old Li.
With that, Li Junyi entered the house alone. Moments later, Li Yuanshan was seated in the courtyard, sipping tea, when he spotted a slouching figure approaching him.
You little rascal, did I deceive you? Is that Chen family's young girl not pretty enough? Li Yuanshan teased with a smile.
Passable, Li Junyi replied, disinterested in the topic. He quickly shifted the conversation, asking, Old Li, what was that uncle of mine seeking you for?
Li Yuanshan's piercing gaze fixed on Li Junyi as he asked in a grave tone, You better be honest, are you hiding something from me?
He, Li Junyi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, Old Li, you truly possess a keen insight.
My little secret was immediately unraveled by you. Li Yuanshan asked coolly, Speak, what have you done to Xiao Xiu?
I slaughtered him.
Li Junyi replied nonchalantly, What? Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan raised an eyebrow and enunciated each word carefully. What did you say?
Old Li, do not get agitated. Realizing that the elder was genuinely enraged, Li Junyi hastily reassured him, Please allow me to explain. Whatever punishment you wish to bestow upon me, I shall accept without complaint.
Li Yuanshan set down his teacup and sighed deeply.
You may begin your defense, but today, no matter what you say, I will not easily forgive you. Chapter 41. The Li family has a dragon. Ning Junyi. The older generation tends to be quite sentimental, and Li Yuanshan is no exception. He had initially believed that Li Junyi would merely reprimand Li Xiu, yet to his astonishment, the former acted with audacity and resorted to lethal measures. How could one not be enraged? If Li Zongping and Li Xiu were merely to harm me, I might, out of familial affection, have spared them. However, they, father and son, have no business colluding with outsiders.
Betrayal is a matter of either once or countless times. Even if I were to forgive them this time, who can assure me they won't harbor treachery again?
Li Junyi did not embellish his words but laid out the truth he had uncovered. The anger on Li Yuanshan's face gradually dissipated, yet it was evident that he remained deeply unsettled. I have spoken my piece, Old Li. Should you wish to strike or punish me, I will harbor no complaints. Li Junyi presented himself with an air of resignation.
Alas! Li Yuanshan sighed heavily, saying, They are, after all, members of the Li family, and if it weren't for your great-grandfather's selfless act of saving us back in the day, enough.
Li Junyi interjected, It is commendable that you remember your great-grandfather's kindness, but over the years, in what regard have you or Old Li wronged Li Zongping and his son? It is they who have forsaken the bonds of kinship first, thus, I bear no blame. Li Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words. Li Junyi lit a cigarette and fell into a contemplative silence. Though they shared the same roots, why must they hasten to harm one another? He understood this principle, yet his resolve to act decisively stemmed from another concern. While he could brave the dangers himself, he worried for Li Dinghua and Li Yuanshan. Should anything unfortunate befall these two closest to him, he would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of his life. This matter ends here. Zongping must not be touched.
Li Yuanshan's tone left no room for dissent. No, he must die.
Li Junyi's stance remained equally resolute. Youth gazing at Li Junyi, Li Yuanshan suddenly perceived that this great-grandson had indeed changed. As he matured, in that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride.
Alas!
With a sigh, Li Yuanshan waved his hand, saying, Leave me, I wish to be alone.
Li Junyi nodded and promptly exited.
Li Yuanshan lit a cigarette, plunging once more into deep thought. At that moment, an elderly man seemed to materialize out of thin air, taking the seat Li Junyi had just vacated. Li Yuanshan cast him a sidelong glance, continuing to smoke in silence. The old man, unfazed, poured himself a cup of tea and murmured, I never expected that the Li family would produce a dragon.
Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan's body jolted violently. What did you just say?
I said, your Li family has produced a dragon, a ferocious.
What appeared to be an inconspicuous red building concealed an impenetrable level of security unbeknownst to ordinary folk. Go Fuqian halted the vehicle, scanning the surroundings, and cautioned, Young master, there are at least 10 pairs of eyes watching us from the shadows. To be precise, there should be 16 pairs of eyes. Li Junyi was more aware than they, though he chose not to disclose this information. You two stay in the car, I shall enter alone. Young master, this is Dragon Group, please, do not act recklessly.
Wu Shangwang warned with. Ignoring their protests, Li Junyi walked towards the red building with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him like a wraith, coldly warning, "This is the Dragon Group's territory.
No unauthorized personnel are permitted, leave at once."
"I am a friend of your Dragon King, simply inform him that Li Junyi has arrived, and he will surely come to greet me personally." Li Junyi replied with a nonchalant smile. The man shook his head, refusing, indicating that he could not abandon his post. However, his demeanor clearly suggested disbelief in Li Junyi's claims.
"Since that is the case, I will lay my cards on the table. I am Li Junyi of the Li family. Is this identity sufficient for entry?"
Li Junyi reiterated his status. The man continued to shake his head, insisting, "Please leave immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite."
"What the hell? What status does the esteemed Li de Guanjian hold, to be treated with such disregard?"
"Very well, then let me experience the might of your Dragon Group."
With that, as soon as his words fell, several figures emerged simultaneously. Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwan, not far off, were taken aback. "Quick, it seems young master is in trouble again."
I have long warned him not to be so arrogant, yet he refused to listen. The two immediately exited the vehicle, rushing forward.
However, at that moment, stop.
A commanding shout instantly diffused the tense atmosphere, revealing Long Qianjun stepping forth with his hands clasped behind his back.
"Dragon King!
Dragon King!" The new Li Junyi pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "Your Dragon King carries quite the air.
Let us discuss inside."
Long Qianjun gestured for him to enter. Upon entering the room, Li Jun's gaze fell upon an elderly man, aged around 80 or 90, whose face bore numerous wrinkles yet was almost devoid of blemishes. This condition could arise from either exceptional care or profound internal strength capable of expelling impurities. The aura exuded by the old man indicated he belonged to the latter category. "So, you are the one who uprooted the 10 Absolute sect," the old man spoke calmly, his tone authoritative yet devoid of anger. Li Junyi raised an eyebrow and turned to Long Qianjun, inquiring, "Who is this old man?" Long Qianjun's expression darkened as he warned, "This is my master, please show respect." "Oh," Li Junyi sighed, somewhat petulantly, "so you are the master?"
"No wonder you are so imposing." Long Qianjun's face tightened, ready to issue another warning, but the old man waved his hand to dismiss it. "I am Long Qingfeng, are you, perchance, the grandson of Li Shuai?"
The old man smiled slightly. "One earns respect by showing it true to his nature," Li Junyi responded, "so you are the esteemed Long Qingfeng, the founding figure of the Dragon Group. I am honored."
"Enough with the pleasantries. What brings you to my Dragon Group so suddenly?" Long Qingfeng's gaze scrutinized Li Junyi intently.
"Well, I was initially seeking the Dragon King, but now that you are here, it is fortuitous." Li Junyi rubbed his hands together and said, "You, esteemed elder, have extensive knowledge."
"There are matters I wish to inquire about." "Oh?"
Long Qingfeng feigned an attentive demeanor.
"May I ask if you have ever heard of the witch cult?" "Why do you ask this?"
Long Qingfeng's expression abruptly shifted. Observing this, Li Junyi was certain the elder was aware of the witch cult, and he replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps you are unaware, but the leader of the 10 Absolute sect is, in fact, associated with the witch cult."
Long Qingfeng's pupils constricted sharply. "This is impossible."
"The witch cult was obliterated by the 3 major factions over a decade ago, Chapter 42. They lacked the courage, and even more, the power in the realm of martial arts within the Xiao nation. Countless sects exist.
However, the true hegemonic forces of the martial world are confined to 3 sacred grounds of the Chanlin Temple of Fangjiang Mountain, the Daoist sect of Longhu Mountain, and the Xiao Palace of Little Xiumi Mountain.
Yet, since ancient times, where there is righteousness, there must also be evil. The witch cult, which unleashed a storm of bloodshed in the martial world over a decade ago, epitomizes such malevolence. Back then, the 3 sacred grounds joined forces with a multitude of righteous sects to gather in the majestic mountains of Bagui, slaying over 1,000 disciples of the witch cult, and from that moment forth, the cult vanished from the realm of Jianghu. Thus, upon hearing the name of the witch cult once more, Long Qingfeng could not help but display his unease. "Master, perhaps there are still many remnants of the witch cult that have escaped our grasp, hiding in the shadows all these years, and it is highly likely that Long Qianjun's words trailed off." Yet, both Li Junyi and Long Qingfeng could surmise his implication: the witch cult seeks to make a resurgence. "If this lad is not lying, we must deliberate on this matter with utmost caution," Long Qingfeng remarked, his expression grave. Li Junyi shrugged and replied, "Is it truly necessary for you both to be so anxious?" "Youth, your unfamiliarity with the witch cult leaves you unaware of its dangers," Long Qingfeng responded earnestly.
Should this evil sect indeed rise from the ashes, the peace of the martial world will undoubtedly be shattered, and even ordinary citizens will suffer the consequences. We cannot afford to be complacent.
The battle between righteousness and evil from years past claimed the lives of countless heroes and formidable figures. The mere recollection of that conflict sends shivers down his spine. Li Junyi, however, remained unfazed. In his view, whether it be the witch cult or the dog cult, they could be eradicated once more if necessary. Xianjun, you shall investigate personally. If this lad speaks the truth, we must unearth those vile entities, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground.
Long Qingfeng commanded. Long Qianjun nodded in affirmation, understood.
Dragon King, should you uncover any information regarding the witch cult, please inform me at the earliest opportunity, Li Junyi added, echoing his request. Long Qingfeng regarded him with suspicion, inquiring, what reason do you have to seek out the members of the witch cult? Li Junyi inclined his head slightly, stating, I cannot divulge the details at this moment, but rest assured, I will not impose upon you without reciprocating.
Consider it a favor owed to your dragon group. Is your favor truly of such value? Long Qingfeng remarked with an enigmatic tone. Master, you need not elaborate. Might you demonstrate a few moves for this old man?
Perhaps it is best not to, for I fear I might inadvertently cause you harm. Li Junyi politely declined. However, to any observer, such words would undoubtedly be perceived as a challenge.
Long Qingfeng's lips twitched in irritation before he chuckled darkly. You possess such confidence in your ability to best me?
Confidence, without a doubt, Li Junyi grinned.
Though your prowess is commendable, were I to fully engage, I could handle you with but a single hand. Gasp.
Long Qianjun inhaled sharply. Who exactly is his master? Long Qingfeng, the founder of the Dragon Group, a master-level expert renowned for decades, whose strength has since ascended to unfathomable heights, and yet, this brash young man claims he could subdue him with one hand. Long Qianjun believed himself audacious, yet in the presence of Li Junyi, he felt like a mere novice.
Very well, very well, very well.
Long,
take this punch.
Long Qingfeng, nearly instantaneously, summoned his strength and struck out with tremendous force. Bang, bang, the clash of fist and palm created a powerful shockwave that distorted Long Qianjun's expression, compelling him to retreat several steps.
Wow!
One combatant was sent flying while the other remained rooted in place. As the dust settled and Long Qianjun discerned the outcome, his face transformed with sheer astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief.
Good lad!
Long Qingfeng clutched his chest, steadying himself against a pillar, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
He had been injured. Clap, clap.
Li Junyi brushed off the dust from his attire, nonchalantly stating, I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you are already faltering? Long Qingfeng took a deep breath, astonished. That lad showed restraint at a critical moment, otherwise, I fear I would not see the sun rise tomorrow. Master, he is merely in his 20s.
How could he possibly be this formidable?
Long Qianjun swallowed hard. He knew of Li Junyi's strength but had not anticipated such terror. Even his master could not withstand a single blow. Reflecting on their encounter in Jinling, he silently rejoiced at having refrained from engaging Li Junyi. Otherwise, his head might have been claimed not long ago.
This lad is simply a prodigy.
Enough of that, quickly assist me in tending to my wounds. Long Qingfeng grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, in the car awaiting them, Go Fuqi and Wu Shangwang watched as Li Junyi swaggered out, exuding an air of arrogance, and they exchanged anxious glances. After all, the Dragon Group was a formidable establishment.
Did he not fear repercussions? Bang!
Li Junyi hopped into the vehicle and commanded, drive, we are heading home.
Wu
Shangwang slammed the accelerator to the floor, fearful that lingering might invite the pursuit of Dragon.
Go Fuqi turned around, sheepishly suggesting, young master, if we find ourselves in such a government stronghold again, it would be prudent for us to maintain a lower profile.
Why is that?
Li Junyi queried, perplexed.
They lack both the courage and the strength to do so.
Put.
That night, at the Yi residence. Yi Qingru, who had long been stationed in the military, rarely returned home, yet when she did, she remained secluded, not venturing beyond her room to see anyone.
Knock, knock, knock. Aunt. A melodious voice called from out.
Standing before the mirror, Yi Qingru composed herself, splashed her face with water, and ensured she appeared presentable before making her way to the door.
Creak.
A young woman stood outside, her lips tinted a vibrant hue and her pearly teeth gleaming.
There was an ethereal quality about her, distinct from that of ordinary women, and a hint of sorrow in her gaze added a layer of poignancy to her beauty. With a grace akin to a serene maiden, she possessed a beauty that could stir the hearts of any beholder, even women, let alone men. Her name was Yi Qingcheng. Indeed, she was a beauty that could topple kingdoms, living up to her title as the most stunning woman in the imperial city. Chapter 43. Only able to escort you once a celebrated beauty basking in the limelight, she had overnight transformed into a notorious figure, branded as filth, a broken shoe, withered flowers and fallen willows. This illustrates the profound harm that the scandal 3 years prior had inflicted upon Yi Qingcheng, yet, as time passed, she gradually learned to let go. Why Yi Qingcheng even contemplated that, should she encounter that man again, she would maintain a heart as tranquil as still water. Rest assured, my dear niece, I will never allow you to marry that scoundrel from the Jianghu family, Yi Qingru vowed emphatically. Aunt, you have already done more than enough for me, Yi Qingcheng sighed softly. Let it be. Her tone was imbued with complexity, akin to a caged bird yearning for freedom, yet forever unable to realize its dream. Resentment, helplessness, resignation, that fellow has promised me he will certainly rescue you from this abyss, Yi Qingru said, her heart aching at the sight of her niece's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng furrowed her brows slightly. Are you referring to Li Jun? Yi Qingru nodded, stating, Indeed, I saw him today. As she spoke, memories of Li's ruthless nature resurfaced, and her face flushed with anger. Noticing her reaction, Yi Qingcheng's eyes deepened with concern as she asked, Aunt, did he bully you? And did you agree to any conditions with him? No. Yi Qingru denied vehemently. You know my capabilities, who could possibly take advantage of me? Although her tone wavered slightly, she still summoned the resolve to project authority. After a pause, she added, As for conditions, does that scoundrel dare propose anything to me? He owes you a debt he can never repay in this lifetime. Yi Qingcheng felt a flicker of doubt. She was indeed aware of her aunt's prowess and thus did not fear her being taken advantage of, but Li Junyi's lawlessness was notorious in the imperial city. If he were to have any reservations, he would not have dared to. Aunt, please be honest with me, do you have any dealings? Although there was a generational gap between Yi Qingru and Yi Qingcheng, the two had grown up together, appearing more like sisters, thus understanding each other profoundly. Meeting her niece's gaze, Yi Qingru felt a twinge of guilt, but she could not bring herself to disclose the promise she had made to Li Junyi. It was far too humiliating. Moreover, if Yi Qingcheng were to discover this matter, it would surely burden her for life. I promised that as long as he is willing to act against this union, I would grant him an opportunity to pursue me, Yi Qingru provided a half-truth. Seeing the deepening concern on Yi Qingcheng's face, she added, You need not worry, I merely said I would grant him a chance to pursue me. Whether I accept or decline will ultimately be my decision. Aunt! Yi Qingcheng felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. You truly need not seek him out. Even if he agrees, it will be futile, for he lacks the ability to intervene. No. Yi Qingru shook her head firmly, her resolve unyielding. You know, that man seems entirely transformed. Even she cut herself off, swallowing the words no match for him. But after all, she had just boasted of her strength in front of her niece, only to confess to being bested moments later. That would be akin to slapping her own face. What do you mean, even you? Yi Qingcheng's face was etched with curiosity. In any case, do not inquire too much. Just believe that he has the capability to assist you, Yi Qingru said with a gentle smile, her expression resolute. Within a private villa at the junction of the third and fourth rings, Li Zumping set his phone down, leaning back wearily against the sofa. This was already the 100th time he had failed to reach his son, leading him to suspect that his son had likely met with misfortune. Li Junyi. Li Zumping's teeth nearly ground to dust as his expression darkened ominously. Uncle, were you looking for me? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. Li Zumping was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the familiar figure of Li Junyi, the very person he had been thinking about. You, how did you get here? Li Zumping's demeanor shifted to one of unease. Li Junyi chuckled, I've been here for quite some time, it is you who failed to notice. Nephew, did you come to me at this late hour for something urgent? Li Zumping, with his deep-seated composure, quickly regained his calm. Li Junyi approached and sat across from him, crossing his legs casually. I visited my great-grandfather today, and he mentioned that my cousin is missing, so I came to check on you. Do you know where Xior is? Li Zumping narrowed his eyes. Although he was certain that his son's disappearance was linked to Li Junyi, he opted to play the fool for now,
as the situation had not yet escalated to open hostility.
I certainly do know. Li Junyi wore a knowing expression. Where is Xior? Li Zongping asked, unable to contain himself. Would you like to see your cousin? I can take you there.
Li Jun suggested. A sudden sense of foreboding crept over Li Zongping, yet he dismissed it as mere overthinking. This was his home, and Li Junyi was but a single individual.
What could there possibly be to fear?
Then lead the way, Li Zongping consented. However, Li Junyi shook his head.
I cannot take you there, I can only escort you.
Puzzled, Li Zongping was left in the dark about what. Instantly, Li Zongping's expression shifted.
What are you planning? To escort you to see your cousin.
Li Junyi wore an innocuous smile. At last, Li Zongping understood why Li Junyi had stated he could only escort him.
It turned out he intended to eliminate him. Li Junyi, you reckless scoundrel, this is outrageous. Are you now turning against your own kin?
Li Zongping seethed with rage.
Get lost, did you ever consider me your nephew?
Li Zongping frowned, his gaze fixed on him intently. After a moment, Li Zongping suddenly burst into laughter, his tone icy. It seems that 3 years in prison have made you a bit sharper.
This is all thanks to you and your son.
I should express my gratitude, Li Junyi replied earnestly.
I was initially planning to use the Jianghu family to eliminate you, but since you are so eager to seek death, I cannot stand in your way.
Clapping his hands together, Li Zongping expected his body. I am now taking you to meet Li Xior. Chapter 44. The correct guess. In Xuanqing, the sky began to drizzle softly. Chen Xingyan, who had just been discharged from the hospital, sat on the sofa with a gentle smile on his face, appearing in good spirits. Grandfather, please have some fruit, Chen Xingyan said as she placed a platter of fresh fruit on the coffee table.
Yao Yao, where is Junyi? Where has he gone?
Chen Xingyan inquired with curiosity. Chen Xingyan glanced at her sister, who was busy working since returning home, suggesting that he should ask her. Thus, Chen Xingyan waved his hand again and called out, Shuer, where is Junyi? I don't know, Chen Xingxue replied without looking up, her focus still on her work.
Come here. Suddenly, Chen Xingyan raised his voice.
Chen Xingxue pleaded, Grandfather, give me a few minutes, I will finish this soon.
Put work aside for now, come here first. I have something very important to discuss with you, Chen Xingyan commanded, leaving no room for refusal. After much hesitation, Chen Xingxue reluctantly set her notebook aside and approached Chen Xingyan and asked solemnly, Are you blaming your grandfather for arranging this marriage for you? Grandfather, young people today value the freedom of love, just answer yes or no. Chen Xingyan interjected. Chen Xingxue appeared somewhat sullen but still nodded slightly. Then let me ask you again, what do you think of Junyi's character? Chen Xingyan inquired once more. Chen Xingxue was taken aback. Despite the myriad rumors surrounding Li Junyi, it was easy to uncover the truth with a bit of inquiry. However, after spending the past few days together, she even began to feel that the information she had gathered previously was all mere gossip. Sister, brother-in-law is not as unworthy as the outside world claims, Chen Xingyan interjected appropriately. Chen Xingxue shot a glance at her sister and retorted stubbornly, Who knows if he is just putting on an act? No, even if someone is a master of disguise, they will eventually reveal some telltale signs. Chen Xingyan countered, brother-in-law's carefree nature is certainly not something he can feign. Even if what you say is true, Chen Xingxue glanced reproachfully at Chen Xingyan, Grandfather, we have only known each other for a few days. Marriage is not a game, how can it be so hasty? Chen Xingyan smiled faintly, back in my day, I only knew your grandmother for a day, after meeting once, she married me the very next day. I've already said, we cannot compare to your era. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, startling all three within the house. Looking up, they saw the villa's front door had fallen with a resounding thud. Who dares to be so brazen? At the same time, Feng Sa appeared from the shadows with 9 phone guards. A man with wavy hair, clad only in a vest despite the winter chill, stepped into the courtyard, his asymmetrical arms particularly striking under the light. Qilin hand, Zhuo Jingyun. Feng Sa recognized the individual at a glance. It has been years since I roamed the martial world. I didn't expect anyone to still recognize Zhuo, the man laughed maniacally. Feng Sa and the phone guards immediately heightened their vigilance, for the Qilin hand, Zhuo Jingyun, had made a name for himself in the martial world years prior, ranking among its most formidable warriors, and was not to be underestimated. In the imperial city, the Li residence, upon returning home, Li Junyi was taken to the ancestral hall by the old steward. At that moment, Li Yuanshan stood before a row of spirit tablets, deep in thought. Li Yuanshan turned around, and Li Dinghua hurried to support him, saying, Father, be careful. It's nothing, Li Yuanshan replied, still relatively strong, looking down at Li Junyi, go and offer a stick of incense to your great-grandfather. Oh. Li Junyi complied.
Li Yuanshan sighed, his eyes reddening, likely recalling old memories. Father, I plan to send this boy to the military, Li Dingwa said quietly. Upon hearing this, Li Junyi shuddered and exclaimed, Old Li, you must be joking.
Shut up, kneel properly. Li Dingwa reprimanded again.
This time, Li Yuanshan did not side with him but nodded slightly. This rascal's character is too wild, it would be good for him to be tempered in the military. Not going, I don't have the time for that, Li Junyi promptly rejected. The military's strict discipline would surely be intolerable for someone so accustomed to freedom. Being sent to the military would be less desirable than remaining in prison for him. Li Dingwa shot him a glare, scoffing, You will go, whether you like it or not.
Whoever wants to go can go. I certainly won't. Li Junyi replied nonchalantly.
That is not for you to decide. You be quiet, Li Yuanshan interrupted, then turned to Li Junyi.
Continue being a spoiled rich kid?
Being a spoiled rich kid is great. Li Junyi said with a carefree smile. Others wish they could be born with a silver spoon but lack the fortune.
This was certainly no falsehood.
Who wouldn't want to be born with a golden key? It's just that not everyone has that fate.
Nonsense. Li Dingwa was infuriated. Nonsense, didn't I tell you to be quiet?
Li Yuanshan shouted, his protective nature flaring up again. Li Dingwa, frightened, shrank his neck and quickly fell silent.
Old Li, I have my own plans for what to do, you need not worry about me, Li Junyi reassured him. Li Dingwa exchanged a sheepish glance with his father, then glared at his grandson in frustration. What will you do when your great-grandfather and I are no longer around? I'll do as I please.
After all, the money in our family, I could spend for 10 lifetimes. Besides, Li Junyi looked at Li Yuanshan and laughed. Old Li is still in good health, living another 10 or 20 years won't be a problem. He then glanced at Li Dingwa. As for you, Old Li, you have plenty of life left.
You.
Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan and Li Dingwa were at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
All right, is there anything else?
If not, I'll head off to bed, I have important matters to attend to tomorrow.
Li Junyi appeared somewhat impatient, preparing to leave. What important matters could you possibly have?
Li Dingwa suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes gleaming. You wouldn't be thinking, Old Li, you guessed right. I'm going to snatch a bride tomorrow.
Li Junyi candidly admitted. Good lad.
Li Yuanshan gave him a thumbs up, praising, as expected of a member of the Li family, you should have this spirit. Just then, young master, Go Fugue rushed in, looking flustered.
Li Junyi raised an eyebrow. What has you in such a hurry?
Fengsa, Go Fugue whispered urgently in his ear. Gradually, the smile on Li Junyi's face vanished, replaced by a chilling fury. Chapter 45 Laozi has arrived. Fengsa lay grievously wounded, while the Chen sisters had been abducted. Investigate, I demand you investigate.
Li Yuanshan bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Whoever the perpetrator may be, they shall face severe retribution.
At this moment, the elderly man, whose very stamp could send tremors through the Xia kingdom, radiated an overwhelming wrath. Father, please remain calm. I will immediately dispatch the dragon team to look into this. Li Dingwa, equally enraged, exclaimed, How dare they lay hands on even his future granddaughter-in-law? They were courting death. No need for an investigation, Li Junyi interrupted in a tone of indifference. His gaze was sharp as a scorpion, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. I shall take care of this matter myself. In Jin City, at the prestigious Fistan International Hotel, the Chen sisters, Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao, found themselves bound with ropes. Creak, a spirited young man pushed the door open and entered. Who are you? Why have you captured us? Chen Xingyao inquired, her voice laced with suspicion. The young man strolled toward them, a gentlemanly smile gracing his face. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ruffing. I believe you may have heard my name before. The Jiang family was a titan in the business world of the Xia kingdom, and the sisters had certainly heard of Jiang Ruffing. What have you done to my grandfather? Chen Xingxue asked, attempting to maintain her composure. That old man, he is probably dead by now, Jiang Ruffing replied nonchalantly. In an instant, fury ignited within them. Beast, I will fight you. 2 streams of tears flowed from Chen Xingyao's eyes, yet no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from her bonds. Chen Xingxue's eyes reddened as she screamed hysterically, The authorities will never let you go. They will not. There are at least 80 women I have toyed with, many of whom were coerced, yet here I stand, unharmed. Jiang Ruffing shrugged, seemingly unfazed by their threats. Clap, he applauded. Creak, the door swung open again, and a servant entered, carrying 2 glasses of red wine. Master Jiang, the servant placed the wine on the table and respectfully stated, As per your instructions, I have added the substance you requested. Jiang Rufing nodded with satisfaction. Go outside and collect your reward. Certainly, thank you, Master Jiang. The servant exited, his face alight with excitement and deference. Jiang Rufing cast a glance at the two women and remarked casually, do you know why I captured you? Scoundrel, justice will never be absent, heaven will not spare you, you scum. Chen Qingyao continued to roar. Jiang Rufing, undeterred, maintained his smile. Tomorrow I am to be married, and the bride is a strikingly beautiful woman. Yet, I cannot find joy in it. He frowned. For starting tomorrow, a green hat will be placed upon my head. Chen Xingxue glared intently at him. She had previously researched Li Junyi and was aware of the unfortunate woman set to marry this despicable man. The one who will place this hat upon my head is Li Junyi. I trust you are familiar with him. It would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. I intend to let him experience the taste of wearing a green hat. Ah, but I did not anticipate that you two sisters are actually twins. Ha! That being said, I am not at a loss, Jiang Rufing declared with a wicked grin. Chen Xingxue exerted all her strength but remained bound by the ropes, and she spat vehemently, Beast, do not lay a finger on my sister. Scoundrel, if you dare touch my sister, I will fight you, Chen Qingyao shouted in a fit of rage. Jiang Rufing paid no heed to their threats. He lifted the 2 glasses of red wine, his face brimming with excitement, and said, rest assured, once you drink this wine, you will soon be begging me. Boom! Before he could finish, the door to the suite crashed down. A tall figure appeared before the three of them. Brother-in-law, upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Qingyao was instantly elated. Chen Xingxue, too, felt a surge of joy, as though she had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. She herself could not fathom why the sight of Li Junyi instilled a sense of security within her. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Jiang Rufing's expression twisted into a snarl as he pronounced each word with precision. Li Junyi. I have arrived now, you may tell me how you wish to die. Li Junyi advanced step by step, his voice chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Jiang Rufing instinctively took 2 steps back, yet soon felt a surge of shame. How could he retreat before this man, even if Li Junyi belonged to the Li family? So what? This was Jin's city, his territory. Ha, just you. Jiang Rufing laughed heartily, then boldly commanded, Yun, help me subdue this brat. Foam, a figure known as Zhuo Jingyun lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his once proud Kirin arm shattered, and he had yet to reach Jiang Rufing's feet before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Jiang Rufing's expression shifted drastically. Yun was dead. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yun was a formidable half-step master. Aside from his master in the Qingqing sect, he had no rivals. How could this debauched Li Junyi have killed him? You wish to live? Very well, I shall let you live, Li Junyi replied with a sinister smile. What do you intend to do? Jiang Rufing felt an ominous premonition wash over him as he gazed at Li Junyi's smile. Though he was a disciple of the Qingqing sect, he was merely a nominal one, possessing no martial prowess whatsoever. Even if he did possess skills, what did it matter? After all, his ally Yin was dead. Bang! Li Junyi lunged forward, and before Jiang Rufing could comprehend what was happening, he felt something forcefully poured into his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the 2 glasses he had once held were now in Li Junyi's grasp. He was drinking the very wine he had prepared. Wow! The 2 glasses of wine were consumed without a drop wasted, all flowing into Jiang Rufing's mouth. Li Junyi set Jiang Rufing down and turned to Chen Xingxue and Chen Qingyao, freeing them from their ropes. Bastard, I will fight you. Chen Qingyao immediately rushed toward Jiang Rufing, but Li Junyi held her back. Brother-in-law, this scoundrel is responsible for my grandfather's death. Chen Qingyao's eyes were red with fury. Rest assured, grandfather Chen is safe, Li Junyi reassured her, then promised, you two should return to Xuancheng. I will handle this scoundrel. Yao, let us return home. Chen Xingxue, displaying a greater sense of propriety, recognized that it was not wise to linger here. Once the sisters had departed, Li Junyi turned his attention back to Jiang Rufing. You, do not come any closer. This is Jin's city, our Jiang family's territory. Although he threatened, the memory of Yun's demise left Jiang Rufing unable to maintain his composure. Bang! Li Junyi delivered a swift strike, knocking him unconscious, then hoisted him over his shoulder, vanishing without a trace from the suite. Chapter 46 led him on half an hour later, within the confines of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jincheng. When Li Junyi brought Jiang Rufing to this location, Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang had been waiting for quite some time. Young master, what about the items I instructed you to prepare? I promise I won't hold it against you regarding that green hat you've made me wear. Regretting your actions now? Li Junyi replied with a playful smile, I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Rufing, filled with dread, exclaimed, what do you intend to do to me? Before he could finish, a sudden warmth enveloped his entire body. In that moment, he recalled the 2 glasses of red wine he had consumed before losing consciousness. It was over. The effects of the drug were kicking in. Jiang Rufing's fear escalated. If he ingested the Hahuan powder and did not find release within an hour, he would surely perish. Spare me, let me find a woman, or I will die. Jiang Rufing fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang exchanged glances, finally understanding the reason behind their young master's late-night request for ASOW. It was evidently for this hapless fellow.
Rest assured, go ahead and indulge yourself. Is there actually a woman here?
Clearly, Jiang Ruffing could hardly believe that they would show such kindness. Nonetheless, he was certain of one thing: Li Junyi would not dare let him die.
Go on in. There's a peerless beauty waiting for you inside. Indeed, we guarantee this will be an unforgettable experience. Under the persistent nudging of Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang, Jiang Ruffing, on the brink of losing his sanity, stepped into the room. Bang!
Please have mercy. If you let me go, after I marry Yi Qingqing tomorrow, you can continue to make me wear a green hat.
I beg you, release me. Cough 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 cough. The sow's tongue licked Jiang Ruffing's face repeatedly.
It was evident that this sow had also ingested something special. Gradually, as he received no response, Jiang Ruffing's face turned ashen, and his eyes began to redden, gazing at the sow with an intense fervor.
I can't hold back any longer.
I'll ravage you. Jiang Ruffing completely lost control. Meanwhile, outside the door, Li Junyi and the others were smoking. Go Fugui glanced at the cramped room, lamenting, alas, a pristine flower has been soiled. Wu Shangwang chuckled, only the young master could conceive such a devious plan. Thank you for the compliment, Li Junyi replied shamelessly.
Which of you will take a picture?
I need to ensure this guy makes it to tomorrow's headlines. Upon hearing this, Go Fugui's mouth twitched violently. If those photos were to circulate, Jiang Ruffing would surely contemplate taking his own life.
It was utterly heartless. Li Junyi rubbed his nose and turned to the others. Do you think this is a bit too cruel? Both Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang nodded in agreement.
Then let us blur the sow's face. After all, it's still a virgin, and her pride is likely quite delicate. Damn! Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang nearly collapsed to the ground. More than half an hour later, silence descended upon the room. Wu 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 was suddenly, a sound of weeping broke the stillness.
It was Jiang Ruffing. He was crying. Bang!
Go Fugui flung the door open and dragged Jiang Ruffing out.
Li Junyi, I will remember this debt.
Jiang Ruffing's eyes glinted with a murderous rage. He had never imagined that he would find himself in such a compromising position with a sow. Even more infuriating was the fact that during the act, a thought had crossed his mind to possibly try it again in the future. Despite the influence of the drug, he still felt repulsed, and the architect of all this humiliation stood before him, that damn scoundrel.
Do you believe I could make you kneel and beg me in a second? Li Junyi taunted with a smirk. Beg you? Dream on.
Jiang Ruffing scoffed with disdain. The drug's effects had worn off, and he no longer feared the sow, confident that Li Junyi would not dare to kill him. Hey buddy, take a look at this, Wu Shangwang said, patting Jiang Ruffing's shoulder while illuminating his phone screen in front of him.
Thud.
Jiang Ruffing's expression shifted in an instant as he fell to his knees. Big brother, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness.
I implore you, do not let these photos circulate.
While he said this, a voice within him cautioned a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Once this matter settled, he would surely repay the humiliation of today 1,000-fold. Li Junyi regarded him with disdain, agreeing with Yi Qingrou's assessment of this fellow, useless. Let us depart, Li Junyi beckoned, leading Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang away. Once assured of his safety, Jiang Ruffing let out a heavy sigh of relief and immediately retrieved his phone to contact his subordinates for a ride. He quickly tidied his appearance, reminding himself not to reveal any signs of distress. An hour later, Jiang Ruffing returned home. That he rushed into his room, scrubbing his body with shower gel multiple times. Alas, even if he were to shed his skin, he could not cleanse the stain on his soul.
Knock knock knock.
Young master. The old housekeeper's voice came from outside. Jiang Ruffing wiped his face and wrapped himself in a towel before stepping out of the bathroom.
Creak. What is it? Jiang Ruffing's expression was exceedingly grim. Master said you should rest early.
Tomorrow is your big day, the old housekeeper advised.
Bang!
Jiang Ruffing disregarded him, slamming the door shut. Lying on the sofa, he grew increasingly enraged, taking out a bottle of liquor and gulping down several mouthfuls.
Knock knock knock.
Young master. The old housekeeper's voice called out once more. Jiang Ruffing, irritated, shouted, If you disturb me again, I swear I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. His words startled the old housekeeper, who instinctively took a few steps back, stammering, Young master, it's the master who wants you to come.
It seems something serious has happened.
Something serious? What could possibly be so grave? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Ruffing as he quickly donned his clothes and followed the old housekeeper to the main hall.
Slap.
You ungrateful wretch, you've brought disgrace upon the Jiang family. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Rufing's face.
Dad! Why did you hit me? Jiang Rufing felt a wave of dizziness. You still have the audacity to ask?
Jiang Jinghong's face turned ashen with rage as he tossed his phone in front of his son. Jiang Rufing focused his gaze, and a headline news article caught his attention. Is it a twisted human nature or a collapse of morals? The Jiang family's young master assaults a virgin sow.
Chapter 47.
It won't be easy to snatch on another day the falling moon villa. Upon witnessing the safe return of his two granddaughters, Chen Qingyan finally felt the weight on his heart lift.
Chen Qingxue promptly reinforced the villa's security measures, arranging for dozens of guards from a renowned security company in Xuanqing to be dispatched overnight. Upon reading the news displayed on the screen, she couldn't help but chuckle. It must be the work of my brother-in-law,
Chen Qingyao asserted confidently, her earlier displeasure evaporating in an instant.
Chen Qingxue also felt a sense of vindication. I'll give my brother-in-law a call. No need for that, Junia's back.
Chen Qingyan interrupted with a smile. Both sisters turned to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window, where they saw Li Juni swaggering in.
Grandpa Chen, are you all right? Upon entering, Li Juni inquired with genuine concern.
Chen Qingyan shook his head with a smile. I'm fine, no need to worry.
That's good, brother-in-law. Chen Qingyao eagerly approached, pointing at the news on her phone. Did you have a hand in this? Li Juni smirked. Would this count as avenging you? It's incredibly satisfying.
Chen Qingyao exclaimed, waving her arms in delight. Li Juni glanced at Chen Qingxue, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke first.
Ahem.
Li Juni was the first to break the gaze, saying nonchalantly, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Where do you think you're going? You're staying here.
Chen Qingyan said with a slight smile, tomorrow is an auspicious day.
I intend to arrange your marriage with Shuer. Ah.
Both Li Juni and Chen Qingxue exclaimed in shock, their mouths agape. Chen Qingyan continued, I had someone select the best date while I was in the hospital.
Tomorrow is the perfect day. Grandpa, you can't do this, are you being disobedient again? Chen Qingyan did not give his granddaughter a chance to protest and turned to Li Juni, asking, what do you think, Juni?
Well, Li Juni scratched the back of his head, subtly moving closer to Chen Qingxue, whispering, you should resist with all your might. He discreetly poked her with his finger. Chen Qingxue huffed, and despite her dissatisfaction, she steeled herself to say to Chen Qingyan, Grandpa, please don't interfere with my marriage. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyan's expression darkened further. Grandpa, my sister means that they should start as friends. After all, she and my brother-in-law need to get to know each other better. Chen Qingyao interjected, slyly winking at Chen Qingxue as she spoke. Exactly, it's good that Qingyao has a clever mind.
Li Juni chimed in, we need at least 3 to 5 years to truly understand one another.
Chen Qingyan's expression softened slightly, but his stance remained unchanged. Understanding each other is all well and good, but I just want you to secure the marriage first, and once your feelings deepen, you can plan the wedding. With that, he went upstairs, leaving no room for the two young people to refuse. This left Li Juni utterly bewildered, while Chen Qingxue felt equally despondent. After all, it was clear from Chen Qingyan's demeanor that he was resolute in his decision.
Sis, brother-in-law, why don't we just secure the marriage for now?
That way, Grandpa can rest easy, Chen Qingyao suggested playfully. Chen Qingxue cast a discreet glance at Li Juni, who seemed somewhat unopposed to the idea.
That won't do. Li Juni retorted without hesitation, what woman could possibly resist such an outstanding man as myself?
Given time, your sister will surely become even more attached to me.
I will become attached to you?
Chen Qingxue pointed at herself, incredulous. Li Juni shamelessly nodded in affirmation.
Ha, Chen Qingxue scoffed, I will become a— go ahead and dream.
With that, she turned to leave. However, Li Juni grabbed her arm, insisting, you can't leave yet, you need to persuade your grandfather.
Go persuade him yourself. Chen Qingxue retorted, shaking free. Brother-in-law, you really are something else.
It's just a betrothal, why are you so resistant?
Chen Qingyao rolled her eyes, exasperated, can't you see my sister has already agreed? Girl, every word I speak comes from the heart. I am an exceptionally talented man. Enough, I know you're exceptional, but can't you show a little restraint? I'm not a woman, why should I hold back?
Li Jinyi replied, pulling Chen Xingyao closer, his expression serious. Yao Yao, if your sister 1T convince Grandpa Chen, you must help me. If we must get engaged, let us at least choose a different date, as I have something significant to attend to tomorrow.
What is so important that it can't be postponed?
Chen Xingyao asked, intrigued.
I have to go crash a wedding. It won't be as easy to do so on another day.
With that, Li Jinyi turned to leave. Chen Xingyao's cheeks twitched in disbelief, caught between laughter and tears. This guy is actually going to crash a wedding. Meanwhile, in the room, although it was past midnight, Chen Xingxue felt no fatigue. Sitting by the window, she recalled Li Jinyi's earlier demeanor, feeling increasingly aggrieved.
That jerk, do I really need you? Does he truly think he is a diamond, capable of—
Chen Xingxue quickly wiped her damp eyes, feigning nonchalance.
Sis, are you alright?
Chen Xingyao asked with concern. Chen Xingxue shook her head. What could possibly be wrong with me?
Sis, listen to me, brother-in-law isn't unwilling to get engaged, he simply has something important to attend to tomorrow. Chen Xingyao reassured her.
Chen Xingxue huffed, stop defending him. In her eyes, Li Jinyi was merely a frivolous playboy. What important matters could he possibly have? Her sister was clearly just trying to comfort her. Sis, brother-in-law is going to— Chen Xingyao began, but then abruptly fell silent. If her sister knew that Li Jinyi was actually going to crash a wedding tomorrow, she would surely be even angrier. The thought sent a shiver of dread through her. Thank goodness she hadn't let it slip.
What is he going to do tomorrow? Chen Xingxue asked, curiosity piqued.
Chen Xingyao smiled sweetly, deftly changing the subject. Oh sis, you don't need to worry about that. Brother-in-law really does have something important to do tomorrow. Chen Xingxue's expression hardened as she crossed her arms, scrutinizing her sister with a discerning gaze. You're always defending him.
Have you been bribed? I haven't. Chen Xingyao pouted, feigning innocence.
I just think brother-in-law is truly exceptional. Once this opportunity passes, there may not be another. You must seize it well. Chapter 48.
What is it like to be gored by a pig, in the imperial city, Yi family?
Father, brother, take a look at the disgraceful deeds of that useless scion from the Jianghu family. If you still intend to marry Qincheng off to him, our Yi family will surely become a laughingstock.
Yi Qingru felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within her.
With Jiang Rufeng's actions having brought shame upon their ancestors, she was convinced that his father would reconsider. In that case, her agreement with Li Jinyi could be nullified. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. If Jiang Rufeng were to appear before her now, she might even regard him with a certain respect and exclaim, useless, you actually did well in this matter.
Unfortunately, things did not unfold as she had hoped.
Not only did Yi Qingru freeze in disbelief, but even Yi furrowed his brows.
Father, wouldn't he this? Yi Yan's countenance darkened. Previously, even though Jiang Rufeng was as useless as mud that wouldn't he stick to a wall, he could accept his daughter marrying him, considering that the fellow was backed by the formidable Jiang family. However, now that this brute had committed such a shameful act, if they still arranged for their daughter to wed him, even he would feel unable to hold his head high. Father, have you lost your senses?
Yi Qingru bluntly expressed her He had served as the governor of the Northwest for a full 8 years. If he could not make further progress next year, it would indicate that he would never ascend the power pyramid in his lifetime. By then, when his grandfather passed away, it would merely be a matter of time before the Yi family faded into obscurity. With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Qingru roared, Father, must we sacrifice Qincheng's lifelong happiness for the sake of our Yi family?
That is utterly unfair. Is there any fairness in this world?
Qincheng was born with the golden key of our Yi family. From that moment on, she has lived a life that ordinary people can only dream of. Even if she marries into the Jiang family, her future life will still be the best in this world. At this point, Yi Zhangping suddenly raised his voice. It is merely a matter of marrying her off to someone she does not love. It is not akin to casting her into hell. Hearing this, Yi Qingru felt as though her throat had been choked. She could not utter a single word had it not been for her extraordinary efforts, which led her to serve in the military and bring significant benefits to the Yi family. Her fate might have mirrored that of her niece. When she left the study, Yi Qingru appeared as though her soul had been lost. She headed straight to Yi Qingcheng's room, and upon opening the door, she embraced her.
Qincheng, it is your aunt who has been useless, unable to protect you.
I am sorry, truly sorry, tears brimmed in Yi Qingru's eyes. With a mere blink, they would spill over.
Aunt!
Yi Qingcheng forced a smile and comforted her in return. Please do not say that, you have done enough for me, this is my fate, everything is preordained.
Wait!
Yi Qingru suddenly pushed her niece away, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. No, there is still hope.
Ha! Yi Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback.
The hope lies with that scoundrel.
You mean, yes, it is him, Li Junyi.
The following morning, at the Peace Hotel in the Imperial City, after just one night, Zhang Ruffing felt almost despondent. First, he had sullied a pristine young lady, and then he found himself making headlines for it, utterly losing face. Fortunately, news from his father arrived, stating that the wedding would proceed as planned. Marrying the most beautiful woman in the Imperial City had always been his dream, even if she was no longer pure. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this incident demonstrated that his family had not abandoned him. Donning a high-end custom suit and slicking back his dark hair, Zhang Ruffing appeared invigorated, as if he had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. At that moment, amidst a throng of admirers, an elderly man leaned on a cane and entered the hotel. Though he appeared frail, having surpassed 70 years, a closer inspection revealed his eyes to be clear and bright, devoid of any murkiness, radiating an aura of authority. This man was none other than Zhang Shangde, a titan of the business world in Xia country, renowned for having built a vast commercial empire from the ground up. Some referred to him as the financial guru of the East, while others dubbed him the Superman of commerce.
Grandfather!
Zhang Ruffing hurriedly approached. Zhang Shangde maintained a stern expression.
The Yi family will arrive shortly. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Zhang family.
Zhang Zhenghong, standing nearby, admonished sternly. While the Yi family was a top-tier affluent clan, the Zhang family was equally formidable.
He did not wish for anyone to insinuate that their Jiang family had overreached by aligning with the Yi family. Today's union was one of equals. Zhang Ruffing nodded. Rest assured, father, I will not let you or grandfather down.
Meanwhile, the luxurious convoy of the Yi family was approaching the Peace Hotel. In one of the silver Maybachs, Yi occupied the front passenger seat, while the back seat was shared by Yi Qingcheng, Yi Qingru, and a regal-looking woman, Yi Qingcheng's mother, Lu Qiuyan. Child, try to be cheerful.
Lu Qiuyan felt a deep sense of discomfort.
As a woman, she could naturally empathize with her daughter's sentiments, yet she felt powerless to alter her fate. Mother, I am well, please do not worry. Yi Qingcheng smiled gently, seeing her daughter trying to comfort her instead. Lu Qiuyan's heart ached even more, and tears almost instantly flowed down her cheeks.
Why are you crying? Do you wish to disgrace our Yi family on this joyous occasion?
Yi reprimanded with annoyance. Lu Qiuyan quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile.
Brother, my daughter is getting married.
As a mother, I will inevitably feel heartache. You men cannot understand. Yi Qingru retorted in defense of her sister. Yi merely pursed his lips in silence. After all, this younger sister was fearless at home, unafraid to challenge anyone. He did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. Soon, the convoy halted outside the entrance of the Peace Hotel, where Zhang Shangde and his family had been waiting. The first to exit was Yi Zhengping. In-laws! In-laws! Zhang Shangde and Yi Zhengping greeted each other warmly with a handshake. At that moment, Zhang Ruffing, accompanied by several family members, stepped forward to welcome the vehicle carrying the bride.
Bang!
Yi Qingru opened the car door and stepped out first. Hiss! Zhang Ruffing felt a rush of excitement, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could also have this aunt for himself. Sensing the lecherous gaze directed at her, Yi Qingru could not help but tease, young Master Jiang, what is it like to be gored by a sow?
Chapter 49.
My courage has always been boundless. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The countenance of the Zhang family members shifted dramatically, with the most disconcerted expression belonging to Zhang Ruffin, the protagonist of this farcical scene.
Qingru, come here at once. As his daughter brought up a topic best left untouched, Yi Zhengping's expression morphed in an instant.
Yi Qingru merely shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Let us proceed inside, the auspicious hour is nearly upon us.
Zhang Zhenghong chuckled, attempting to divert attention and dissolve the tension.
Indeed, we must not delay the auspicious time, Zhang Shangde agreed, gesturing politely. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng, supported by Lu Qiuyan, descended from the vehicle, clad in splendid attire with a subtle touch of makeup. Her youthful beauty was nothing short of enchanting. A celestial being, Zhang Ruffin, whose face had previously been ashen, was momentarily entranced, the thought of her beauty echoing in his mind. Yet, as he recalled that this woman had bestowed upon him the notorious green hat before even entering his household, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. Even more infuriating was that this green hat had been orchestrated by the very mastermind behind his predicament, Li Junyi. The ire within Zhang Ruffin surged to unprecedented heights. He felt a visceral desire to rend Li Junyi into 1,000 pieces. Young master, it is essential to maintain composure. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. A voice of caution came from behind him. Jianghu turned to nod, replying, Fubo, in due time, I shall seek an opportunity. You must assist me in eliminating that scoundrel. Understood, Fubo replied with a smile. Under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, Lu Qiuyan and Yi Qingru flanked Yi Qingcheng as they entered the hotel. The bride's breathtaking beauty left all in awe, and her poised demeanor captivated the women present. Jianghu trailed behind, his demeanor more reminiscent of a fawning eunuch from ancient times rather than that of a groom. On the elevated stage of the hotel, the MC took the lead, microphone in hand, reciting the well-rehearsed script with familiarity. Now, let us welcome the bride and groom of the day, Li family. Li Yuanshan was watering vegetables in the field when he glanced up at the sun high in the sky. It's already midday, has that rascal still not risen? As he spoke, a frown creased his brow. The guard hesitated before replying, the young master is awake, but he has yet to step outside. Not outside? What on earth is he doing? Li Yuanshan pondered aloud. The young master is noticing the guard's reluctance to continue. Li Yuanshan set aside his task. Meanwhile, a small call. Li Jinyi laid down his cards, exuding confidence. The player at the next table glanced at his hand, which included a big king and 2 small 2s, and shook his head in resignation. Not worth it. Gofu Gue feigned bravado, self-deprecatingly stating, the young master must possess the big king. There's no point in continuing this round. Upon hearing this, the other player displayed a look of admiration. All 3 of them held fewer than 4 cards, indicating they had no bombs. If Li Junyi had the big king, he would have discarded his cards immediately. Ha ha ha, a 10, pay up. Li Junyi gleefully shuffled the deck, instructing his 2 companions, when playing cards, it's all about psychological warfare. Your card skills are truly remarkable, young master. If you were to enter a gambling tournament, even the god of gambling would have to concede. Indeed, who else can be called the god of gambling in Xia country if not our young master? Gofu Gue and Wu Xianwang harmoniously flattered him. With a snap, Li Junyi lit a cigarette, brimming with pride. I merely prefer to keep a low profile. You have no idea, during my time in prison, not a single one of those fellows could win a dime from me. This fellow seemed oblivious to the fact that they had intentionally allowed him to win, believing his skills to be exceptional. His audacity epitomized the essence of shamelessness. You little rascal, do you still have the spirit to gamble here? A voice of fury rang out. Li Junyi froze, turning to see Li Yuanshan approaching, seething, with a Shaolin staff in hand. Holy cow, the sight nearly sent the 3 of them into a frenzy. Old Li, please calm down, what are you planning to do? Li Junyi protested, retreating. In his memory, the last time Li Yuanshan had been this furious was 6 or 7 years ago, and back then, it was Li Dinghua who bore the brunt of his wrath. How dare you question my intentions? Li Yuanshan's anger flared further as he demanded, do you not remember what day it is today? Li Junyi looked puzzled at his companions, seemingly wondering, what day is it today? Wu Xianwang wore a wry smile, young master, well, today is the day of the union between the Yi and Jiang families. Fog, I can't believe I actually forgot about that. Li Junyi exclaimed in shock. Having just enjoyed a winning streak, coupled with the flattering remarks from Gofu Gue and Wu Xianwang, he had completely overlooked the significant occasion. Old Li, don't get agitated. I'll head over now, I should still make it in time. Li Junyi extinguished his cigarette and prepared to leave. However, Li Yuanshan blocked his path, his face stern as he inquired, you plan to go alone? Otherwise, how many should I take? Li Junyi retorted. Gasp, Gofu Gue and Wu Xianwang were aghast. Neither the Yi nor the Jiang families were to be trifled with. To attempt to intervene in their union alone was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Li Yuanshan raised his thumb in approval, praising, what courage! Of course, it is well known that your great-grandson possesses audacity, Li Junyi boasted with swagger. However, sometimes mere boldness is insufficient. Li Yuanshan instructed lightly, go fetch the items I prepared. Yes, sir, the guard responded respectfully. Old Li, what are you planning to give me? Li Junyi inquired, puzzled. Li Yuanshan smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. Moments later, the guard returned, cradling a wooden clothing box. Creak. Li Yuanshan personally opened it, carefully retrieving a drab military coat riddled with numerous holes. Li Junyi immediately recognized it as the battle attire Li Yuanshan had donned during his years of service. Come here, put this on. Li Yuanshan commanded in a low voice. Li Juni stepped forward, taking the coat in both hands. Old Li, it's really not necessary. Put it on when I tell you to, or I swear I'll thrash you. Li Yuanshan urged impatiently. Ultimately, Li Jun acquiesced, donning the coat. As he regarded his striking figure, Li Yuanshan's eyes welled with tears, reminiscent of the time he had worn this military uniform with pride on the battlefield.
Enough, it's getting late. I must hurry.
Li Jun touched the coat, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. With this garment upon him, it could be said that no blade or sword in Xia country would dare to threaten him.
Chapter 50. I
want to take her away. Who was in favor and who was against? At the Peace Hotel, the venue was filled with guests. As tens of thousands of firecrackers were ignited, the wedding ceremony commenced in earnest. At the host's invitation, the groom and bride ascended the stage in succession.
Applause. The clapping resounded like the tide. Truly the most beautiful woman of the imperial city.
She is simply enchanting. The bride captivated the audience, while the groom appeared rather lackluster in comparison. Tonight marks the joyous occasion of the son of the Jiang family and the daughter of the Yi family. The two must first express their gratitude to the friends and relatives who have come to celebrate. The host signaled to the newlyweds. Jiang Rufeng understood the cue and promptly moved to take Yi Qingqing's hand. However, Yi Qingqing did not grant him the opportunity. Bowing first to the audience below, Jiang Rufeng felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly followed suit.
Applause. The clapping erupted once more.
Below the stage, Zhang Shangde and Yi Jingping sat side by side, both wearing faint smiles.
In a few days, I will have Zheng Hong personally lead a team to the northwest for an assessment.
Within a month, we will finalize the investment project, and the funds from my Jiang family will not be less than this amount. Zhang Shangde whispered, slowly raising a finger. Seeing this, Yi Jingping narrowed his eyes. 100 billion, such an achievement would secure his son's position as the prime minister, ensuring that even if he were to pass, the Yi family would remain prosperous for at least another 20 years. The commercial development in the northwest has been sluggish due to geographical and regulatory constraints, Yi Jingping replied with a smile. I shall instruct Yi to ease some regulations.
The implication was clear. Should you invest, we shall cooperate fully. A win-win for both parties.
Indeed, Zhang Shangde replied with satisfaction. At that moment, the host finished reciting his prepared lines. Seated beside Yi Qingru clenched her fists, occasionally glancing toward the entrance.
Noting this, Yi inquired, Qingru, what are you looking at?
It has nothing to do with you. Yi Qingru retorted sharply. Yi, feeling rebuffed, chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, may I invite the groom and bride to step?
Jiang Rufeng took a step forward to the edge of the platform. Yi Qingqing hesitated slightly but followed suit.
Accompanied by joyous firecrackers and delightful music, the newlyweds stepped into the halls of matrimony.
May I ask the groom, do you wish to take this lady as your wife, to cherish and love her forever?
I do. Zhang Rufeng interrupted before the host could finish. Applause. This declaration evoked another round of applause from the guests.
The host then smiled at Yi Qingqing and asked, and you, do you wish to marry this gentleman and accept him as your husband, through wealth and poverty, until the end of time?
Seated below, Yi Qingru felt her heart leap to her throat. That scoundrel had not yet arrived. If he did not show up soon, it would all be too late. Scoundrel, please hurry and appear. Out on stage, Yi Qingqing lowered her head, tears streaming forth uncontrollably. She had thought she could embrace this moment, but it was only now that she realized she had been deceiving herself. How she longed to be an ordinary person, at least able to dictate her own fate. Raising her gaze, she glanced at her grandfather and father, both of whom wore frowns, their eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. Witnessing this, her heart sank further into despair. She closed her eyes, then reopened them. Yi Qingqing wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, seemingly resigned.
I oppose. A powerful voice rang out.
Swish! Yi Qingru was the first to stand, her excitement unabashed. Besides her, Yi Qingqing trembled slightly on stage. The voice that had just spoken was one she could never forget. The entire assembly turned to look toward the entrance, where a young man clad in a tattered military coat appeared. With his hands in his pockets, he strode in with an air of calmness.
The notorious scoundrel! Gasp at. How dare he come here?
Is he courting death? Clearly, the majority of the guests recognized the identity of the newcomer. Li Jun, the last person who should have been present. Yi Jingping narrowed his eyes. Zhang Shangde's expression also shifted dramatically, though he suppressed his rage.
Li Jun, what are you doing here? Guards, throw him out! Zhang Rufeng shouted in frustration from the stage.
If there was one person he least wanted to see at that moment, it was undoubtedly Li Jun. Jiang Zhenghong immediately positioned a group of bodyguards in front of Li Jun, stating, "You are not welcome here."
Please leave at once.
Li Jun shrugged, speaking arrogantly, I'll stand right here, if you have the guts, come at me. As he spoke, he adjusted his military coat. Seeing this, Yi Jinping immediately stood up, raising his voice in warning, do not act rashly.
In-law, what do you mean by this?
Jiang Shangda asked, puzzled.
The coat he wears belonged to old Master Li. Yi Jinping explained.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangda's frown deepened. Yen, accompanied by several members of the Yi family, stepped forward to negotiate, calmly urging, Li Jun, if you are here to celebrate, the Yi and Jiang families can offer you a seat, but we hope you will be sensible.
Would Li Jun be sensible?
If he were, he would not have come here today. Casting a disdainful glance at his adversaries, he coldly replied, I don't want to talk to those who sell their daughters for gain.
What did you say? Yi glared furiously.
Li Jun surveyed the crowd and shouted, I said, I do not wish to converse with those who sell their daughters for gain. This statement landed like an invisible slap, stinging the faces of the Yi family. It was silent, yet painfully felt. Even Yi Jinping's face turned crimson. Li Jun paid no mind to the reactions around him, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingcheng, who was equally focused on him.
Their eyes locked. Li Jun pointed at Zhang Ruffing on the stage and bluntly asked, do you want to marry that useless man? Li Jun Yi.
Zhang Rufing's expression twisted with anger at being publicly labeled as useless.
I wasn't talking to you. If you say another word, I'll break your leg. Li Jun's fierce gaze intimidated Zhang Ruffing into silence. Yi Qingcheng's expression was complex. 3 years had passed, and time had changed her. She was no longer the young girl she once was, nor was the man before her the naive youth he had been. She had thought their paths would never cross again, yet fate had played its hand. Was he truly here for her? Yi Qingcheng silently questioned herself, shaking her head slightly. I understand now.
Li Jun scanned the crowd once more.
I am here to take her away. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 51. All consequences shall be shouldered by me, Li Jun, who is in favor, and who is against. The voice, though not loud, possessed an uncanny penetrative quality, directly reaching the ears of all present.
At this moment, Li Jun had somehow maneuvered through the crowd to ascend the platform.
You, do not approach.
Zhang Ruffing staggered backward a few steps, gripped by an inexplicable fear of Li Jun. Perhaps he was haunted by shadows of the past. With a swift motion, a figure intercepted Zhang Ruffing. It was none other than Uncle Fu. Zhang Ruffing was instantly elated, gathering his courage to declare, Li Jun, you better leave at once, or you will surely regret it. Li Jun smirked coldly, dismissively replying, I just said, if you dare utter another word, I will break one of your legs.
It seems you did not bother to listen. You young man.
Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes and deliberated, you wear the garb of a hero, and I cannot harm you, but do you believe I possess 100 ways to strip you of that attire?
Uncle Fu, break his legs and throw him out.
Zhang Ruffing shouted in hysteria. The humiliation Li Jun had brought upon him rendered him incapable of maintaining his composure. Who dares to touch our young master? A commanding voice echoed, followed by the swift entrance of 6 or 7 individuals. Go Fuqian, Wu Shangwang, Black Wolf, Jenny, and the god of assassins, George, had all arrived. At the forefront stood an elder with long hair, clad in traditional Tang attire.
Xiao Jiuming, do you also wish to stir this murky water?
Another authoritative voice boomed.
An inconspicuous elder beside Yi Jinping stepped forward.
Xiao Jiuming scoffed, Song Zikan, I never expected to see you still alive after all these years.
The two appeared to be old acquaintances. Master, leave that old fool to you. We shall handle the rest.
Wu Shangwang rubbed his hands together, eager for a fight. Xiao Jiuming readily agreed, it has been many years since I encountered a worthy opponent, I trust today will be exhilarating.
The atmosphere grew tense, charged with anticipation. Stop.
Yi Jinping called out loudly, Mr.
Xiao, may I inquire if your presence here is at the behest of Li Dinghua? Xiao Jiuming was about to respond when Li Jun interjected, absolutely not.
At this proclamation, all eyes turned to him.
Old man Yi, Mr. Xiao and my brothers are merely here to watch the spectacle. My intention to take Yi Qingcheng away is solely my own, and all consequences shall be borne by me, Li Jun. Seeing this scoundrel attempting to absolve the Li family of responsibility, Zhang Zhenhong could not help but scoff. What do you intend to use to shoulder those consequences? What do I intend to use? Li Jun slowly raised an arm, showcasing it before the crowd. Is this sufficient? Zhang Ruffing clutched his abdomen, laughing uproariously, just based on you.
Before he could finish, a horrific wail escaped his lips. Uncle Fu's expression changed dramatically, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Under the gaze of all present, Li Junyi swiftly crushed Jiang Rufeng's right leg beneath his foot. No one could discern how he had bypassed Uncle Fu, the speed was simply too astonishing.
Did you think my words were mere wind? With a resounding crack, another leg of Jiang Rufeng was similarly broken.
Ah, oh no, Dad, save me! Jiang Rufeng lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his eyes filled with terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the crowd utterly stunned.
You little brat, you seek death. Uncle Fu lunged forward, gathering his energy to strike Li Junyi from behind.
Be careful, boss.
George reacted swiftly, drawing his pistol and aiming at Uncle Fu. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, bang, bang.
Without even turning his body, Li Junyi casually extended a hand, colliding with Uncle Fu's powerful punch. Most believed Li Junyi was doomed. Poof. Uncle Fu was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless.
The outcome was unforeseen, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Even Jiang Rufeng, with his legs shattered, ceased his wailing, his expression frozen in shock.
Clap, clap.
Li Junyi dusted off his clothes, turning to flaunt before Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang. Did you see that? I, your young master, am quite formidable. Do you believe me now? Young master, you truly are an extraordinary master.
Go Fuqian's mouth hung open.
I need to know if I am dreaming.
Wu Shangwang still could not accept the reality.
Do you think our boss is capable of suppressing the heroes of the underworld with mere strength? Jenny smirked coldly. Go Fuqian could hardly contain his curiosity. Bro, just how strong is our young master's power?
Jenny took a deep breath and replied, no one knows how strong our boss truly is. He could easily crush everyone present with a single hand.
What?
The light-hearted remark drew countless astonished gazes.
Song Zikan sneered, you boast excessively.
With that, he charged toward the platform.
Fool, your opponent is me. Xiao Jioming leaped forward to intercept him. Bang, bang, bang.
Within mere breaths, the two engaged in a.
Song Zikan had no time to defend himself and was struck solidly, instantly losing consciousness.
This scene left the Yi family members in utter shock. They were well aware of Song Zikan's prowess, a master at the half-step realm, yet he was knocked out cold in a single encounter with Li Junyi. Could this fellow truly be a master? How was that even possible? He was barely in his 20s. In the crowd, Yi Qingru covered her mouth, her gaze toward Li Junyi filled with disbelief. She suddenly recalled her earlier meeting with him, where she had boasted of summoning her second brother, only for him to respond with unwavering confidence, as if he completely disregarded her brother. At that moment, she thought Li Junyi was merely boasting. Now she realized he truly possessed such strength. I reiterate, all that I do today has nothing to do with anyone else. All consequences shall be borne by me, Li Junyi. As he spoke, Li Junyi leaped back onto the platform, directly approaching Yi Qingcheng. I am taking her with me now. Let us first partake in the feast. Arrogance and hubris, this is the true portrayal of Li Junyi. Rumors can be deadly. Who dares to claim that the young master of the Li family is merely a debauched playboy? For the sake of a woman, he is willing to offend the formidable Yi and Jiang families. How many men in this world possess such heroic spirit? If there were a man willing to do the same for me, I would not mind perishing. Many female guests were moved to tears. The protagonist of the day, Yi Qingcheng, was equally overwhelmed with emotions. Had that incident not occurred 3 years ago, the power of the Li family would have easily allowed them to propose to the Yi family. Why has this man lost his reason? Li Junyi. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingcheng suddenly spoke, instantly drawing the attention of all the guests, including Li Junyi. You should leave, our grievances are settled. After uttering, the grievances she had borne for 3 years were completely released at this moment. She no longer harbored hatred for him. Do not speak, just come with me. Li Junyi stepped forward and took Yi Qingcheng's hand. The Jiang family's dignity was thoroughly trampled. If they did not retaliate soon, they would become a complete laughingstock. Jiang Shengde, leaning on his cane, approached and proclaimed, Young man, if you are willing to leave now, everything that has transpired will be forgotten by the Jiang family. Despite Li Junyi's insistence that his actions had nothing to do with the Li family, who would believe such claims? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the Jiang family was reluctant to completely sever ties with the rising Li family. I, Li Junyi, am brave enough to face the consequences. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall accompany you to the end. As he spoke, Li Junyi led Yi Qingcheng step by step down from the high platform. His demeanor was nothing short of imposing. Jiang Sheng's face darkened as he pondered. You have disrupted the Jiang family's joyous occasion today and harmed my grandson. Do you truly believe I would not dare to take action against you? The crowd turned to see an elderly man, supported by 2 guards, making his way in. The elder of the Yi family has arrived. Now the spectacle is about to unfold, the guests murmured amongst themselves. Yi Qingcheng glanced up at Li Jun, only to find him still calm and composed. Clear the way. Yi Zhongtang spoke softly with a mere command. The surrounding crowd parted to create a small pathway. Reactions varied, some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, the Jiang family members were pleased, fearing Li Jun clad in heroic attire, yet Old Master Yi had no such reservations. Jiang Ruffing, whose legs were entirely crippled, wished fervently for Old Master Yi to eliminate Li Jun with. Xiao Jiuming added in a low voice, Old Master Yi holds a special status, we must not act recklessly. Only He Lang and a few others remained silent. After all, as long as Li Jun issued the command, they would. However, her worried expression made it evident that she could not sway Old Master Yi Dai. In contrast, Li Jun appeared utterly unperturbed, a subtle smile lingering on his face. Moments later, with the guard's assistance, Yi Zhongtong finally stood before the 2. Old man, do you intend to stop me? Li Jun asked with a chuckle. Yi Zhongtong narrowed his eyes and mused, Little brat, I spared your life back then, yet you dare to come to my Yi family's doorstep today. Have your eyes grown dim with age? Li Jun feigned innocence, which I saw me bullying your Yi family? I was clearly helping your Yi family. Stop. This statement provoked the Yi family members to the point that they wished to slap him across the face. An alliance with the Jiang family was of utmost importance to them. How dare he claim to be helping them while so blatantly causing disruption? Did he not fear divine retribution? Ha ha ha, Yi Zhongtang scoffed. Indeed, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. You are just as shameless as that old man Li Yuanshan in his youth. Who the hell are you insulting, you asking for a beating? A furious voice erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see the furious Li Yuanshan striding into the hotel, followed closely by the formidable military leader Li Dinghua. The elder of the Li family had also arrived. The atmosphere in the room intensified once more. Li Yuanshan. Yi Zhongtong enunciated each word. As he walked, Li Yuanshan rolled up his sleeves. Come on, tell me, who did you just call shameless? His demeanor suggested he was ready to fight. Uncle Li, please remain calm. Yi Zhengping, startled, immediately positioned himself in front of his father. After all, considering their physical conditions, Yi Zhongtong required support to walk, while Li Yuanshan moved with the grace of a dragon. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even 10 of Yi Zhongtong would not stand a chance against Li Yuanshan. Yi Zhongtong's eyelids twitched violently as he quietly retreated a few steps behind the 2 guards. It was evident that he held a healthy respect for Li Yuanshan. Father, please do not get agitated. Li Dinghua appropriately restrained his father. Regardless, Yi Zhongtong was a prominent figure. Should a physical confrontation occur, the repercussions would be quite unfavorable. Do not stop me, this old man dares to insult me, I will not let him off lightly. Li Yuanshan continued to shout, Old man, if you have the guts, do not hide. Where has the bravado from earlier gone? I am not hiding, if you have the courage, come over. Although Yi Zhongtong was inwardly panicking, he still mustered the courage to shout back. A typical case of pride overriding common sense. In the midst of the crowd, the 2 highest-ranking elders exchanged insults as if they were common street brawlers, a sight that was truly ludicrous. Li Jun glanced at Yi Qingqing and remarked with amusement, I tell you, if your great-grandfather keeps his mouth shut, he will surely receive a beating from the old Li. Then why don't you persuade your grandfather? Yi Qingru rolled her eyes. Yi Qingqing tugged at his hand, echoing, yes, you should persuade him. Li Jun scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Could you both pause for a moment? I am a bit hungry. Shall we first enjoy the feast? Chapter 53. The overbearing old master of the Li family speaks with unmatched boldness. What a time it is, and yet you dare to utter such brazen words as let's eat first. Numerous disdainful glances were cast upon Li Jun, yet, it is worth noting that with but a fleeting remark from him, the previously fuming Li Yuanshan instantly regained his composure. What a splendid idea! I too am quite famished. Li Yuanshan waved his hand with an air of defiance and declared, let the feast commence. All the members of the Jiang family were left seething in silence. Had it not been for their fear of Li Yuanshan's status, they would have surely sought to rectify the situation long ago. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Yi Zhengping, fearing that Li Yuanshan might resort to violence once more, instructed his son to have the restaurant begin serving the dishes. What has prompted this sudden banquet? All the guests were left bewildered. The initial seating arrangement had been just right, yet no one could have anticipated the unexpected arrival of the Li family, necessitating the hurried addition of another table.
Perhaps I should be taken to the hospital.
Jiang Ruffing's face was ashen, revealing his intense pain. Jiang Zhenghong shot him a glare and retorted, "Today is your day of great joy."
What sort of groom runs off?
This statement nearly caused Jiang Ruffing to spit blood in frustration. He had been interrupted at his own wedding, with the bride entangled with another man.
Those scoundrels shall not have it easy. Jiang Ruffing vowed silently. Jiang Zhenghong glanced awkwardly at his father beside him. "Father, what should we do next?" "Fear not, I have my plans."
Jiang Shangde maintained an air of calm, as if he had already devised a foolproof strategy. Meanwhile, Yi Zhengping raised his wineglass and approached Li Yuanshan respectfully, saying, "Uncle Li, I offer this drink in your honor. Any grievances between our families can be discussed at a later time. I hope that, considering it is my granddaughter's day of celebration, you will refrain from causing any further disturbances."
Li Dingwa set down his chopsticks, his expression stern as he inquired, "Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Do you think we have come here with the intention of provoking trouble?"
"Is there any doubt in your minds regarding your intentions?" Yi Zhengping smiled politely but with a hint of tension. "Brother Li, please do not misunderstand."
"That was not my intention at all." "Then what do you mean?" Li Junyi interjected. Yi Zhengping furrowed his brow, about to respond. Silence.
Yi Zhengping had assumed he would share a drink with him, but to his surprise, Li Yuanshan walked straight to the table of Yi Zhongtang. The Yi family members immediately tensed, and Yi Zhongtang braced himself.
"Uncle Li, Uncle Li."
Yi Zhengping hurriedly followed.
"Rest assured, on this joyous occasion, I would never resort to violence."
Li Yuanshan wore a congenial expression as he pushed past Yi Zhengping to stand before Yi Zhongtang. "You see, old Yi, we have known each other for over half a lifetime. You understand my temperament. I was too impulsive earlier. Allow me to toast you. Let us bury the hatchet, shall we?" A slap followed by a sweet morsel. Yi Zhongtang appeared utterly perplexed, unsure of the man's true intentions. "I shall drink first as a sign of respect." Downing a glass, Li Yuanshan patted Yi's shoulder and admonished, "Why are you not offering me a seat?"
"Ah, certainly." Yi dared not refuse, promptly yielding his seat. Observing this charade, Yi Zhongtang grew increasingly wary. What exactly are you plotting? Did I not just say, I am here to apologize?"
Li Yuanshan replied earnestly. "Apologize." Yi Zhongtang found it hard to believe that Li Yuanshan would possess such humility, for he knew the man's true nature.
"Since we have agreed to bury the hatchet, from this day forth, we shall be brothers, shall we not?" Li Yuanshan continued with his jest. "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." "You make me uneasy." Yi Zhongtang refrained from voicing that last thought. "Good, I appreciate your forthrightness."
Li Yuanshan beckoned to Li Junyi. "You rascal, bring that young lady from the Yi family over here." Though Li Junyi was uncertain of his grandfather's intentions, he nonetheless took Yi Qingqing by the hand and led her over.
"Ladies and gentlemen," Li Yuanshan surveyed the guests with a sweeping gaze, "do you not think my great-grandson and the young lady from the Yi family are a match made in heaven, a pair of golden boys and jade maidens?" Not far away, Jiang Ruffing's expression soured to one of utter disgust. It was his wedding day, and yet someone dared to suggest that the bride belonged with another man. What an affront to the entire Jiang family. Old Master Li has discerning eyes. Indeed, young Master Li and Miss Yi are a splendid match. Indeed, young Master Li is quite the dashing figure, while Miss Yi is a vision of beauty. Many guests voiced their thoughts, knowing that as long as Li Yuanshan led the way, the Jiang family could not lay blame upon them. "Yi Qingqing is mine. She is my bride." Jiang Ruffing could no longer contain himself. "With a young man as accomplished as young Master Jiang, I am certain you will find someone even better," Yi Qingqing replied apologetically, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "You vile woman, my willingness to marry you was a fortune from your past life. Have you become infatuated with that scoundrel? Rest assured, when it comes to women, I shall not be outdone. Tonight, you shall witness it." Jiang Ruffing appeared to completely lose his sanity, howling in desperation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Yi family members shifted dramatically. While the daughters of prominent families may sometimes be seen as mere tools for alliances, Yi Qingqing was nonetheless a member of the Yi family. The audacity of such disgrace before even marrying into the Jiang family. What would happen if she truly wed into that family? Would she be reduced to nothing? Slap. "You fool, what nonsense are you spewing?" Jiang Zhenghong delivered a stinging blow to his son without hesitation.
The sudden sting on his cheek jolted Jiang Roughing back to reality, and he seemed to realize that he had spoken out of turn. Sensing the fury in the eyes of the Yi family, Jiang Shangda quickly intervened. Do not take offense, everyone. My grandson has spoken thoughtlessly, please do not hold it against him. I assure you, I will not let him off lightly. This wedding is hereby annulled. Yi Zhongtang spoke coldly, a chilling aura emanating from him.
Father. Grandfather.
Both Yi Zhengping and Yi N's faces paled.
Silence.
Yi Zhongtang commanded with a frigid tone, I have long said that seeking glory through the sale of daughters is not the way of a true man. One must rely on oneself.
Indeed, old Yi, your words resonate with me. Allow me to toast you once more.
Li Yuanshan chuckled, personally pouring wine for Yi Zhongtang. Yi Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her, glancing gratefully at Li Junyi beside her. Thank you.
This is what I owe you.
With that, Li Junyi turned and, with a playful expression, strode toward Jiang Roughing.
Your pathetic struggle, refusing to concede defeat, is truly an ugly sight. Chapter 54.
Our young master is a divine healer. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Li Junyi had already sprinted to Jiang Roughing's side.
Stop. Jiang Zhenghong bellowed in anger, but alas, it was too late.
Li Junyi swiftly delivered a kick that struck Jiang Roughing's third leg with precision. Thus, the only eunuch of the Xia kingdom was born.
Ah! The heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the restaurant, causing Jiang Roughing to faint from the excruciating pain. In terms of propping up a sow, I may not surpass you, but in every other aspect, you insignificant clown dare to compare with me?
Li Junyi looked down upon him and stated, unfortunately, from this day forth, you won't even be able to prop up a sow.
General Li, what does your family intend by this?
Jiang Shangda barely contained his fury.
Oh, you insolent brat, how dare you strike someone? Well, let us not dwell on it.
My grandson has been spoiled rotten, and I assure you, I will not let him off lightly. Jiang Shangda had previously responded in a similar dismissive manner when Jiang Roughing had insulted Yi Qingcheng. Now, Li Dinghua returned the sentiment in full. Yi Qingcheng suddenly felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Though the Yi family had been furious when Jiang Roughing had insulted her, none had stepped forward to defend her. Yet now, it was Li Junyi and Li Dinghua who had avenged her grievances.
Are you moved?
Yi Qing'er's gentle voice chimed in. Yi Qingcheng nodded earnestly, her eyes growing misty.
They are being too overbearing. Jiang Shangda's fury threatened to erupt as he shouted, seize that brat, regardless of life or death. Swish, 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 a dozen black-clad bodyguards emerged, each wielding firearms. Preposterous. Li Dinghua roared, do you dare to brandish weapons in the imperial capital? Does the Jiang family seek to rebel? A grand accusation was leveled at the Jiang family, followed by a commanding wave of his hand, arrest this band of traitors. Swish, swish, swish. Scores of armed soldiers stormed in, encircling the group of black-clad bodyguards. Jiang Zhenghong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Father, this is the imperial capital, we cannot contend with the Li family. A gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. Despite his anger, he still retained a semblance of rationality. Li Dinghua, ha ha ha, Jiang Shangda laughed in furious irony, let us see how this plays out. The reality was laid bare before him, compelling him to relent. With a wave of his hand, he intended to lead his family away. The planned union would not proceed, lingering any longer would only lead to further humiliation. Did I permit you to leave? Li Jun's domineering voice resonated. Brat, enough of this. Li Dinghua interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, the Jiang family held significant sway in the Xia kingdom. Toppling them would not be an easy task. As Jiang Shangda had previously stated, there would be ample time to settle the score later. Li Junyi's tone turned frigid. Should you seek revenge, I do not oppose it, but I advise you not to resort to despicable means, otherwise, even the Buddha cannot save you. Let us depart. Jiang Shangda waved his hand and, leaning on his cane, led the way. The rest of the Jiang family followed closely behind, with relatives and friends hastily exiting, fearful of being entangled in the aftermath. In the blink of an eye, the number of patrons in the hotel had dwindled by more than half. Old Yi, shall we share another drink? Li Yuanshan proposed, holding up a wine pot. Drink if you dare, who is afraid? When it came to brawling, Yi Zhongtan would concede, but in drinking, he was undeniably competitive. The two clinked their cups together. At that moment, Yi Jinping stepped forward to advise, Father, both you and Uncle Li should refrain from further drinking, your health is paramount. Enough of your nagging. I know my own body best. Before he could finish, Yi Zhongtang's hand, which held the wine cup, froze midair, his pupils dimming dramatically. Hey, what do you mean by this, old man? Are you trying to pull a fast one?
Li Yuanshan was the first to sense something amiss, quickly supporting Yi Zhongtan to prevent him from collapsing.
Father, what is wrong?
Yi Zhengping exclaimed in panic, quick, call for an ambulance. Yi Qingcheng and Yi Qinger shared the same urgency, rushing over with other family members.
Let me examine old Yi. Xiao Jiuming stepped forward, extending his hand to feel. What is my father's condition?
Yi Zhengping inquired with great concern, setting aside the bond of father and son. Each additional day that Yi Zhongtan lived represented an extra layer of security for the Yi family. There was no room for his anxiety to wane.
Alas!
Xiao Jiuming shook his head, lamenting, old Yi is suffering from organ failure. Even if Hua Tuo were to return, he would be unable to save him.
This statement undoubtedly pronounced Yi Zhongtan's death sentence, and a somber atmosphere instantly enveloped the hall. Alas, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have invited old Yi for a drink.
Li Yuanshan displayed an expression of self-reproach.
Uncle Li, do not say that. Yi Zhengping, displaying a level head, consoled, we are well aware of my father's condition.
It has nothing to do with you. Fugua, is it not said that our young master possesses medical skills?
Wu Shangwang recalled how Chun Xing'an had been declared critically ill by doctors, only to be discharged shortly after Li Junyi administered a few erratic acupuncture needles. Go Fugua seemed to remember as well, his eyes gleaming with hope. Everyone, do not panic, our young master's medical skills are truly remarkable, he will surely save old Yi.
With that, all eyes turned once again to Li Junyi. He can heal? Impossible. Utterly absurd.
If that fellow could heal, I might as well fly with a sword. Several members of the Yi family whispered among themselves, none believing Go Fugua's assertion however, a few harbored a skeptical attitude, such as Yi Zhengping, Yi Qinger, and Yi Qingcheng. For they had witnessed Li Junyi's unfathomable prowess firsthand. Even a master of the half-step realm, Song Zikan, could not withstand his single strike prior to this. Who would have dared to believe such a reality? Thus, it was not beyond reason for someone to claim that Li Junyi's medical expertise was exceptional.
You brat, can you truly heal? Li Yuanshan was the first to voice the inquiry.
Hiss,
Ha, Li Junyi took a breath, responding nonchalantly, I know a little. A little, how much is that? Can you cure old Yi? Li Yuanshan blurted out.
Could he potentially cause the person's demise? Who in their right mind would let him attempt such a thing? The ambulance had yet to arrive, and Yi Zhengping and the others had initially considered allowing Li Junyi to give it a shot.
However, upon hearing his words, they promptly abandoned the thought. Well, how about this, little Yi, let my troublesome grandson give it a try.
Li Yuanshan surprisingly suggested. Yi Zhengping's mouth twitched violently, wanting to retort, Uncle Li, if anyone needs treatment, let it be you.
My father will not be treated.
Li Dingguo approached, patting Yi Zhengping's shoulder.
Brother Yi, old Xiao just stated that old Yi's condition is such that even Hua Tuo could not remedy it.
We might as well treat a dead horse as a live one and let my grandson give it a shot. Chapter 55 A cure, but with a price. A dead horse is to be treated as a live one. These few words sent Li Zhengping's eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and he adamantly refused to allow Li Junyi to intervene. However, Li Zhongtan was now breathing shallowly, and it seemed he might depart this world before the ambulance arrived.
In this critical moment, Li Qingru stepped forward. Father, why not let him give it a try?
The him she referred to was naturally Li Junyi. Even Li Qingru herself was unaware of why she trusted him. Perhaps it was due to the defeat she suffered at his hands that had left her utterly convinced.
Nonsense. Li Zhengping inquired sternly, who will take responsibility if something goes wrong?
Li Qingru found herself momentarily speechless.
Grandfather's life hangs in the balance.
Surely it is better to attempt something than to wait idly. Li Qingcheng urged calmly. Even Li Fan, after a moment's hesitation, chimed in, Father, Qingru and Qingcheng are right, why not let that young man try? You all. Li Zhengping furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the nonchalant Li Junyi. He had to admit that the young man's transformation was astonishing. Achieving the mastery of a grandmaster at such a tender age was truly unprecedented. With this thought, Li Zhengping pondered for a moment before sighing, very well, let him give it a try.
Young man, make your move quickly. Li Yuanshan urged impatiently.
With few of his old comrades left, he truly did not wish to see Li Zhongtan depart this world so soon. All right, I shall attempt it, Li Junyi replied as he approached Li Zhongtan, who was laid upon the sofa. He first pretended to check the old man's pulse and then examined his pupils, his expression growing increasingly grave. It is not merely the failure of his organs, asthma is the true fatal factor for this old man. This brief statement immediately captivated several members of the Li family, for they knew well how severe Li Zhongtan's asthma was.
He was eager to witness Li Jun's needlework using qi. Do you think golden and silver needles are panaceas? Li Junyi retorted irritably. Guo Fuqian stammered, aren't they?
Indeed, they are not, Li Junyi grinned as he produced a needle pouch he always carried with him.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The upper acupoint was Qihai, while the lower one was Ingu. A faint white mist emanated from Leaf Zhongtong's Tianling ACU point. In an instant, the onlookers were left in awe. Xiao Jiuming widened his eyes, exclaiming, you two truly did not deceive your master. Li Dinghua was equally astonished and curiously asked, Old Xiao, is my grandson's technique comparable to that of Master Mo? Xiao Jiuming gulped.
Hearing Xiao Jiuming claim that Li Jun's technique surpassed that of Mo Shanghai, Li Dinghua could not help but feel a surge of delight. Huff, huff, ha! Leaf Zhongtong's breathing suddenly became rapid, akin to someone who had been submerged underwater for far too long, finally emerging to gasp fresh air. The situation is not optimistic, Li Jun stated bluntly.
The members of the Leaf family instantly became anxious. Have you truly cured my grandfather?
Leaf Qingru could not help but ask. Everyone leaned in, eager to hear a definitive answer. I can indeed, but Li Jun suddenly elongated his tone.
Leafan, anxious, inquired, but what?
Let me be straightforward, Li Jun crossed his arms, speaking with nonchalance. I can treat the old man's illness, yet it will require considerable effort on my— He might as well have written I want a reward on his forehead, yet she still did not comprehend.
Ahem.
You insolent boy, healing the sick and saving lives is a physician's duty. How can you propose terms at such a moment? Li Dinghua pretended to scold him, then turned to the Leaf family members, adding, however, my brash grandson has a point. Treating Uncle Leaf will indeed require considerable effort, so it is only reasonable for the Leaf family to provide him with some form of compensation. Seeing the grandfather and grandson in harmony, the Leaf family members could only shake their heads in exasperation.
What do you want?
Leaf Zhangping asked, frowning.
He.
Li Junyi rubbed his hands together and said, what the Li family possesses, the Li family certainly does not lack.
Though this statement sounded somewhat arrogant, it was the truth. In terms of heritage and power, the ascendant Li family was indeed slightly inferior to the Li family, otherwise, how could they be regarded as the foremost among the 6 great clans? Here's the deal.
You need only agree to one small condition, and I will promptly awaken Elder Leaf and ensure he lives for at least 5 more years. Li Junyi declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the Leaf family members lit up. They were acutely aware of the severity of Leaf Zhongtong's condition. If he could live for another 5 years, they would not hesitate to agree to even 10 conditions. As expected, Leaf Zhangping immediately stated, as long as it is within the Leaf family's power, we will agree to any conditions.
Good.
My condition is, Li Jin said, pointing to Leaf Qingqing beside him, that she may choose to marry whomever she wishes, or remain unmarried for life, and no one from the Leaf family shall interfere.
Wow. In that moment,
Leaf Qingqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had never anticipated that Li Jun's condition was aimed at securing her freedom.
Good lad, not for fame.
From this moment on, no one shall meddle in Qingqing's life decisions. Now, quickly save my father. Leaf Zhangping nearly blurted out his agreement. All right, Li Junyi signaled with his hand, then swiftly extracted a golden needle, precisely piercing Leaf Zhongtong's Jianghu acupoint.
In that instant, Leaf Zhongtong slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 56, What can I do if she refuses to marry me? From initial disdain to contempt, and then to a profound respect after Li Junyi decisively defeated Uncle Fu and incapacitated the half-step master Song Zikan with a single strike, people began to take notice of this wayward young scion. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when Yi Zhongtong suddenly fell ill, and with a few golden needles, Li Junyi snatched him back from the brink of death. The shock felt by the Yi family was beyond description. At the Royal City Military Hospital, after several esteemed doctors conducted thorough examinations, all signs indicated that Yi Zhongtong's health was not only intact but that the previously failing organs within him had shown a glimmer of vitality. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. At last, the anxieties that had weighed heavily on the Yi family could finally be set at ease. In another hospital room, Song Zikan had regained consciousness. Although his life was no longer in danger, the injuries he sustained would take at least half a year to heal. Yi Zhangping and his son Yin stood nearby. He is indeed formidable. Had he shown no mercy in that final moment, I would undoubtedly have met my demise. Song Zikan expressed, still shaken. Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, Old Song, in your opinion, just how powerful is that young man? At the very least, a master. Song Zikan replied, somewhat uncertain.
Despite his own half-step master level, it was inconceivable that even seasoned masters could defeat him in a single encounter, yet, he could hardly believe that Li Junyi's prowess surpassed that of a master. After all, a master in their 20s was already astonishing. The emergence of a martial sage at such a young age that was simply unfathomable. He would rather believe that the earth is flat than accept the existence of a martial sage in their 20s. Take good care of your injuries, Yi Zhangping signaled to Yan, indicating it was time to leave. In the corridor, Yan remarked with a complex expression, "Father, that young man's transformation is truly remarkable. We should reconsider our stance towards the Li family." Several years ago, his younger brother Yi Chang had made a leap into the master realm, becoming the foremost expert in the Tianlong army, which had greatly benefited the Yi family. At that time, Yi Chang was already over 50, yet, Li Jun had reached master level in his 20s, and his future accomplishments in martial arts were beyond measure, not to mention, he possessed extraordinary medical skills. There are many powerful individuals in the world, but who can guarantee that their health will remain unblemished? The impact Li Junyi could have with his miraculous medical expertise was unimaginable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with such a prodigy emerging from the Li family, there would be no one capable of shaking their position as the foremost family in the next 30 years. Your foresight is impressive. It seems that your experiences in the Northwest have taught you much, Yi Zhangping said with a look of satisfaction. Although Li Junyi had disrupted the alliance between the Yi and Jiang families, he showed no intention of severing ties. In fact, he considered it a blessing. Yi smiled slightly. Earlier at the restaurant, that young man standing alongside Qingqing truly resembled a pair of celestial beings. Is that so? I share the same sentiment. Yi Zhangping laughed heartily. The father and son exchanged knowing glances, seemingly in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, Li Yuanshan and his son Li Dingwa scrutinized Li Junyi, who was visibly uncomfortable. With a sheepish grin, he said, "Well, feel free to ask whatever you want directly." Li Dingwa, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Where did you acquire all your skills?" "I've been in prison for the past 3 years. Where do you think I could have learned?" Li Junyi retorted with a question. "Stop being evasive, I'm asking who your teacher is." Li Dingwa pressed, intrigued. "This is a long story. When I first arrived at that hellish prison, I encountered 3 reclusive masters who had forsaken worldly desires. You wouldn't believe it, but those 3 gentlemen claimed I possessed extraordinary talent for martial arts. By the end, Li Yuanshan and his son were left dumbfounded. Li Junyi shrugged, saying, "That's how it is." "My dear grandson." Li Dingwa swallowed hard, genuinely curious. "Just how strong are you now?" "Well," Li Junyi scratched his head, "to be honest, I'm not entirely sure how strong I am. All I know is that my 3 masters together cannot defeat me. They say I am invincible in this world, but I don't know if they are just flattering me." This was indeed the truth. Ever since he perfected his dragon mastery technique, he had yet to encounter anyone who could compel him to exert his full strength. Li Dingwa, brimming with excitement, looked at Li Yuanshan and said, "Father, I believe we must enlist this young man into the military." "I concur." Li Yuanshan nodded in agreement. "You must understand, I have been accustomed to freedom since childhood and cannot tolerate constraints. So you should abandon this notion sooner rather than later," Li Junyi said, raising his hands in a gesture of refusal. "Our family has dedicated 3 generations to military service, pouring our blood and passion into serving the nation. Now that you have acquired such skills, you should contribute to the country. Indeed, we cannot let this legacy end with your generation." Li Yuanshan and Li Dingwa urged in succession. Li Junyi still shook his head in defiance, resolutely stating, "I simply wish to live as a carefree young master without grand ambitions." "You rascal," Li Dingwa threatened as he reached for his belt. Old Li is here, do you dare to hit me?" Li Junyi retorted defiantly. However, to his surprise, Li Yuanshan did not come to his defense this time. Instead, he encouraged, "If you're disobedient, you deserve a beating, go ahead and hit him." Hey, you two cannot do this." Li Junyi exclaimed in fear, stepping back a few paces, then proposing, "How about this? If one day the country and its people need me, I will not refuse." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanshan and Li Dingwa exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Since you do not wish to join the military, then you should settle down and start a family." Li Yuanshan shifted the conversation, "Find a suitable day to marry the daughter of the Chen family." Moreover, his branch had been passed down solo for 4 generations, so he was eager for Li Junyi, his great-grandson, to procreate and expand the family. "Here we go again?" Li Junyi felt a sense of despair. "Regardless, you have 2 choices. Either enlist in the military or start a family, the decision is yours. Li Dinghua's thoughts mirrored his father's. Li Jun sighed, a forcibly coerced marriage is never sweet, and besides, that young lady has no interest in me.
Uninterested in you? Li Yuanshan was taken aback.
You don't know, just the other day, I specifically went to Xuanqing to see that girl, and guess what happened? As he said this, Li Junyi put on a face of resignation. Upon learning that I was ranked number 1 among the wayward young masters, she threatened Chen grandfather with her life, declaring she would never marry me.
Chapter 57. Winning her over with my charisma achu.
Chen Xingxue, engrossed in her work, suddenly sneezed.
Someone must be thinking about you.
Chen Xingyao, beside her, giggled mischievously. Chen Xingxue rolled her eyes and retorted, "Stop with the nonsense and get back to your tasks."
Sister, tell me the truth, do you feel? Yet, the image of Li Jun effortlessly floated into her mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone rapped at the office door. Come in.
Chen Xingxue quickly snapped back to reality, shooting her sister a warning glare to behave. Creak, the door swung open, and the female secretary entered, escorting McKeel.
Mr. McKeel.
Chen Xingxue immediately stood up to show her respect. McKeel smiled and inquired, "Is President Chen available? I would like to introduce you to a few friends."
Friends? I am free. Chen Xingxue blurted out.
Anyone who could be friends with McKeel surely held significant status, and such connections were invaluable to any businessperson. After a moment's pause, she asked, "May I know where Mr. McKeel's friends are?" "They are downstairs," McKeel replied casually. Chen Xingxue straightened her attire and declared, "Then I shall personally go down to greet them."
No, no, no.
McKeel protested anxiously, "They are not worthy of President Chen's." A few minutes later, the returning secretary brought 3 men and 1 woman into the reception room. "Allow me to introduce, this is President Chen from Yunyang Technology," McKeel announced in fluent Xiao language.
Hello, President Chen, I am Cherf. I am Lucy. I am Kimas. I am local.
Hearing their introductions, both Chen Xingxue and Chen Xingyao were utterly astonished. With a smile, McKeel explained, "President Chen, they are here at the behest of the patriarch to discuss a collaboration with Yunyang Technology."
Sister, brother-in-law.
Chen Xingyao covered her mouth, her face a tapestry of shock and admiration. She knew Li Junyi was formidable, but she never anticipated he could command 4 heads of the world's top financial families simultaneously. "I am Chen Xingxue, the president of Yunyang Technology."
It is a pleasure to meet you all.
Regaining her composure, Chen Xingxue promptly greeted the titans of industry with poise.
President Chen, we have prepared a cooperation proposal prior to our arrival.
Please take a look. If everything is in order, we can commence our collaboration with Yunyang Technology immediately. Lucy presented a document with both hands. Chen Xingxue, not daring to be presumptuous, accepted it with equal reverence and opened the file at once.
Dismantling the Jianghu family's business empire.
The prominent phrase on the first page caught her eye. Meanwhile, Li Junyi was at home dealing with 2 elders. To extricate himself from an arranged marriage, he exaggeratedly portrayed himself as utterly unworthy, leading the other party to resolutely refuse to marry him. Both his tone and demeanor were so convincing that even the shrewd father-son duo of Li Yuanshan and Li Dinghua believed him to a degree. It shouldn't be, I know little Chen's character well.
How could his descendants be so materialistic? Li Yuanshan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Ahem.
Li Junyi cleared his throat and remarked, "Character is not genetic, it doesn't necessarily pass to the next generation. Moreover, genes can mutate, let alone character." Seeing this, Li Junyi felt a surge of delight and said, "Therefore, I suggest you reconsider, old Li Da. I fear if I marry that materialistic woman, our household will descend into chaos." "Father, I will verify with Chen Xingyan shortly. If his granddaughter truly is as Junyi described, we must reconsider this marriage," Li Dinghua proposed. Li Yuanshan nodded in agreement. "Then you should take a trip to Xuanqing soon, best to meet that young lady."
"No, please don't."
Li Jun's heart raced.
If Li Dinghua were to meet Chen Xingxue, all his previous efforts would be in vain.
"Old Li, you are busy with official matters, it's best not to meddle in these trivialities." As he spoke, Li Jun's mind raced to figure out a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "How about this? I shall return to Xuanqing myself and see if I can win that girl over with my sincerity. If she is willing to change, I will marry her."
If not, we shall part ways amicably.
Li Yuanshan and Li Dingwu exchanged glances, both finding this approach reasonable. After all, they had already exchanged marriage tokens with Chen Qing'an. To back out now would be unfair to him.
You must exercise patience and guide her properly, Li Yuanshan advised earnestly.
Rest assured, old Li. With my charisma, I should be able to win that headstrong girl over,
Li Junyi confidently assured them. Alas! Suddenly, Li Yuanshan sighed heavily, concerned. Li Dingwu asked, Father, do you have something on your mind? Alas!
Li Yuanshan sighed again. Today, when I saw that young lady from the Li family, I was actually quite pleased. Li Dingwu immediately grasped his father's meaning and replied, This is manageable. I will speak to old Ji soon to see if we can facilitate this marriage.
That sounds good.
Li Yuanshan chuckled. 3 years ago, it was that scoundrel who wronged her. If he can marry that young lady, it would be beneficial for both our family and the Yi family.
Li Dingwu wholeheartedly agreed. A union with the Yi family would undeniably bolster the Li family's standing. Are you all confused, or is my hearing failing me?
Li Jun's lips twitched in disbelief. One moment you want me to marry Chen Qing's granddaughter, and the next, you want me to wed someone from the Yi family.
Have you considered my feelings? Don't act coy, you rascal. Li Yuanshan scolded sternly. Whether it's the Chen family's daughter or the Yi family's, both are rare beauties of this ge.do. You still feel wronged?
It's not that he felt wronged. He simply disliked others meddling in his marriage. Just as Li Junyi was about to voice his protest, this matter is settled,
Li Yuanshan declared with finality.
Best to have that scoundrel marry both young ladies. After all, our family is prosperous, and we can afford to feed more mouths. Chapter 58I. Used to be the warden in the city of Jin, the Jiang family. After an entire night of surgery, Jiang Ruffing finally emerged from the clutches of death, but alas, his third leg could not be saved. Not only that, he found himself ensnared in the pig gate incident, his bride was snatched away, and ultimately, he became the last eunuch of the Xia nation. Enduring a relentless series of calamities, who could possibly withstand such tribulations? Thus, Jiang Ruffing descended into madness.
What is my father's name?
My father's father is called Wangbach. Gazing at his deranged son, Jiang Zhenghong felt as though his heart were being mercilessly carved.
Woo-woo.
Zhenghong, you must avenge your son, a lavishly dressed woman sobbed, covering her mouth. Jiang Zhenghong nodded solemnly, vowing, I swear, the suffering my son has endured shall be repaid tenfold to that scoundrel. I do not desire his death. I want him to suffer 1,000 cuts, the woman declared venomously. Jiang Zhenghong's expression darkened. Keep a close watch on our son, I still await his father's counsel on urgent matters. Half an hour later, upon returning home, Jiang Zhenghong hastened to the study. Jiang Shangda sat on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation. Having gone a night without sleep, his white hair seemed to have multiplied.
Father!
Jiang Zhenghong sat upright beside him. Jiang Shangda abruptly opened his eyes and commanded in a deep voice, Summon your second brother back.
Second brother?
At the mention of those words, Jiang Zhenghong's expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. Our Jiang family has suffered an unparalleled humiliation. Until this grudge is avenged, I, Jiang Shangda, shall not rest in peace.
The veins on Jiang Shangda's forehead bulged, his countenance menacing.
Jiang Zhenghong swallowed hard. Father, my second brother left with a resolute attitude. I fear he may be unwilling to return. Jiang Shangda's tone turned fierce. Relay to him that should he refuse to return, I shall hunt down that wretched woman.
Witnessing his father's near madness, Jiang Zhenghong understood further persuasion would be futile and could only nod in agreement.
Furthermore, ascertain which officials are aligned with the Li family and withdraw all investments in those cities. Jiang Shangda's face was a mask of malevolence. I intend to sever an arm from the Li family. The Jiang family's commercial empire spans multiple sectors that directly impact the populace. If those investments were abruptly withdrawn, it would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. At that time, those officials who sided with the Li family would certainly face repercussions, though this would result in significant losses for the Jiang family. For him, as long as he could cleanse the family name of disgrace, he would not hesitate to plunge the entire Jiang clan into oblivion.
Understood.
Jiang Zhenghong wholeheartedly supported this decision. In Xuanqing, when Li Junyi returned to Yunyang Technology, the sun had already set. Chief, in the president's office, several titans of the business world had foregone dinner, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this esteemed leader.
Everyone is here. It seems you all hold me in high regard.
Li Junyi waved his hand, signaling them to take a seat, and then casually sat beside Chen Qingshueg Sheb, standing, elaborated on the meticulously crafted plan. The Jiang family's commercial empire currently places immense importance on the burgeoning field of artificial intelligence, and it is rumored they have fully committed their resources. Should they rise to become market leaders in the future, they stand to reap enormous profits. However, if they fail to develop superintelligence promptly, they will lose control of the market, resulting not only in a lack of profits but also substantial. Instantly, McKeel and the heads of the four major financial conglomerates felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, Li Juni suddenly interjected. The group immediately perked up. I also require you to prepare a substantial sum of capital. Li Juni narrowed his eyes and raised a finger.
100 billion? Lucy readily responded, that is absolutely no problem. Chen Qingxue and Chen Xingyao could not help but gasp in astonishment.
Yunyang technology had been established for decades, and even after recently taking a significant hit from the Qingyang group, its market value barely reached 300 billion, yet, these individuals could effortlessly mobilize 100 billion. They truly were a formidable financial dynasty. 100 billion US dollars, equivalent to over 600 billion Xia currency, should suffice. Li Jun's nonchalant remark sent the hearts of Chen Qingxue's sisters racing. 100 billion was already terrifying enough, and it was in US dollars. Comes added with a smile. If that isn't enough, we can readily mobilize another 300 billion.
Excellent. Li Juni nodded in satisfaction, then casually instructed, you may return for now. I have no interest in the execution of your actions, I only desire results. Understood.
Yes, McKeel and Shev sequentially expressed their agreement. Once the group departed, Chen Xingyao could no longer contain her curiosity and squeezed beside Li Juni.
Brother-in-law, did you summon them all? Also, how do you know them? They were all my fellow inmates, and I was their warden.
Li Juni replied casually, then turned to Chen Qingxue. Shev has already made himself quite clear, hasn't he? They need Yunyang technology as a stepping stone. Cooperate well, and I won't treat you poorly once the task is accomplished.
Chen Qingxue furrowed her brow and asked, are you planning to take action against the Jiang family?
Yes. Li Juni stated bluntly.
After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qingxue whispered, could you tell me why you wish to target the Jiang family? Li Juni replied impatiently, why the need for so many questions? Chen Qingxue's expression grew complex, and she stubbornly inquired, is it because of me?
At her words, Li Juni appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why she would ask such a thing. Seeing that he remained silent for too long, Chen Qingxue's brow knitted tighter. Previously, she had suspected that Li Juni's motive for targeting the Jiang family was due to Jiang Roofing's abduction of her and her sister.
Now, it seemed that suspicion held merit. Why not just let it go?
Chen Qingxue voiced her concerns. Although Shev and his associates possessed immense financial resources, the Jiang family was, after all, a supergiant within the Xia nation's business realm. It would not be a simple task for foreign capital to come in and completely topple this behemoth. The likely outcome could very well be mutual destruction.
Absolutely not, the Jiang family must be dismantled. Li Juni's tone was resolute.
Buzz, Chen Qingxue's eyes instantly reddened, a wave of tears threatening to spill. She was indeed moved. Li Juni could not fathom Chen Qingxue's thoughts. Seeing her on the verge of tears left him momentarily at a loss. Why on earth are you crying?
Brother-in-law. Chen Xingyao's nose turned sour as she choked out, how could you treat my sister this way? Wouldn't she be moved? I feel like I'm about to be moved to death.
Moved, or dared to move? Li Juni was utterly perplexed. When did I ever move your sisters? Chapter 59 Brother-in-law, make your position clear. That night, Chen Qingxue found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in her bed. With 2 cans of beer in hand, she ventured to the terrace, intending to relish the beauty of the night, only to discover a man already seated there. It was none other than Li Degorin. Initially, Chen Qingxue contemplated leaving, but after a moment's reflection, she reminded herself that this was her home. If there was to be any discomfort, it would be his. Resolutely, she plopped down into the armchair. With a crisp sound, she cracked open a beer and took a sip. Chen Qingxue had expected Li Juni to initiate conversation, yet as the minutes ticked by, he remained seated in silence, his legs crossed. What are you doing? She boldly broke the stillness, but received no reply. Had it not been for the steady rhythm of his breathing, she might have suspected he had fallen into a trance. Don't pretend to be profound in front of me, I'm well acquainted with the art of teasing. Chen Qingxue spoke again, but alas, Li Juni remained unresponsive. Sensing something amiss, she rose and approached him, only to find his complexion flushed, his brow furrowed, and beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Alarmed, she asked, "Hey, what on earth is going on?" Still, there was no answer from him.
Don't frighten me.
Unable to contain her concern, she reached out to touch his forehead. Suddenly, Li Juni grasped her arm firmly and, in that instant, opened his eyes wide.
Are you all right?
Chen Xingxue barely had time to exhale in relief, as she was met with a chilling gaze devoid of emotion, one that seemed to harbor. Unexpectedly, he pulled her into his embrace. Ah, let go of me, she protested, attempting to break free, but her strength was no match for Li Juni's. You rogue, if you don't release me, I'll scream. Their bodies were pressed closely together, each feeling the rapid thumping of the other's heart. Chen Xingxue felt anxious and regretful for abandoning her peaceful slumber, only to find herself in this predicament. Even if you possess my body, do not presume to claim my heart. And I shall never forgive you. She shut her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. However, as time passed, she noticed that he merely held her tightly without any further advances. Drip! A drop of blood fell onto her forehead. Chen Xingxue's eyes flew open, and she gazed upward, horrified to see blood trickling from Li Juni's 7 orifices. It dawned on her that he was in serious trouble, possibly having lost consciousness.
Li Juni, snap out of it.
Let go of me, I'll take you to the hospital. In her panic, tears welled up in Chen Xingxue's eyes, and she couldn't fathom why she felt such urgency for Li Juni's safety. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyao, who had been peacefully asleep, was roused by the commotion. Following the sound, she made her way to the terrace, only to find Li Juni tightly embracing her sister. Gasp! Chen Xingyao quickly covered her mouth from a distance. She failed to discern the gravity of the situation, assuming Li Juni was clandestinely courting her sister.
Rip! At that moment, Li Juni suddenly yanked Chen Xingxue's outer garment away. Ah!
Let go of me! Chen Xingxue's scream was muffled before she could utter it, her eyes widening in shock.
Oh dear, brother-in-law, why the rush? Don't you know that women need to be coaxed?
To think you would attempt to force a kiss. Seeing the two of them leaning in, a blush instantly crept across Chen Xingyao's face as she pondered whether to intervene. Although she secretly wished for Li Juni and her sister to become a couple, it was evident that her sister was unwilling in this moment.
Damn it, should I stop them or not? Chen Xingyao was torn.
Just as her mind raced, the two in the embrace suddenly ceased their movements. Chen Xingxue, feeling the powerful aura radiating from him, sensed her resistance gradually dissipating. Slowly, her arms encircled Li Juni. Underneath the dazzling starry sky, the two shared a passionate kiss.
Brother-in-law, you must release my sister.
Such matters cannot be rushed. At that moment, Chen Xingyao, after much hesitation, finally burst forth. Reason reminded her that while she could facilitate a romance between her sister and Li Juni, she could not allow her sister to have her purity taken against her will. Her sister's voice jolted Chen Xingxue back to reality, a flush of embarrassment spreading across her face, yet no matter how she tried, she couldn't push Li Juni away.
Huff! Li Juni took a deep breath, the icy demeanor in his eyes gradually fading.
Hearing the sisters' voices, when he focused again, he realized he had been holding Chen Xingxue firmly in his embrace. What the hell, how did I end up holding this woman? Li Juni was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had sensed that he had reached a new pinnacle in his mastery of the dragon control technique, prompting him to push his limits. However, in his eagerness, he nearly lost control, but fortunately, his vast internal energy stabilized him, albeit at the cost of temporarily losing his rationality. Thus, he was completely unaware of what had transpired moments before.
Brother-in-law, haste makes waste.
Chen Xingyao scolded with a stern expression. Li Juni scratched his head innocently and replied, "If I said I didn't mean it just now, would you believe me? Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, you were indeed kissing my sister, and that is an undeniable fact."
It seemed she had anticipated his defense.
Chen Xingyao winked at him, signaling that she understood. Meanwhile, Chen Xingxue quickly tidied her clothes, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. How utterly embarrassing.
Ahem.
Clearing her throat, Chen Xingyao added, "Brother-in-law, since there are no outsiders here, there's no need for pretense.
Just say whether you like my sister or not."
Li Juni glanced at Chen Xingxue, the moonlight illuminating her face, and he suddenly realized that this woman appeared even more enchanting than before. Initially, he had been quite resistant to the idea of an arranged marriage, but he later discovered that it wasn't so bad after all, especially given that such a beautiful woman was bound to him. With this thought, he found himself nodding almost unconsciously. Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman, he mused, but that's all that matters, a man should be this straightforward. Chen Xingyao interjected, giving him a thumbs up in approval. She then turned to Chen Xingxue and said, "Sister, since brother-in-law has admitted his feelings for you, it's your turn to express yours." Chen Xingxue stammered, her thoughts drifting back to the passionate kiss with Li Jun, leaving her at a loss for words.
Sister, you have always been decisive. Be bold and say whether you like him or not.
Chen Xingyao felt a surge of joy, recognizing that her sister harbored feelings for Li Jun. Sure enough, I can give him a chance to pursue me.
With those words, Chen Xingxue fled as if escaping. Chapter 60. Who was behind this? An opportunity to pursue? Li Jun scoffed at the notion. Just because he found someone appealing did not mean he would pursue them. After all, the world was replete with beautiful women. If he were to chase after each one, he would surely exhaust himself. Moreover, he had numerous pressing matters to attend to, for instance, dealing with the Jiang family and Qin Haoren. Not to mention, investigating the Wu cult and uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise. The following morning, Li Jun was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Young master, something significant has occurred. The anxious voice of Wu Shangwang broke through.
Rubbing his eyes, Li Jun replied nonchalantly, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to prop it up. What could possibly be so significant? In a single night, the Jiang family has completely withdrawn their investments from 26 cities, both ongoing and planned. Yet, he did not anticipate that they would willingly inflict significant damage upon themselves in a fit of impatience.
Young master, Jiang Roughing has gone mad. Wu Shangwang reported with a chuckle.
Oh. What a useless fellow. I had even devised several strategies to undermine him, but it appears they will not be necessary.
Li Jun expressed his disdain. Wu Shangwang on the other end of the line fell into silence. It was hardly surprising that Jiang Roughing would lose his mind after enduring such setbacks.
Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Li Jun's mind. I can apply these strategies against that dog, Qin Haoren, thus not letting them go to waste. Young master, your brilliance shines. Half an hour later, upon arriving at Yunyang Technology, Li Jun observed that the employees were bustling about, as if embroiled in battle. Only the security department appeared leisurely, and coincidentally, Li Jun was the head of that department. Thus, he resumed his card games. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, father, I have followed your orders. Those in the Li family camp are like ants on a hot stove. I have also secretly warned them that if they sever ties with the Li family, we will restore everything to normal. I estimate it will take no more than 3 days for the Li family's monkeys to scatter. Zhang Zhenghong said with a sinister grin.
Ha.
Zhang Shangda was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, boasting, since ancient times, commerce has never battled against officials, and thus, let my Jiang family be the trailblazer. Father, we must remain cautious. The Li family's foundation should not be underestimated. Zhang Zhenghong's cautious nature prevented him from becoming overly complacent. Zhang Shangda, however, was quite satisfied and reassured. Rest assured, I have already. Once we dismantle the Li family's minions, there will naturally be someone to help us level that great tree.
A collaborator, who is it?
Zhang Zhenghong inquired with curiosity. After all, in Xia country, only a handful possessed the courage and capability to stand against the Li family.
This is all thanks to that little bastard.
With the Qin family's assistance, their confidence had increased significantly.
By the way, what news do we have from your second brother?
Zhang Shangda abruptly shifted the topic. Second brother. He had only 2 sons in his life. The elder, Zhang Zhenghong, perfectly inherited his business acumen and intelligence, while the younger, Jiang Mubai, was a natural martial arts prodigy, with both intellect and martial prowess. The rise of the Jiang family was merely a matter of time. Yet, alas, Jiang Mubai had fallen in love with a woman he should not have. To protect her, he even risked turning against his family. Each time Zhang Zhenghong thought of this, he felt a sense of unresolved frustration.
Father, do not dwell too much on it.
Second brother carries our Jiang family's blood, and one day, he will come to his senses.
Zhang Zhenghong consoled. Zhang Shangda took a moment to calm himself before changing the subject. Has there been any improvement in Rufing's condition?
At the mention of his son, Zhang Zhenghong's expression darkened, and he replied in a low voice, he has suffered too great a blow. The doctors say it will be difficult for him to return to normal. I plan to send him to the beautiful country for treatment in a few days.
Forget it.
A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Zhang Shangda's eyes. You are still young.
You can always have more.
In his view, if Jiang Roughing could not withstand such a minor setback, he would struggle to achieve greatness in the future, and it would be better to prepare a successor sooner rather than later. Zhang Zhenghong had just considered this on his way back and, thus, assured firmly, Father, rest assured, I will not allow our Jiang family line to extinguish. Master, at that moment, the old steward hurriedly entered with a solemn-faced middle-aged man. It was Jiang Shangda's trusted aide, Huang Yiwa.
Master Jiang, we face a grave situation.
What is it? Jiang Shangda asked, puzzled. If Huang Yihua's expression was grave as he stated, the projects we withdrew have been completely replaced by someone.
What? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Shangda and Jiang Zhonghan's expressions changed dramatically.
They had incurred losses exceeding 1 trillion in a single day to dismantle the Li family, yet now the Li family had plugged all those holes.
Who is behind this? Jiang Zhenghong asked urgently. To fill over 20 gaps would require at least 3 trillion in funds, and although the Li family was well endowed, they could not possibly muster such a sum. After all, in all of Xia country, only the Jiang family could readily provide such capital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangda and his son exchanged glances. While Yunyang Technology had some renown, they deemed it unworthy of their attention, thus doubting the company's capability. Have we identified the mastermind behind this? Huang Yihua nodded earnestly. It is the Pinot family. What?
Jiang Shangda narrowed his eyes. So it is the Pinot family who has intervened. It seems they cannot be severed from that little bastard of the Li family.
Unaware of their own recklessness.
A cold smile crept across Jiang Zhonghong's lips. While they would naturally hesitate to confront the Pinot family on an international scale, here in Xia country, the outcome remained uncertain. Master Jiang, besides the Pinot family, there are also, Huang Yihua hesitated before adding, the Ganbi family, the Edward family, and Chapter 61. A beautiful woman, Sixli Deji of the Jiang family, launched an assault on the Li family with a swiftness that was almost blinding, and this news spread like a tsunami throughout the entirety of Xia country. While many watched the unfolding drama with detached intrigue, the Yi family, in a surprising turn of events, announced their allegiance to the Li family. This revelation left many astounded. After all, the 6 prominent families of the imperial. Should the Li family suffer significant losses, the remaining families would see an opportunity to vie for supremacy as the foremost clan. Was the Yi family losing their senses? This was not just the opinion of outsiders. Yian found himself equally perplexed. Father, wouldn't it be wiser to observe the conflict from a distance and act as opportunistic bystanders? Yi Zhengping refrained from answering directly and posed a question in return. My dear son, between the Jiang family and the Li family, whom do you favor? Why, naturally, the Li family, Yian responded almost instinctively. While many perceived the struggle between the Jiang and Li families as a battle between 2 fierce tigers, he viewed it more as a clash between a cunning wolf and a mighty tiger. Although the Jiang family, likened to a wolf, possessed formidable strength, they were evidently no match for the king of beasts, the tiger. Even should the wolf pay the ultimate price, it could only hope to gnaw a morsel off the tiger, which, though it might sustain injury, would not be fatally wounded. However, Yian hesitated before adding, I have heard that the Qin family has also taken action. Although the Qin family's maneuvers were executed discreetly, they could not escape the notice of the major families. Does that mean you no longer hold the Li family in high regard? Yi Zhengping inquired with a knowing look. Though Yian did not verbalize his thoughts, his expression betrayed his sentiments. Regardless of the tribulations faced by the Li family, as long as old Master Li draws breath, the fate of the Li family shall remain unaltered. Yi Zhengping articulated the crux of the matter, prompting Yian to exclaim. Yet, upon further reflection, he still harbored doubts, questioning, even if the Li family cannot be toppled, why should we tether ourselves to them? Haha. Yi Zhengping chuckled knowingly. If the Li family is destined to endure, then inevitably, it is the Jiang family that shall fall. Yian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, smiling as he remarked, Father, there is another reason, is there not? It appears you have discerned the truth. Yi Zhengping replied with a satisfied expression, as long as old Master Li remains alive, the Li family shall not falter. As long as that proud dragon of the Li family does not descend, they shall only grow more formidable. Yian adopted a posture of enlightenment. In this world, while many may seek to embellish a fortune, few are those who provide genuine assistance in times of need. At this critical juncture, the Yi family's declaration of solidarity with the Li family meant that any benefits the Li family might reap from the Jiang family would also be a share for the Yi family. Yunyang Technology, Security Department. Despite it being working hours, Li Juan, the head of the Security Department, need not patrol. He could simply enjoy tea and indulge in games while his salary remained unaffected. Damn, this one is perfect. No, this one is better. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang, both clad in security uniforms, sat together, engrossed in a magazine featuring glamorous women. Dejia, suddenly, Jenny called out. Li Juni set down his teacup and inquired, is it settled? With my personal intervention, success is assured, Jenny boasted with pride. I have already sent it to your email. Li Juni promptly retrieved his phone to check his email, a cold smirk immediately appearing on his face. The contents revealed a trove of evidence regarding the Jiang family's shady dealings in recent years. Even the tech prodigy Jenny had taken 2 days to acquire this information, underscoring how meticulously the Jiang family had safeguarded these secrets. Upon leaving the security department, Li Junyi proceeded to the securities department. At that moment, Michelle, the financial savant, was sharing stock market strategies with Chen Xingxue Dejia. Michelle greeted with respect. Li Junyi glanced at Chen Xingxue, who deliberately turned her head away, seemingly shy. Li Junyi chose not to acknowledge it and directly asked, "What is the progress?" "Everything is proceeding as I anticipated." However, Michelle's tone shifted sharply. "The trading style of the opposing party suddenly changed this morning, resembling that of an old adversary of mine." Oh, Li Junyi was well aware of Michelle's reputation as a financial genius. There was only one person in the world he considered an opponent, and that was the Wall Street mogul. "Halfite, should the opposing party indeed be your old rival, do you feel confident?" Li Junyi inquired calmly. Michelle, cautious, replied, "I have clashed with that individual over a dozen times, with each side enjoying victories and defeats. However, this time, with the assistance of Chifu and his fellow oligarchs, I possess an 80% chance of triumphing over him." "Only 80%, Li Junyi furrowed his brow, saying, "Then verify whether it is that old scoundrel Halfite. If so, convey to him that he should vacate Xia country at once." "Dejia," Michelle implored earnestly, "may I not have another chance to compete against that fellow?" His age was advancing, and this could very well be his last opportunity to face his old rival, so he was reluctant to let it slip away. Sensing his thoughts, Li Junyi eventually relented, encouraging, "I believe the victor will ultimately be you." "Thank you, Dejia." Michelle expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Li Junyi had intended to exchange a few words with Chen Xingxue, but noticing her apparent desire to avoid him, he refrained from making himself uncomfortable and returned. "Minister Li, a stunning beauty has arrived at the front desk, claiming she wishes to see you." Wang Dakai rushed in, breathless. "A stunning beauty?" Li Junyi paused, taken aback. Go Fuqian, draping an arm over Wang Dakai's shoulder, inquired with curiosity, "What kind of stunning beauty? Can she even rival President Chen in looks?" "Go Yi, this beauty is no less than President Chen," Wang Dakai replied with a gleam in his eye. "Master, your romantic fortune has returned." Wu Shangwang remarked enviously. Meanwhile, the door to the securities department swung open, revealing Chen Qingyao rushing in a flurry. "Sister, something's wrong." Observing her sister's panic, Chen Xingxue asked anxiously, "What has happened? Is it grandfather's health?" "No," Chen Qingyao denied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingxue sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't a matter concerning their grandfather's health, she would remain composed even if the world were crumbling. "A woman has arrived at our company," Chen Qingyao frowned, "and she is an exceptionally beautiful woman." Chen Xingxue held great confidence in the beauty of both herself and her sister, yet upon hearing her sister's praise for another woman, her curiosity piqued. Chen Xingyao proposed, "Sister, that woman is downstairs. Come with me to take a look. Her beauty is her affair. I still have much to learn from Mr. Michel." Chen Xingxue declined. However, Chen Xingyao seized her arm and insisted. "That woman declared she wants to see brother-in-law. You must be cautious, lest brother-in-law be lured away." Seeking Li Junyi, Chen Xingxue's expression suddenly grew somewhat complex. Chapter 62. I am invincible. As the fierce battle in the stock market raged on, a woman possessing a beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers arrived at Yunyang Technology. The most stunning beauty of the imperial city, Yi Qingcheng. "What brings you here?" Li Junyi was entirely unprepared for her visit. "I came to see you," Yi Qingcheng replied with a charming smile. With the strikingly handsome man and the enchanting woman standing side by side, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. "Is that stunning woman Li Minister's girlfriend?" "Most likely. I truly envy Li Minister for having a girlfriend as ethereal as a fairy. I also envy that woman for having a boyfriend as handsome as Li Minister," many employees whispered among themselves. Ding dong, at that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law!" Chen Qingyao exclaimed, tugging her twin sister Chen Xingxue along, emphasizing the words brother-in-law with great weight. "Brother-in-law, has this guy gotten married?" Gazing at the suddenly appeared twins, Yi Qingcheng felt a twinge of complexity within her heart. Approaching Li Junyi, Chen Qingyao scrutinized Yi Qingcheng, her eyes seemingly laced with provocation. "Hello, Miss Yi." Chen Xingxue greeted her proactively. Evidently, she was acquainted with the other woman. "Hello, you must be Miss Xingxue, right?" Yi Qingcheng responded graciously, extending her hand for a handshake. Before coming to Yunyang Technology, she had familiarized herself with all the relevant information, allowing her to instantly deduce the twins' names through their demeanor and character. Though both women wore smiles, Li Junyi could distinctly sense an unspoken tension in the air, a silent contest unfolding. Women often possess an unwillingness to concede, particularly those who are already strikingly beautiful, further disinclined to be overshadowed by another. Subtly, Li Junyi even sensed that Chen Qingyao was joining the fray. Yi Qingcheng, the most exquisite beauty of the imperial city, was indeed worthy of her title. Her beauty was unparalleled, her aura unique, rivaling any woman of her time. While either Chen Qingshui or Chen Xingyao fell slightly short of Yi Qingcheng, the sisters' striking resemblance, nearly 90% alike, inadvertently amplified their allure. Li Junyi mused that if he were to act as a judge, it would be a daunting task to declare a victor. Moreover, he was not fond of making choices, as that was a child's game.
Ahem.
Li Junyi cleared his throat, directing his gaze towards Yi Qingcheng and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" "I hope you can assist me with a small favor," Yi Qingcheng stated her purpose. "I heard that Mr. Miss here is at Yunyang Technology, and I wish to learn some financial knowledge from him. Could you help introduce me?"
"I'm afraid Mr. Miss here is quite busy."
Before Li Junyi could respond, Chen Qinyao interjected.
"Yao Yao." Chen Qingshui expressed her dissatisfaction with her sister's rudeness. Chen Qinyao pouted but remained silent. "Very well."
Li Junyi readily acquiesced, setting aside the delicate nature of his relationship with Yi Qingcheng. He felt it inappropriate to refuse this minor request, especially given the Yi family's open support for the Li family this time.
"Thank you." Yi Qingcheng smiled.
Her smile was breathtaking. Li Junyi found himself momentarily entranced.
"Brother-in-law."
Chen Xinyao rolled her eyes in frustration, snapping back to reality. Li Junyi turned to Chen Qingshui. "She is my friend. Could you kindly introduce her to Mr. Miss here? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." Brother-in-law, Chen Qinyao stomped her foot in irritation as she watched Li Junyi depart, then turned to Yi Qingcheng, speaking provocatively. "Miss Yi, allow me to formally introduce my sister, Chen Qingshui, as the fiancée of Li Junyi."
"Is that so? Congratulations."
Yi Qingcheng responded with a fleeting smile. On the surface, she appeared unfazed, yet only she could sense that as she uttered the words congratulations, her heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped, a mixture of bitterness and pain coursing through her. Meanwhile, back in the security department, Li Junyi received a message, a challenge from the esteemed martial artist Jianghu Bai. "Young master, Jianghu Bai is the son of Jiang Shangde. His strength should not be underestimated."
"Are you confident?"
"Release the news, I accept his challenge." Li Junyi interrupted Wu Shangwang decisively. Yi Fuqian, filled with concern, spoke up. "Young master, I have heard my master mention Jianghu Bai. At 20, he was in the minor consummation stage, at 30, he reached the major consummation stage, and by 50, he broke through to the master realm. His martial arts talent is arguably on par with Long Qianjun."
"And so what?"
Li Junyi replied dismissively. He was unconcerned about his opponent's strength. He was invincible. Wu Shangwang persisted. "Young master, we have the numbers, why engage in a one-on-one duel?"
"Xiangwang is right."
Go Fuqian chimed in. "Young master, think about it.
Any random person could challenge you, wouldn't that diminish your stature?"
Li Junyi chuckled. "Then I must accept this challenge. It's the perfect opportunity to use that so-called master to set an example."
Seeing his unwavering confidence, Wu Shangwang couldn't help but ask, "Young master, can you give us a hint about your true strength? Do you truly wish to know?"
Li Junyi teased.
"Yes." Wu Shangwang nearly blurted out. Go Fuqian perked up his ears in anticipation. "Heh heh, I am invincible."
Li Junyi replied with a serious expression. Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang exchanged glances, clearly perceiving his words as mere jest.
"Invincible? What nonsense! If you dare challenge the abbot of the Zen temple or the leader of the Taoist sect, what are you boasting about?" Minister Li.
As their conversation continued, the deputy head of the security department, Wang Dakai, rushed in hastily.
"Little Wang, I've told you countless times to remain calm in emergencies. Why do you never learn?"
Go Fuqian scolded Wang Dakai. Wang Dakai had suffered under these two before, so he dared not express his anger and could only nod submissively. Go, your admonishment is well taken.
I shall remember it next time." Go Fuqian wore a look of "this child can be taught," and asked lightly, "Well then, what brings you to our young master this time?" Wang Dakai took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. "Someone is looking for Minister Li." "Someone is looking for me? What day is it today?" Li Junyi mused dramatically. "Is the visitor a beauty?" Wang Dakai nodded, then shook his head. Thud. Go Fuqian gave him a light smack on the head, exasperated. "What does that mean?" "Just say it."
Wang Dakai grimaced in pain. She is a woman, but not a beauty, she is a nun.
A nun, what the hell? Li Jun's lips twitched, and he forced a bitter smile. When did I become so remarkable? Even a nun is drawn to me.
Young master, be modest.
Wu Shangwang cautioned. Yes, modesty.
Li Junyi waved his hand. Tell that nun I am not fated to meet her, there's no need for a visit.
Give her a few $100 for a taxi.
Minister Li, that nun is very fierce. She said if you don't meet her within 3 minutes, she will demolish our company. Chapter 63.
The Corona, awakening, and threatening. Li Junyi, a major shareholder of Yunyang Technology, stood upon a stage ripe for his grand display of prowess, yet, before he could even make a move, there were those who sought to dismantle this very stage. How could he possibly endure such affront? As he stormed to the front desk, his gaze fell upon a nun who stood out like a crane among chickens to eye in her 50s or 60s. Her countenance was severe, devoid of any compassion typical of a practitioner of the faith. She could easily be cast as a formidable antagonist in a television drama. Old nun, I hear you seek me? Li Junyi offered no pleasantries of the nun, with an air of superiority, declared, You are Li Junyi, the scion of the Li family? Needless to say.
Li Junyi retorted, his hands clasped behind his back. In an instant, she drew the long sword she had been carrying and lunged at him, the blade aimed directly at his throat. A lethal strike right from the outset.
Minister Li, be careful. Watch out, Minister Li.
Many employees felt their hearts race in trepidation, particularly the women, for a handsome man always garnered attention.
Clang.
Just as the old nun smirked with confidence that her strike would claim Li Junyi's life, he astonished her beyond belief. There he stood, unmoving, effortlessly pinching the sword's blade with just 2 fingers. And no matter how much the nun strained, she could not advance an inch. How could this be possible? The nun's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with horror and disbelief.
Minister Li,
it is a pity Minister Li has a girlfriend, otherwise, I would gladly throw myself at him. Forget merely throwing myself, I would willingly be Minister Li's mistress. Li Jun's nonchalant maneuver captivated all present, leaving many female staff members swooning. Come now, I shall grant you the opportunity to disclose your identity, and elucidate why you sought to kill me.
Should you do so, I may grant you a swift end.
The glint of menace in Li Jun's eyes sent a chill down the nun's spine, freezing her in place.
Refusing to speak, are we?
Swisher with a leap, Li Junyi vanished behind the nun, and with a swift motion, he struck her unconscious, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. Upon returning to the security department, Li Junyi instructed his men to bind the nun with rope, intending to personally interrogate her.
Young master, this old nun belongs to the Amei sect. Wu Shangwang,
Amei sect? Li Junyi was at a loss, unable to fathom why he would have enmity with a member of the Amei sect.
Fuguei, awaken her.
Yes.
Go Fuguei, swiftly fetch. If you have the courage, then kill me. An elder of the Amei sect, oh my, how impressive you are. Li Junyi retrieved an electric baton from his drawer and approached the nun, eliciting a crackling sound.
The nun's eyes rolled back as she succumbed to the shock.
Awaken her.
At Li Junyi's command, Go Fuguei splashed more water on the nun, rousing her once more.
Impudent wretch, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I shall kill you zzz.
Before the nun could finish her threat, she was once again rendered unconscious. This cycle of shock and awakening continued for 6 or 7 iterations until the nun finally yielded. Li Junyi knelt down, a sly smile gracing his lips as he inquired, I bear no grudge against your Amei sect, nor have I wronged you recently. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall obliterate your sect.
Do you dare? The nun attempted to maintain her bravado, yet the intensity in Li Junyi's gaze caused her to shrink back. After all, the sensation of being electrocuted was far from pleasant. I am Huijun, an elder of the Amei sect, and it was my junior sister who sent me to kill you. The nun replied, trembling. Li Junyi was perplexed and asked, Who is your junior sister? My junior sister is Xiener. Which Xiener? Ji Xiener. Yes. The nun nodded sheepishly. Li Junyi's face contorted in confusion. Wasn't that enchanting woman a member of the witch cult? How could she also be a disciple of the Amei sect? However, he soon realized that a person could indeed possess multiple identities, just as he himself was a notorious playboy in Xia country, the formidable overlord in the death prison, and a figure of dread in the western underworld. Li Junyi's mind was clear. Ji Xiener, fully aware of his formidable strength, had sent this hapless creature to her doom,
clearly intending to use her as a pawn. He couldn't help but chuckle. Your relationship with your junior sister can't be very cordial, can it?
Huijun stared in surprise and queried, how do you know this? Her animosity.
She had only agreed to come and kill Li Junyi because she had received a substantial sum of money from Qi Xianer. Although practitioners often profess to possess nothing, when faced with cold hard cash, it was never quite so simple.
Where is your junior sister?
Li Junyi shifted the subject.
Huijun shook her head.
My junior sister has gone down the mountain to train. I have no idea where she is.
Uncooperative, are we? ZZZ. With that, Li Junyi pressed the electric bat.
Li Junyi severed the ropes binding Huijun with a sword and held the tip against her throat, commanding, contact your junior sister immediately.
Understood.
Huijun retrieved her phone, ready to dial, and
you can leave only when the call connects.
He turned to Genie, take care of this.
Rest assured, boss.
Genie gave an okay sign, dragging the panicked Huijun away. Li Junyi instructed the Black Wolf and George to remain behind to ensure the safety of Chen Xingxue and her sister, while he and Go Fugue drove away.
Young master, where to now? Wu Shangwang inquired.
Li Junyi, one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding a cigarette, took a deep drag. To eliminate that so-called Earth Rank Master and set an example, Chapter 64. The Great Gamble Heavily List, Earthly List. These are the two esteemed rankings of martial artists in the kingdom of Xia. Warriors under the age of 50 are listed on the earthly list, while those 50 and above are honored on the heavenly list. The pursuit of martial arts necessitates the passage of time, thus, it is often the case that older practitioners possess greater strength, rendering the champions of the heavenly list typically more formidable than their earthly counterparts. However, Jianghu Bai is an exception. Although he is ranked on the earthly list, he possesses the prowess to slay those on the heavenly list. Consequently, when news broke that this formidable individual challenged the notoriously infamous Scion of Privilege, it instantly captured the attention of various factions. Even more astonishing was the audacity of the Scion to accept the challenge. Was this not akin to courting death? Despite Li Junyi's triumph over the half-step Grandmaster Song Zikan at the Peace Hotel with a single strike, few placed their bets on him. This skepticism stemmed from the fact that Jianghu Bai had once single-handedly dispatched 3 grandmasters who had joined forces. Sangnan Mountain, where the sunset casts an enchanting glow. At the foot of the mountain, a myriad of luxury cars is parked, while the summit is thronged with spectators, all eager to witness the impending duel. At the peak, a middle-aged man stands, his white garments and long hair billowing in the breeze, a longsword cradled in his arms. This scene evokes the image of a suave swordsman from a martial arts drama, handsome,
dashing.
Some say Jianghu Bai was the most beautiful man in the world during his youth. Indeed, the rumors hold true. A middle-aged woman gazes at him with unabashed greed, wishing to approach him to inquire about the intricacies of the character Kuan.
Widow Lian, are the pretty boys you keep not satisfying enough for you? A bald man jested. How could Jianghu Bai possibly notice you, a withered flower? Instantly, Widow Lian's expression darkens, and she retorts sharply, Bald Chang, dare you say that again?
Bald Chang merely huffed, adopting a posture of indifference.
Whoosh!
At that moment, the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air.
The crowd looked up to see a helicopter circling above, and soon after, a young man leaped down in an extraordinarily graceful manner. He descended from a height of over 10 meters. Was he not afraid of meeting his demise? Thud! The young man landed with poise, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. The newcomer was none other than Li Dezhang. He immediately surmised that the man at the summit was Jianghu Bai, but he had little patience for ostentation before him. Thus, he proclaimed, which scoundrel is Jianghu Bai? Li Junyi's voice boomed, filled with bravado, I have come to challenge you. This fellow is the young master of the Li family? TSK, he is even more handsome than Jianghu Bai.
Widow Lian licked her lips, her greed intensifying. Beside her, Bald Chang chuckled, Widow Lian, if you are truly desperate, I would not mind accompanying you to the forest for a spirited contest of 300 rounds. Do you believe? One of them clasped his hands together, addressing the onlookers, a modest venture, no credit will be extended. The crowd paused, momentarily stunned, before realizing that a betting scheme was underway. This was hardly surprising. What was remarkable, however, was the caliber of individuals capable of establishing such odds. Jianghu Bai at 1-1. 65, surely, that was far too generous. Were they planning to subsidize the masses? Kid, are you too jesting? A robust man bellowed. Go Fuchi solemnly replied, there is no jest here. As long as you dare to place your bets, we will honor them. With that, he produced a laptop, declaring, "Those wishing to place bets, do so swiftly."
Ha ha ha. Bald Chang laughed heartily, "I have plenty of money."
"I only fear you won't be able to pay out later." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief, for in Wuxiangwang's hand gleamed a golden dragon card, silencing the murmurs of skepticism.
"As long as you dare to wager, we shall pay," Go Fuchi reiterated emphatically.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, a throng of individuals surrounded them.
"Young brother, we would like to confirm once more. Are the odds indeed as you just stated?"
The burly man inquired again, this time with noticeably more politeness. After all, who among those possessing a golden dragon card in the kingdom of Xia could be deemed insignificant? Once more, Jianghu Bai's odds are 1-1.
65, and Li Jun's are 1-0. 3. This is a modest venture, no credit will be extended. Go Fuchi shouted. "I wager 30 million on Jianghu Bai winning. I wager 80 million on Jianghu Bai winning.
200 million for Jianghu Bai." In the blink of an eye, numerous bets were placed, amassing nearly $1 billion in total. Yet all were steadfastly in favor of Jianghu Bai, revealing that not a soul held faith in Li Jun. Not far away, a veiled woman smiled knowingly, instructing her attendant, "Xiaomin, place a bet of 1 billion on Li Jun to win."
Ah!
Xiaomin's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "Miss, Li Jun's chances are slim."
"Are you not afraid of losing this money?"
The woman chuckled dismissively. "No one is betting on him to win, I merely wish to restore a semblance of dignity for him."
"Is that truly necessary?"
"A mere few million would suffice." Xiaomin clearly did not comprehend. "Do not forget, I have come specifically for him." The woman smiled alluringly. "Go now, stake 10 billion.
Xiaomin, unable to disobey, could only comply. The spectacle is about to commence.
Those yet to place bets, do so quickly.
Wuxiangwang shouted, his face nearly splitting with glee. "I bet 10 billion on Li Junyu winning."
Xiaomin approached nonchalantly. In an instant, a profound silence fell over the crowd.
Could it be that someone actually favored Li Junyu? Had they lost their senses?
"Young lady, that fellow Li Junyu has no chance whatsoever. Heed my advice, either refrain from betting or place your wager on Jianghu Bai,"
Widow Lian kindly cautioned.
Yet Xiaomin paid her no mind, producing another golden dragon card and placing it before Wuxiangwang. 10 billion, Li Junyu to win. Go Fuchi scratched his head, advising, "Beautiful lady, I believe it is prudent to heed that kind woman's counsel.
Betting on Jianghu Bai is the safer choice. Will you accept my bet on Li Junyu winning or not?"
Xiaomin's resolve was unwavering. Go Fuchi and Wuxiangwang exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to accept the wager.
However, it was of little consequence, at odds of
0.3, a 10 billion bet would result in merely 3 billion in payouts, still ensuring a substantial profit overall.
"Is anyone else wishing to place a bet?" Go Fuchi inquired as he prepared to close the betting. Yet at that moment, two resonant voices rang out, "I wager 20 billion on Li Junyu winning." "Amitba, the old monk wagers 20 billion on Master Li winning."
The crowd turned to see a monk and a Taoist priest approaching from opposite directions.
"Those are individuals from the Chanlin Temple and the Taoist sect. What is happening?
Why are they here, and why are they betting on Li Junyu to win?" Chapter 65. Do you dare to draw together the appearance of Shinkin Taoist from the Taoist sect and Master Jueyuan from the Chanlin Temple at Songnan Mountain immediately stirred a commotion. At this moment, someone recognized the identity of the veiled woman, Saintess Bai Sui of the Xiaoyao Palace. The presence of representatives from the three great sacred lands of the Xia Kingdom transformed the atmosphere into one of subtle tension.
"Master Jueyuan, Saintess Sui, I did not expect to see you here." Shenkin Taoist narrowed his eyes. "Amitba."
Master Jueyuan clasped his hands together, stating, "I have come today to guide a fated individual."
"Fated individual?"
"Nonsense," Shenkin scoffed. He had come for two specific reasons. First, to ensure that the extraordinary talent Li Junyu did not meet with misfortune. Second, to recruit Li Junyu as a disciple of the Taoist sect. He was convinced that Jueyuan and Bai Sui shared the same objective, for anyone capable of defeating a semi-grandmaster at such a young age was a prize coveted by any faction. Bai Sui smiled gently and replied, "I happened to pass by and heard there was excitement to witness, so I joined everyone." Such a flimsy excuse, the three harbored their own ulterior motives while feigning ignorance of one another's intentions. "Young brother, I wager 2 billion on Li Junyu winning." Shenkin Taoist casually produced a golden dragon card. Unwilling to be outdone, Zhuge Yuan also revealed a golden dragon card from his monk robe, declaring, "Umatba, I too wager 2 billion on Li Shizhu winning." Wuxiang stood frozen, clutching the two cards, acutely aware that the outcome of this decisive battle favored Li Juni without question. Even if Bai Sui had wagered 10 billion on Li Juni's victory, it would still be a safe bet. However, if they took in another 40 billion, even with Li Juni's odds at 0.3,
they would owe more than 10 billion.
What madness was this? Meanwhile, Li Jun, hands in pockets, strode confidently to the mountain summit. Jianghu Bai's piercing gaze landed upon him, nodding in appreciation. "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Young brother, you have my admiration."
"Spare me the flattery,"
Li Junyi replied calmly. "Let us get on with it.
"I prefer a swift resolution. I have dinner to attend."
Jianghu Bai paused, then, with a hint of regret, said, "Young brother, you are an exceptional talent in this world. I would not wish to take your life, but alas, my father has commanded it, and I must comply." Jianghu Bai, sword in hand, was left bewildered upon seeing Li Junyi approach. Go Fugui introduced, "Young master, these three are from the three sacred lands."
The three sacred lands? Li Junyi scanned the trio, finally resting his gaze on Bai Sui.
This woman possessed a curvaceous figure and graceful demeanor, clad in a flowing white dress. Even her silhouette could capture the hearts of many men. Despite her veiled face, Li Jun was certain she was a breathtaking beauty. "Young Master Li, this is our saintess from the Xiaoyao Palace," Xiaoman introduced with a smile. Bai Sui inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "Young hero Li, I am Qian, elder of Longhu Mountain's Taoist sect." Qian bowed respectfully, appearing exceedingly courteous beside him. Zhuge Yuan followed suit, introducing himself, "I am Zhuge Yuan from Chanlin Temple."
Witnessing the deference of these three powerful figures towards Li Junyi left the onlookers astonished.
Coupled with the fact that all three sacred lands were betting on Li Junyi's victory, the situation became increasingly peculiar.
"Do you think Li Junyi has any chance of winning?" "Absolutely not.
Jianghu Bai has long been renowned, possessing the strength to slay those on the heavenly rankings.
How could he possibly lose?"
The crowd murmured among themselves. "Young master, they all wish to bet on your victory." Wuxiang recounted the unfolding events in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Junyi frowned. He had initially hoped to profit from this opportunity, yet now it seemed the representatives of the three sacred lands were intent on sabotaging his prospects.
"Have you three lost your minds?" Li Junyi asked sternly. "It's clear to anyone with eyes that I am destined to lose, yet you still wish to wager on my victory? Is money so abundant that you have nowhere else to spend it?" Seeing Li Jun's outburst, Qian and the others grew somewhat displeased.
"Young Master Li, our saintess observed that no one was betting on your victory, so we wish to spend some money to restore your honor."
"How can you be so ungrateful?" Xiaoman expressed her discontent at the situation. Initially thinking Li Junyi would appreciate their gesture, they were taken aback when he retorted, "Do you think my honor needs your assistance? Do you think you are worthy?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. These were representatives from the three sacred lands. Did he not understand the gravity of addressing them in such a manner? Even Go Fugui and Wuxiang were taken aback. "Young master, please remain calm," Wuxiang quietly cautioned. "The masters from the three sacred lands are not to be trifled with." Li Junyi paid no heed to the warning, continuing to address them as though reprimanding younger relatives. "My honor does not require your endorsement. Jianghu Bai is the one in need. You three should place your bets on him." Zuangken's lips twitched with irritation. No one in the martial world or the secular realm had ever dared to treat representatives of the three sacred lands with such disdain. Had it not been for his desire to recruit Li Junyi, he would not have spared him after such insolence. "Young Master Li, you truly do not recognize your own good fortune." Smack. Before Xiaoman could finish her sentence, Li Junyi delivered a sharp slap, sternly declaring, "Do not think for a moment that I would hesitate to strike a woman." He then pointed a finger at Bai Sui, warning, "Control your subordinates, or I shall strike you as well." The spectators felt a chill run down their spines, utterly astonished that Li Junyi dared to take such action. Was he truly courting death? On the mountain summit, Jianghu Bai witnessed the scene, his admiration for Li Junyi growing. While he was known for his arrogance in the martial world, he would never dare to act so recklessly before the three sacred lands. "Do you dare to strike someone from my faction?" Bai Sui's icy tone revealed her fury, despite the veil obscuring her face. Li Junyi nodded with a mocking smile. "I've already warned you, if you do not manage your subordinates well, I shall strike you as well. Go ahead and test me." What? Li Junyi abruptly interrupted Bai Sui's words, turning to Go Fuqian with a commanding tone, "Set my odds to 1-0. 0-1. If they wish to buy, let them do so." After speaking, he swiftly pivoted and soared back to the mountaintop. Jianghu Bai, I am granting you the first move, otherwise, you shall have no chance later. Chapter 66.
This strike shakes the mountain and stirs the tiger, with an aura like a rainbow. Originally intending to help Li Junyi regain some dignity, Bai Suyi unexpectedly found herself on the receiving end of a furious reprimand. This left her seething with indignation, even contemplating allowing Li Junyi to perish at Jianghu Bai's hands without intervening, thus resolving the matter once and for all.
Miss, that scoundrel is utterly despicable.
Xiaomin added fuel to the fire. As Bai Suyi's maid, her status in the blissful palace was not insignificant, yet she had just received a resounding slap for speaking a single sentence. How could she not be enraged?
Enough. The odds for Li Junyi are 1-0.
0-1, while for Jianghu Bai, they are 1-1.
9-9, is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? Wu Shangwang bellowed.
This time, the representatives from the three great sacred lands refrained from further embarrassing themselves. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the opposing parties were also prepared to engage.
Zhang does not kill unarmed individuals.
Reveal your weapon, Jianghu Bai stated, not out of arrogance, but to show Li Junyi the respect he deserved. Li Junyi raised his hand and gestured casually, a faint smile gracing his lips.
This is my weapon. Some excel in the use of blades, others prefer swords, and many practitioners boast
for those whose expertise lies in the art of unarmed combat, insisting they wield a weapon would be akin to gilding the lily, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential.
I see, Jianghu Bai nodded, continuing, given that I am considerably older than you, it is only fitting that I address you as junior.
Therefore, I shall grant you 30 strikes. To reveal one's weapon is a mark of respect toward one's opponent, and to subsequently offer the younger fighter 30 strikes further exemplifies one's generosity. Merely based on these 2 points, Jianghu Bai's character left many hidden spectators feeling inadequate by comparison.
Jianghu Bai is certainly confident in his abilities, an elder murmured in awe. Isn't that self-evident?
The age of the Li family's young master speaks volumes. Regardless of his extraordinary talent, Jianghu Bai's strength allows him to afford 30 strikes without any concern, a middle-aged man concurred.
How about this? I shall grant you 60 strikes.
Li Junyi's voice rang out, startling everyone with its audacity. To challenge the mightiest on the earth ranking by demanding 60 strikes was either the folly of youth or sheer madness. If I were to be overly cautious, it would be quite unbecoming. Come, let me witness the prowess of a martial arts genius seldom seen in a century.
Get on with it, unleash your strikes. Li Junyi appeared impatient.
Below, Xuanqing Daoist Swiss trembled slightly, while monk Xueyuan began to gather his energy. The two were prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Only Bai Suyi hesitated, torn between her instincts and the sword appeared unremarkable, yet its speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting shadow. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible.
Jianghu Bai's strike must have grasped the essence of swordsman.
Li Junyi's back arched like a dragon, his bones cracking audibly. His spirit surged, longing for battle, embodying an undeniable aura. Witnessing this scene, spectators fell silent. The courage of this young man is commendable. No wonder he dares to accept Jianghu Bai's challenge. But what of strength, can he truly defeat Jianghu Bai? Even the legendary Butcher brothers of Ur ultimately fell to Jianghu Bai. Yet, despite this, no one believed in Li Junyi's victory.
Does Jianghu Bai truly think he can defeat our young master? What a foolish dream!
Wu Shangwang scoffed at the crowd's remarks. He and Go Fuji had unwavering faith in Li Junyi. At that moment, Jianghu Bai's sword had closed in, its blade straight yet exuding a sense of agility. Faced with the fierce momentum of the sword, Li Junyi advanced rather than retreat, delivering a powerful punch.
Has that fool lost his mind?
Even if his fists were forged from steel, he could never hope to withstand Jianghu Bai's strike.
A ferocious punch surged forth like a rainbow, a faint white aura emanating from the back of Li Junyi's fist. Clang!
The sword halted upon contact with Li Junyi's fist, unable to penetrate further. Bai Suyi's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief, her expression filled with shock. She presumed that even the Vajra divine art of the Zen forest temple would struggle against Jianghu Bai's strike, yet Li Junyi had effortlessly withstood it. I no longer underestimate you, but I did not foresee your strength being this formidable.
Only one remains. Li Junyi calmly reminded.
You are indeed impressive. If I were to be defeated by you, I would not consider it unjust.
Clang!
As he spoke, Jianghu Bai gripped his sword tightly, the sound resonating with power. Now, I shall unleash my strong.
I hope you can withstand it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Li Junyi displayed evident impatience. Sky slash.
Jianghu Bai leaped into the air, his sword releasing a dragon's roar. His technique lacked flamboyance, and could only be described in one word. Speed. In the blink of an eye, the cold light that had been 10 paces away suddenly surged forth, and those present could almost feel the chill emanating from the blade. Slash! Jianghu Bai shouted, his sword intent seemingly reaching its pinnacle, a dazzling radiance emitting from the blade. Peak of the Master Realm. Just from the aura and speed alone, Xuanqin Daoist deduced a master under 50 years old. Such martial arts mastery was a rarity in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that Jianghu Bai could undoubtedly ascend to the martial sage realm in the future. Even if Li Junyi possesses extraordinary talent, he is bound to exhaust his capabilities, left to relish only a fleeting moment. Bai Suti also rushed forward, though the youngest among them. Her speed, augmented by the unique footwork of the blissful palace, was not inferior to that of Xuanqin and Jue Yuan. This is no concern of yours. Step aside. Li Junyi bellowed, his commanding voice startling the three into halting their advance. He then turned and unleashed a punch at Jianghu Bai. 60 strikes have passed, it is my turn. This punch surged forth with an aura like a rainbow, shaking the mountain and stirring the tiger. Chapter 67. Do not anger me with a sudden surge. A tempest of fury erupted as Li Junyi unleashed a punch that seemed imbued with the might to obliterate worlds. His presence was commanding, a force of nature that sent tremors through the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief as if inscribed with the words, "How is this possible?" For, in sheer will alone, Li Junyi utterly overpowered Jianghu Bai. Boom! In an instant, Jianghu Bai's sword aura became chaotic, especially upon perceiving the ethereal energy enveloping his opponent, a tumultuous storm brewing within his heart. This man had, astonishingly, cultivated the legendary protective aura. Everyone held their breath, fixating intently on the duel unfolding before them. Clang, clang. The sound of metal fracturing reverberated, followed by a shower of debris cascading down the mountaintop. As the clouds of dust began to settle, one figure remained standing, while the other knelt, sword planted before him. Young Master Li has emerged victorious. What the hell, this is inconceivable. The crowd stood agape, seemingly unable to fathom the outcome. After all, Jianghu Bai was the most dazzling new star in the martial arts realm of the Xia Kingdom in recent years, with a promising future that could see him ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, this legendary figure had fallen to the hands of a debauched young master, who could possibly accept such a reality. You have won. Put. Jianghu Bai, incredulous, raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting both respect and trepidation as he regarded Li Junyi. At such a young age, Li possessed an alarming strength, shattering Zhang's prideful sky-slaying technique with a mere exchange. Clap, clap. Li Junyi brushed the dust. They looked up to see a figure soaring along the mountain path. Dragon King. Someone immediately recognized the identity of the approaching individual. Moments later, Long Qianjun swept through the throng. A seemingly casual statement conveyed Long Qianjun's intent with clarity. He shall die. Li Junyi asserted, pointing at Jianghu Bai with unwavering conviction. Could you grant me this favor? In the entire Xia Kingdom, those capable of eliciting such humility from the Dragon King were few and far between. At that moment, the Taoist Qian Kong dashed forward, stating, Young Master Li, might you extend us a favor and spare Jianghu Bai's life? Amat Ba. The monk Jue Yuan followed closely, his expression one of compassion as he implored, Heaven has a benevolent nature. I hope you, Master Li, can set aside enmity and spare Jiang. Li Junyi, you cannot kill Jianghu Bai. Bai Sui joined the fray. Seeing the three sacred grounds and the dragon group rallying to Jianghu Bai's defense, the crowd believed Li Junyi would relent. However, to their astonishment, I have proclaimed it, he shall die. Li Junyi showed no respect for the various factions. You, Bai Sui glared fiercely. Li Junyi surveyed the group with indifference, declaring, I am determined to kill Jianghu Bai today. If any of you possess the courage, feel free to attempt to rescue him from my grasp. Such disdain for the three sacred grounds and the dragon group was evident. One word. Audacious. Regardless, many admired Li Junyi's boldness. After all, the three sacred grounds held a prestigious position in the martial world, and typically, one would show them respect. The dragon group, a governmental organization wielding life and death, everyone would avoid crossing paths with them, fearful of repercussions. This was the first time the crowd had witnessed someone daring enough to challenge these formidable powers simultaneously. Take action yourself. Li Junyi regarded Jianghu Bai with cold indifference. Jianghu Bai has long distanced himself from the Jiang family. Why must you insist on his death? Long Qianjun questioned with discontent. Daoist Qian Kong clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, asserting, Young hero Li, Jianghu Bai is a rare martial genius, and should he perish, it would be an immense loss to our martial arts community in the Xia Kingdom. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall show no mercy. As he spoke, Li Jun pointed at Jiang Mubai and, addressing Long Qianjun with deliberate emphasis, stated, "I harbor no grudge against him."
Why did he come to kill me today? Is it not on behalf of the Jiang family? How can you still claim he has severed ties with them?
This Long Qianjun found himself at a loss for words. Li Junyi then glanced at Bai Suwei and the others.
It was he who sought to kill me first, and now, having been bested by my hand, I am to be blamed for his demise? What kind of twisted logic is this? Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You merely wish to recruit Jiang Mubai due to his exceptional skills. I tell you, Jiang Mubai must die today. Not even a celestial being could save him. With that declaration, Li Junyi vanished from sight, appearing before Jiang Mubai in the blink of an eye. If you have any final wishes, speak them now. I will fulfill what I can.
Realizing Li Junyi was resolute in his intent to kill him, Jiang Mubai bore no resentment. Once one delves into the martial world, it is as deep as the ocean. Throughout his life, he had taken countless lives. While many were deserving, others had been innocent victims of his misjudgment. A killer must be prepared for the possibility of being killed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mubai smiled and said,
"My only concern is for her.
I assure you, she shall live a life of abundance and peace henceforth," Li Junyi promised.
Then I am most grateful.
Jiang Mubai bowed solemnly, then once more positioned the sword against his throat.
Swish! A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Before the eyes of all, Jiang Mubai, wearing a smile, collapsed to the ground. Ah!
Shen Kong and Zhou Yuan both sighed in unison, their expressions laden with regret. Long Qianjun furrowed his brow tightly, only Bai Suwei maintained an icy countenance, her gaze toward Li Junyi filled with discontent, yet, Li Junyi did not spare them a glance, striding directly down the mountainside.
Stop! Bai Suwei called out.
Li Junyi halted at her command, turning neither his head nor his gaze. I am aware of the intentions of the three sacred grounds, but I advise you not to harbor any delusions. Should you provoke my wrath, I shall not hesitate to raise your very existence. Chapter 68. This is simply inconceivable. The stock market in the Xiao nation has been rife with turmoil these past few days, with fierce battles raging without a moment's respite. No one anticipated that Yunyang Technology, usually low-key, would confront the Jiang family's commercial empire head-on, leaving many tycoons in the business world utterly astonished. However, some astute observers surmised that Yunyang Technology must have garnered the support of the Li family, especially since the rift between the Li and Jiang families has now become irreparable. Yet, the peculiarities do not end there. Some seasoned magnates have keenly noted that the trading strategies employed by both the Jiang family and Yunyang Technology in this confrontation bear the faintest resemblance to the legendary figures of the stock market. The Qin family of the imperial city Qin Haoren was summoned to the main hall, where his grandfather, Qin Zhen, had been waiting for some time.
Grandfather!
Have a seat, Qin Zhen commanded, his demeanor exuding authority without anger.
Qin Haoren dared not breathe too loudly, sitting upright.
Not being appointed as the Lord of Xuancheng must leave you feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Zhen inquired nonchalantly. A bit, Qin Haoren conceded, realizing, as expected. Qin Zhen smiled faintly, evidently pleased with his grandson's honesty.
I wish to ask you, how do you perceive that wastrel from the Li family? At this, Qin Haoren hesitated before responding, mulling over his thoughts.
One might feign a fade for a month, a year, or even several years, but to maintain such a charade for over 2 decades is a notion that inspires trepidation. Grandfather, whether he is genuine or not has become irrelevant, Qin Haoren remarked with a sly smile. Indeed, it is of little consequence, Qin Zhen replied, his expression mirroring that of a cunning fox. With the Jiang family's 2 scions in play, Li Junyi stands little chance of survival. A dead man is hardly worth their contemplation. Grandfather, with the Jiang family's acquisition of the Golden Finger, Yunyang Technology will soon be devoured, and in due course, the monkeys of the Li family will scatter. We ought to. Qin Haoren gestured animatedly. Qin Zhen narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin playing on his lips. It will be no challenge to take a substantial bite out of the Li family, but to see them topple is a different matter entirely.
The Li family's patriarch remains unscathed.
Thus, their downfall is not yet on the horizon, yet, securing a piece of the Li family's empire will suffice, allowing them to ascend to the position of the foremost aristocracy.
Whoosh! At that moment, an elder appeared seemingly out of thin air in the main hall. Elder Wei.
Qin Haorun immediately stood and offered a respectful bow. Elder Wei disregarded him, his expression grave as he announced, "The two scions of the Jiang family are dead." What? Upon hearing this news, Xinjin was so taken aback that he sprang from his seat.
How can this be possible?
Jiang Shangda personally received a very important guest, Wall Street's golden finger, the stock god, Halfite. Mr. Halfite, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. This toast is for you, Jiang Shangda expressed with heartfelt appreciation. The alliance of the four major financial conglomerates instilled great fear in him, yet he never anticipated that the stock god Halfite would traverse great distances to offer his support.
Moreover, by now, his second son had already slain that vile Li Junyi. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and the scales of victory in the confrontation with the Li family were gradually tipping in favor of the Jiang family. The two clinked their glasses. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Shangda could no longer contain his curiosity and awkwardly inquired, "Mr. Halfite, if I may be so bold, what prompted you to assist our Jiang family?" "Because of an old rival," Halfite explained with a smile. Jiang Shangda, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the underlying implications of the term rival.
The golden finger Halfite and the financial deity Mikir were embroiled in a rivalry akin to that of two luminaries, each unwilling to concede to the other, striving to best one another.
Their battlefield, however, had shifted from ancient battlegrounds to the financial arena.
Years ago, Mr. Halfite triumphed over Mikir. I believe this time, victory will also be yours.
Ha ha ha, Jiang Shangda's brows furrowed in displeasure as he scolded, "Do you not see that I am dining with Mr. Halfite?"
My apologies for interrupting your esteemed gathering, Mr. Halfite, Jiang Zhenghong quickly apologized, then, disregarding the elder's reaction, leaned in close to Jiang Shangda.
His second son had perished. How could this be?
There was once a master who proclaimed that your second brother's talents were unparalleled, his martial prowess rivaled even the leaders of the three sacred grounds. How could he possibly be dead? Jiang Shangda shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Jiang Zhenghong sighed, "Father, I too find it hard to believe, yet one of my trusted subordinates witnessed that little wretch from the Li family defeat second brother in a single move. Had that subordinate not been his most loyal confidant, he would have doubted the validity of such a claim, and thus he understood his father's reason." At this, Jiang Shangda slowly regained his composure, his gaze turning solemn as he addressed Halfite, "Mr. Halfite, the hope of our Jiang family rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I have thoroughly studied my old rival over the years.
The victor of this confrontation shall undoubtedly be me,"
Halfite confidently assured him. Only then did Jiang Shangda let out a heavy sigh of relief. As Jiang Zhenghong had pointed out, the outcome remained uncertain. As long as they could topple the Li family, they would have their chance at redemption. Halfite raised his wine glass and took a delicate sip, casting a glance at the Jiang father and son, his eyes brimming with sympathy. Even if he were to defeat Mikir, the vanquished party would still be the Jiang family's commercial empire. After all, the matter of the emperor was one he would not dare touch, even if given 10 lives.
Chapter 69. A young master, please do not become a monk. Sangnan Mountain. Go find out which graveyard grass dares to be less than 2 meters tall when it comes to messing with my money. Li Junyi single-handedly halted all onlookers.
Young Master Li, even if you lent us 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare touch your money.
We didn't bring that much money when we came.
Just give me 2 hours, and I promise to deliver the funds to you honestly. Please believe us, young Master Li. A group of influential figures appeared rather helpless. While tens of millions or even billions were not a trifling sum, they were mere trifles for them. They simply hadn't brought such amounts when coming to watch the spectacle. As for robbing Li Junyi of his money, don't be ridiculous. Even the super-strong Jianghu Bai was swiftly defeated. They wouldn't dare attempt such a thing, even if they were related to the King of Hell. Transfer the funds or send someone to deliver them. Choose one, otherwise, you won't be leaving here.
Li Junyi wore an expression that conveyed he was not joking.
Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Sudi finally understood why the 3 major sacred grounds had reacted so strongly when placing their bets earlier. They had foolishly thought they could salvage a bit of face for the other party, completely unaware that the other side didn't need it at all. This was the true reflection of their own folly.
We will arrange for the transfer immediately.
Yes, young Master Li, please do not be angry, do not resort to violence. Li Junyi stood quietly, causing the group of bigwigs to hold their breath.
Li Junyi pointed at a balding man. You may leave. Thank you, young Master Li.
The balding man hurriedly dashed down the mountain.
Wang Daniu's 80 million received.
Ngo Dechuan's 200 million has been received. As Wu Shangwan called out names, each individual felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, leaving with heartfelt gratitude towards Li Jun. Long Qianjun carried Jiang Mubai's body on his shoulder and cast a complex glance at Li Jun before departing without a word. Soon, the once bustling Xingnan mountain was left with only Bai Sudi and her companions. Having earned over 10 billion in a single swoop, Li Jun was in high spirits as he turned to Bai Sudi and her companions, saying, "Aren't you all leaving?"
Young hero Li
Xuanqing Daoist bowed respectfully and said, "Our sect leader has stated that should you wish to join our Daoist sect, he will personally take you as his disciple."
Have you truly considered this?
If an ordinary person were to hear such terms, they might feel as though their ancestors were smiling down upon them. After all, becoming a disciple of the sect leader was akin to ascending to the heavens.
However, Li Junyi merely scoffed. What strength does your sect leader possess?
Upon hearing this, Xuanqing Daoist immediately gained confidence, saying, "Our sect leader has been a martial saint for over a decade."
A martial saint, you say? Li Junyi then turned to Jue Yuan. What about your abbot? Is he also a martial saint? Ahmet Ba.
Jue Yuan put his palms together in reverence and replied, "Our abbot also reached the martial saint realm over a decade ago. That if you, Li Benefactor, are willing to take refuge in Chanlin Temple, our abbot will not only accept you as his disciple but also promises you the next position of abbot." The monk's sincerity was evidently more enticing than the conditions proposed by the Daoist sect.
The next abbot, Wu Shangwan's mouth twitched as he blurted out, "Bald donkey, do you want our young master to become a monk? If our old master finds out about this, you can expect Chanlin Temple to be razed to the ground. Young master, you must not entertain such thoughts. Go Fuqian chimed in, once you become a monk, you cannot eat meat, drink wine, or consort with women.
Think carefully, young master.
These two were genuinely afraid that Li Junyi would impulsively agree. Get lost. Li Junyi retorted irritably, if I were to become a monk, how would all the beautiful women in the world survive?
Right. Wu Shangwang flattered, for the sake of those unfortunate beauties, young master, you absolutely must not join Chanlin Temple.
Li Jun snorted and then looked at Bai Sudi, saying, is it true that if I join your Xiaoyao palace, I can also become the next palace master? Indeed.
Bai Sudi's eyes brightened as she replied, becoming a monk comes with many restrictions, but joining our Xiaoyao palace is entirely different.
Moreover, our Xiaoyao palace is filled with countless beauties for you to choose from as companions. Young master, this is certainly a viable option.
Young master, my brother and I strongly recommend you join Xiaoyao Palace, not for any other reason but to consider our lifelong happiness.
Go Fuqian and Wu Shangwang were quite excited.
As the saying goes, when one person ascends to greatness, their pets will also rise. If Li Junyi became the palace master at Xiaoyao Palace, they would be able to do as they pleased.
Li Junyi disregarded their chatter and instead looked at Bai Suyi with a teasing gaze. Does that mean I can marry you if I join?
This, Bai Sudi furrowed her brows and, after a moment of contemplation, bit her lip and said, yes.
Then you must first remove your veil and let me see how beautiful you are. Li Junyi continued to jest.
Bai Sudi shook her head slightly and refused, my beauty is for my future husband alone to see. Li Junyi shrugged and said, even if I were to visit a brothel, I would need to see the girls' looks first.
How can I know if you look like a shocking beauty if you keep your veil on? Our saintess possesses a beauty that could topple nations, even compared to the renowned beauty Gong Nishang of the martial world, she is not inferior. Xiaomin interjected, clearly dissatisfied.
Li Junyi disagreed, everyone has different tastes, what you find beautiful may not be beautiful to me.
Is it true that if I let you see, you would be willing to join our Xiaoyao palace? Bai Sudi asked, somewhat hesitantly.
Li Junyi chuckled, that depends on whether you are truly as beautiful as you claim.
Huff, Bai Sudi took a deep breath and said, follow me. With that, she soared into the forest. Whoosh!
Without a hint of hesitation, Li Junyi followed closely behind. In just a few breaths, the two had distanced themselves by several dozen meters, finally stopping in a lush grove. Bai Sudi halted and turned, momentarily caught in hesitation.
Go on, unveil it.
Li Dezhang, with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared quite expectant.
Swish!
Bai Sudi slowly removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly exquisite visage. Her clear and bright pupils, elegantly arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin bore a faint blush, and her lips resembled delicate petals, glistening with a dewy sheen. Her finely crafted features exhibited no imperfections, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which held an alluring charm, as if they possessed an immense magnetism. Li Junyi admitted that among all the women he had encountered, only Yi Qingcheng could rival Bai Sudi in beauty. However, the two were evidently of different types. If Yi Qingcheng was a proud snow-covered plum blossom, then Bai Sudi was a pure white lotus, each possessing their own unique charm.
Now are you willing to join our Xiaoyao palace?
As she spoke, Bai Sudi donned her veil once more. Clearly, she held great confidence in her appearance. Convinced that Li Junj would not reject her, however, Li Dezhang merely shook his head gently. Though you are indeed beautiful, unfortunately, I still have no interest in your Xiaoyao palace. Chapter 70. I will make him change his mind upon hearing Li Jun's declaration. Bai Sudi was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of anger.
Li Jun, you cannot be untrustworthy. Since you have seen my appearance, you must take responsibility for me. What nonsense!
Li Jun scoffed, a smirk on his lips.
You think simply seeing you incurs responsibility? What kind of logic is that? Bai Sudi was incensed.
According to the rules of the Xiaoyao Palace, only a partner was allowed to behold the saintess's visage. This meant that now that Li Jun had seen her, she was bound to marry him for life.
Yet, observing Li Jun's demeanor, it was evident he was mocking her. I'll fight you, Bai Sudi declared, striking out with a palm. Whoosh!
With a swift movement, Li Jun easily evaded her attack and, with a tone of caution, remarked, I advise you to calm down, for you are no match for me.
Should you provoke me further, I know not what mercy entails.
His words immediately quelled Bai Sudi's fury. She was acutely aware that even Jianghu Bai could not contend with Li Jun, and thus she stood no chance of victory.
Yet the humiliation of being toyed with left her deeply unsatisfied.
Li Jun, if you refuse to agree today, you shall henceforth be our enemy in the Xiaoyao Palace. Bai Sudi's voice dripped with menace.
That's fine. There are plenty who wish to kill me, and I wouldn't mind adding one more enemy to the list. However, Li Jun's tone shifted. I strongly advise you against playing with fire, lest I take it upon myself to reduce the 3 sacred lands to merely 2.
His audacity was astounding.
The 3 sacred lands had existed for a millennium. How could they be so easily extinguished? Bai Sudi, refusing to back down, retorted, do you think a mere secular aristocracy is impressive? In our Xiaoyao Palace, we can make your Li family vanish from this world.
Make the Li family disappear. Li Jun's expression darkened, and his voice turned frigid. Then you may as well try. Bai Sudi opened her mouth to respond, but suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Li Jun, sending chills down her spine. A voice in her mind cautioned her to refrain from further provoking this man, or she might truly meet her end.
Young hero Li, our Taoist sect has many beautiful female disciples. Should you wish, the voice of Xuanqing Taoist echoed from afar. Li Jun shot Bai Sudi a sidelong glance before turning and soaring back to the mountain peak. Rich, forgetfulness, let us go. Young hero Li. Benefactor Li.
Xuanqing and Zhu Yuan attempted to interject.
Li Jun waved his hand, interrupting, I am accustomed to my freedom and will not join any faction. You should abandon that notion. Seeing his steadfastness, Zhu Yuan and Xuanqing found themselves in a bind.
Had he been an ordinary individual, they might have resorted to force, but alas, Li Jun's prowess was formidable. Even Jianghu Bai had been dispatched with a single move, leaving them without the courage to act. And so, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Jun and his companions swaggered down the mountain.
This young man is far too unruly, he is difficult to tame, Xuanqing Daoist sighed before vanishing in a flash. Amat Ba. Zhu Yuan uttered a prayer, departing with a deep sense of resignation. Xiaoman waited for a moment before perceiving Bai Sudi returning rapidly. Saintess! Where is that man?
Bai Sudi surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of Li Jun. Xiaoman sheepishly replied, he has left.
Where has he gone? Has he joined the Taoist sect or the Zen temple? Bai Sudi inquired with concern.
He has not aligned himself with any sacred land. Xiaoman relayed Li Jun's words verbatim before he departed. Bai Sudi's expression grew exceedingly complex.
Saintess, did that man see your? Xiaoman hesitated. Bai Sudi understood the implication but deliberately shifted the topic, asserting, I will certainly make that man change his mind. Her tone was resolute. Yunyang Technology, Securities Department. Buy 10 million shares of Zhongfa Technology. Sell 4 million shares of Audi Company.
Mikhail's eyes glowed crimson, fixated on the index displayed on the screen. Mr. Mikhail, according to the index, Zhongfa Technology should be sold.
Are you sure you want to buy? Chen Xingxue inquired earnestly.
When others are fearful, I am greedy. When others are greedy, I am fearful. That is the hallmark of a true speculator.
Yi Qingcheng interjected, Mr. Mikhail has anticipated the opponent's anticipation. Miss Yi, your analysis is astute.
Mikhail regarded her with a hint of admiration. Among all the traders I have encountered, your talent stands out remarkably. Chen Xingxue furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a tinge of frustration. The desire to compete is inherent in women. Furthermore, the comparison extends beyond mere appearances to capabilities as well. Yi Qingcheng was the most beautiful woman in the imperial city and an exceptionally skilled business elite. Chen Xingxue believed she was equally competent, for under her leadership, Yunyang Technology had multiplied its market value several times in just 3 years.
Mr. Mikhail, you flatter me.
Yi Qingcheng responded with, yet, she herself could not fathom why she felt compelled to compete with Chen Xingxue. Was it due to that man? Half an hour later, the results unfolded as Mikhail had predicted. The stock of Jianghu Technology began to soar.
Sell the 10 million shares of Jianghu Technology.
Mikhail suddenly commanded. Yi Qingcheng, bewildered, exclaimed, Mr. Mikhail, the upward trend of Jianghu Technology is unmistakable. Why sell now?
Because Mr.
Mikhail does not wish to gamble.
If we sell now, we can at least secure a profit of over 1 billion.
If we delay, we may well fall into a trap set by them. Chen Xingxue articulated her reasoning with clarity. Mikhail smiled knowingly. President Chen's analysis is spot on. Years ago in Western Europe, I fell into that old scoundrel's trap, leading to my utter downfall.
Receiving praise, a smile crept onto Chen Xingxue's lips.
Coincidentally, Yi Qingcheng glanced over at her. The two women locked eyes, neither willing to concede.
Creak. What is the situation?
Li Junyi pushed the door open, immediately sensing a palpable tension in the air. Yi Qingcheng and Chen Xingxue simultaneously withdrew their gazes, turning to face Li Junyi.
What brings you here?
What brings you here? They echoed in unison.
How absurd. Li Junyi was taken aback, pointing incredulously, am I not the major shareholder of this company? Is it unlawful for me to visit my own company? His statement rendered the two women momentarily speechless.
Boss, give me no more than 7 days, and I will ensure the complete collapse of the Jiang family's commercial empire.
Mikhail's tone brimmed with confidence. I intend to dismantle them tonight. Li Junyi declared with a cold smile.
It is time for the Jiang family to be eradicated from Xia country. Chapter 71. A night on the rooftop. After losing, Mikhail and Hafid engaged in a strategic battle reminiscent of Sun Tzu's art of war on the stock market, while Li Junyi had no time to waste with them. The outcome would be determined in a single round, regardless of who emerged victorious or defeated. The downfall of the Jiang family was inevitable. Unfortunately, the Jiang family remained oblivious to this impending fate. At this moment, Jiang Shangde and his son treated Hafid with utmost reverence, placing all their hopes on him. Hafid, fixated on the screen, struggled to decipher Mikhail's next move. After considerable contemplation, he finally realized that his opponent intended to confront him directly.
Is the Emperor Jun unable to wait any longer? Hafid murmured to himself.
Jiang Zhenghong, sweating with anxiety, asked, Mr. Hafid, what did you just say?
You are all fools.
Hafid did not articulate this thought but instead, with a faint smile, replied, it is nothing, I merely guessed my opponent's intentions.
Is that so?
Jiang Zhenghong, still in the dark, felt a sense of self-satisfaction. In high-stakes confrontations, often a single detail could sway the outcome, and being able to anticipate the opponent's thoughts was undoubtedly a crucial factor. Hafid inquired, how much capital can your Jiang family mobilize? Without affecting the operations of our subordinate companies, we can approximately mobilize 350 billion Xia currency. Jiang Zhenghong replied candidly.
That is far too little.
Hafid shook his head, asserting, to ensure Yunyang Technology falls into an irretrievable abyss, at least 600 billion Xia currency is required. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Zhenghong's expression immediately shifted. If the Jiang family were to exhaust all their resources, they could still manage to gather that amount. However, should anything go awry, it would not be Yunyang Technology facing ruin, but rather their entire commercial empire. Hafid, calm and composed, remarked, prolonged engagement is highly disadvantageous for you, as the 4 major financial conglomerates can amass far greater resources.
This statement resonated with Jiang Zhenghong, yet the thought of revealing their entire hand made anyone feel uneasy. I will confer with my father. Jiang Zhenghong retreated.
At the moment the door closed, a hint of mockery appeared on Hafid's face. How foolish these individuals were to oppose the Emperor Jun. Yunyang Technology. Following Li Jun's directive, Mikhail chose to confront Hafid, his formidable adversary, in a battle for survival. Yi Qingcheng and Chen Xingxue were fully alert, unwilling to overlook any detail. They believed that this confrontation between the Golden Finger and the financial deity would impart lifelong lessons.
I'm hungry. Chen Xingxue suddenly declared. Li Jun, shaking off the ash from his cigarette, looked bewildered and replied, "If you're hungry, just go eat, why tell me? I can't leave right now." Chen Xingxue frowned and said, "As my fiancé, can't you fetch some food for me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's expression became complicated. Li Junch was equally taken aback, as it seemed to be the first time Chen Xingxue had invoked her fiancé status in front of others. "Are you going or not?" Seeing Li Junyi hesitating, Chen Xingxue adopted a stern demeanor. "Fine," Li Junyi acquiesced. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly graced Chen Xingxue's face, and she exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Qingcheng, the provocative undertone unmistakable. Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, yet she remained silent, merely watching Li Jun's departing figure, her heart feeling as though it had been tightly grasped. That night, a tidal wave swept through the stock market. The investments from Yunyang Technology and the Jiang family, often exceeding 100 billion, were astounding in their magnitude. As the saying goes, when gods battle, mortals suffer. Mikhail and Hafet, two legendary figures in finance, commenced their frenzied assault. Numerous small enterprises found themselves as lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of these two titans. This night was destined to be sleepless for many. The observers were not solely the giants of the business world, various factions were also keeping a close watch. Everyone was eager to witness whether the Jiang family, in their desperate struggle, could indeed bring the illustrious Li family crashing down from their pedestal. At 3:15 in the morning, within the Jiang family estate. "This is impossible. How could I have been deceived by his ruse? Mikhail cannot possibly defeat me." Hafet stared intensely at the data on the screen, his eyes reddened to a frightening degree. Jiang Shengde, gazing at the results displayed, staggered and fell onto the sofa. "Dad!" Jiang Zhenghong rushed over to support him. "How could this happen?" Jiang Shengde's gaze was unfocused, his body trembling. "No, there is still hope." Hafet suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Jiang Shengde and Jiang Zhenghong turned to him. "Mr. Hafet, do you still have a way out? You are the golden finger, surely you possess a method for remedying this." Jiang Shengde looked at Hafet with hopeful eyes. Hafet nodded emphatically, stating, "Yes, if you can provide me with another 300 billion, I can swiftly recover the previous losses, and I have already discerned Mikhail's schemes. He is destined to lose 300 billion more." Jiang Shengde's mouth twitched violently. The assembled 600 billion was already the limit for the Jiang family. Losing such a colossal amount would result in at least half of their enterprises going bankrupt. Yet, even so, the Jiang family's commercial empire would not collapse entirely. However, now Hafet was demanding an additional 300 billion. It was not an exaggeration to say that should Hafet fail, every member of the Jiang family would find themselves on the rooftop by dawn. "Dad, let's take a gamble," Jiang Zhenghong urged, clenching his fists. Jiang Shengde's mouth twitched slightly. "Son, what if we lose?" Jiang Zhenghong pondered, "If we withdraw now, the previous losses will be irretrievable, and our standing in Xia country will inevitably plummet. It might be better to gamble once more." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shengde hesitated. A commercial empire painstakingly built could collapse overnight. No one could accept the Jiang family descending from a first-rate family to a second-rate one. "We will not lose," Hafet declared resolutely. "As long as you provide another 300 billion, I will surely turn the tide." This scene. Jiang Shengde's eyes gradually brightened. He realized that Hafet's potential downfall stemmed fundamentally from a lack of funds. "All right, let's gamble." Jiang Shengde finally made up his mind. Thus, the Jiang family began urgently raising funds overnight. They mortgaged properties and sought high-interest loans. When daylight broke, 300 billion had already been deposited into their account. "Mr. Hafet, once this succeeds, our Jiang family will undoubtedly reward you handsomely," Jiang Shengde promised profusely. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang," Hafet vowed earnestly before swiftly commencing operations. Yet, in the next moment, Hafet directly invested the 300 billion they had just raised into a stock that had skyrocketed to its ceiling, and in an instant, "Hafet, what are you doing?" Jiang Zhenghong exclaimed, bewildered, completely unable to comprehend Hafet's actions. Chapter 72 Indeed, I have struck it rich, the Jiang family's commercial empire has collapsed. The news of this. No one could fathom that the seemingly invincible superfamily had crumbled in an instant. In the imperial city, within the Dragon Lord's residence, an elderly man with half-silver hair and reading glasses was diligently reviewing documents at his desk. Though he appeared unremarkable and no different from an ordinary elderly man,
there was an innate aura of authority that surrounded him. This was Su Jinhua, the current Dragon Lord. Seated before him was Li Dinghua, the commander of the Tiger Howl army. Few were aware that their relationship transcended mere hierarchy. Privately, they were close friends, despite their age difference. "Oldly, your young lad has hidden himself quite well," Su Jinhua remarked, putting down his pen with feigned dissatisfaction. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, but he also commanded the allegiance of 4 out of the 10 major financial conglomerates. It was hard for Li Dinghua to believe that his wayward grandson had amassed such prowess.
"Continue your charade if you wish." Su Jinhua clearly remained skeptical. Li Dinghua shrugged. "Believe it or not, it's of no concern to me."
"Very well, let us dispense with the idle chatter." Su Jinhua cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "The collapse of the Jiang family's commercial empire has far-reaching implications, and this mess was caused by your young lad.
He must take responsibility."
At this, Li Dinghua bristled. It was the Jiang family who had instigated trouble with the Li family. Why should the Li family be the ones to clean up after them? However, before he could voice his discontent, Su Jinhua added, "I trust Yunyang technology has profited immensely from this situation, providing an excellent opportunity for expansion."
Li Dinghua's eyes lit up at this revelation. Su Jinhua's implication was clear. He intended to support Yunyang technology, effectively replacing the fallen Jiang commercial empire. What a tremendous boon!
"Old Su, your foresight is truly commendable,"
Li Dinghua exclaimed with a hearty laugh.
Su Jinhua smirked and clarified, "This is not favoritism towards your Li family. After all, among the many enterprises in Xia country, none aside from Yunyang technology possess the capital necessary for such expansion."
"Indeed, you make a valid point," Li Dinghua understood immediately.
Other enterprises lacked the requisite funds for expansion, but with Su Jinhua's endorsement, banks would be eager to provide limitless loans. Reviving a commercial empire was merely a matter of time, ultimately benefiting the Li family.
Ahem.
"Now then," Su Jinhua cleared his throat and cautiously inquired, "I heard from old Long that your young lad possesses quite the skill.
Is there truth to this?" "Indeed,"
Li Dinghua said with pride. "You know of Yi Zhengping's household, there is a master named Song Zikan, who knocked my grandson out cold in a single encounter."
"Ha ha ha,"
Su Jinhua chuckled, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Defeating Song Zikan was no small feat, yet Li Jun had once severely injured Long Qingfeng with a single punch. He refrained from mentioning this, as Long Qingfeng was the founder of the Dragon Group, deserving of some respect.
With a knowing look, Su Jinhua suggested, "Have you considered bringing him into the military? With proper training, he could eventually inherit your legacy." "Alas!"
Li Dinghua's expression turned somber as he lamented, "That rascal has changed in many ways, though his penchant for mischief remains. I've spoken to him about it." He then recounted his efforts to counsel Li Junya upon finishing. Su Jinhua furrowed his brow slightly.
"Rest assured, old Su," Li Dinghua waved his hand dismissively.
"That rascal has promised that should the nation or its people ever require him, he will not hesitate to respond. Patriotism runs deep in his veins." With the collapse of the Jiang family's commercial empire, Yunyang technology had effectively seized the opportunity and flourished. Chen Qingshua's excitement was palpable.
"Sister,"
Yi Qingcheng offered a subtle smile, saying, "Congratulations, Miss Chen."
"What do you mean by struck it rich?"
Li Junya interjected, turning to Yi Qingcheng with a bewildered expression.
"Why are you congratulating them?"
His words drew the attention of the 3 women. Chen Qingyao, puzzled, asked, "Our company has acquired a substantial portion of the Jiang family's empire. Is that not a windfall?"
"Indeed, it is a windfall." Li Junyi nodded in agreement. "However, what does this have to do with you?"
The Chen family's previous shares had been diluted to a mere few million in this confrontation, and the true controlling power now resided with the Li family.
"Wasn't it he who had truly struck it rich?" "Brother-in-law."
Chen Qingyao giggled, "What is yours is also my sister's. We are family, why act so distant?" Her words caused Chen Qingxue to blush, yet upon noticing Yi Qingcheng beside her, she quickly regained her composure. She reminded herself that she was betrothed to Li Junyi. There was no reason to feel shy. Yi Qingcheng felt a mix of emotions, yet her smile remained intact as she addressed Li Junyi. "Thank you. I learned much from Mr. Mishier this time." "You're too kind, it was merely a small matter," Li Junyi replied with a calm demeanor. "I must take my leave now," Yi Qingcheng announced as she prepared to depart.
"Since you've come all this way, why rush to leave?"
Li Junyi said lightly, causing the expressions of the 3 women nearby to shift.
Chen Qingxue frowned, while Chen Qingyao looked displeased, yet Yi Qingcheng responded with an air of ease, "Do you wish for me to stay?"
In her sparkling eyes, there seemed to be a hint of anticipation. Li Jun silently exclaimed, "What the hell?" Could it be that this woman had developed feelings for him? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, he had once. Just as he was caught in his awkward thoughts, the office door creaked open, and in walked Nishir, followed closely by an elderly Caucasian man. To his surprise, it was none other than Hafid, previously revered as a guest of the Jianghu family.
"Your Majesty, it has been a long time."
Hafid bowed slightly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. This scene elicited little surprise from Chen Xingxue and the others, for the financial deity appeared almost servile in front of Li Jun, and such deference was not unexpected. However, Hafid's title for Li Jun piqued their curiosity. "Your Majesty." Chapter 73. Sending you on your way. In truth, the decisive confrontation between the two long-standing rivals had already been determined when Mikhail orchestrated a scheme that caused the Jia family to suffer a staggering loss of 600 billion. Although the Jia family had fallen from grace, they still managed to maintain a foothold. Consequently, Hafid deceitfully claimed that he required an additional 300 billion to turn the tide, effortlessly luring the bewildered father and son of the Jia family into his trap. Ultimately, the Jia family's commercial empire, having incurred a total loss of 900 billion, collapsed entirely, leaving them without hope of recovery. The arrival of Hafid also made Chen Xingxue and Yi Qingqing realize that the moment the Jia family entangled themselves with Li Jun, their fate was sealed. Yi Qingqing gazed at Li Jun, her heart a tempest of emotions. Had she not witnessed everything firsthand, she would hardly believe that the debauched dandy from 3 years ago was the same person as the formidable individual before her now.
"Mikhail, congratulations on your victory. Last time, I fell for your scheme. This time, you stumbled. We're even now."
Hafid and Mikhail embraced each other, their laughter dissolving past grievances. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Hafid inquired cautiously. Li Jun nodded in agreement, saying, "You've worked hard. If I ever find myself in beautiful country, we shall reconnect."
"I eagerly await your visit, Your Majesty.
I believe the entire beautiful country will be abuzz with excitement when you arrive," Hafid said, his sincerity palpable. While he genuinely welcomed Li Jun, he understood that the latter was a restless spirit, one who would not remain tranquil no matter where he went. Feigning dissatisfaction, Li Jun remarked, "I suspect you, old fellow, are mocking me."
"Not."
Li Jun patted his shoulder and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot see you off. Wishing you a safe journey."
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
Hafid finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, Mikhail spoke up, "Boss, I have developed a keen interest in the enigmatic nation of Xia. May I continue to stay by your side?" Li Jun replied nonchalantly, "Even if you wish to leave, I would not permit it."
"Oh?"
Mikhail understood immediately. "Does the boss have further instructions?" "In a couple of days, you'll have your—" He was aware that Li Dinghua had informed him of the government's intent to support Yunyang technology as a replacement for the Jia family, and he currently needed talents like Mikhail. "Then I shall accompany Hafid on his way," Mikhail proposed. Li Jun acquiesced. After the departure of these two legendary figures from the financial realm, Yi Qingqing also chose to take her leave once more.
"Wait!"
Li Jun suddenly called out to retain her.
Yi Qingqing halted and turned, asking, "Is there something else?"
"Well, Yunyang Technology is currently seeking partners for collaboration. Your Yi family's Longshan Group would surely be interested, wouldn't they?" It was merely a matter of time before Yunyang Technology became a titan in the business world, and if Longshan Group could partake in this collaboration, the benefits would be unimaginable.
"Absolutely."
Yi Qingqing responded almost impulsively. Li Jun gestured towards Chen Xingxue, awkwardly stating, "Since you are already acquainted, you may discuss the specifics of the collaboration amongst yourselves." Although the Li family had not actively participated in the rivalry with the Jia family, he felt a twinge of gratitude for the Yi family's open support and thus offered them a chance to share in the forthcoming gains. Yi Qingqing wished to say more, but was interrupted by Li Jun, who added, "No need for thanks. Aren't you returning to the imperial city? Allow me to escort you."
Moments later, Li Jun drove Chen Xingxue's Maserati to take Yi Qingqing to the airport.
The journey was quiet, though it was evident that both wished to speak yet were unsure of how to begin. Upon arriving at the airport, just as Yi Qingqing was about to alight, she could no longer contain herself, asking, "Miss Chen is so beautiful.
You must love her dearly, right?"
Li Jun was momentarily at a loss for words, neither affirming nor denying his feelings. Yi Qingqing's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, interpreting his silence as tacit agreement.
"You two are well matched. I wish you both happiness."
With that, she opened the door and stepped out alone. However, at that very moment, with his keen perception, Li Jun distinctly saw a tear fall to the ground. Suddenly, he felt an urge to chase after her and embrace her from behind. Regrettably, he remained seated until Yi Qingqing disappeared into the airport. Meanwhile, at the Jia family residence, Zhang Shangde sat helplessly on the sofa, his hair disheveled and his eyes vacant, appearing ghostly.
Father, we must leave.
The Jia family was utterly finished. Soon, countless creditors would come knocking, and they could no longer remain in Xia, leaving them with no choice but to escape abroad.
Father is old. You all go on without me.
Zhang Shangde shook his head slightly.
Father, please don't say that. I have already transferred a fair amount of assets overseas. It is enough for our family to live comfortably, Zhang Zhenghong insisted, though he was filled with reluctance. If only he could turn back time, he would never have provoked the Li family, or alas, there were no do-overs. Go without me, I will not accompany you. Zhang Shangde's tone was resolute.
Thud.
Father,
it is said that as one ages, they wish to return to their roots, thus, even in death, he preferred not to perish in a foreign land.
Father, if you do not wish to leave, then do not.
Before Jiang Zhenghong could finish, a cold voice interrupted. In an instant, both Zhang Shangde and Jiang Zhenghong's expressions shifted, for they recognized the voice of the newcomer.
Bang!
The door to the villa was kicked open. Li Jun strode in, his hands clasped behind him, advancing step by step. With each step he took, Jiang Zhenghong felt an increasing pressure, until he was left pale-faced.
Li Junyi, what do you want?
Jiang Zhenghong stammered in terror. However, Zhang Shangde's face contorted with rage, his eyes brimming with unmasked hatred. You little wretch, do you intend to come here to mock me?
What joy would I find in ridiculing an insect like you?
Li Junyi replied, his expression one of disdain.
Then what is your purpose here? Jiang Zhenghong swallowed hard, visibly anxious.
Li Jun shrugged and stated, naturally, I am here to send you on your way. This declaration instantly heightened Jiang Zhenghong's alertness, his inner dread multiplying exponentially.
Are you attempting to eradicate us completely? Ha, do not forget, this is Xia. Can your Li family truly dominate here?
Zhang Shangde laughed maniacally, yet, in the next moment, Li Junyi leisurely produced a dossier from his person.
This contains a record of every vile act your Jia family has committed.
The cumulative charges warrant the extermination of your entire clan. Chapter 74 of the Master of the Jianghu. Jiang Shangde could never have anticipated that Li Junyi would unearth his most deeply concealed secret. At that moment, he felt all hope of survival slipping away.
How cruel!
Jiang Shangde's face turned ashen.
Thud!
Suddenly, Jiang Zhenghong dropped to his knees, nearly pleading, Young Master Li, we were wrong, I beg you, spare us this once.
Scoundrel, get up! He is our family's mortal enemy.
How could you plead with him? Witnessing his son's utter lack of backbone, Jiang Shangde felt a deep pang of despair, nearly succumbing to a stroke from rage. Yet, Jiang Zhenghong remained oblivious to his father's plight, fervently kowtowing and begging for mercy, as if Li Junyi's leniency mattered more than his father's life. The distortion of humanity was vividly reflected in this moment.
Now you regret it? It is too late.
Li Jun shook his head slightly, stating, even if I were inclined to spare you, those you have oppressed and harmed would never consent. Young Master Li, I implore you for a chance to redeem myself. I possess billions overseas. If you let me go, I will give it all to you. Jiang Zhenghong was genuinely terrified that he had yet to fully savor the debauched life and did not wish to die.
Unfortunately, Li Junyi offered him no opportunity. Boom!
With a single strike, Jiang Zhenghong had not even lifted his head before he collapsed, his life extinguished in an instant, devoid of suffering. Jiang Shangde's eyes widened in fury, trembling as he pointed a finger at Li Junyi, yet found himself utterly speechless.
It's your turn. Li Junyi stepped forward. Young man, let mercy prevail.
Just then, an elderly voice echoed from outside the villa, followed by
Mr.Mu.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Shangde's eyes gleamed with hope. The elder gestured for him to remain calm, his sharp gaze piercing through to Li Junyi. As the Buddha teaches, heaven bestows mercy upon all living beings. Young man, given your youth and the weight of your murderous intent, it seems your sins are considerable.
None of your business. Li Junyi retorted disdainfully, do you wish to be the one to stand out? Mr. Mu, this wretched creature killed Mu Bai, you must avenge him.
Jiang Shangde exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. The elder nodded gently, sighing, as the Buddha teaches, all karma is predestined. Mu Bai's death was fated. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to Li Junyi, shifting the conversation, young man, as the saying goes, when will grievances end?
Might you await?
Before he could finish, Li Junyi unleashed a powerful punch.
Bang!
The elder's reflexes were surprisingly swift. In a moment of desperation, he struck out with his palm. The collision of fist and palm generated a shockwave that shattered the coffee table.
Boom!
Under Jiang Shangda's watchful gaze, the elder was sent flying, crashing against a support pillar.
Poof!
He braced himself against the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his strength was insufficient to withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Li Junyi loomed over the elder, enunciating each word. I have always detested pretentiousness, especially from those lacking the strength to back it up.
I will eliminate anyone of that sort. The elder trembled, not daring to utter a word.
I will deal with you later. With that, Li Junyi cast a scornful glance at the pallid-faced Jiang Shangda. It is your time to depart. With a swift motion, Jiang Shangda barely comprehended what was. Witnessing this scene, the elder closed his eyes, murmuring incantations as if performing a rite for the souls of Jiang Shangda and his son.
Come here.
Suddenly, Li Junyi barked. The elder snapped his eyes open, forcing himself to rise despite the pain. May I ask, young man, which sect do you hail from?
I have many friends in the Jianghu, perhaps I am acquainted with your master.
To him, Li Jun's remarkable prowess at such a young age could only be the result of exceptional talent and the guidance of a renowned mentor. Just like a pair of prodigies and wastrels, without the right guidance, the distinction would be negligible. To save his own life, he felt compelled to ingratiate himself.
You know many people in the Jianghu?
Li Junyi asked, somewhat surprised.
Indeed.
The elder clasped his fists in greeting. I am Mu Hongxing, a wanderer of the Jianghu for decades, and I have made many friends.
Young man, do share your master's name. It is likely that I know him.
My master is an enigmatic figure. You would not recognize him even if I told you.
Li Junyi replied dismissively.
Back in the depths of the abyss, his masters had warned him never to mention their names in front of outsiders. He had suspected they might be infamous villains, and to avoid drawing attention, he had readily agreed. Young man, I am known as the master of the Jianghu.
Do tell me enough.
Li Junyi interrupted with irritation. I have inquiries to make. If you provide the answers I seek, I may spare your life. Please, young man, I shall speak without reservation.
Mu Hongxing assured him. Li Junyi nodded in satisfaction and inquired, are you aware of the Wu sect?
Mu Hongxing's expression shifted, and he replied hesitantly, the Wu sect is considered taboo within the Jianghu. Why do you inquire about it?
Taboo my foot. Do you know or not?
Li Junyi scoffed. Mu Hongxing stammered, I know a little.
Speak quickly.
Well, the Wu sect was a notorious cult over a decade ago. Mu Hongxing's account was remarkably similar to that of Long Qingfeng, merely reiterating that the Wu sect was an evil organization responsible for numerous heinous acts, ultimately eradicated by a group of righteous individuals.
Such knowledge is common. Do you truly consider yourself the master of the Jianghu?
Li Jun's expression darkened, feigning anger. If you lack any value, I might as well send you on your way.
On my way.
The mere mention of those words caused Mu Hongxing to tremble, hastily exclaiming, young man, do not be agitated.
I possess information others do not.
If you continue to withhold, I will strike you dead.
I will tell you.
Mu Hongxing quavered. The Wu sect was besieged by righteous warriors over a decade ago, but many escaped, hiding deeply.
Coincidentally, I know where to find those remnants.
Oh?
Li Junyi's interest piqued. Where are those remnants?
Mu Hongxing hesitated. Before I reveal it, there is something I must explain to you.
Speak. Li Junyi replied casually. Mu Hongxing nodded slightly, once more bowing solemnly.
Though Jiang Mubai was my disciple, he was, in truth, a traitor, and you avenging his death is truly just chapter 75 just in time for a cleanup. Mu Hongxing discerned that Li Junyi was a ruthless individual. Given his master-disciple relationship with Jiang Mubai, he was certain that the latter would not spare him. Thus, seizing the opportunity while he still held some value, he hastily distanced himself from Jiang Mubai, even going so far as to vilify his disciple as a heinous villain, all in hopes that Li Junyi might reconsider and spare his life. Li Junyi, however, was not oblivious to this maneuver. What surprised him was that this fellow incessantly quoted Buddhist maxims upon his arrival. That he had initially thought the man possessed a compassionate heart, only to find that he was, in fact, a cowardly soul clinging to life.
Enough of the nonsense.
I might let you off the hook, provided you have not deceived me, Li Junyi offered ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongxing clenched his teeth and swore, if I deceive you, may the heavens punish me so that I bear a son without an anus.
Damn it. Why are you more tedious than Tang Seng? Speak up or remain silent.
I shall speak. At Li Jun's furious command, Mu Hongxing fell silent, frozen in fear. It is said that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. The remnants of the witch sect are concealed within the vast mountains of Bague. Younger brother, if you seek those remnants, you will undoubtedly find them in Bague, but do exercise caution. As he spoke, Mu Hengxing intentionally lowered his voice, awkwardly adding, as far as I know, the former Grand Protector of the witch sect has become the new leader, and his power surpasses that of the previous witch sect leader. How formidable was the former leader of the witch sect? Li Juni inquired with curiosity. Mu Hengxing gently shook his head, saying, over a decade ago, the leaders of the three sacred grounds had already reached the martial saint realm. Only through their combined strength, alongside numerous grandmasters, were they barely able to contend with the witch sect leader. Impressive. So, how did he meet his end? Li Jung's heart raced. Although his three masters claimed he was invincible, he had no way of knowing if that was genuinely the case. After all, throughout history, there has never been a first in literature nor a second in martial arts. The hidden talents of the Xia kingdom were beyond reckoning. It was wise to remain cautious. Just as fighters join forces to engage the witch sect leader in a fair fight, but it was only with the government's artillery support that they managed to obliterate him. Mu Hengxing elaborated. Killed by artillery. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's previous trepidation dissipated, and he felt invigorated once more. While procuring artillery might be a challenge for others, it was a trivial matter for him. After all, his grandfather was the commander of the Tiger Howl army. Securing artillery or mobilizing several troops was hardly a concern. Younger brother, those in the martial, are they more formidable than I? Mu Hengxing's lips twitched slightly. Their collaboration was for the sake of the common good, undertaken only out of necessity. Yet, if this young man were to employ firearms against the remnants of the witch sect, would that not also serve? Contemplating this, Mu Hengxing found himself at a loss for words. Ahem. Li Jun cleared his throat, stating, since you know where the remnants of the witch sect are, you shall lead the way. Once I have captured them, I will release you. With a sudden thud, Mu Hengxing fell to his knees, pleading in a tone of utter despair, younger brother, I have an aged parent above me and a grandchild not yet a month old below. I beseech you, show mercy and spare me. I promise I will never act arrogantly again. What an absurd jest. The former Grand Protector was more formidable than the previous leader. Allowing him to lead was akin to offering his neck for the blade. What are you afraid of? If danger arises, I will shield you. Li Juni regarded him with disdain. He held the utmost contempt for spineless individuals. Had this old man not possessed some utility, he might have already struck him down. Mu Hengxing wished to say more but was interrupted by Li Jun's dismissive gesture. You can either die by my hand now or lead me, the choice is yours. After much deliberation, Mu Hengxing chose to lead the way, albeit with the condition that he would do so only after his injuries had healed. While Li Juni was eager to uncover the connection between his mother and the witch sect, he recognized that with more than a decade having passed, haste would be futile, and thus he acquiesced. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Once I have recovered, I will promptly seek you out, younger brother. Mu Hengxing intended to make his escape. Unfortunately, Li Juni had no intention of trusting him. With a swift motion, he seized Mu. After a few chews, he swallowed it, panicking, what did you make me eat? A super tonic, quite precious. Li Juni chuckled, your injuries do not affect your vital organs. A few days of recuperation will suffice for recovery. When the time comes, remember to visit me at Yunyang Technology in Xian City. With that, he vanished from the villa in the blink of an eye. Hey, Mu Hengxing became increasingly frantic. He could hardly believe that what he had just consumed was a tonic. It was undoubtedly poison meant to control him. This moment, he wished he could slap himself repeatedly, initially contemplating leveraging his disciple-less demise to extract some retirement funds from the Jiang family. He had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Mu Hengxing kicked Jiang Shangda a few times. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Jiang family villa, Li Juni encountered members of the Dragon Group, led by none other than Long Qianjun. What brings you here? Long Qianjun was taken aback at Li Juni's presence. What a coincidence, Dragon King! Li Juni gestured towards the Jiang family villa not far off, saying, you arrived just in time. It's perfect for a cleanup. Upon hearing this, Long Qianjun quickly surmised that the Jiang father and son were in dire straits and that the perpetrator was undoubtedly the very Li Juni before him. This should earn you some merit. No need for thanks, performing good deeds is simply what our kind ought to do. Li Juni tossed the criminal dossier concerning the Jiang family to Long Qianjun, then turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure vanish, Long Qianjun found himself in a state of bemusement. Dragon King, that young man is far too arrogant. A member of the Dragon Group protested indignantly. The Dragon Group, a special institution under the direct command of the Dragon Master, had been treated as mere cleanup crew by Li Junyi.
What shall we do? Long Qianjun shrugged. Shall you go apprehend him? I could grant you merit for that.
The Dragon Group member hastily shook his head. Given that even Jianghu had perished at Li Junyi's hands, he had no desire to court death.
Chapter 76. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single punch?
With the demise of the Jiang family patriarch and his son, the Jiang family, once so formidable, has vanished without a trace, effectively erasing their presence from the annals of Xia Nation. In this epic confrontation among the superfamilies, the Li family has undeniably proven their status as the foremost aristocracy. However, many are acutely aware that the Li family's effortless obliteration of the Jiang clan ultimately hinges on Li Junyi.
Once regarded as a notorious scion of debauchery, he now stands as a figure of immense renown across the realm. Dragon Group. Bang!
The chief officer, Long Qingfeng, slammed his fist onto the table, asserting with unwavering conviction, regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to secure your grandson. If he is willing to join Dragon Group, I shall immediately step aside and grant him the title of Dragon King.
Dragon King? What's so impressive about that?
Li Dinghua, seated across from him, responded with palpable disdain.
It is worth noting that even the olive branch extended by the Dragon Lord, Su Jinoa, was deemed beneath Li Jun's notice. What is a mere Dragon King in comparison? Old Li, I implore you as a friend. Our Dragon Group is in dire need of talents like your grandson.
Long Qingfeng, realizing the futility of a hard approach, shifted to a softer tone. Initially, he believed Li Junyi to be merely a man of remarkable martial prowess, but upon learning the details of the confrontation between the Li and Jiang families, he recognized that Li Junyi wielded significant influence beyond the borders. This was evident from the deference shown to him by the heads of the four major financial conglomerates and the financial mogul. Michel, the Dragon Group frequently undertakes missions abroad, and having Li Junyi on their side would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger.
Old Long, to speak candidly, master. As if summoned by fate, Li Junyi sauntered in, exuding an air of nonchalance. Ah, Old Li, you are here as well? Li Junyi expressed surprise. Li Dinghua was equally taken aback, exclaiming, What brings you here, you rascal? Indeed, have you reconsidered and are now willing to join our Dragon Group? It is worth noting that he had nearly died to attain the honor of being Dragon King. How could it be so easily stripped away? Let us calm this lad down first.
Sensing his disciple's emotional turmoil, Long Qingfeng quickly leaned in, whispering, In a few years, when I am no longer around, that position will indeed be yours.
Upon hearing this, Long Qianjuan's furrowed brow finally relaxed.
Wait, that doesn't seem right. His master is in robust health. If he were to pass, it could still be decades away. Long Qianjun was utterly bewildered.
Old dragon, spare me the nonsense. Li Junyi warned, shaking his fist, How many times must I repeat that I cannot abide constraints? If you dare bring this up again, I'll knock you out. Do you believe me? Calm down.
Long Qingfeng immediately recoiled in alarm. The last time he had underestimated Li Junyi, he received a punch that had yet to heal. If it were to happen again, he might very well find himself in a conversation with the King of Hell.
You insolent brat, show some respect to your elders. Li Dinghua reprimanded sternly.
Long Qingfeng, realizing Li Dinghua's presence, quickly regained his composure and bravely retorted, Do you not understand the virtues of respecting your elders? Picking on a man in his 70s or 80s, where is your sense of martial ethics?
Humph.
Old Li may protect you for a moment, but he cannot shield you for a lifetime, Li Junyi reminded with a sly smile. His grin caused Long Qingfeng to shudder, internally exclaiming what a formidable character.
It seemed that only Li Junyi would dare to brazenly threaten him in the Dragon Group. Let us return to matters at hand.
Li Junyi collected his playful demeanor, shifting the conversation. I have returned to inform you of something important.
What is it?
Noticing his serious expression, Long Qingfeng refrained from further jesting. I know the whereabouts of the remnants of the witch cult.
Li Junyi enunciated each word with gravity. Is that true?
Long Qianjun expressed skepticism. I have searched high and low for several days, nearly scouring the entire nation, yet found not a single clue.
Do you truly believe your ragtag team can compare to my intelligence network? Li Junyi lit a cigarette, wearing a self-satisfied grin.
It was Long Qianjuan's first experience being insulted to his face as ragtag, yet he could only seethe inwardly, as Li Junyi's prowess afforded him such privileges.
Where are those remnants located? Long Qingfeng's expression turned grave.
Long Qianjun echoed, the 8 Guizhou mountain range is the stronghold of the witch cult. How could they possibly? Their voices trailed off as they exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the most dangerous places are often the safest.
To inform you and to request your cooperation. Cooperate with you in what? Long Qianjun blurted out. Li Juni shot him a look, as if regarding a simpleton. What else but to assist me in apprehending the remnants of the witch cult? Oh, Long Qianjun suddenly grasped the situation. I would appreciate your discretion. Upon hearing this, Long Qingfeng's lips twitched in irritation. If family matters, could you not discuss them elsewhere? This is the Dragon Group, my domain. You dare ask me to leave? Old Long, given our relationship, surely you won't mind if I borrow your office for a moment?
Li Dinghua, more attuned to social niceties, provided a graceful exit for Long Qingfeng. As anticipated, Long Qingfeng's expression softened immediately, and he replied nonchalantly, Qianjun, let us take our leave.
With a wave of his hand, he and his disciple exited in tandem. Clang!
As the door closed behind them, Li Juni settled beside Li Dinghua and inquired, Old Li, I wish to know how my father met his end.
Upon hearing this, Li Dinghua's expression grew solemn. Your father fell in battle. That is not the case.
Li Juni shook his head, his tone resolute. My father was the greatest warrior. Do you truly believe anyone could quietly slay him on the battlefield? Chapter 77. Awaiting for the truth to emerge, I shall annihilate his 19 clans. Li Shenjun, the foremost god of war of the Xia kingdom. His formidable prowess instills dread in the hearts of his adversaries on the battlefield. A man of both valor and strategy, he has steadfastly defended the borders for many years, never permitting the enemy to encroach even a single step. He is revered by the soldiers of the three armies and shines as the brightest star in the Xia military, yet, this legendary figure was silently slain on the battlefield, a fact that is utterly inconceivable. Back then, Li Dinghua also sensed something amiss, leading him to investigate for a full 3 months, ultimately uncovering that Li Shenjun had perished due to a poisoned hidden weapon.
My father died 3 months ago, and then my mother abandoned me.
Li Juni clenched his fists in quiet. Their deaths harbored deeper mysteries. In a moment of reverie, Li Dinghua's thoughts seemed to drift back to those years. After 3 months of investigation without uncovering the cause of his son's death,
the handwriting is unmistakably hers. Let us not speak of a decade ago. Even in ancient times, could it be so difficult to forge handwriting?
Li Juni's words awakened him from his stupor. He understood his grandfather's feelings. His son had just passed, and his daughter-in-law had also suddenly departed, leaving behind a young grandson still in need of nurturing. It is remarkable enough that one could withstand such tremendous grief without succumbing.
Old Li, take a look at this photograph. Li Juni produced an old yet well-preserved photo.
In it, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man donned a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of confidence, while the woman wore an elegant black dress, radiating grace and nobility. These two were none other than Li Shenjun and Lu Xinlan, the parents of Li Jun.
You have gazed upon this photograph countless times. What could possibly be amiss? Li Dinghua pondered. Li Juni pointed to the area on Lu Xinlan's left shoulder, where, though unclear, a plum blossom insignia could be discerned. He elaborated, previously, I encountered a remnant of the witch cult, and she bore a similar plum blossom mark on her left shoulder. She informed me that this is a distinctive emblem of the cult's members. Is that so? Li Dinghua's pupils deepened with intrigue.
He recognized that Li Jun would not jest about such matters, and if what he claimed was indeed true, it implied that his daughter-in-law was also a member of the witch cult. This is precisely why I sought assistance from the Dragon Group to apprehend the remnants of the witch cult. Li Jun narrowed his eyes. Li Dinghua inhaled deeply, patting his shoulder, and solemnly stated, Pursue your ambitions fearlessly. Even if the heavens were to fall, I shall stand by you. I will unearth the truth, no matter who stands in my way. As he spoke, a cold smile. Meanwhile, inside the Carefree Hall, this space is the most sacred and solemn of the Carefree Palace. Above the Grand Hall, a magnificent golden chair, flanked by intricately carved dragon and phoenix armrests, stood prominently. At this moment, a woman draped in a red cloak occupied the seat. She appeared to be in her 50s, with lustrous black hair elegantly pinned with silver hairpins, her figure remaining graceful despite the passage of time. Observing her exquisite features, one could still perceive the beauty of her youth. A strikingly radiant woman, she is the current palace master of the Carefree Palace, Phoenix. Yet, her youthful appearance belies her true age, which has long surpassed. Phoenix smiled gently and said, No need for such formalities, rise.
Thank you, master.
Baisudi stood up, and noticing the absence of others in the hall, she ascended the steps to stand.
Baisudi wore an expression of understanding. By the way, how has the matter I assigned you progressed?
Phoenix shifted the topic. Baisudi understood that her master referred to the task of inviting Li Juni to join. Flesh and blood cannot possibly contend with iron. Even the most formidable external technique of the Zen temple, the diamond body technique, could not achieve such a feat. There exists only one divine skill capable of such a thing, yet that skill has long been lost to time. Jingfeng, Huofeng, heed my command. Yu Phoenix suddenly called out sharply. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures swiftly entered from outside the hall. Palace Master. You must bring that young man back to meet me, no matter the cost. Chapter 78 of the Enchantress Sienner, long time no see in a private villa on the outskirts of Shuqing. Do. I got through, disheveled and in high spirits, Huiyun shouted joyfully, her glee reminiscent of a simpleton. Yet, had anyone experienced the tribulations she faced over the past few days, they might comprehend the elation swelling within her at this moment. A few days prior, she found herself brought here by Jenny, her acupoints sealed initially. This woman had carried herself with the haughtiness of a peacock, refusing to relinquish the dignity befitting an elder of the Amei sect, even when subjected to excruciating electric shocks. She firmly believed that Jenny would not dare to kill her. As fate would have it, Jenny indeed spared her life, yet she nearly drove her to madness. For days, Huiyun had been consumed by the desire to reach her junior sister's phone, yearning to escape this hellish place. With the call finally connected, how could she not be overjoyed? Engage her in conversation, and do your utmost to buy time, Jenny instructed, promptly activating a device. Huiyun dared not refuse, nodding in understanding. Senior sister, a melodious voice resonated through the line. Huiyun, unable to contain her urgency, immediately inquired, Sienner, where are you? I just returned to Amei Mountain. On the other end, Sienner seemed momentarily taken aback, replying, Senior sister, you have returned. Returned, my dear, I'm on the brink of death. It's all your fault. Huiyun's exterior radiated cheerfulness, but internally she seethed, I haven't made it back yet. The task you assigned me earlier has ended in disaster. Oh, wasn't he senior sister a match for that fellow? Sienner probed cautiously. A match? I barely survived a single encounter. I hardly qualify as his opponent. Huiyun's frustration simmered as she recalled how Sienner, fully aware of Li Junyi's formidable prowess, had led her into a trap. Not at all. How could that fellow possibly be my match? To maintain her dignity, Huiyun fabricated, it's just that his luck was rather fortuitous, allowing him to escape. Is that so? Sienner elongated her tone. For the next few minutes, Huiyun held on to trivial chatter about their lives. Only when she saw Jenny nodding in approval to terminate the call did Huiyun pivot the conversation. Junior sister, I mustn't linger. I am preparing to rush back tonight. The call ended. Now can you release me? Huiyun asked, her heart aflame with excitement. However, Jenny ignored her, instead reaching for a specialized phone to dial Li Junyi's number. Boss. Moments later, after concluding the call, Jenny turned to Huiyun and commanded, put your clothes on, and tidy your appearance. Of course, Huiyun rejoiced, assuming her captor was about to set her free, and hurried into the washroom to prepare herself. A few minutes later, Jenny and the elated Huiyun departed the villa, stepping into a vehicle that whisked them away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. 2 helicopters approached Amei Mountain, one trailing the other. The first to disembark were George, Jenny, and Huiyun. Following closely were Li Junyi, accompanied by Go Fugui and Wu Shangwang. The 6 of them ascended the mountain under the cover of night. What exactly do you intend to do by bringing people to my Amei sect? Huiyun mustered the courage to ask during their journey. Li Junyi cast her a sidelong glance, his expression unfazed as he replied, I'm here to avenge you. This statement left Huiyun bewildered, struggling to grasp how he intended to remedy her grievances. Noticing her puzzled expression, Li Junyi teased, think about it, hasn't your junior sister led you astray? I am going to capture her and give her a thorough lesson. Wouldn't that count as avenging you? My Amei sect is filled with experts. Do you really believe your few associates can capture anyone? Huiyun exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. You'll find out soon enough if that's possible. As he spoke, Li Junyi instructed his companions to quicken their pace. Just past midnight, Huiyun gazed at the plaque on the gate, feeling as if she had survived a calamity, tears welling up in her eyes. What are you crying about? Jenny snapped. Huiyun immediately stifled her sobs. She had already been tormented by Jenny for days. The acupoints on your body can only be released by me. Now, obediently lead me inside to find your junior sister. Li Junyi commanded. Though the Amei sect was heavily guarded, with his strength, infiltrating was trivial, yet without a guide, he would struggle to locate Sienner, the enchantress. Why aren't you doing as the boss instructed? Jenny barked once more. Huiyun, unwilling to defy, guided Li Junyi to bypass the main gate through a small entrance at the back of the mountain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a small courtyard. Huiyun pointed to one of the rooms, saying, "That's my junior sister's room, she is probably asleep, should I lure her outside?" "No need," Li Junyi instructed her to stay put as he stealthily approached the room. After a cursory glance, he quickly deduced that the room was unoccupied. Returning to Huiyun's side, "Where could your junior sister be at this hour?" That can't be right." Huiyun echoed her confusion. "Could it be that she was deceiving me and never returned?" "No, she wasn't lying to you." Li Junyi asserted firmly earlier. When Huiyun spoke with Qi Xianer, Jenny had confirmed that the call originated from a Mei mountain. Perhaps she went to soak in the hot springs? Huiyun speculated uncertainly. "Every time my junior sister returns from the mountain, she always indulges in the hot springs in the forest behind." "Lead the way," Li Junyi commanded immediately. Through the darkness, the two made their way into the forest behind the mountain. Soon, a steaming hot spring came into view. With his extraordinary vision, Li Junyi clearly observed a woman rising from the spring, her graceful figure accentuated by her damp hair cascading down her back. Swish! At that moment, the woman suddenly turned around. Li Junyi was entranced by the sight. Bang bang! Two quick taps rendered Huiyun immobile, silencing her instantly. Li Junyi approached cautiously, akin to a thief lying in wait. Meanwhile, Qi Xianer hastily began to dress, likely due to the chilly air, her movements rapid. Just as Li Junyi felt he had not yet had his fill of the view, Qi Xianer suddenly sensed a pair of eyes watching her from the darkness. Yet, as she scanned her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. A gust of wind swept through, sending a chill down her spine. Just then, having witnessed enough, Li Junyi made his presence known. "Ah!" Startled by the sudden appearance, Qi Xianer instinctively screamed, her voice trembling. "Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Is there anyone in this world as handsome as me to be a ghost?" Li Junyi smirked. "Xianer, the enchantress, long time no see." Zizi. As he spoke, he extracted an electric baton from his person, presumably preparing for a severe interrogation. "You are recognizing the familiar voice." Qi Xianer's eyes widened in shock. Li Junyi, Chapter 79. Your junior sister wishes to elope with me. The moment Qi Xianer laid eyes on Li Junyi, her anger flared up immediately. She was certain that the person who had been covertly observing her while she was dressing was none other than the notorious Li Dage. Though she yearned to exact 1,000 cuts upon this scoundrel before her, her rational mind compelled her to turn and flee. "Still think you can escape?" Li Junyi called out, brandishing an electric baton as he leisurely pursued her. Whoosh, whoosh! In the darkness, two figures darted through the forest. Qi Xianer understood that she stood no chance against Li Junyi. Her only option was to run. If she could only return to her master, safety would be within her grasp. "Oh, look at you, little tiger, running quite swiftly." Li Junyi chuckled. Given his speed, he could easily overpower Qi Xianer, yet her familiarity with the terrain allowed her to evade him for the time being. Minutes passed, and Qi Xianer, panting heavily, felt a surge of joy as she neared her sect. But just then, a shadowy figure materialized before her like a specter. With such speed, why not participate in the Olympics? Zzz. As he spoke, Li Junyi pressed a few buttons on the electric baton. Qi Xianer raised an eyebrow, a flicker of fear igniting within her. "Li Junyi, do not act recklessly. This is a Mei sect. If you dare lay a hand on me, my master will not spare you. Have you learned to threaten?" It was no exaggeration to say that if the members of a Mei sect learned of her connection to the witch cult, she would instantly become a pariah, hunted down by all. However, Qi Xianer scoffed. "Do you truly believe anyone would take your words seriously?" Li Junyi was taken aback. "I am a disciple of the Amei sect's leader. Do you think they would believe you or trust me?" Qi Xianer felt emboldened. The witch cult had been eradicated over a decade ago. Her sisters would never believe that any remnants still existed. "You make a valid point." Li Junyi scratched his head and continued, "But why should I care whether they believe me?" His voice, though soft, brimmed with confidence. Qi Xianer's beautiful eyes narrowed, her tone turning wary. "Li Junyi, we should keep our distances. Why are you pursuing me relentlessly? Am I really chasing you?" Li Junyi placed his hands on his hips, scoffing. "Do you— Ha!" Qi Xianer had not intended to suggest that, yet Li Junyi's words led her to ask, almost unconsciously, "Are you a eunuch?" She held absolute confidence in her appearance, believing only a eunuch could remain unmoved by her. Li Junyi's temper flared. "Who are you calling a eunuch? Have the audacity to say that again, I'll show you just how much of a man I am. As he spoke, he stealthily advanced towards her.
Don't come any closer. Take another step and I'll scream. Even if everyone from a Mei sect comes tonight, let's see who can save you.
Li Junyi dismissed her threat entirely.
Ah! Master, save me, Qi Xian'er cried out loudly. The mountains echoed with her voice.
In no time, Qi Xian'er was left breathless and slumped against him. The delicate scent of her body enveloped him as he held her close, preparing to whisk her away from this place. Yet, fate had other plans. Swish, swish, swish from the darkness, numerous figures surged towards their location.
Who dares to wreak havoc in a Mei sect?
The voice belonged. Li Junyi recognized that Qi Xian'er's cries had drawn the attention of the Amei disciples, yet he remained unfazed. If worst came to worst, he would fight his way out.
I am Li Junyi.
All of you, get lost, or I'll bring 2 tanks tomorrow and flatten your entire sect. Such words would surely intimidate many, but unfortunately, this was a Mei sect. A group of nuns, rarely stepping outside, were unfamiliar with the rumors of the outside world and thus did not recognize him.
Li Junyi? Never heard of you in the martial world. Huichuan, no need to waste words, seize him immediately.
Several nuns whispered amongst themselves. The leading nun, Huichuan, barked, "Release my junior sister at once, or I shall personally see to it that you meet your demise." Li Junyi chuckled, as they said, "Your junior sister and I are deeply in love, and we have decided to elope." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and vanished into the night, still cradling the limp Qi Xian'er.
Chase!
Huichuan commanded, raising her hand. Li Junyi's speed was astonishing, easily leaving the Amei disciples far behind.
You'd better let me go, or you're finished. Qi Xian'er gasped weakly.
Then let us wait and see, Li Junyi replied with a casual chuckle, completely unfazed by her threats. In no time, the two of them managed to circumvent the back mountain and return to the entrance of a Mei sect.
Young master!
Boss! Upon seeing Li Junyi, Go Fuqi and his companions rushed forward. Li Junyi set Qi Xian'er down and commanded, "Keep a close watch on her. If she dares to run, shoot her on the spot." Having spoken, he turned and strode away. He intended to teach those oblivious Amei disciples a lesson. Whoosh, 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 Huichuan and her disciples quickly caught up.
Where? Otherwise, you will surely regret this.
Huichuan's concern grew as she realized only Li Junyi stood before her, while her junior sister was nowhere to be seen.
Regret? You can shove that where the sun doesn't shine. With that, Li Junyi lunged forward in a flash. Bang, bang.
2 punches landed in quick succession, sending 2 Amei disciples flying.
His speed was like lightning. Huichuan and the other disciples were taken aback. Boom!
Li Junyi charged through them like a tiger among sheep, with each punch sending at least 1 Amei disciple reeling.
You're outrageous! Clang!
Though Huichuan was shocked, she immediately drew her sword and prepared to confront him. Chapter 80. Li Dajiang borrows a sword. The nun Huichuan, already possessing the strength of a grandmaster, clearly regarded Li Junyi with disdain. After all, considering his age, how formidable could he possibly be? Yet, in the next moment, she realized just how naive her assumptions were. Clang! With a casual punch, Li Junyi struck. The long sword in Huichuan's grasp shattered instantly, and before her senses could fully register, his fist crashed into her body.
Ah! Huichuan expelled a mouthful of blood mid-air. Senior sister!
The two, clearly, they had not anticipated that someone of Huichuan's grandmaster caliber would falter so easily before Li Junyi.
Who on earth are you? What is your intention in trespassing upon my Amei sect?
Huayun lay in the embrace of her junior sisters, horror etched across her face as she gazed at Li Junyi.
I have come. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?
Li Junyi looked down upon them, exuding an overwhelming aura. You would do well to refrain from further rash actions, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to erase your Amei sect from the map of Jianghu.
Impertinence!
Suddenly, a sharp rebuke rang out. In an instant, a figure darted forth with remarkable speed.
Master!
Master! The sight of the approaching old nun filled Huichuan and the others with joy. The old nun surveyed the scene, noting the various injuries sustained by her disciples, and her expression darkened instantly. She then fixed her gaze upon Li Junyi. I am Master Mieching. Who are you, young man? Why do you dare to wreak havoc in my Amei sect and injure my disciples? Her demeanor suggested that unless Li Junyi revealed an extraordinary background, she would not easily let him off. From the speed at which the old nun approached, he discerned that her strength was formidable, surpassing even Jianghu. She was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered since his release from prison.
A member of the Li family? Master Mieching's eyes flickered, and she suddenly furrowed her brow. You are Li Junyi?
Oh, my reputation precedes me even to the Amei sect.
Li Junyi admitted with a smile.
Master Mieching scoffed. I wondered who had the audacity to cause a ruckus in my Ame sect. Turns out it is the infamous young Master Li who slayed Jianghu Bai. She then shifted her tone. However, my Ame sect bears no grudge against your Li family.
What do you intend by all this?
Enough with the pleasantries, let us exchange a few blows first. Li Junyi rolled up his sleeves. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, and truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. He detested those who looked down upon him, and thus resolved to teach this arrogant old nun a lesson first. Master Mieching was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that he would initiate combat without a word. Just as she contemplated asking why, Li Junyi lunged forward in an instant. What incredible speed! Master Mieching gasped in shock, but her reflexes were swift. She raised her hand and delivered a fierce chop with her sleeve.
Bang bang!
Li Junyi countered with a similar chop. Their palms collided, and Master Mieching felt as though her strike had met solid steel, causing her to involuntarily gasp.
Boom!
They exchanged another strike. This time, Master Mieching staggered back over 7 steps, while Li Junyi remained steadfast. The disparity in strength was unmistakably evident. The Ame disciples stared in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend that their master had failed to gain the upper hand against Li Junyi. Among them, Huaichuan was the most shocked, for she alone knew that her master had recently achieved the realm of the martial saint. How could this young man possibly surpass her master? He was merely a brash youth. Well done, young man. I have heard whispers that you are the greatest martial talent in a millennium. I was skeptical then, but it appears my vision was indeed short-sighted. Though Master Mieching was astonished, she did not yield. As she spoke, she drew the famed Shangtian sword of the Ame sect, pointing it directly at Li Junyi. If you are willing to depart now, I shall overlook your transgressions. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my sword's mercilessness. Master, Sister Xiener has been taken by him. Huayun interjected urgently. Oh? Master Mieching furrowed her brow. Although she was uncertain of Li Junyi's motives in capturing her disciple, she added, release my disciple and leave at once. There was a hint of concession in her tone. Not only had she yet to fully gauge Li Junyi's strength, but she also harbored trepidation regarding the powerful figure behind him. After all, the master capable of nurturing such a prodigy must possess terrifying strength. I have long heard that the Changtian sword of the Ame sect can slice through iron like mud and sever hair with a mere breath. I am keen to witness its prowess firsthand. Swish! Li Junyi declared before launching another attack. This time, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, leaping to confront Master Mieching, his 5 fingers transforming into claws as he aimed for her wrist, as if to seize her treasured sword. Clang clang! The Changtian sword emitted a resonant dragon's roar, emanating a chilling aura as Master Mieching wielded it. Li Junyi's attempt to seize it was thwarted, but he remained undeterred, launching himself at her once more. Seeking death. Master Mieching thrust the sword's tip toward Li Junyi's right chest. However, she exercised restraint, refraining from striking a fatal blow. Had she aimed for his heart, he would undoubtedly perish. Alas, this was merely her assumption. Clang! With a decisive movement, Li Junyi firmly grasped the blade of the Changtian sword. Master Mieching, channeling all her energy, found herself unable to advance even a fraction. Old nun, it's my turn. Li Junyi sneered, then suddenly yanked back, pulling Master Mieching, along with the Changtian sword, toward him. But that was not the end of it. Seizing the moment while Master Mieching was still reeling, Li Junyi stomped down, sending stones flying. Bang! He leaped lightly, delivering a powerful kick that struck Master Mieching squarely in the cheek. Ah! A sizable footprint marred her face, and she inadvertently swallowed some dirt. Swish swish! In the blink of an eye, Li Junyi yanked the Changtian sword once more. Master Mieching, caught off guard, found her grip empty as Li Junyi snatched the sword away. Return my sword! Master Mieching lunged to reclaim it, but Li Junyi retaliated with a swift slap across her face. Ah! Master Mieching flipped backward, landing unceremoniously. Li Junyi ran his fingers along the blade of the Changtian sword, his eyes sparkling with delight. A sword befitting a hero, this blade is quite remarkable. This is the treasured sword of our Ame sect. Return it at once. Master Mieching was both frightened and furious. Why must a monk be so stingy? Li Junyi shrugged, chuckling mischievously. This sword is fated to be with me, allow me to wield it for a few days. Chapter 81. Old thief and I, you deserve to die. Were it a matter of lesser significance, Master Mieching might have considered lending the Longtian sword, especially in light of the formidable strength displayed by the other party. However, the Longtian sword is the treasured emblem of the Ame sect, a legacy that has endured for centuries. She would not, and could not, acquiesce to such a request. Furthermore, though Li Junyi spoke of borrowing, his demeanor clearly suggested he intended to keep it for himself. Should he abscond with the Longtian sword, it would undoubtedly be a case of borrowing without the possibility of return. Thus, Master Mieching, in a fit of desperation, urged, "Young Master Li, as long as you are willing to return the Longtian sword to me, we can discuss anything else." Noticing the shift in the other's attitude, Li Junyi ceased his bullying and replied nonchalantly, "Master, this sword indeed seems to be fated to be in my possession. Why not simply sell it to me? The price can be negotiated." "Young Master Li, do not jest. If I were to sell you this sword, I would become a sinner in the annals of the Yamei sect."
"Are you refusing my offer?"
Li Junyi's patience had reached its limit, and he scoffed, "The sword is in my grasp. If you have the courage, come and take it, but let me remind you, the last person who attempted to seize something from me now has grass over their grave exceeding 2 meters."
This was an unequivocal threat.
Master Mieching found herself seething with rage yet unable to voice her indignation. It was clear that he had stolen her treasure, yet he now accused her of attempting to rob him. Had it not been for her apprehension regarding Li Junyi's monstrous strength, she might have already dealt him a lethal blow.
"Li Junyi, do not push me."
Master Mieching's expression darkened as she declared, "Though you are indeed powerful, do not forget that this is the territory of the Yamei sect.
At my command, hundreds of my disciples could wear you down."
Ha ha ha! Li Junyi laughed heartily, a sound laced with disdain that he then dramatically tossed aside his coat, revealing a row of grenades strapped to his waist. "Let us see whether you have more disciples or I have grenades," he proclaimed with an air of defiance. At this sight, the group of Amei disciples led by Huichuan instinctively took several steps back. Even Master Mieching was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted defiantly, "Do you dare to use firearms against members of the martial world?
Are you not afraid of becoming a pariah among us? What is wrong with using firearms against evil and wickedness?"
Li Junyi retorted, leaving Master Mieching and her companions momentarily dumbfounded.
"Evil and wickedness? Surely you are blind to the truth." "Preposterous!" Master Mieching exclaimed in anger, "Who in the world does not know that Amei is a prestigious and righteous sect? Can your mere words tarnish our reputation? Perhaps once it was a righteous sect, but certainly not now." Li Junyi asserted with conviction. "What do you mean by that?"
Master Mieching inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion.
"Humph! You shameless old thief!"
Li Junyi pointed the Longtian sword at Master Mieching, filled with righteous indignation. "As a so-called righteous sect, you conspire in secret with the remnants of the witch cult.
Tell me, does Amei not deserve to be punished?" "Outrageous!" Master Mieching cried, "When did we ever conspire with the remnants of the witch cult?"
Huichuan, supporting her master, added, "Master, this scoundrel is clearly slandering us.
The witch cult was eradicated by the martial world over a decade ago." "Indeed!"
Master Mieching exclaimed, her fury palpable. "Li Junyi, you shall not besmirch the reputation of the Yamei sect. If you do not return the Longtian sword and release my disciples today, we shall fight to the bitter end."
"Ha ha ha, am I the one slandering? Come, follow me, I shall make you understand the consequences of your actions." With that, Li Junyi turned and soared away.
Master Mieching moved almost in tandem, pursuing his figure with determination. Huichuan glanced at her injured sisters and instructed, "Those who are hurt, return to recuperate and summon all disciples to gather. The rest, follow me to support our master." Meanwhile, Li Junyi had returned to the entrance of the Yamei sect, and in the blink of an eye, Master Mieching had caught up to him.
"Master, save me!" Qi Xian'er exclaimed joyfully. "You are intolerable, truly intolerable."
Master Mieching, seeing her disciple curled on the ground, was beside herself with rage.
"Release my disciple at once!" "Old thief Mieching!" Li Junyi shouted fiercely, chastising her with heartfelt disappointment. "At this juncture, you remain obstinately ignorant. I shall have to expose your crimes to the martial world, so that you may die with shame before the ancestors of the Yamei sect. You need not cast aspersions upon me. It is futile." Master Mieching was bewildered. She could not comprehend why Li Junyi incessantly insisted on her guilt, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed she ought to take her own life to atone for some unfathomable sin. Master Mieching's pupils widened in disbelief as she turned to Qi Xian'er. "If I am not mistaken, she is likely an agent of the witch cult planted within your Amei sect." Li Junyi proclaimed his hypothesis confidently. "Xian'er, tell me this scoundrel is lying." Master Mieching fervently shook her head, unable to accept that the disciple she had nurtured for over a decade was a traitor planted by an evil cult. "Master, I lift your head and look at me, tell me this is not true." Master Mieching interjected, her eyes filled with hope.
Qi Xian'er hesitantly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears that cascaded like a river, and with a choked voice, she nodded, "Master, I am sorry." She realized that if she continued to deceive her, Master Mieching would choose to believe her. Yet, upon seeing the latter's gaze, she recognized she could no longer conceal the truth. In that moment, Master Mieching felt as though her very heart had shattered, staggering backward several steps.
"Master!"
Fortunately, Huichuan and her companions arrived just in time to support her.
"Master, it is I who am at fault." Qi Xian'er sobbed uncontrollably.
Huichuan, oblivious to the unfolding drama, assumed Li Junyi had bullied her sister and threatened fiercely, "You insolent wretch, you shall soon learn that the Amei sect is not a place for fools like you to run amok." As her words fell, boom, the ancient doors creaked open, and a throng of Amei disciples surged forth.
"What the hell? Young master, let us retreat. The best strategy is to escape," Go Fuqian urged, grabbing Li Jin as they prepared to flee. Chapter 82, Only I Can Heal Her. As the disciples of the Amei sect surged forth in droves, Go Fu Gue and Wu Xiangwang were thrown into a state of panic. George and Jenny immediately unfastened their outer garments, revealing a row of grenades strapped at their waists. "Whoever is not afraid of death, step forward," Jenny declared fiercely, readying a grenade in each hand, poised to throw at a moment's notice. "Young master, it seems you were prepared for this." Wu Xianwang felt emboldened by this revelation. Go Fu Gue loosened his grip on Li Junyi and provocatively challenged, "Come, let us see whether your numbers surpass the might of our grenades." The multitude of Amei disciples immediately hesitated, awaiting the orders of the Master of Emotionless. "All of you, stand down." Master of Emotionless barked sharply, her gaze fixed intently on Qi Xian'er. "Have I ever treated you unjustly?" At that moment, she recalled a stormy night over a decade ago when she had encountered a shivering little girl on the path back to the mountain in the rain. Despite her title of Emotionless, her heart was far from devoid of feelings. She had personally brought the girl back to the Amei sect, ensuring she was well fed and warmly clothed, imparting all her skills, and even planning to pass on the leadership to this most promising disciple. Little did she expect it would culminate in such a tragic outcome. "No!" Qi Xian'er shook her head vehemently. "Master has treated me with immense kindness, it is I who have wronged you." "Ha ha!" Master of Emotionless laughed through tears, her heart shattered. Poof! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from her. "Master!" Master, the disciples, led by Hui Kun, were engulfed in worry. "Stand aside!" Li Junyi shouted, "The old nun is at risk of succumbing to her emotions. If she is not treated promptly, she may fall into madness, and no one will be able to save her." He moved to approach Master of Emotionless to administer aid. However, the Amei disciples resolutely blocked his path. Hui Kun scolded angrily, "If you had not come to our Amei sect, my master would not be in this state. I warn you, if anything happens to her, we will not let you off easily, even if it means our own demise." Her righteous indignation ignited the fury of the other Amei disciples, all of whom glared menacingly at Li Junyi. Should anyone take the lead to attack, they would undoubtedly swarm him. Li Junyi furrowed his brow. "I can heal the old nun, but if you continue to obstruct me, her death will be on your hands." At that moment, Qi Xian'er recalled how Li Junyi had helped her expel the venomous insects from her body and chose to trust him, urging, "Senior sister Hui Kun, he truly possesses medical skills. Let him examine master." "Silence!" Hui Kun glared fiercely at Qi Xian'er, indignantly declaring, "My master has treated you like a daughter, all of us sisters have cared for you in every way, and this is how you repay her? Qi Xian'er, should anything happen to master, we will never forgive you." Li Junyi observed Hui Kun's words and actions, catching a glimpse of cunning in her eyes. A whiff of conspiracy wafted into his senses. Swish! In a flash, Li Junyi maneuvered past the Amei disciples and reached Master of Emotionless. "Seize him, clang!" Hui Kun was about to command the others to besiege Li Junyi when she found herself confronted by the long Tian sword, poised at her throat. The previously restless Amei disciples immediately hesitated. "Release senior sister Hui Kun! You scoundrel, if you dare to harm a single hair on her, we will not spare you." Several disciples who were close to Hui Kun threatened in unison. Yet, Li Junyi remained unfazed, casting a cold smirk at Hui Kun, taunting, "Do you think that if the old nun dies, you will ascend to the position of Amei's leader? What a joke! Do you believe I won't send you to meet the king of hell right now?" At this proclamation, all Amei disciples fell silent, including Qi Xian'er, who turned to look at Hui Kun in unison. "Do not slander." Hui Kun's face flushed with anger, feeling a twinge of guilt. Though she could discern Master of Emotionless condition, she was acutely aware of the latter's intentions to pass on the leadership to Chi Xian'er. Thus, she felt a sense of unfairness. In terms of skill, status, relationships, and contributions to the Ame sect, how could Chi Xian'er possibly compare to her? Master of Emotionless actions were utterly unjust. Subconsciously, Hui Kun wished for Master of Emotionless demise, for then she could leverage the elder sister's prestige to claim the position of leader. Unbeknownst to her, Li Junyi had perceived her thoughts and she was instantly filled with rage. Disciples, heed my command, capture these traitors, regardless of life or death. Everyone, stand. If anything untoward occurs in his hands, I, Chi Xian'er, will bear the consequences with my life. Chi Xian'er solemnly pledged. The Ame disciples gradually calmed, exchanging glances. I believe in junior sister. At this juncture, the second sister of Ame, Huiying, stepped forward to express her support. Junior sister may have been momentarily deceived, but I trust she would never harm Master. I believe in junior sister too. I also believe. More and more Ame disciples chose to trust Chi Xian'er, prompting Hui Kun to exclaim in exasperation, have you all lost your minds? It is this ungrateful one who has harmed Master, and yet you choose to believe her? Plop. Senior sister Hui Kun, I implore you. Chi Xian'er knelt down, beseeching, if you allow him to treat Master, I promise not to vie with you for the leadership position. What nonsense are you spouting? I have never sought the position of leader. Hui Kun continued to feign innocence, but the astute Chi Xian'er was not so easily deceived. She had already perceived the duplicity behind her senior sister's words. I, Chi Xian'er, swear to the heavens that I will not contend with Hui Kun for the leadership position. Should I break this oath, may I meet a wretched end? Chi Xian'er raised 3 fingers. Hui Kun felt a surge of delight. With so many witnesses to Chi Xian'er's oath, she doubted the latter would dare to renege. Thus, you had better treat my master, otherwise, I will not spare you. Hui Kun pretended to relent. Li Junyi shook his head slightly, giving the audacious woman a middle finger. Although Master of Emotionless had fainted, her consciousness and senses remained intact. She could hear everything Hui Kun was saying clearly. Once she regained consciousness, she would discern Hui Kun's true nature without needing Li Junyi to enlighten her. Bang bang, Li Junyi struck several points on Master of Emotion. This astonishing display left all the Ame disciples utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 83. As a bystander, Chi Xian'er was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Li Junyi had exposed her identity, and logically, she should have harbored hatred towards him. Yet, even she could not comprehend why she chose to trust him. Just then, a wisp of ethereal white smoke began to emanate from the head of the Master of Emotionless, Nieching Shirtai. Swish, 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 Li Junyi withdrew his silver needles and promptly activated several acupoints on Nieching Shirtai, who then opened her eyes with a start. Master! Master, are you all right? Master, all the disciples of Ame let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Nieching Shirtai exhaled, then forced herself to rise and clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, thank you, young Hiroli, for your timely rescue. At this moment, she had already altered her address from Li Dasha to Li Shaoxia, indicating her lack of hostility towards him. For she understood that had it not been for Li Junyi's intervention in that critical moment, she might have fallen into madness or, at worst, been left permanently disabled. First, handle your affairs. We shall converse earnestly once you are done. Li Junyi returned to the side of Guo Fuqi and his companions, preparing to assume the role of a bystander. Nieching Shirtai nodded slightly, her sharp gaze piercing towards Huaichuan, the nun. Master! Huaichuan took a few involuntary steps back, feeling guilty. Huaichuan, oh Huaichuan, you truly are a commendable disciple. Nieching Shirtai exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she lamented, had today's events not transpired, I would remain blissfully unaware of how your conscience has been devoured by dogs. Master, why do you speak so of your disciple? Huaichuan feigned ignorance. Do not pretend. Nieching Shirtai retorted. I am fully aware of your actions just now. Do you aspire to usurp the position of the sect leader? Ha! Dream on. Nieching Shirtai's anger flared. Out of consideration for our master-disciple bond, you may leave. From this day forth, you are no longer. Huaichuan fell to her knees, choking back tears as she pleaded, Master, you cannot treat me this way. I harbor no ulterior motives against you, Master, begone. Nieching Shirtai snapped, cutting her off. Seeing her master resolute, Huaichuan shed her pretense and stood, discontented. Master, this is unfair. Nieching Shirtai glared at her, remaining silent. What merit does the junior sister possess to become our Ame's leader? Is it merely because of her exceptional talent? Ha! I broke through to the Grandmaster level before I turned 50. How many in the world possess better talent than I? All of this is merely your biased excuse.
Huai Yuan grew increasingly agitated, then pointed at Qi Xianer, sneering. Her words stirred a tempest. The Amei disciples had been unaware of Qi Xianer's affiliation with the witch cult, and upon hearing the revelation, they all gazed at her in disbelief.
Who else but I can shoulder the burden of elevating Amei?
Huai Yuan laughed maniacally. If you expel me now, the decline of Amei is, then I shall see what face you have to meet our ancestors from generations past. Qi Xianer, a member of the witch cult, could never ascend to the position of Amei's leader. As the second most talented disciple after Qi Xianer, Mieching Shirtai could potentially lead Amei to rival the three great sacred grounds if she passed on the leadership to her. Yet, if the position were given to another disciple, it would be a miracle if they did not decline, let alone compete with the three great sacred grounds.
Nonsense! Mieching Shirtai was infuriated by Huai Yuan's threats.
Mieching Shirtai frowned. Young hero Li, feel free to speak. Li Jun cleared his throat and said, I believe Qi Xianer is indeed a member of the witch cult, but perhaps she has her reasons.
Why not allow her to explain?
Qi Xianer felt a whirlwind of emotions, as she had not anticipated Li Jun would stand up for her.
What is there to explain? She is undeniably a remnant of the witch cult. Huai Yuan shouted furiously.
At that moment, Huai Ying urged, Master, perhaps Xianer truly has her reasons, would you not grant her an opportunity to explain? Mieching Shirtai hesitated for a moment, then said coolly, Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to explain.
Unfair, this is unjust.
Huai Yuan shouted, This is not fair, slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a fiery sting on her cheek and looked up to see Li Jun standing beside her, having moved with remarkable speed. If you dare utter another word, I shall cleave you in two with a single stroke. He raised the long Tian sword in his hand as he spoke. Huai Yuan was immediately frightened, stumbling backward, hastily covering her mouth. She sensed a terrifying aura of murder emanating from Li Jun, a voice in her mind warning her that he was indeed capable of killing.
All right, you may now begin your defense. Oh no, your explanation.
Li Jun said with a smile, addressing Qi Xianer. His action once again filled Qi Xianer with gratitude. She nodded slightly and then turned to Mieching Shirtai.
Master, I am indeed a member of the witch cult. Swish, upon hearing Qi Xianer confess her true identity, an uproar erupted among the crowd.
Huai Yuan had intended to shout again, but upon catching Li Jun's warning glare, she swallowed her words. I have been threatened by the witch cult. They forced me to infiltrate the Amei sect to secure the position of leader, allowing them to manipulate Amei. However, I swear, until now, I have not committed a single act that betrays Amei. Regardless of the outcome, I shall harbor no grievances, only regret for failing to live up to your expectations, Master. I hope you do not grieve for this guilty disciple. At this moment, Mieching Shirtai was already in tears. According to the sect rules, she was compelled to cleanse the ranks, yet how could she bring herself to do so after years of master-disciple affection? Everyone, listen, from this day forth, I shall expel Qi Xianer from the Amei sect. From now on, her actions shall have no connection whatsoever with Amei. Merely uttering this sentence seemed to drain Mieching Shirtai of all her strength. No connection whatsoever await. Suddenly, Li Jun raised his hand to interrupt. I have a suggestion that would allow the Shirtai to refrain from expelling Qi Xianer from the Amei sect. Chapter 84. Miss Qi, you must marry our young master under the tutelage of the formidable Master Mieching. Her 6 disciples had all been nurtured by her with utmost care, and she was thoroughly acquainted with the character, temperament, and aptitude of each apprentice. However, she never anticipated that her eldest disciple, Huai Yuan, would seek to eliminate her for the position of sect leader. In light of their bond as master and disciple, she could not bring herself to expel her, and thus, could only remove her from the sect. In contrast to Huai Yuan, Master Mieching held a greater affection for her youngest disciple, Qi Xianer. This talented apprentice was not only gifted but also a promising martial artist. She believed that under Qi Xianer's guidance, the Amei sect would surely flourish and perhaps. Alas, despite all her calculations, no one could have predicted that Qi Xianer would turn out to be a remnant of the witch cult. This revelation struck a more profound blow than Huai Yuan's betrayal. At that moment, upon hearing Li Jun's assertion that he possessed a solution that would spare Qi Xianer from expulsion, Master Mieching was elated beyond measure.
Young Master Li, do you truly have a way to achieve a win-win situation?
I do. Li Jun replied with calm assurance.
Impossible.
Huai Yuan, previously subdued, could no longer contain herself and screamed hysterically, Qi Xianer is a remnant of the witch cult. If she is not expelled from the Amei sect, I will expose this matter to the martial world, turning the Amei sect into a target for all. Her hatred for Qi Xianer was palpable. In her eyes, had it not been for Qi Xianer's existence, she would not have been expelled from the sect, and the position of sect leader would have been within her grasp. Her current predicament was entirely due to Qi Xianer, and thus she was determined to drag her down with her, a classic case of if I cannot thrive, neither shall you. Slap. Did you think my... Before long, the once attractive Huaiyuan was left disheveled, her cheeks swollen from the strikes. It seemed she would require a restorative treatment to regain her former appearance. Young Master Li, cease this at once. However, the venomous glare she cast before departing indicated her unwillingness to let the matter rest. While Master Mieching could show mercy, Li Junyi would not. He discreetly signaled to George and Jenny, who understood his intention and quietly slipped away from the crowd. To eradicate the roots of the problem was Li Junyi's modus operandi. Although Huaiyuan was formidable, he had already seized the opportunity to seal her vital energy points, rendering her as vulnerable as an ordinary person. With George and Jenny stepping in, her demise was inevitable. Young Master Li, please, do share your method. Huaying, another nun, implored eagerly. Qi Xianer looked at Li Junyi with hopeful anticipation. Indeed, as Huaiyuan had stated, if the martial world were to learn that the Amei sect had sheltered a remnant of the witch cult, she was genuinely curious about how Li Junyi could allow her to remain in the Amei sect without reproach. The solution is simple: I will protect you. Li Junyi's voice was not loud, yet it exuded authority. At that moment, Qi Xianer's expression became exceedingly complex. Although her identity had been exposed by Li Junyi, she bore no ill will towards him. In fact, she felt a flicker of gratitude. For upon acknowledging her true self, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Young Master Li, is this truly your so-called solution? Master Mieching's face bore a serious expression as she sighed. You are too young and may not comprehend. Although the Li family was the foremost aristocracy, if they were to resolutely protect Qi Xianer, it would mean opposing both the martial world and the government simultaneously. I have not finished speaking. Why the haste? Li Jun smiled nonchalantly. I can protect her, but she must also take steps to save herself. Save herself? Qi Xianer was perplexed. Huaying blurted out, what do you mean by saving oneself? The assembly was left in a cloud of confusion. On the sidelines, Go Fuqian scratched his head and turned to Wu Shangwang. Do you understand what the young master is implying? I do. Their exchange immediately drew the attention of many. Wu Shangwang raised an eyebrow, basking in his own superiority, and feigned profundity. If Miss Qi is willing to marry our young master, she will become a member of the Li family, and thus we will have every justification to protect her. In that instant, Qi Xianer's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Master Mieching's serious demeanor softened slightly, and she could not help but nod. That is indeed a fine suggestion. The Amei disciples exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement with Wu Shangwang's proposal. Junior sister Xianer is as beautiful. They truly make a splendid pair. Indeed, if they were to unite in matrimony, not only would junior sister Xianer be safeguarded, but our Amei sect would also forge an alliance with the Li family, achieving a double victory. This idea of young Master Li's is simply brilliant. The Amei disciples conversed among themselves. All these words reached Qi Xianer's ears, causing her blush to deepen. Though Li Junyi had dismantled the 10 absolute sects she had founded, it was he who had also cured her of the poison within her, freeing her from the threat of the witch cult. In a sense, they were even, and thus she harbored little animosity towards him. Upon hearing the speculations of the crowd, her heart raced uncontrollably. Young master, I wonder if my words are accurate? Wu Shangwang asked eagerly. Thud. How dare you? Li Jun shot him a glare and retorted, with that feeble brain of yours, how dare you compare yourself to Einstein? Get lost and do not embarrass me. Wu Shangwang, cowed by Li Junyi's authority, could only retreat awkwardly, though his face betrayed his indignation. What I mean by saving yourself is to earn redemption through merit. Li Junyi pointed at Qi Xianer. You must disclose all information regarding the remnants of the witch. Your contributions will be sufficient to absolve your past transgressions, and at that point, no one shall dare to speak against you. Young master is indeed thoughtful. This plan is exceptionally astute. Go Fuqian nodded while casting a disdainful glance at Wu Xiangwang. You useless fool, you only bring shame to the young master. Chapter 85. Master Mieching, the Jianghu was a matter of human relationships. The situation was grave, prompting Master Mieching to swiftly dismiss all disciples, taking only Qi Xianer and Li Junyi to the Amei sect's ancestral hall. Kneel. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Master Mieching clasped her fists in respect towards the ancestral tablets, saying, considering you have not acted in a manner detrimental to Amei, I trust. However, she shifted her tone, adding, as Li Xiaoxia has indicated, you must now disclose everything about the witch cult, lest it implicate our Amei sect. This is also your chance for salvation. Understood. Qi Xianer exhaled deeply. Since I became aware of my surroundings, I have been taken in by the witch cult, alongside countless others like me. Each year, the witch cult sought out naive children, nurturing them from a young age and later deploying them across various fields. Such individuals were referred to as puppets within the cult, aptly named for their upbringing as mere marionettes. Qi Xianer was one such puppet. With the control of cursed insects, the witch cult harbored no fears regarding the loyalty of Qi Xianer's task was to infiltrate Ame and vie for the position of sect leader, thereby facilitating the witch cult's future domination of the martial world. Are you suggesting that the disciples of the witch cult far exceed those who are publicly known, and that those previously eradicated were merely the tip of the iceberg? Li Junyi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. If Qi Xianer spoke the truth, the implications were dire indeed. Master Mieching's expression grew exceedingly serious. If even a prestigious sect like Ame had been infiltrated by puppets, and had Li Junyi not discovered this in secret, she might have unwittingly passed the leadership to Qi Xianer in the future. Who could say if other sects were similarly compromised? The very thought of the three major sacred lands being involved sent shivers down her spine. There are puppets of the witch cult in the martial world, and similarly, in the he truly could not fathom the grand designs of the witch cult. Were they plotting rebellion? Master Mieching, her demeanor grave, suggested, Li Xiaoxia, I propose that our Ame sect reach out to our martial allies to discuss this matter, and I hope you can persuade them to cooperate with us. Impossible. Li Junyi nearly blurted out in refusal. We have no clear idea of how many members the witch cult has or the fields these puppets inhabit. Acting rashly would only alert the enemy. That is a valid point. Master Mieching nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze to Qi Xianer, asking, Can you obtain a list of those individuals? Over the years, I have not even had the privilege to meet the Hall Master. Following the death of the witch cult's leader, Yang Tian, the Grand Protector, Nangong Shuo, took full control. Although he did not assume the title of leader, all members recognized him as the de facto head. The individual who had secretly been in contact with Qi Xianer was the elder Chen, who had been slain by Li Junyi, belonging to the Qilin Hall among the. Li Junyi shot her a sidelong glance, thinking, I am not Yuan Fong, how could I possibly have a perspective? Which hall do you belong to among the 12? He asked Qi Xianer. He believed that those hall masters had certainly met and could lead him to the Grand Protector. Capturing the mastermind first would allow for a sweeping arrest of the others. The Qilin Hall. Qi Xianer replied truthfully. That elder Chen is deceased, surely, there are others who would contact you? Li Junyi asserted confidently. To his surprise, Qi Xianer shook her head, awkwardly saying, Once you expelled the cursed insect from my body, I'd severed all ties with those individuals. As she spoke, she recalled the moment Li Junyi. How utterly embarrassing. Damn it. Frustration surged within Li Junyi as he realized that a hard-won lead had evaporated once more. However, I do know the identity. If memory served him correctly, the Lord of Jinling City was affiliated with the Qin clan. He gestured for Qi Xianer to rise, saying, Do not remain kneeling. No amount of time spent in that position will summon your ancestors to help us capture anyone. Qi Xianer felt a twinge of embarrassment. If the ancestors of Ame were to appear, they would likely frighten her to death. Li Xiaoxia, what are your intentions? Master Mieching, however, you must ensure that the events of tonight remain confidential among your disciples. Not a problem. Master Mieching assured fervently, then turned to Qi Xianer, instructing, You must not be headstrong while heed his every command, do you understand? Yes, I will remember. Qi Xianer replied obediently. To have to comply with him in all matters. This declaration made Li Junyi's eyes light up with intrigue. Moments later, Master Mieching accompanied several core disciples to personally escort Li Junyi to the gate, providing him with a grand farewell. No need to see me off, I must take my leave. Li Junyi appeared eager to depart, deliberately positioning his Changtian sword behind him. Yet, Master Mieching was not one to overlook such matters. She stepped forward decisively, stating, Li Xiaoxia, the Changtian sword is the treasured heirloom of our Ame sect, I kindly request its return. In an instant, Li Junyi's expression hardened, displeasure evident in his voice. Master, this is excessive. Master Mieching frowned slightly, seemingly unaware of how she had overstepped. Master, the Jianghu was not merely a realm of conflict. It is a tapestry of human relationships. Li Junyi raised his voice, adopting an instructive tone. I urge you to consider carefully, had I not come tonight, your Ame sect would have faced utter devastation. Master Mieching's brow furrowed even more tightly. Had Li Junyi not arrived at Ame, she would have remained blind to the disloyalty of her disciple Huichuan, who would forsake family ties for the sake of leadership, and Qi Xianer. If it became known that this disciple was a puppet of the witch cult, Ame would become the target of widespread condemnation. Ultimately, the entire Ame sect owed a debt of gratitude to Li Jun. This sword is indeed fated to be with me.
Consider it a repayment of your kindness, master. With those words, Li Jun took his leave, soaring down the mountain, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 86. I come here and massage my back under the vast expanse of twinkling stars. The day came to a close, and the dawn began its shift when Li Jun arrived at the foot of the mountain with the Guo brothers and Qi Xianer. George and Jenny had long.
Jenny, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "With the two of us on the job, the boss can rest easy."
As he leaned in closer, he whispered, "At this moment, that woman is probably having a heart-to-heart with the damned guy."
The astute Qi Xianer, listening to their exchange, deduced that the woman they referred to was none other than her senior sister, Huiku. That moment, she gained a new understanding of Li Jun, ruthless and cunning. Moments later, George arrived in one helicopter, accompanied by the Guo brothers, while Jenny piloted another, carrying Li Jun and Qi Xianer. The two helicopters soared towards Jianghu City. On board the aircraft, Li Jun reclined with his leg crossed, softly commanded, "Xianer, my back feels a bit sore. Come here and give the young master a massage."
"What did you say?" Qi Xianer paused, slightly taken aback. His words seemed to imply that she was to be treated as a servant, and her previously, extracting the parasitic insects from Qi Xianer had drained much of his energy, yet she had silently departed. Li, the boss, had taken note of this, seizing the opportunity for revenge. He would not let it slip by. "Li Jun, please conduct yourself with a modicum of respect." Qi Xianer struggled to suppress her anger. While she felt grateful to him, that did not mean she would submit to his tyranny.
"You saw it yourself. I fought several rounds for you just now. Is it such an imposition to ask for a back rub?"
Li Jun huffed, "If you refuse, I shall find a place to drop you off, and you can make your way back to Ame sect." "You," Qi Xianer's delicate form trembled with indignation.
"What of it?" Li Jun boisterously retorted, "Your master has decreed that you must obey me. Do you dare to defy her orders?"
Furrowing her brows, Qi Xianer recalled that Master Mieching had indeed instructed her to cooperate with Li Jun, but it was certainly not meant to imply that she should act as his servant. In her eyes, Li Jun was utterly shameless. Despite her displeasure, after weighing her options, she reluctantly placed her hands on Li Jun's back and began to massage him, reminding herself to endure, as this journey was crucial for her to redeem herself.
"Have you not eaten? Apply a bit more strength."
Li Jun complained, dissatisfied. Jenny, piloting the helicopter ahead, stifled his laughter, thinking to himself, "The boss truly knows how to handle women." An hour later, the two helicopters landed sequentially outside the Lord's residence in Jianghu City. Immediately, several security personnel surrounded them. The leading man, visibly displeased, warned, "This is a government facility, quickly move your helicopters away."
"I am Li Jun, here to see Lord Zhou," Li Jun declared, revealing his identity.
He had expected this would grant him unfettered access, but to his surprise, whether you are Li Jun or Jianghu, this is the Lord's residence, no unauthorized personnel are permitted. The leading man asserted with authority, "If you do not move your aircraft, I shall summon the enforcement department to confiscate it."
Slap. Wu Shangwang delivered a resounding slap. "Go ahead and call them.
I dare you to see who would be bold enough to confiscate our young master's aircraft."
"How dare you strike me?"
The leading man erupted in fury, gesturing to his companions, "Seize them, and then notify the police to take them away." Li Jun had no time to deal with these minor thugs and confidently strode into the Lord's residence with Qi Xianer. Others attempted to obstruct their path, but were detained by George and Jenny.
Bang! Li Jun forcefully kicked open a door to a room. "Ah!"
A woman's scream pierced the air. Li Jun stepped inside first, only to find a man and a woman engaged in an intimate act.
"Oh, Lord Zhou, your taste is quite refined. You are plowing the fields so early in the morning." "Scoundrel! Who the hell are you to barge into my room? Are you seeking death?" The man, sporting a receding hairline, was none other than Zhou Wanjie, the lord of Jianghu City. "I am Li Jun."
Li Jun reiterated his identity. This time, it was different. While the security personnel were of low rank and unfamiliar with him, Zhou Wanjie was another matter.
"You are young Master Li?"
Zhou Wanjie swallowed hard. Li Jun cast a sideways glance at the woman on the bed. "You have no business here.
Leave."
The woman looked at Zhou Wanjie with a questioning gaze, and he quickly echoed, "Are you deaf? Young Master Li has asked you to leave."
"Ah, yes."
The woman hastily donned her outerwear and departed. Li Jun's gaze lingered on her for a moment, a primal instinct kicking in. However, to Qi Xianer, this scene was, a lecherous rogue, a shameless wolf.
"Young Master Li, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Zhou Wanjie had now dressed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. With a thud, Li Junyi nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance, and playfully inquired, "Should I address you as Lord Zhou or Hall Master Zhou?" Hall Master? In an instant, Zhou Wanjie's pupils constricted, a flicker of panic crossing his features, but it was fleeting. "Young Master Li, I do not comprehend what you are implying," Zhou Wanjie masked his anxiety well. "Come here." Li Junyi beckoned. Zhou Wanjie, filled with trepidation, steeled himself and sat beside Li Junyi. Swish! Li Junyi abruptly lunged, tearing the man's shirt apart. "Ah, young Master Li, what are you doing?" Zhou Wanjie was taken aback, bewildered as to why Li Junyi would rip his clothing. Li Junyi ignored him, his gaze fixated on the plum blossom tattoo on Zhou Wanjie's left shoulder. Indeed, he was affiliated with the witch cult. Feeling exposed, Zhou Wanjie hastily adjusted his clothing and sat across from Li Junyi. "Hall Master Zhou, let us speak plainly. Divulge to me the whereabouts of the Grand Protector. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Li Junyi took a drag from a cigarette, his expression earnest. "As long as you are forthcoming, I shall not trouble you. If you are not, I will ensure you are made to comply." Zhou Wanjie gulped, his demeanor growing serious. "Do not hesitate any longer, my time is limited." Li Junyi urged, "I will give you 1 minute to consider." "Young Master Li, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Zhou Wanjie attempted to feign ignorance. "Damn it!" Li Junyi suddenly sprang to his feet and hurled a teacup from the table with force. "Should you continue to play coy, believe me when I say I will not hesitate to end your life." Chapter 87. First, bring down the Qin family. Confronted by the domineering and forceful Li Junyi, Zhou Wanjie felt a twinge of apprehension within. However, he did not believe that the other party would dare to kill him. He. "There is no need for young Master Li to intimidate me." Zhou Wanjie exhaled deeply, no longer adopting a subservient posture. "Although my official rank is modest, I am still a court-appointed official." "Kill me, even if your Li family wields immense power, it is unlikely that you can protect yourself." "Is that so?" Li Junyi raised his thumb and, simultaneously, fished out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello?" The voice of Long Qianjun came through the line. Long Qianjun on the other end of the line responded with confusion, "Such matters do not fall under the jurisdiction of our dragon group. Have you perhaps contacted the wrong person?" Li Junyi replied with a hint of implication, "I am aware that it is not under your purview, but your dragon group has the authority to directly approach the Dragon Lord. I trust you understand my meaning." This time, Long Qianjun appeared taken aback, hesitating briefly before saying, "Understood." He then hung up the phone. Li Junyi flicked the ash off his cigarette, speaking nonchalantly, "Very soon, you will no longer be the lord of Jinling City. At that time, do you believe I would refrain from killing you? Even if you report me, what of it? The most I would face is a disciplinary inquiry, and my position would still be retained." Zhou Wanjie sneered confidently. However, in the next moment, the vibration of a phone echoed, and Zhou Wanjie promptly answered. It was a call from his secretary. "Lord Zhou, something terrible has happened." The secretary's urgent voice resonated through the line. Zhou Wanjie scoffed, "Have I been subjected to a disciplinary inquiry?" No. The secretary stammered anxiously, "You have been expelled from the organization." "What?" Zhou Wanjie's expression shifted dramatically, gazing incredulously at Li Junyi across from him. As a lord of a city, even the Li family could not just strip him of his official garb. Only one person in the entire Xia kingdom possessed that authority, the current dragon lord, Su Jinhua. Li Junyi, nonchalantly crossing his legs, looked down with disdain. "Lord Zhou, can we speak candidly now?" Sweat beads the size of soybeans began to form on Zhou Wanjie's forehead, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. "Young Master Li, do you realize the peril you are courting?" "Siener, I dislike arrogance in my presence." "Break both of his legs." Li Junyi stated coolly. Qi Siener said nothing, her actions reflecting an attitude of unwavering obedience as she approached Zhou Wanjie step by step. Swish! Zhou Wanjie did not remain idle. He opted to strike first. Bang bang! The two exchanged blows. Qi Siener staggered back a few steps, clearly weaker than Zhou Wanjie. This outcome did not surprise Li Junyi. After all, Zhou Wanjie had attained the rank of a hallmaster, suggesting he was no ordinary opponent. Just as Qi Siener was about to charge again, Li Junyi raised a hand to stop her. "Allow me to handle this."
As he spoke, he stood up, looking down at Zhou Wanjie with contempt. I initially intended to break your legs, but your resistance has changed my mind. I now resolve to sever all your limbs. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wanjie chose to flee. He knew that Li Junyi could defeat Jianghu by, and even 10 of him combined would not be a match. Fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Stop! Li Jun's shout resonated like the roar of a dragon, sending chills down other spines as Zhou Wanjie felt as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to take another step. Come back! Li Junyi commanded again. At that moment, Zhou Wanjie felt an exceptionally terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from Li Junyi, compelling him to return involuntarily. Li Junyi had ensnared him merely through sheer presence. Bang 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 bang! Crack, a series of 4 crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed. Ah, Zhou Wanjie's heart-wrenching wails filled the air. Li Junyi looked down upon him. Now, you may inform me of the whereabouts of the Grand Protector. I don't know, I truly don't, Zhou Wanjie cried out in despair. I have not seen the Grand Protector in many years. I am not even qualified to inquire about his whereabouts. Both Li Junyi and Qi Xian'er were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Grand Protector was hidden so deeply that even Zhou Wanjie, a hall master, was unaware. Very well, then who is the master of the Qilin Hall? I shall seek him out myself. Li Junyi resolved to pursue this lead, determined to unearth the Grand Protector of the witch cult. Zhou Wanjie fervently shook his head. I do not know. Kill me, just kill me, would rather die than yield. TSK, it should be said, would rather die than divulge. Li Junyi frowned. Are you truly that foolish? If you fear death, what else is there to hesitate about? The poison within him will make his life worse than death, Qi Xian'er interjected. Zhou Wanjie turned to Qi Xian'er. You too are of the witch cult, how dare you betray? Are you not afraid of lacking an antidote? The poison within her has already been purged by me. Li Junyi squatted down, persuading. Reveal to me who the master is, and I can alleviate your concerns. You can truly rid me of the poison within? Zhou Wanjie could hardly believe it. Over the years, he had sought out renowned physicians across the globe. Not only had they been unable to eliminate the poison, even the most advanced medical equipment had failed to detect it. Li Junyi pointed at Qi Xian'er, stating, the evidence stands before you, do I still need to deceive you? But, there are no buts. Li Junyi interrupted forcefully, I offer you 2 choices, either tell me the answer, and I shall remove the poison, or, I choose the first. Zhou Wanjie interjected eagerly. Excellent. Li Junyi donned an expression of what a teachable child, saying, speak. The master of our Qilin Hall is, Zhou Wanjie gritted his teeth and continued, is the head of the Qin family. This revelation left Li Junyi utterly astonished. Who is the head of the Qin family? That would be the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army. If he too is infiltrated by the witch cult, how many high-ranking members of the witch cult remain hidden throughout the Xia kingdom? Young Master Li, can you truly help me rid myself of the poison? Zhou Wanjie gazed at him with anticipation. Crack! The response came in the form of Li Junyi's merciless kick. With a single stomp, Zhou Wanjie met his demise. Weren't you going to save him? Qi Xian'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at Li Junyi's betrayal. The Qin family was no mere entity, it was a top-tier aristocracy, equal in status to the Li family, and he could not approach the Qin family with the same directness as with Zhou Wanjie. What shall we do then? Qi Xian'er inquired with concern. Li Junyi turned to her, offering a relaxed smile. Fear not, I can first bring down the Qin family, and then Qingjin, the master of the Qilin Hall, will be within my grasp. Chapter 88. I, unrivaled in the world imperial city, Qin Manor. Qingjin's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, his expression twisted in rage. Standing before him, Qin Haoran dared not even take a breath. The duo, grandfather and grandson, had just been discussing significant matters when they suddenly received the alarming news of Zhou Wanjie, the lord of Jinling City, being dismissed. Just as Qingjin attempted to reach out to Zhou Wanjie to inquire about the unfolding events, he discovered that the man had already perished. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere span of minutes. Grandfather, do not worry, we will certainly uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Qin Haoran bravely attempted to reassure him. However, Qingjin shook his head, pondering deeply. There is no need to investigate. He understood better than anyone that apart from the Dragon Lord, Su Jinhua, no one possessed the authority to unilaterally deal with an official of such stature. Qin Haoran seemed to come to a realization, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Grandfather, could it be that the Dragon Lord? Silence. Qingjin's voice thundered, cutting him off. Have you forgotten that I taught you to be wary of eavesdroppers? Qin Haoran nodded. In his view, they were in their own home.
News just arrived that Zhou Wanjie was not the only casualty. Several of his personal guards and servants have also vanished without a trace. Do you think someone is deliberately concealing the truth? Xinjin nodded and, with an air of finality, commanded, "You must personally go to Jiling and ascertain who Zhou Wanjie last met." Realizing the gravity of the situation, meanwhile, at the Dragon Lord's residence, a red flag L5 and a golden Bentley pulled up outside. The surrounding guards, upon recognizing the license plates, immediately relaxed their vigilance. Disembarking from the red flag L5 was Li Dingwa. Shortly thereafter, Li Jun emerged from the golden Bentley, reminding the driver, "A red flag car certainly carries more prestige and befits my status. Arrange for me to have one as well." "Understood," the driver replied promptly. Li Junyi hastened to follow Li Dingwa. "Mind your demeanor, this is the Dragon Lord's residence," Li Dingwa admonished, observing his grandson's carefree attitude. "Do not worry, I know how to conduct myself," Li Junyi replied with a knowing smile. The two were escorted to the main hall, where Sujinawa had been awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, Sujinawa's gaze remained fixed on Li Junyi, appraising him thoroughly before finally uttering 4 words, "A pillar of the nation." "Thank you for the compliment," Li Junyi. This left Li Dingwa both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction that his grandson had earned Sujinawa's commendation. "Oldly, please take a seat," Sujinawa gestured for Li Junyi to join them. The 3 men settled down. Li Dingwa began, "Old Su, as I mentioned over the phone, my grandson has some matters to report to you." He cast a meaningful glance at Li Junyi. "However," Sujinawa interjected, "it must pertain to the witch sect, correct?" Wise as always, Dragon Lord, Li Junyi smiled in flattery. "Wasn't the witch sect eradicated years ago? How could it possibly resurface?" Sujinawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Over a decade ago, when he was still in the position of Deputy Dragon Lord, he had been involved in matters concerning the witch sect, albeit indirectly. "This matter is rather lengthy, so I shall be succinct," Li Junyi stated without hesitation, succinctly relaying the information he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Li Dingwa's expression turned grave. "You reckless boy, this is no joking matter. Do you have evidence?" Sujinawa's brow furrowed in concern as well. "Am I so idle as to jest before the Dragon Lord?" Li Junyi rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I currently lack evidence, but given some time, I am confident I can substantiate my claims." Sujinawa and Li Dingwa exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of gravity. Clearly, both believed Li Junyi might be exaggerating. If the witch sect had indeed grown into such a formidable force, a misstep could destabilize the very foundation of their nation. They could not afford to be careless. "Your visit today must involve more than just sharing this news, correct?" Sujinawa inquired, his tone laced with significance. "Ha," Li Junyi chuckled awkwardly, "true to your insight, there is something else I wish to discuss, but I hope you are mentally prepared." Sujinawa, maintaining his composure, replied, "After all these years, what storms have your grandfather and I not weathered? Speak freely." After a moment's contemplation, Li Junyi glanced at both men. A person of considerable influence may very well be a member of the witch sect. At this, both Sujinawa and Li Dingwa perked up, intrigued. "The commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, Xinjin," Li Junyi revealed slowly. In an instant, Li Dingwa and Sujinawa both sprang from their seats. "You reckless boy, one may indulge in folly, but one must not speak carelessly. Old Qin is a man of merit." Both men were unable to fathom this revelation. Li Junyi gestured for them to calm down, reassuringly stating, "I merely suggest it is a strong possibility, nothing is yet confirmed." Upon hearing this, Sujinawa gradually regained his composure. Li Dingwa, visibly anxious, pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for Sujinawa before lighting his own. With several puffs, Sujinawa asked solemnly, "How did you come by this information? Surely the Dragon Lord can surmise that I was the one who killed Zhou Wanjie?" Li Junyi countered with a question of his own. Sujinawa nodded slightly. "I expect a reasonable explanation for this matter. Zhou Wanjie was a hall master of the Qilin Hall within the witch sect's 12 halls. He disclosed to me that the hall master of Qilin Hall is none other than Xinjin, the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army." Li Junyi revealed, unreservedly sharing. Upon hearing this, Sujinawa's belief began to solidify. Li Junyi further clarified, "Whether Zhou Wanjie wronged Xinjin still needs investigation. However, if we wish to uncover the Grand Protector of the witch sect, I cannot expose myself too early." "What do you mean?" Sujinawa asked in a low voice.
Li Junyi cast a glance at Li Dinghua, who provided a supportive nod, prompting him to speak candidly. My family intends to go to war with the Qin family.
At this, Su Jino's brow knitted even tighter as he chain-smoked, contemplating the implications.
After a moment, he suddenly looked up at Li Junyi. You claim that the Grand Protector of the Witch Sect possesses formidable strength. Do you have the means to contend with him? Li Junyi flashed a confident smile. Rest assured, Dragon Lord, for I am unrivaled in this world. Chapter 89. Even dogs must choose their masters. In a private club situated in the city of Jianghu, a line of over a dozen slender and voluptuous high-class models stood, each adorned with a sycophantic smile. Qin Haoran lounged with his leg crossed, a large cigar perched between his lips, exuding an air of authority. Beside him, Luo Changqing smiled ingratiatingly, saying, Mr. Qin, these are all top-notch selections from Jiangnan.
What do you think? Not bad.
Qin Haoran took a puff of smoke, his gaze wandering among the various beauties. Each one possessed notable allure, making his choice all the more difficult. However, accepting them all would be quite overwhelming for him.
Mr. Qin, how about we draw lots tonight? Those not chosen can be enjoyed another time.
Luo Changqing, adept at reading the room, offered a suggestion that resonated well with Qin Haoran, who nodded in approval, finding the idea rather clever.
As they awaited the madam to fetch the lots, Luo Changqing proactively toasted twice, laden with flattery.
Mr. Qin, things are becoming increasingly difficult in Xuancheng. I genuinely wish to come and seek your patronage.
He delicately expressed his intentions.
Qin Haoran smiled faintly, replying, Is that so difficult? Tomorrow, the new appointment document will be issued, and this time, the position of the city lord of Jiangling will be mine. Zhou Wanjie had not only been dismissed but had also met his demise. Yet, he was ultimately a member of the Zhou clan thanks to Qin Zhen's efforts. The lordship of Jiangling had fallen into Qin Haoran's lap.tom. Zhou Wanjie's death held a modicum of value.
Congratulations, Mr. Qin. The youngest city lord in the history of Xia country is undoubtedly you.
While flattering, Luo Changqing deliberately invoked the phrase youngest city lord to remind Qin Haoran of his experiences in Xuancheng. Sure enough, Qin Haoran's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, If it weren't for that fool Li Junyi back then, I would have already become the city lord of Xuancheng.
There is no need for you to be angry with someone so beneath you, Mr.
Qin, Luo Changqing consoled, in my eyes, he isn't even worthy of licking your toes. Despite knowing these words were mere flattery, Qin Haoran found them quite pleasing.
Changqing, there has always been a fantasy in my heart. Do you know what it is? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Qin Haoran's eyes. Luo Changqing's mind raced, cautiously inquiring, Are you referring to the Chen family's twins? Ah, you know me best. Qin Haoran laughed heartily.
Luo Changqing's expression shifted slightly, though his smile remained unwavering. That's simple. As long as you, Mr. Qin, give the word, I assure you they will immediately appear before you by tomorrow night. At the commercial gala in Xuancheng, Li Junyi had nearly ruined him, and he had silently vowed to take revenge. Although he harbored feelings for Chen Qingsnow, he unhesitatingly chose vengeance over romance.
Oh? Qin Haoran's eyes brightened. You have a way?
Luo Changqing pounded his chest in assurance, Leave it to me.
Ha ha ha, Qin Haoran burst into satisfied laughter. Foolish one, how can you still laugh? Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected.
Qin Haoran's expression darkened with fury as he turned to see the last person he wished to encounter entering the room under the madam's guidance, Li Junyi. Qin Haoran's face contorted with rage, while Luo Changqing's pupils constricted, a flicker of fear rising within him. Click, click. Li Junyi made no move, yet the man behind him, Go Fuguei, snapped photographs left and right.
Mr. Qin, what's wrong? You look like you've lost your parents. Come on, smile. Strike a pose.
Click, Go Fuguei continued snapping, directing the scene. Only then did Qin Haoran realize the situation, and he howled in desperation, Stop.
Who told you to take those? Hand over the camera. Is this your camera? Why should I give it to you?
Go Fuguei taunted. Qin Haoran was furious. Someone, seize them, but he abruptly shut his mouth. He had intended to instruct his bodyguards to take down Li Junyi, but then he remembered that the latter had even slain Jianghu by. His lackluster bodyguards were utterly useless.
Li Junyi, what exactly do you want? Qin Haoran forced himself to suppress his anger.
Li Junyi replied with a calm smile, I merely wish for the public to know about the lifestyle of Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Haoran broke out in a cold sweat. If the photos Go Fuguei captured were to circulate, his career would be irreparably tarnished.
Li Jun, let us. Is it Miss Liang who has given you such courage? Don't push your luck.
Qin Haoren glared at him. I gave you Yi Qingcheng, and you nearly ruined my life in Xuancheng. Do you truly wish for a fight to the death? Ha! Li Jun, disinterested in further banter, simply commanded Go Fuguei, within half an hour, I want to see Mr.
Qin topping the headlines. Okay.
Go Fuguei grinned as he exited the room. Qin Haoren was frantic, wishing to intervene, but was blocked by Wu Shangwang. Li Jun, if you dare to release those photos, I will not let you off easily.
Qin Haoren shrieked in hysteria.
However, Li Jun paid him no heed, turning his attention to Luo Changqing.
Li Xiao. Luo Changqing gulped nervously. Did I just hear you say you were going to see my fiancée? I harbor no such thoughts towards Miss Chen.
Luo Changqing stammered, I merely wish to discuss a business collaboration with her.
Is that so?
Li Jun narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him.
Thud. Luo Changqing, filled with dread, collapsed to his knees, pleading, Li Xiao, I was wrong.
Please spare me, I promise I won't do it again. In that moment, all thoughts of revenge vanished, replaced by profound regret for having provoked Li Jun. Qin Haoren is nothing but a waste, it was my folly to align myself with such a useless individual.
Luo Changqing laughed nervously in agreement. Qin Haoren immediately roared in anger, do you wish to die?
Luo Changqing dared not breathe a word. Though he had irreparably offended Qin Haoren, a voice within him warned that if he did not comply with Li Jun's wishes, he could very well face death tonight, yet, his instincts proved erroneous.
Do you know?
A dragon has its reverse scale, and to touch it is to invite death. Li Jun looked down upon Luo Changqing. Once you have touched the dragon's reverse scale, even repentance can only lead you to hell. With that, he swiftly struck, snapping Luo Changqing's neck. Chapter 90 of the Li family officially declares war as Li Jun dispatched Luo Changqing. A clear fear flickered in Qin Haoren's eyes. At that moment, Go Fuguei returned, causing Qin Haoren to panic even more.
It's all taken care of.
Go Fuguei said with a grin, in just a few minutes, young Master Qin has become more famous than the average internet celebrity. In a flurry of anxiety, Qin Haoren swiftly pulled out his phone. A headline reading Young Master Qin spends unforgettable nights in fireworks paradise surged to the forefront of major news outlets, amassing over 5 million views in a mere few minutes, and the numbers continued to rise. This is it, this singular thought consumed Qin Haoren's mind. Not only was his aspiration to become the youngest city lord in the history of Xia Kingdom shattered, but his entire political career was also at an end. Moreover, he could already envision how his family would abandon him in the aftermath. All of this was the fault of the man before him. Li Jun, let us die together today. In a fit of madness, Qin Haoren seemed to forget the terror that Li Jun instilled and merely wished to drag him down with him.
Bang!
A single kick had shattered 6 or 7 of his ribs. Li Jun approached, crouching down to seize Qin Haoren by the hair, and coldly smirked, are you blaming me for ruining your path to power? Despite his agony, Qin Haoren fixed him. Li Jun's statement struck him like a heavy slap, awakening him to the truth. Had he been upright and principled, how could he have left himself vulnerable to such disgrace?
Regret is futile. With that, Li Jun stood and Wu Shangwang turned to Go Fuguei and inquired, should we call an ambulance for him? Go Fuguei rolled his eyes, isn't it you who left him in this state? Wu Shangwang paused, self-deprecatingly admitting, right, I seem to be the culprit.
Well, I suppose I should call an ambulance. Damn it, I'm too soft-hearted. Upon overhearing their conversation as they left, Qin Haoren nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. The following morning, news of Qin Haoren's expulsion from the organization spread like wildfire, shocking countless dignitaries, including several of the top families in the imperial city. In the Ning family, the elderly Ning Wuchang practiced Tai Chi while listening to the butler's report. Though he had surpassed 70 years, his vigor remained robust, executing a full set of movements without breaking a sweat.
Master, the hopes of the third generation of the Qin family have been utterly destroyed.
Qingjin will not take this lightly, the butler speculated. Ning Wuchang wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled lightly. Li Dingwei is no pushover either. Besides, with old Master Li backing them, if Qingjin knows what's good for him, he'll have to swallow his pride. When two tigers clash, one is bound to be injured, and these were two fierce beasts. Ning Wuchang was quite pleased to see the Qin family confront the Li family, for in such a scenario, only the remaining 4 families would emerge victorious. However, he was certain that Qingjin would not act impulsively. Otherwise, he would be throwing away his life in vain.
Go summon Xiar for me, Ning Wuqiang suddenly commanded. Yes.
The old butler bowed and exited. Meanwhile, in the Qin family, all members gathered.
The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop after a long pause. Qinjin spoke in a deep voice. Qin Baifeng, is this the son you have raised? Dad, it's all my fault. Qin Baifeng, father of Qin Haoren, acknowledged. Now, we find ourselves empty-handed, and you think a mere my fault suffices?
Qinjin's anger escalated. Had Qin Haoren been present instead of in the hospital, he might have shot him on the spot.
Qin Baifeng bowed his head in silence, not daring to breathe.
Dad, Haoren is still young. He will inevitably make mistakes, but all of this is the fault of that little bastard from the Li family.
Qin Bolong, the second son of the Qin family.
Although he appeared furious, inside he was elated, for Qin Haoren's downfall meant his son would ascend as the leader of the third generation of the Qin family.
Dad, my second brother is right. All of this is due to that little bastard from the Li family. Qin Baifeng chimed in eagerly. Qinjin took a deep breath and said, have I not taught you both to never leave others with a handle to grasp? If Haoren had been more disciplined, how could we have arrived at this point?
At this, the gathered crowd fell silent, unable to respond.
However, Qinjin's brow furrowed deeply, and he shifted his tone. The Li family has dealt. If I do not retaliate, others will think the Qin family is an easy target. Dad, are we going to war with the Li family?
Dad, this is absolutely unthinkable. Qin Baifeng and Qin Bolong spoke. The former was eager for war, unbothered by the consequences since his son was already finished. The latter, however, held an opposing view. Engaging in a conflict with the Li family would likely lead to significant losses. This was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs.
This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. Qinjin narrowed his eyes.
Master, someone wishes to see you.
At that moment, the old butler rushed in, clearly flustered. Noticing the butler's panicked demeanor, Qin Baifeng frowned and said, Jianghu, can't you see we are in the midst of a crucial discussion? We will see no one. The old butler looked conflicted, hesitating to speak. Never mind, who wishes to see me?
Li Jun, the old butler replied, apprehensively. What? An uproar immediately ensued in the main hall.
That little bastard is exceedingly audacious, daring to come to our Qin family. Qin Baifeng exclaimed angrily, Dad, that little bastard's arrival at this time is clearly a provocation. Silence. Qinjin interrupted, then turned to the old butler, commanding, bring him in. No need, I know the way. A voice, laced with amusement, rang out.
Everyone turned to see Li Jun sauntering in, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. The atmosphere grew tense immediately.
Ah, so many people here, I shan't beat around the bush.
Li Jun surveyed the sisters are truly indistinguishable. As Li Jun's voice fell, the members of the Qin family exchanged incredulous glances. Even Qinjin found it hard to believe.
War?
Qin Baifeng scoffed, you Li family are truly overstepping. Do you really think our Qin family fears you?
However, Qin Bailong held an entirely opposite view and advised, Li Jun, is there some misunderstanding between us and the Qin family? Misunderstanding? Li Jun let out a cold laugh. If it weren't for the Qin family's instigation of his uncle and cousin 3 years ago, how could he have become the central figure in the scandal?
Whether it is a misunderstanding or not is irrelevant.
What matters is that my message has been delivered. Li Jun declared with overwhelming confidence. Feel free to unleash your forces, our Qin family will stand firm until the end. Qin Baifeng continued to shout defiantly. Elder brother. Qin Bailong could not help but rebuke, if we go, you cannot disregard the entire family for the sake of Haoren. What do you mean by that, second brother?
Qin Baifeng, already fuming, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as his usually respectful younger brother admonished him.
Qin Bailong wanted to say more. Bang. Enough. Qinjin slammed his hand on the table, displeased, all of you, get out. At this, both Qin Baifeng and Qin Bailong dared not utter another word and left the main hall with their kin. Although Qinjin did not invite Li Jun to take a seat, it did not mean that the head of the Li family would stand idly. He found a recliner, crossed his legs, and even lit a cigarette. Hiss. Ha. All of this was witnessed by Qinjin, whose expression remained grim, yet he did not show his anger. Is the war against our Qin family truly the will of Li Dinghua? No, it is my will. Li Jun replied bluntly. Your will? Qinjin suddenly sneered, questioning, can you represent the entire... Do you truly believe I cannot represent them? Qinjin was left speechless by this statement.
But I can also tell you that my grandfather and my great-grandfather both support the declaration of war against your Qin family.
Li Jun chuckled darkly.
Xinjian's brows furrowed into an inverted shape, his face filled with disbelief as he said, "Is your entire family insane? The result of war will only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting other families for nothing."
"We are well aware of that. You know and still wish to proceed?" Xinjian was even more perplexed. Who exactly is insane?
Li Junyi initially considered directly questioning whether Xinjian was the master of the Qilin Hall but hesitated. He ultimately restrained himself. Xinjian's gaze was fixed on him as he said, "I advise you to remain calm. If there are any misunderstandings, we can discuss them properly."
This scene was quite absurd. His grandson's future had been utterly ruined because of Li Junyi, and logically, it should have been the Li family offering apologies to the Qin family, yet now, the Li family was taking the initiative. This was very strange. Xinjian began to suspect that the Li family was afraid the Qin family would seek retribution, hence they were deliberately using the war ploy to intimidate him. "Old man, are you still going to pretend in front of me at this point?"
Li Junyi suddenly changed his tone. 3 years ago, your Qin family framed me in the scandal in the imperial city, resulting in...
Is that also a misunderstanding?
Setting aside other matters, my grandson Haorun's life has already been ruined, and I have yet to settle accounts with your Li family. Although Xinjian's gaze was sharp, he did not dare look at Li Junyi.
Deep inside, he understood that after the disappearance of Li Xiu and his son, the Li family likely knew that the true mastermind behind the scandal was the Qin family, hence feeling guilty. I don't owe you anything. Let's just go to war," Li Junyi declared, preparing to rise and leave. "Wait."
Seeing the other's firm attitude, Xinjian's brows tightened further.
"Speak quick."
Xinjian enunciated each word carefully. "Though your Li family has the old Master Li at the helm, do not think you are truly the first family. If he continues to act recklessly, the one who will ultimately fall will not be our Qin family." Upon hearing this, Li Junyi was even more convinced that Xinjian was indeed a member of the witch sect. After all, with the Qin family's background, they would not dare speak with such confidence unless the old man had a backup plan. Let's wait and see. Having gleaned the outcome, Li Junyi chose not to linger and left the Qin residence. As he watched Li Junyi depart, Xinjian's fingers drummed on the table, revealing nothing of his thoughts. On the other side, having left the Qin family, Li Junyi made his way directly to the airport, chartering a private jet to Xuancheng. More than 2 hours later, as he walked out of the airport, a Maserati came to a stop before him. Li Junyi was momentarily taken aback. He had informed He Lang to pick him up, yet unexpectedly, it was Chen Qingyao who arrived. Upon sitting in the passenger seat, Li Junyi instinctively took out a cigarette and lit it. Chen Qingyao promptly rolled down the window while covering her nose with her hand, expressing her displeasure. "Could you not smoke in my car?"
Li Junyi paused, scrutinizing her closely, and inquired, "Are you Chen Xingxue?"
Chen Xingxue rolled her eyes and replied, "Li young master, you truly have a poor memory. After just a few days, you've completely forgotten someone."
Cough, cough.
Li Junyi choked slightly and hurriedly discarded the cigarette but, awkwardly laughing, "Don't misunderstand, I thought you were Qingyao." Between the two sisters, his rapport was more harmonious with the latter, while Chen Xingxue always presented a distant demeanor.
How could he have anticipated that the Ice Queen would be the one to pick him up? An explanation is merely a cover-up.
Chen Xingxue huffed softly and pressed the accelerator.
"Wait!" Li Junyi suddenly called out. Chen Xingxue turned her head to look, about to speak. Swish!
Li Junyi produced a golden needle and a silver needle, deftly piercing them into Chen Xingxue's brow.
"What are you doing?" Chen Xingxue gasped in shock, not daring to move.
Li Junyi chuckled, "You sisters are just too hard to tell apart, so I'll mark you. Next time, I won't mistake you again." As he spoke, he channeled energy from his dantian through his palms into the two needles, ultimately embedding them into Chen Xingxue's brow. A red beauty mark began to appear, faint yet distinctive. Chapter 92 The storm approaches. Chen Xingxue's skin was as fair as porcelain, and the sudden addition of a red beauty mark on her brow was akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, transforming her entire aura dramatically.
"All right, from now on, I shall not mistake you again." Gazing into the mirror, Chen Xingxue was both astonished and intrigued by the beauty mark that had appeared on her forehead. "Do you not feel that you have become significantly more beautiful?" Li Junyi inquired with a smile.
Turning her head, Chen Xingxue was unaware that her gaze towards Li Junyi was laced with a hint of affection. The atmosphere in the car shifted, becoming somewhat delicate.
"Ahem." Li Junyi cleared his throat and said, "Well then, we should first make a trip to the company." "Oh."
Chen Xingxue snapped back to reality, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she quickly started the car. A dozen minutes later, the two arrived back at Yunyan Technology. He Lang had been waiting downstairs and immediately approached Li Junyi upon his arrival. "Boss, it was President Chun herself who insisted on coming to fetch you." Hearing this, Li Junyi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingxue, who, however, lacked the courage to meet his gaze, seemingly shy. Witnessing this scene, Li Junyi was left with no doubt that this woman had utterly succumbed to her feelings for him.
"This evening, my grandfather has invited you to dinner at our home. He wishes to discuss something important with you." With that, Chen Qingxue hastily departed as if fleeing. He Lang chuckled lightly. "Boss, I fear I can no longer address her as President Chen. It seems I must now refer to her as sister-in-law Chen. Oh, when did you become so witty?"
In Li Junyi's memory, He Lang had always been a reticent and introverted individual.
He Lang explained, "People do change."
The two made their way into the company building and headed directly to Michelle's office.
"What would you like to drink, boss, coffee or tea?" Michelle politely inquired. "Tea, please," Li Junyi casually instructed.
Michelle personally brewed 2 cups of tea for him and He Lang before taking a seat. 90% of the Jianghu family's assets have already been absorbed by Yunyan Technology. Additionally, I have invited a team from the Eagle Nation to assist in taking over the sectors previously associated with the Jianghu family. Progress is going well. Within 6 months, everything should be stabilized. Although Li Junyi was not particularly versed in business, he could discern that matters were progressing favorably. Knock, knock, knock.
"Come in."
As Michelle finished speaking, Yi Qingcheng entered, holding a document folder.
Li Junyi was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "What brings you here?" "Our Lansheng Group has commenced cooperation with Yunyan Technology, and to facilitate the transition, I have relocated our office to Xuancheng,"
Yi Qingcheng explained with a smile.
Li Junyi nodded, somewhat understanding. "I see. By the way,"
Yi Qingcheng shifted her tone, "my grandfather expressed his gratitude to you through me and would like to meet you when you have the time.
He has some matters to discuss."
What could the old man possibly want to say to him? Li Junyi genuinely could not fathom.
Clap.
Yi Qingcheng placed the document folder before Li Junyi and turned to leave.
"What is this?" Li Junyi asked suspiciously.
Yi Qingcheng paused and turned back, feigning mystery. "Why not open it and find out for yourself?" With that, she exited, somewhat perplexed. Li Junyi opened the document folder immediately. Inside was a small stack of information, which he could not decipher after examining it for some time. It was Michelle who browsed through it and explained, "Boss, this contains the introductory information of over a dozen companies, including their establishment dates and the fields they are involved in, all presented quite clearly." Li Junyi was bewildered, unsure of Yi Qingcheng's intentions in providing him with this information. He considered pursuing her for clarification, but Michelle added, "All of these companies fall under the Qin family's consortium in Xia country."
The Qin consortium. Only then did Li Junyi grasp Yi Qingcheng's purpose.
Although he had declared war on the Qin family just hours earlier, those who needed to be informed were already aware. Why Yi Qingcheng's action was, in essence, a declaration of allegiance to the Li family. Meanwhile, at the Ning family in the imperial city, Qingjin stepped out of his car, welcomed personally by Ning Wuqiang.
"I say, old Qin, what brings you to my Ning family today?"
Ning Wuqiang jested, pretending to be oblivious. "It has been a while since I last saw that girl Ning Xia. I happened to be free today, so I dropped by," Qingjin replied with a smile, deflecting. Both men were seasoned foxes, capable of discerning each other's thoughts, yet neither chose to expose the truth, engaging instead in polite banter for a short while. Moments later, Ning Wuqiang and Qingjin settled in a pavilion within the courtyard. A servant brought forth a pot of brewed tea, carefully pouring a cup for each of them.
"All right, this is not your concern. You all may leave now."
Ning Wuqiang dismissed the old steward and several servants. Qingjin waved his hand, signaling for his bodyguards to wait outside. Only then did the two old foxes get straight to the point. Qingjin took a sip of tea and stated blandly, "I presume you are aware of my son Haoran's situation." Ning Wuqiang sipped his tea in silence, waiting for the other to continue. "Ning Xia has always been clever and perceptive. She and my Haoran have been childhood sweethearts. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come today to propose that this girl become my granddaughter-in-law. If you agree, the position of commander of the Divine Strategy Camp next year will see our Qin family fully supporting your son, Tianqin."
Qingjin set down his teacup, awaiting a response.
Ning Wuqiang forced a wry smile. "Old Qin, your bride price is indeed substantial, and logically, I have no reason to refuse you. However, at this point," he paused for a moment. Qingjin's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on him. Are you still unable to see it? The Dragon Lord has already aligned himself with the Li family. Ning Wuqiang sighed softly. As the year drew to a close, he was set to retire, and if his son, Ning Tianxin, could not secure the position of commander next year, he would never have the opportunity to succeed him as the leader of the Divine Strategy Army. Thus, the promise that Qin Jin had just made was an irresistible temptation for the Ning family. Unfortunately, Ning Wuqiang's vision extended further. Just that morning, Zhou Wanjie had been personally dismissed by the Dragon Lord, only for the recently ascendant Li Juni to declare war on the Qin family. It was well known that Dragon Lord Su Jinhua and Li Dinghua had once been brothers in arms on the battlefield, able to entrust their backs to one another. It was evident to any discerning eye that the Dragon Lord either intended to target the Qin family or was fully supporting the Li family. In such turbulent times, should the Ning family choose to involve themselves, the outcome of their involvement remained uncertain. Thus, Ning Wuqiang dared not gamble.
Ha ha ha. Qin Jin chuckled darkly.
Old Ning, with the Dragon Lord backing the Li family, do you truly believe that my Qin family lacks a contingency plan? Chapter 93. She truly likes you at Yunyang Technology. Chen Xingxue leaned on the table, her gaze fixed dreamily on the beauty mark on her forehead reflected in the mirror. The setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating her skin, which resembled the finest mutton fat, and even in profile, she was enough to make any elder sister. Just then, Chen Xingyao pushed the door open. Chen Xingxue immediately snapped back to reality, hastily putting away the mirror and feigning nonchalance. Chen Xingyao had intended to inquire about some business matters, but her attention was drawn irresistibly to the beauty mark on Chen Xingxue's forehead. She stepped closer, scrutinizing her sister with curiosity, and asked, "Sister, how did you acquire the beauty mark on your forehead?" This Chen Xingxue's expression turned troubled, hesitating to respond. Observing this, Chen Xingyao became even more intrigued and pressed on, "Sister, do you have a secret that you're hiding from me?" "Of course not. What secrets could I possibly have?" Chen Xingxue steadied herself, contemplating for a moment, before recounting the entire story. "Are you saying that this beauty mark was a gift from brother-in-law?" A hint of barely perceptible envy flickered in Chen Xingyao's eyes. "That guy did it to distinguish between you and me, so don't overthink it," Chen Xingxue explained, half seriously. "Moreover, he added this beauty mark without my consent. I have yet to settle the score with him." "Sister, let us not be ungrateful after receiving a favor," Chen Xingyao pouted, chuckling. "I suddenly notice a significant change in your aura. We hardly resemble each other anymore." Knock, knock, a sudden knocking interrupted them. Before Chen Xingxue could respond, Li Juni pushed the door open without waiting. Brother-in-law. Upon seeing Li Juni, Chen Xingyao greeted him with a bright smile. "Xingyao is here too." Li Juni appeared quite accustomed to being called brother-in-law, though whether he regarded Chen Xingyao as a sister-in-law remained uncertain. Chen Xingxue put away her serious demeanor and said lightly, "Is there something you need?" "Indeed." Li Juni placed a folder on the desk, poised to speak. "Brother-in-law, could you also give me a beauty mark?" Chen Xingyao interrupted his thoughts. Ahem. Li Juni cleared his throat and replied, "I did this specifically to differentiate between you two sisters. Adding another would be a sheer waste of effort." Chen Xingyao paused, realizing the logic in his words. Li Juni chuckled playfully and teased, "If it were to be placed elsewhere, that might be possible elsewhere." Chen Xingyao pouted playfully, "Brother-in-law, you're so naughty, I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she left in a huff. "I warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards my sister." As soon as Chen Xingyao departed, Chen Xingxue immediately issued a warning. Li Juni scratched his head, frowning as he retorted, "What is wrong with me having feelings for her? We both unmarried, is it illegal? You could always report me." Chen Xingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Juni then chuckled, "What is this? Do you also see me as Qingyao's brother-in-law?" Chen Xingxue was momentarily taken aback before realizing Li Juni's teasing, rolling her eyes at him. "You'd best not get carried away. I will never develop feelings for you." "Then why did you come to pick me up personally today?" Li Jun smiled and nodded. "Isn't that a sign of affection?" Chen Xingxue stammered as she attempted to explain, "That was because the Black Wolf borrowed my car, and I happened to be out. When I returned, your flight had just landed, so I gave you a ride." "Is that truly the case?" Li Juni questioned with a teasing smile. Chen Xingxue seemed somewhat guilty, unable to meet his gaze, but she could distinctly feel her breath quickening. "Let us discuss serious matters." Li Juni, sensing the playful banter had run its course, shifted the topic. "All companies in collaboration with Yunyang Technology must immediately sever ties with the Qin family consortium." "What has happened?" Chen Xingxue's demeanor turned serious. Li Juni succinctly explained the declaration of war between the Li and Qin families without reservation. Chen Xingxue found herself at a loss for words. They had just finished dealing with the Jiang family, and now they were to confront the Qin family. She began to suspect that Li Juni's investment in Yunyang Technology was not merely for profit but rather to stir chaos in the business world. Before they knew it, the sky darkened. The employees had long since left for the day. Li Juni and Chen Xingxue exited together, intending to wait for Chen Xingyao to return with them.
However, it seemed that she deliberately sought to create an opportunity for the two. As she drove home alone, I in the car, the two shared a silence. Li Junyi rolled down the window to smoke. Chen Xingxue, seated in the driver's seat, glanced over several times, hesitating to speak. Feel free to ask whatever you wished. It was as if Li Junyi had eyes in the back of his head. Chen Xingxue, feigning indifference, finally asked, Miss Yi has moved the headquarters of Longsheng Group to Xuancheng. Do you know about this? I do. I saw her just a while ago, Li Junyi replied without turning his head. After a moment's thought, Chen Xingxue added, I can sense that she doesn't harbor any hatred towards you. Time heals all wounds, Li Junyi remarked with self-deprecation. What transpired between us has long since been put behind me, and I owe her nothing. How could there still be any feelings of hatred? No, Chen Xingxue immediately denied. You don't understand women, Li Junyi scoffed with disdain. Do you have any idea how many women I've been with? Perhaps I understand them better than you do. Humph, you've merely experienced the bodies of many women, not their hearts. Seeing his shameless pride, Chen Xingxue felt a surge of indignation. Li Junyi scratched his head, skeptical. Is that so? Men will never comprehend a woman's intuition. What exactly are you trying to convey? In situations of reluctance, if a man and woman engage in relations, and if the woman no longer harbors hatred towards the man, it signifies that she has feelings for him. Chen Xingxue recited a philosophical insight she had encountered in a book. Li Junyi was momentarily taken aback, frowning. Are you suggesting that Yi Qingcheng has feelings for me? Precisely, Chen Xingxue responded confidently. I was uncertain before, but now I can unequivocally tell you that Miss Yi likes you. Impossible, that is absolutely unthinkable. Li Junyi waved his hand dismissively. Believe it or not, Chen Xingxue lightly huffed, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Li Junyi took several deep drags from his cigarette, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. He could only feel that Yi Qingcheng's sentiments were rooted in gratitude for rescuing her from her plight. As for love or liking, he had yet to perceive such feelings. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was Li Junyi's. He pulled out the phone to glance at the unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button absent-mindedly. Are you free tonight? Would you do me the honor of dining together? Yi Qingcheng's voice resonated from the other end of the line.